Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Goodwood and the 75th members meeting for 2017. A series of events which started back in 1949 and progressed through to the final meeting of the circuit's first era in 1966. 71 members meetings then. This is the fourth of Lord March's modern era, and the cars are already in the assembly area for the first of our weekend's events, the Derek Bell Cup. Now Derek, five-time Le Mans winner, local man, won his very first race here at a members meeting back in '64 with a Lotus 7, raced also to victory in Formula 3 cars here later in the era. Derek Bell Cup then, under the governorship of Martin Hunt, gets underway with qualifying session, official practice at 9. The Jerry Marshall Trophy is the touring cars out at 9:25. Westlake Cup, BMC A-Series GT cars at 10:05. Brabham Trophy, Grand Prix cars at 10:30. Spectator grid walk at 11 o'clock. Friedlicher Sports prototype demo at 11:20. Halewood Trophy, two-wheeled action motorcycles at 11:40. And the IWC Schaffhausen track moment at 12:05. That's going to be worth waiting for. There's the view from Madgwick Corner down the main straight. And we go back to the rest of the trophy, the programme today. Scott Brown Trophy listers, 12:10. SF Edge Trophy, the absolutely awesome cars, some 100 years old, some of these cars, at 12:35. Edwardian Leviathans. Graham Hill Trophy GTs at 1 o'clock. GT1 demonstration then comes out at 1:45. Varzi Trophy, pre-war Franco-Italian race cars at 2:05. Pierpoint Cup, big V8 saloons at 2:30. The Surtees Trophy, the fastest cars of the weekend, the Group 7 Can-Am prototypes at 2:55, and a Group A demonstration later on at 3:25. Derek Bell Cup race is at 4:15 this afternoon. That's the 1 litre Formula 3 cars coming out. The NASCAR truck demonstration by Mike Skinner at 4:50. Another spectator grid walk prior to the Jerry Marshall Trophy race. A 1 hour race for the big touring cars coming out at 5:30. And then a full evening of entertainment thereafter with fireworks at 9:30. And we're told that the mizzle which has come through was rain overnight, but that's going to be clearing during the day. We should have good conditions for racing into dusk this evening with the Jerry Marshall Trophy touring cars. I'm joined in the commentary box by Kevin Turner, my colleague at Autosport magazine, editor of Autosport. Good morning, Kevin, and a great weekend ahead here at Goodwood.
Good morning, Marcus. Good morning, everyone. Yes, absolutely. It's always a highlight of the season. It's a good way to get the year started.
Well, absolutely. And there are on your big screens your essential guide to the events. There's the ex-Chris Irwin Brabham of Andrew Hibbard, last year's winner, driving for the Tor Bolton team. And alongside the ex-Tom Walkinshaw March, Tonya Aviation colours, Simon Armour, reigning 1 litre historic Formula 3 champion. That's Jonathan Hughes with the Merlin down there, number 91. He's going to be very, very quick. 30 is Tim Carey with the Brabham BT28. And alongside is the blue Alexis, so that's Klaus Muller's car. But alongside the Alexis there, which is Ian Bankhurst. Look at that car, the ex-Terry Ogilvy Hardy Project X car. Red Techno, first time out, that's James Claridge and Jeff Richardson's Techno, an early Techno, raced by Ulla Wieland in period. Then there's the Emerson Fittipaldi Lotus of John Council. Look at that, just spectacular in the Jim Russell colours. Fittipaldi, a champion British Formula 3 in 1969. Andrew Thorpe's Lotus 31 is next up. Now the repainted Brabham there alongside the blue car. Watch for that, number 65. That's Peter Thompson. He is another of our potential front runners. Very, very tricky conditions out there underfoot. There's still little patches of water. It's damp, it's nasty. These little cars with very high revving engines up to kind of 10,000 RPM, something like that. There's detritus on the track there. I think that's left over from the hunt. See if the tyres can cope with that.
I say, Marcus, it's almost more difficult in these conditions because it's going to be some grip, some not grip. It's going to be changing all the time.
Absolutely. Some of these drivers haven't been here before in these cars, or haven't been here at all. There's De Sanctis going out, number 10, that's Paul Wayne, and there's Sam Wilson. He'll be quick in the ex-Lionel No Techno car owned by Marcus Musa, recovering from a nasty accident he had last year in a bigger Formula 3 car of the later 2-litre era. But yes, finding grip is going to be a very interesting proposition. These cars, high revving engines, most of the power is at the top end, so they're not very torquey. Only 1 litre. These Ford engines, I think they're all Ford engines in this field this weekend. Ford Anglia engine developed by Cosworth Engineering, who went on to develop the wonderful double 4-valve DFB Grand Prix engine. Went on to win 155 Grand Prix between 66 and the early 80s.
Marcus, watching from the back of the circuit, it's I'd say it's relatively dry over here in comparison to what you have at your part of the track. Watching as the cars on screen go through Lavant, they're kicking up a bit of a puddle on the inside of the corner. You can see the spray as they come down the straight towards you. But at St Mary's, for all the drivers who are new to Goodwood, they'll be delighted it is pretty dry, because let's face it, it's one of the trickiest corners.
But it's everything but dry down the long straight down to Woodcote. You can see by the spumes of spray coming off the tyres. That number 11 is the little Techno of James Claridge. Very adept driver of a range of historic cars. Been doing Formula Junior in recent years. Also been out in a 2-litre Lola Le Mans car, also owned by Jeff Richardson. James is an engine builder at Jeff Richardson Engineering up at Kimbolton, and beautiful little car. The green Lotus behind with that distinctive twin nozzle air intake on the front. Peter Thompson coming up past one of his rivals in the Brabham, which has been repainted this year. The Peter Thompson Brabham, which raced initially in Morocco. And we're going to see now, as the drivers go on to their first flying laps, we will see the times begin to register. Andrew Hibbert, who also had a fabulous race here in Formula Junior, in a front-engine Formula Junior last year, starts as one of the favourites in the Chris Irwin Brabham, the car that won here in 1966.
I was just keeping an eye on where Sam Wilson came through. I wondered whether he'd back off and fall right to the back to get himself some space, but he's obviously getting on with it, trying to get some heat into the tyres, because I imagine they're stone cold at the moment.
He's another terrific engine builder. There's and that's James King, isn't it? James King, a winner here a couple of years ago, and lots of smoke coming from the back of the Tony Mantle-owned Chevron B17. That is a real blow, because James King, the American who won a round of the British Formula 3 Championship in 1977 at Cadwell Park in a March Toyota, is out of qualifying on his first flying lap.
That's a real shame, isn't it, Marcus? He always goes very well here. He's driven the ex-Dan Gurney Brabham here before and been quick too. Yeah,
he's won the Glover Trophy here in the past in the revivals.
Waved yellow out at St Mary's, being put away. I think a couple of people in short order have had a little spin on the dip on the way out of the second part of St Mary's, so out of my sight, the end of the incident, but the flags are put away, so all is cleaning up. Still a lot of spray being kicked up, and one person who's really entertained so far, as ever, is Sam Wilson in that 82 pale coloured Techno car. Very, very twitchy. Looks shorter in wheelbase, but often a colour scheme, Marcus, can make it look like that too.
Indeed, but they are short wheelbase, the Technos, and made kart manufacturers originally, moved into cars. Quickest so far is 91, which is Jonathan Hughes, perhaps no surprise, in his orange Merlin, the Merlin Mark 14, car that was raced by Patrick Champion. There's a spin, that's John Waggett, the Yorkshireman, in the Renault Chevron.
Sam Wilson went 5th on that first flying lap, Bruce, so he's beginning to get on with it, but I think he's got a lot more time that he'll be delivering before the end of the session.
Well, he certainly has, because he backed off at some points and just at St Mary's, so he's probably lost a good second or so there, so definitely look out for Sam Wilson in number 82, the pale coloured Techno.
Well, Jonathan Hughes, a 1:44.384. He leads the way in the orange Merlin that you see here, designed by the late Selwyn Hayward, built by Colchester Racing Developments up in Manningtree in Essex.
The nose of that car, it looks though it's loose. It isn't, but it just is vibrating quite a lot on that orange 91.
Yeah, quite a long nose on that. Jonathan Hughes, former Formula V champion. Formula V, which celebrates 50 years this year, as does Formula Ford. Jonathan Hughes, who's raced in Formula 2 cars. He won the FIA Lurani Trophy for historic Formula Junior Championship 2 or 3 years ago. You can hear why the engines are called screamers. These are the high revving, narrow power bands, tricky things to drive in these conditions. He's come up behind number 8. And that is, looks like Martin Halliday. It is, man who made his own name in motorsport in trials, the man behind the Historic Sporting Trials Association these days. Martin Halliday driving the ex-John Ralph Chevron, the B15C, unique car.
You can just see how difficult, Kevin pointed out, the track is damper. It's got patches of damp, patches of dry, and it's really, really twitchy as they're trying to find the best bit of traction. 91, we've talked a lot about him, fastest at the moment, Hughes, but look out for number 1, Simon Armour. He's third fastest in the white and red March, and not that far behind, but stuck in traffic, unfortunately.
Simon Armour, who won the championship last year. There's a championship for these cars that runs throughout Britain, and Simon Armour unfortunately banged the car quite heavily at Zandvoort last September, and borrowed his teammate, Peter Thompson, his teammate, lent him the Brabham for the last round at Donington, so he went on to win that championship. You see Simon Armour in the background in the red and white car, but at the moment it looks like Hibbard, who is being chased by 91 on the circuit. Hibbard in car 26, the black and white checkered flag Brabham, and Jonathan Hughes in the orange one. And there's Andrew Hibbard. That's his racing teeth in historic Formula Junior with his father Michael, who was a British champion.
Well, Hughes just set the fastest last sector of anybody so far, but he had so much traffic earlier on in the lap that it was quite a bit slower. So if he can just string his lap together, he's having it again now, isn't he?
Hughes and Hibbard side by side into your site, Bruce, at St Mary's.
Well, you could just about fit a travelling rug between the pair, but Hughes backed off a little bit and certainly seemed to be. I think he was so caught up in traffic that he didn't really notice that Hibbard was getting in close, but they've been tripping each other up. They'll come across slower traffic ahead of them as they do as they go through the lap. And the checkered flag livery on Hibbard's car looking absolutely fantastic. Lovely looking car, that BT18 Brabham. But now Jonathan Hughes has got a better exit from the second part of lap. But what they see up ahead, not only the track that twists and then seems to narrow, but it also has quite a lot of traffic on it. Who's going to work it best?
Pronounced kink, and there's cars ahead of them. They come down towards Woodcote Corner. Hughes and Hibbard, these are the two protagonists for pole position here today. Brabham and Merlin respectively.
And Armour's on a quick one behind them, I think.
He is.
While they trip over themselves, he might be about to jump them. He's done his personal best in the first sector. And
straight through the chicane for Andrew Hibbard. He didn't want to hit that chicane, which this year is made of very solid plastic containers filled with water. They're very heavy.
Well, he's come out the other side, Marcus. That's good news.
Well, he dove, as they say in the States, down the left-hand side of it, and made the bright decision to miss it out altogether. Now, there's a spin, and that's Mike Pascal with the ex-Tetsuya Kazawa.
That wonderful looking car, yes, Mike with the Japanese livery on the top. But just in the background of the shot, before you mention that, Marcus, you can see Simon Armour. There he's in the back of the picture, behind Jonathan Hughes, not that far behind. So the fastest three are all very close together on the circuit.
Fourth man, that's young Sam Wilson there. He came into the pits with the Techno. You can still see the new rubber labels on his front tyres.
And Armour had a lot of traffic in the chicane on that quick lap, so he lost a good 2 or 3 seconds. So he didn't actually improve. But again, I think he's another one. There is a fast lap in there somewhere if you can find some space.
Well, he's got to get past Mike Pascal to get out to Lavant, and then he's got the two quickest guys ahead of him. But really, I think he is the quickest guy. And of course, let's see what Sam Wilson can do in the next. Well, we've still got 5 minutes remaining. The track is drying out.
And 1.2 seconds only split the top three. 91, Jonathan Hughes. 26, Andrew Hibbard. And 1, Simon Armour. And they are in Merlin, Brabham and March, respectively. Up into fourth has come number 63, which is Christoph Widmer with his Brabham. The BTA is now 44. That's Peter Hamilton, I think, coming off the circuit with the Techno. Yes, he's pulled off.
That's on the exit of Fordwater. Only, in fact, I think he must have almost had the problem going into the corner. Generally, well, you can go either way when you go through that very, very.
I think
tricky.
it's a mechanical issue rather than anything else, isn't it?
Yeah, no spin marks across the grass.
No. I think it's just conked out, as they used to say. There's the De Sanctis on our big screens now, number 10, that's Paul Wayne. Relation of John Village, former European Formula Ford Championship winner, who is back racing classic Formula Fords now. Glad to see, having taken his team to heights of sub-Formula 1 motorsport. And Paul Wayne, who also races pre-war Fraser-Nashes, waves Simon Armour through. Simon Armour with Patonia Aviation livery car. A big spin, and is that Hughes? I think it may well be the orange car. Yes. It is, and
he's seen the bodywork.
Tatted the bodywork as well. That's Jonathan Hughes, our man who is the provisional pole man, in trouble. That's not going to go much further.
Okay, 3.5 minutes on the clock, Marcus. Will his time be beaten? It's 3/4 of a second. You might think no, but the track is getting drier. Sam Wilson will work his way for a clear lap, but look for number 1, the red nose on the white march. Well, it's a bit of each, isn't it? Number 1, but Simon Armour, third fastest at the moment. He's now got a great chance because Jonathan Hughes is going again. He's trickling down towards St Mary's on the grass, but you have to say his shot has been taken.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Hibbert's just done his personal best in the front, in the first sector of the circuit. He's 3/4 of a second behind. Armour has done a personal best as well in that early part of the track. This is Armour in number 1, coming up behind the Brabham number 60 of Tim Carey.
Oh dear, lost a little bit of ground there, a little bit of time.
Tim Carey's Brabham, the one that played the Nicky Lauda car in the film Rush.
Was it? Don't think there's a lot he could do to get out of the way, in fairness, but it definitely did delay Armour.
You can see the distinctive look of the march. It's rather square cut, rather like the Formula 1 marches of that year, 1970, when March came into Formula 1. They had kicked off March engineering the previous year. Ronnie Peterson had a go in the 693, the unique car that started the March empire.
Armour did actually go quicker on that lap, but he didn't improve his position. But it just goes to show again that he's faster in the early part of the lap, traffic in the second.
But he's only 15 thousandths now behind Andrew Hibbard. 1:43.631 still leads the way with Jonathan Hughes in 91, now off the circuit. 26 is Hibbard in the checkered flag Brabham, the ex-Chris Irwin car. And just behind him is Simon Armour with the ex-Tom Walkinshaw.
Of course, the track split into 3 timing sectors, and really very few of the quickest drivers have strung together 3 of their best sectors.
I tell you who is going well now. Paul Wayne in the De Sanctis up into 5th place. The Roman manufacturers, Gino and Lucia De Sanctis, made these cars, and in the early days of 1 Formula 3 the cars were driven by Gecchi. Giacomo Russo lost his life at Caserta in 1967, I think it was. And the De Sanctis cars, very pretty, looks like a baby Formula 1 Ferrari.
Well, the news is we're looking at Andrew Hibbert, who's second fastest, but Simon Armour is incrementally faster than...
And the best of anybody for Simon Armour in the middle sector, Bruce.
Entirely so. He's stuck together 2 really good sectors. As I was just saying, you've got to do 3 good sectors to get a really good lap. Traffic has influenced everybody's laps so far, perhaps except Jonathan Hughes, who's still on pole. Is he going to be toppled now by Hibbert? Is Simon Armour going to go top? Let us see.
Oh, Hibbert's gone quicker.
Through chicane.
Hibbert's gone quicker, but Armour's on pole. Armour on provisional pole in car number 1, the reigning champion, Simon Armour, who won races in Formula Junior with a Cooper about 10 years ago, taken to this 1 litre Formula 3 really well. He's twitching the car around. He's really fighting to find every little ounce of grip out there, but Simon Armour has gone on to pole, a 1:42.900.
Wildly indicating Marcus for the car ahead to get out of the way, but he's not going to get to the checkered flag in time. 10 seconds to go till that comes out. He had his clear lap. He made it stick on pole by 0.7 of a second.
Hibbert, meanwhile, his retort is fastest of anybody in the first sector. Watch for number 26, Hibbert. There is the checkered flag going out to end this official practice session for the Derek Bell Cup. First race of our card this afternoon. It's at 4:15. And the man on the pole so far is number 1 there, Simon Armour. What is Andrew Hibbert going to do? Here is Hibbert on your screens with Armour in the background. He's on the kink coming down towards Woodcote Corner. What's ahead of him? I think he's going to be okay looking at the traffic. Andrew Hibbert, who tests here a fair amount. Very rapid driver from Slough. A great engineer as well.
Probably going to be about the last person to take the checkered flag. He just got onto this lap. Will he go top? 1 minute 42.9 to beat.
He has done. He's there. 142.2. Absolutely sensational. He's stolen pole position away from Simon Armour on the last lap. Andrew Hibbard then, in the car that won here in 1966, won the Chichester Cup race in 66 with Chris Irwin up, has come through at the last. 2 best sectors of anybody on that wonderful final lap. And he's nicked it by 7/10 of a second, precisely 0.7. And Hughes is third, not very far behind, 1.4 behind, and then there's a big gap to Paul Wayne, Christoph Widmer and Peter Thompson. Ian Bankhurst, Jim Blockley, who was racing in New Zealand in January in his Formula Junior, he's there, and Sam Wilson, and also 46 there as well, which is Stephen Smith in the Jolly Club Oliver Spate Racing Chevron. He completes the top 10.
Bruce, I think that's why Armour was waving at the back marks in that last lap. He could see Hibbard ahead and knew Hibbard was still on it and felt he needs to be too. And in fact, his lap on the end there was a 1:43.1, which is only 2/10 off his own best. So without that traffic earlier on the lap, he may well have been in the low 42s as well.
Yeah, but traffic was the story of that session. But great couple of laps first from Simon Armour to go ahead of Jonathan Hughes. But Andrew Hibbard strung it together beautifully, and they would have all, of course, done a lot of that session not on the racing line, just trying to get past traffic, which for some of them will stand them in good stead for the race.
Absolutely, and slipstreaming was always the game in these 1 litre Formula 3 cars. A great session to open this 75th members meeting, the Derek Bell Cup, under the governorship of Martin Hunt. And there is the provisional positions. Andrew Hibbard then, car 26, 142.2, he's quickest. Second, number 1, Simon Armour in the March, 7/10 down. Third, the Merlin of Jonathan Hughes, number 91. Fourth, number 10, Paul Wayne in the De Sanctis. Fifth, number 63, Christoph Widmer in the Brabham. And sixth, number 65, Peter Thompson in the Brabham BT21A. Seventh, number 2, Ian Bankhurst in the Alexis. Eighth, number 5, Jim Blockley with the Chevron. Ninth, number 82, Sam Wilson with his Techno. 10th, number 46, Stephen Smith with his Chevron. 11th, number 11, James Claridge, debutant with the Exola Veland Techno. He qualified well. And in 12th place, John Council with the Emerson Fittipaldi Lotus 59. 13th, Peter Needham, former hill climber, with the 51 March. Then it is in 14th place, 30 is Klaus Muller with his Brabham. 15th is 99 Mike Pascal with the ex-Ikusawa Brabham. 16th, number 60, Tim Carey with his Brabham BT28. 17th, number 35, Bert Smeets with his Chevron B17, new to the class this year. 18th is number 19, Peter Froud with his Techno. 19th, number 3, Jonathan Waggett with the Chevron. 20th, number 6, Frank Lyons, been racing Formula 1s and 5000s for many years with the Merlin Mark 10. 21st, number 8, Martin Halliday with the Chevron B15C. 22nd, number 70, the Belgian architect Mauro Bocconcini with the ex-Lucien Bianchi Cooper 76. 23rd is number 44, Peter Hamilton with his Techno. And 24th, Andrew Thorpe in car number 24, the Lotus 31. So a fantastic field of cars. That really promises well, augurs well for a great race this afternoon, the opening race of our 75th members meeting here at Goodwood. We've got cars coming in over the circuit now. The fairground will be in operation later in the day when conditions hopefully will be a little more clement, and we'll certainly... Let's go over to Bruce for the highlights of that session. Watch your big screens, see it all unfold.
Setting the action underway was practice for the Derek Bell Cup. You can see the puddles of the first of the runners in these Formula 3 Screamers come out onto the circuit. Number 1, Simon Armour on the pace from the outset. Behind him, the orange 91, the Merlin of Jonathan Hughes, was the early pace setter. But for all the drivers, including James Claridge and that little Techno, the red one, it was finding where the grip was. It wasn't on the grass, but that was a mechanical failure there, unfortunately taking one of the runners out. But Jonathan Hughes was stringing together good laps while his rivals were getting stuck in traffic. Simon Armour in the red and white March doing his utmost to find the fastest line, and the line without a car on in front of him. And Andrew Hibbard as well, going beautifully in that gorgeous Brabham BT18 going through the chicane this year. Much harder to hit than before, but it was who would get the best lap, and certainly Andrew Hibbard was taking a great run at it. And on his final lap, the checkered flag came out and he took pole position.
Well, the scene is set then for the next of our circuit action. Very, very full programme, and we'll run through all the official practice sessions today in the morning and the earlier part of the afternoon to set the grids for the races. 2 races this evening, the Formula 3 cars coming on at 4:15, and then later on a 1-hour double driver race with a lot of superstar drivers in the Jerry Marshall Trophy, and we'll see a great confrontation between Ford Capris, BMWs, Alfa Romeos, etc. And let's well, let's hear for the first time this weekend from our Goodwood members meeting commercial partners.
Absolutely breathless, completely amazing.
Well, we're back live, and it's the calm before the storm as we prepare for our next official practice session. That will be for the Jerry Marshall Trophy touring car event. Cars are down there, 2 drivers to be qualified for each car, because tonight's race is a double driver spectacular to dusk. There are the cars. The assembly area arranged in the opposite order this weekend, so when they do come out later on, the car on pole position, the car that set the fastest time in practice or qualifying, will be over where that yellow Capri is on the big screens, rather than the other side. It's for a better egress onto the track, a safer exit when they come round to grid up. So you'll notice that as a difference from previous Goodwood race meetings, both the revival and some tweets come in. Good morning from currently rainy Goodwood. And there you can see the wonderful GT1 car sitting in the back. That's from JC Charman. JC Charman from Sophie Williamson, actually. Love the old school touring cars. Yeah, it all happens at Goodwood. Yes, it does. And that must have been taken, I think, yesterday evening, which looked pretty glorious. Ah, yes. Now and then. That's from Matthew Lamb, the Ferrari, and Glorious Bentley. Art for Mary Berry on track today. From Anthony Reid. Oh, Anthony's trying to get some points already on the board for his all-conquering team.
He does take that very seriously, doesn't he?
He does.
Always trying to score some more points whichever way you can.
I'm sure I saw him, Kevin, out trying the ferret racing course this morning at Lavant when I whizzed around.
I can believe you.
He was quick.
Was he on pole?
Giving it a good shot, Marcus. You'd expect nothing else, but look at those cars. A lot of these are just... each year we're getting more and more of these wonderful Group 1.5 races out on the track. Certainly the sticker men like Tony Murray being very, very busy indeed. And some of these liveries we've forgotten, and here they are again. I think the cars look absolutely brilliant. And walking out here this morning, the sound of one of those Ford Capris being blipped, the engine being blipped as it went through the paddock. Fantastic way to clean your ears in the morning.
It certainly is. And the Skid Scarborough track marshal car there, you see, and beautiful. That's the Snowden Racing entered car, the Alpalati livery. It's the Jordan and Whittaker Capri. That's going to be quick, isn't it? And now this is mini conditions, I reckon, Kev, isn't it, today?
Absolutely. Speaking to several of the sort of star names on the run-up to the event, and they were all worried about Andrew Jordan Nick Swift in that mini if it rains. Yeah. So we might be dry later, but I suspect that could qualify incredibly high.
Off Blundell, Gary Michael Escort there. Robert Metcalf Mini. John Mowat car of period. John Mowat, who was a great tuner and rolling roadman up in Essex Way. Brabham Lackey. There's my number plate on it. Almost a morph number plate. That's good. Triple X Dolly Sprint there as well. So Anthony Reid in there. Look, it is. Anthony Reid, who once went end over end on the road in a Triumph Dolomite 1500, came out of the back window unscathed. And now they let him loose in Dolomite sprints because he didn't have enough power to get out of the incident before. Bastos, one of the great Belgian team sponsors. And that is the Mines and Huff car, Richard Mines and World Touring Car champion Rob Huff. Frank and Jean Capri, that's nice to see. And that is Patrick Watts, isn't it? And Andy Prio sharing with him, triple World Touring Car champion.
Patrick admitted to being nervous on the way when I spoke to him as I was running across here this morning. That's unusual.
Gitin liveried Capri there as well.
There's so many of these great liveries, Marcus.
And,
reminiscent of the days going across to watch the Spa 24 Hours, the Belga Bastos battles into Nissan. Troubling their red and white liveries at that magnificent circuit in the Ardennes. But so many of these liveries, of course, couldn't be more British.
No, that's right. And there's a dealer team, Vauxhall Magnum. That really is very redolent of Jerry Marshall, isn't it? Big Jerry, who was so popular wherever he raced. And there's another of the that's the Belga Bastos rivalries between the Capris period. Broad speed Dolomite Sprint with Steve Soper and James Wood. Hermitite liveried car. It's Ken Clark and Jackson. Ken Clark, who worked on these cars in period, is really the go-to man for dolly sprints. Esso Capri, of course, the Capris with their the V6 engines. It's the Piro and Fowler car. Manuel Piro, such a favourite here at Goodwood. Bavalia and Vickers, another Belga, Gordon Spice liveried Capri, the Morris Vulcan Golf GTI.
Worth pointing out, Marcus, that when you get the little three-letter acronym in brackets, that's the house they're racing for, competing for. So MET is Methuen, for example, on the Greensall Brindle Rover.
Exactly. There's Richard Walbyoff tending that car, I see. Side. Patrick Motor Sport Rover. Christensen and Hall. That is going to be quick, isn't it?
Two very quick lineups in that squad.
Yeah. There's the twin one.
There's the other.
Chris Ward and Gordon Shedden. That's going to be a rivalry and a half. Can the Mini get its power down best, or one of the two Minis there in the early part of this session? It's a half-hour session. Of course, two drivers have to qualify these cars.
I think Gordon, we're pretty determined to. Gordon Shedden will be pretty determined to put one over Tom Christensen in the same team. He won't have had that opportunity very many times before. And Shedden and Chris Ward, one of the strongest driver lineups in this event. Gordon worried about the Camaros, V8 Camaros in the dry, and about the Mini in the wet. We're sort of somewhere in between, so we'll see if it's the best all-round package to have.
But you know what? When you're running a team with drivers as mega as they do, it adds a certain pressure, doesn't it? Not just the battling within the team, but it's just the ante has been upped. And at the moment, can they do anything about the minis? First car past me, number 60. One of the two little minis, Patrick Motorsport, Andrew Jordan, Nick, very swift runner. And behind, they are bunching up. But I think actually everyone being fairly tentative as a Capri goes down into Lavant, pushing the little number 10 Escort towards the edge of the circuit. But most people being very sensible. I didn't quite expect that.
I would suggest that won't last very long.
No.
Bruce, I mean, we've got the Mini already. I didn't see whether it was Nick or Andrew in the car. I think it might be Nick actually, but the other guy to look out for will be Rob Huff in his Capri that he shares with Richard Mines. He loves these cars. He's such a well balanced chassis. He can pretty much do whatever he likes with it. So I mean, these conditions, he absolutely loves them. He was fantastic in the wet at Silverstone Classic last year in practice. So I expect him to be someone to probably excel in his early stages.
Well, being an optimist by nature, I'd say the track is getting drier out here. Maybe it's just that the light is starting to improve. It said on our timesheets this morning, sunrise at 6:08. Well, it might have risen, but not that we could see it. But I think we will before the day is out. So, onto their first flying laps, the Patrick Motorsport Mini, Swift and Andrew Jordan. We can't quite work out who's on board.
I think it's Swift in there at the moment.
Looking at that helmet.
And I suspect he'll be on provisional pole for a little while early on, even if he gets knocked back a little bit later on. There he is, at work. He looks very relaxed, doesn't he, Bruce?
Absolutely so. He knows these cars forwards, backwards and sideways, but he does look as though he's doing about 40 miles an hour. It looks like he's got grip, but then again, that's just deceptive. He's obviously a master of keeping his face in one shape.
Yes, I'm sure it would feel rather more exciting that he's making a look at you as sat next to him right now.
Well, I was just about to say he's coming past my commentary box. We had the shot of him through the first part of St Mary's, then through the second part, the slightly more difficult bit. Now he's coming into Lavant. Touch of brake, that's very decent. Down change, taking quite a nice wide line in, which Marcus is the better line, if you can possibly have it.
Marcus has briefly had to leave us, Bruce.
So
just the two of us at the moment.
Oh, we've got plenty of time to play then.
Absolutely. And predictably, Nick Swift has gone fastest in the first sector. Very early days, of course, but I do expect him to set the pace at this stage. I think Oliver Bryant will probably fancy his chances in the dry, the big Camaro that won last year. They are running with 100 kilos extra weight this year.
They're riding with a passenger of my weight and size clearly on board, but I think that's good news because their speed last year was getting a little beyond epic, and it certainly would be great to have them pegged back into the pack because their straight line speed was just, as you'd expect, great big engine, but it was absolutely phenomenal. Great shots riding along the pit straight, everyone on the pit wall, no time to wave in the little Mini. Did he improve his time?
He won 45.0, so that's the benchmark for the moment with the Mini having been the first car to record a proper lap, but it is over 3 seconds quicker than anyone else as the other cars are coming through now. We'll see if anyone gets into that window.
Well, no one is looking notably fast, and we just talked, Kevin, about the Camaros almost nose to tail as they came past me at St Mary's. You can hear the rumble when they get round to your part of the circuit, but as you can look on the big screen, down to Madgwick, there's the Patrick Watts, Andy Prio, Frank and Jean's Capri going into Madgwick. Cars are running in big clusters.
Yes, I imagine Camaro is a pretty difficult piece of kit to haul around here, especially in the damp.
You know, a little bit more weight in them won't hinder in the wet weather.
No, quite so, Marcus, but you do feel their time will come towards the end of the session. They need all the grip they can get. Now certainly putting the tail out there, one of the Capris down past me. Motorcraft livery, used to run 2 in the British Saloon Car Championship in one there. That's number 8, which is Mike Jordan and Mike Whitaker. Can't see who's on board, but you can see, yeah, there's plenty of balance there and power to play with. You can see the tail being kicked out, controlled on the throttle, and then rocketing down the straight, leaving the RS2000 in the background.
Yes, and looking at the RS2000, it runs on such narrow wheels, doesn't it? But again, in these conditions, the narrow wheels are probably a very good way of cutting through a little bit of surface water in places.
Well, we've now had pretty much everyone complete at least one lap, and the Mini is 2.5 seconds quicker than the next best, which is Tim Harvey, and he was pretty handy in the wet when he was a British Touring Car driver.
Pink sectors everywhere for the Pole Mini.
Okay. 1:43.8 now, Marcus.
4 seconds almost to in the clear.
Mike Jordan's just gone second in the number 8 Capri we were just looking at as well. So the Jordan family are looking quite good at the moment at this stage.
It's all part of a master plan.
Just that one windscreen wiper flickering around on the Bastos Camaro. The David Clark and Matt Neal car. Currently in 15th place.
I always felt it was such a shame that Belga and Bastos both wanted to race in red and white. They're great liveries, but certainly in the night at Spa, not always easy to pick them out. Here we're helping you. One's on a Capri, and the Bastos is on the Camaro. Don't we have a Bastos Capri as well? I think we do.
We do. We've got the Fabergé Camaro coming up behind the earlier shape Camaro, not the very early shape which came in 67. Behind that, we've got the Simonised Camaro as well, the Bryants. But that is the number 11 Fabergé Brute Racing Team car. The David Clark Camaro has gone past the Belga Capri, and the black and green car, replica of the one that Stuart Graham raced in period. Stuart Graham sharing with Nigel Garrett in this car. They were on course for victory here in 2014 and 15 when we had problems with the pit window, safety cars, etc. 7th last year. Rovers beginning to gang up in the background as well of your screens. Oh, and there's a car just scraping its way down the barrier. Not much damage done. That's the Turkington and Clark number 34 Dolomite Sprint, isn't it?
Just out of my sight in the dip on the exit of St Mary's. Now he's well, trying to gauge which way is forward. Grass, of course, slightly greasy overnight. And in fact, you can almost see, I can see no damage at all on the front of the car.
No, there was just a
yes,
couple of little bits of detritus on the front, just very, very minor scuffage, I think.
And while that's going on, the Ward Shedden Rover, which is currently third, has just done a personal best in the first and overall best in the middle sector. So I wonder if it's beginning to find enough grip for the big 3.5 litre V8 to start challenging the pole time of the Mini, which is a 1:43.8. I don't know. We don't know which of the drivers is in the Rover at the moment.
Well, it may not stay there, but the car in fourth needs massive accolade. It's the little VW Golf GTI, the Morris Vulcan car of Jim Morris and Tom Shepherd. 2.3 seconds down on that top trio, but you know, hands off, certainly lacking in grunt, but plenty of handling there for the Golf. But I do feel the number 44 will be dropping down the order. The Rovers seem to be the cars on the move at the moment. The number 18 looking to set its
Christensen in the 18 Rover.
But the number 6 car, the other car, has gone on to pole position now with a 1:43.4. So the Mini has been knocked off the top spot. But we still haven't seen yet whether it's Gordon Shedden or Chris Ward in the car. Frankly, it could be either of them. They're both capable of running at the front of this race.
Okay, so Andy Prio has now, multiple touring car champion, now got on board the Frank and Jeans car. Patrick Watts went out in the early laps and placed relatively well. Just waiting to see that where Prio can go in the number 77.
Andy Prio, whose 1995 British Hill Climb Championship season I covered, with that traditional Guernsey flag on the side of his crash helmet, going out in the Frank and Jeans Team Capri, newly finished for this meeting. And to Patrick Watts, of course, saloon car champion, British historic rally car champion over the years as well. The first thing with a Mini 7 back in the 1970s, and he was quick then. What a lovely power slide from the Esso Capri. Number 5 that would have been, wouldn't it? And,
yes, it was.
Mark Fowler and Manuel Piro sharing that car.
We get to get a few cars coming into the pits now for their driver changes.
You know, race engineers don't like it, but I like to see cars going sideways, and the shot of that Capri, that's what makes motor racing so entertaining. It certainly did when I was a child, and you know, hats off to whoever is on board that number 5.
As you say that, Bruce, Tim Harvey arrives coming out to chicane absolutely sideways in the big Rover, so illustrating your point beautifully.
Ever the showman, Tim Harvey. He's done both sides.
The Mazda RX-7, this rotary engine, doesn't have any torque. It's all top end, so that's going to be floundering a little bit in the wet, but will come into its own a little bit later when it's dry. Everything crossed. The Alfa Romeo looking pretty as well there. The Alpilerte car, run by Chris Snowden from locally on the south coast here.
Got a best first sector for the pole sitting car, while other people are in the
Chris
pits.
Ward in the
Ward
in the number 6.
When he's got to get past that Mini, this will be delaying him a little bit. Oh, didn't want to be left out of the sideways show.
Got some diff in it,
I
hasn't
think
it?
that may have lost him more time than he gained, Bruce, although it did look very impressive.
I don't care.
Just fantastic.
So I think that answers the question. That must be Ward on board.
It is,
then.
yep.
Surprisingly, that isn't his best middle sector.
I'll give him a 2-second bonus for entertaining me, but great sights, this Rover SD1. And of course, the drivers all know it's one thing having a bit of grip on the circuit, but when you put your wheels onto the curb on the outside, the moisture sticks there. Chris Ward, though, goes right out towards the edge. There's a big puddle on the left on the start-finish straight, but that's not on the racing line, but still a lot of spray as they come on down the start-finish straight, down to Madgwick. Can they get round the corner?
He did a 1:43.9, even with that huge long
half a second
drift.
off his best.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he's 4/10 up on number 60, which is the Swift and Jordan Mini.
Very slow-moving Rover, the number 3 out at the back of the
Bastos
circuit.
Calaro from the Luigi team in Belgium. David Clark in the background.
Talking to Jochen.
Yep. And that's Matt Neal getting in. So
There's Gerhard, look at that little trio. Dave Clark sharing the love with 2 ex-McLaren drivers. Among other things, of course.
yeah, David Clark, owner of the Chevrolet Camaro, winner of the Spa 6 Hours a few years ago. Wolfgang Friedrichs with Aston Martin.
Should we have a slide? Look at the big screens, the
Watch
little
this
Mini in
one.
front, the big Rover. Can we see enough of the side? Let's show you. You know, I was talking about the moisture in the curbing. He's got rid of some of it.
Yes.
Wonderful. Here's the UFO Jeans BMW.
Are we allowed to have favourites in this field, Marcus?
course.
Sorry.
If we are, then that's probably mine.
What, the BMW?
I think that's a fantastic looking piece of kit.
You're going to
it's
turn your
wonderful.
dads into that, aren't you, one day?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And that's actually that's a good driver lineup too. Nick Padmore and Darren Turner. So historic F1 experience and current GT experience lining up together
The
there.
the UFO Jeans colours also went on a CSL in period. Looked absolutely glorious.
CSL looked glorious in any livery.
It did.
quite
It's true.
frankly.
They're actually ninth at the moment, so their sort of power to weight ratio isn't quite on a par with the big V8s, but it's a pretty well sorted chassis. So
Darren,
probably
of course,
quite a nice machine around here in these conditions.
Darren's not driven it before, has he? So this is what I like, people getting in cars and having to deliver. But Darren, you know, any track time he gets at Goodwood is something he absolutely loves. So he's out in his little Turner later, but this is the wild card in his pack, I think.
Yes, he was very humble as well. He said that hopefully he could learn something from Padmore in these sorts of cars, which I thought was a nice touch.
Well, Nick Padmore is the outright circuit record holder in the historic era, in the modern historic era here at Goodwood. So yes, he will certainly have plenty of experience. The bright green crash helmet, you saw that of Nick Padmore. Nick waiting to leap in. Belga team free away, and that is Gerhard Berger with the Austrian flag on his crash helmet.
Of course, he was an ace in 6 Series BMWs, wasn't he, Berger, when he was an up-and-coming... Well, actually, even when he was starting to win Grand Prix at Benetton in '86, I think he was still doing the odd, very tight pit lane. He's been very careful as he pulls out.
Mind you, of course, in those days, Kevin, he probably had to do the BMW so he could earn some money.
Yes.
So I don't suppose he was earning a lot in his early Arrows days.
When they bought the I think the Formula 3 Rolt that he was going to race, he actually turned up with a car and trailer to collect it from Britain, take it home.
It's probably worth mentioning Mark Blundell. I'm assuming it's Mark Blundell's at second, 93 thousandths of a second off pole position.
He's going to have to
in the-
try it harder.
That's in the Castrol RS 2000 with those narrow tyres we were talking about.
Well, in fact, when that came out of the pit lane at the start of the session, it was sideways coming out. So it is a car that can be twitchy.
Car number 8, the Jordan Whittaker Capri, has a problem with its transponder, so it's being hand-timed at the moment, just as a backup. Quite a lot of cars in now for driver changes. We are about halfway, just over halfway through the session.
Looking at that little Mazda, number 2, coming through the chicane, that is a car that can't really be driven sideways, Marcus. Without the torque to get it out of trouble, it has to be super precise. They're very quick in period, but I must confess they never sort of warmed the cockles of my heart because they weren't spectacular. Obviously, as a child, I had very primitive taste, but I still sort of stick with those.
Period Grand Prix driver Mike Wilds at the helm. Of course, he's raced Mazdas in recent years, did the Wilhar 24. In fact, we shared a car in one of the Wilhar 24s at Silverstone with Mike Wiles and Ian Flux and Andrew Frankel. Finished as well, second in class, which was all right. He'd probably won the class if not Fluxy thrown it off a couple of times.
Oh, you have to remind me of that next time.
Had to be towed in.
We just wanted to keep the rescue crews on their toes. Very good public service.
Andrew Jordan has put the Mini back onto pole position by 24 thousandths of a second.
This is mighty, isn't it? It's 0.117 of a second, about just over a tenth of a second between the top three, Mini, Rover and RS2000.
And a Capri in fourth.
Yeah, I was just about to say the number 8 Capri's just gone through St Mary's, looking very, very quick indeed. So expect unless traffic intervenes, the number 8 Capri to go back into the top handful.
Andy Prio is bringing the 77 Capri, the Frank and Jeans Capri, up the order, up into 13th now. A full set of green personal best for that car across the screen.
In fact, he's got it back to where it was when Patrick Watts brought it in 12th or 13th. It was at the time. Capri now trying to entertain us all and doing so royally. And that, who's on board that at the moment? That's the question.
Let's try and have a look. Can't see
Can't see if it's Adam Morden or Rick Wood. I think it could be Adam Morgan, just loving having a rear-wheel drive car. Let loose the British Touring Car Championship. The car does look good, I must say. The Gitan colours, never really thought about them so much on a Capri, but they suit it very well indeed. Beautiful detailing on their rear flank.
I think that today's paints bring out those colours even more than they did in period. Two-pack paints that we use these days.
Oh, that's a very good point, Marcus. Gosh, and yes, look how busy it is in the pit lane. Bonnet up on the triple X Dolomite, but the Belga Capri back out onto the circuit. Roberto Ravaglia in that this weekend.
Here is that shot of Morgan in the Capri.
And I think that Gordon Shedden in the second place Rover is now only a few car lengths behind Andrew Jordan in the pole sitting Mini, and these two know each other very well in all sorts of different machinery. Got a good rivalry going on there, especially in the wet, so they'll both be really going for this pole now.
Now, we haven't really talked about the Peter Mallet Tiffany Dell Rover. That's just suddenly shot up. Number 9, the Daily Express car, up into 4th place, half a second off the ultimate fastest lap so far. Top 5 covered by less than a second. It's competitive. 44 Golf, that was so quick early on. That, as we expected, has dropped down, but only as far as 7th place.
So well, who knows this, guys? The 21 Simonised Camaro, the Bryant's, only 27th at the moment, but I would think Ollie's now in it because it's now setting fast sectors everywhere and it will come up the order.
Andrew Jordan a best of all in the first sector, and I think Mark Blundell best of all in the middle sector. I'm assuming it's Blundell now. That might we probably should check.
That's the thing, there are so many quality
driver
pairings and quality cars in this field. If one goes missing for a bit, Marcus just talked about the Simonised Camaro. We're so busy with what's happening at the front, but these players can, in this two-driver setup, suddenly appear almost off the back page of the timing screen to go to the top. But the number 16 Mini has been quick from the outset. Nick Swift started, Andrew Jordan getting faster and faster, still second. Will he go top? Just waiting for the timing screen trip over. Yes, he does, by nearly a second, 9/10 of a second clear. So Andrew Jordan, you can't see his face, but he's smiling, that's for sure.
Yeah, the RS2000 briefly took pole for a few seconds, and then, as you say, Andrew Jordan came back across the line and really took it back. So in low 42s, but I would expect as it gets dry that the Rovers should be able to go with that pace as well.
Yes, we said from the outset the Mini will be quick to start with and then will fall down the order. One's just fallen not down the order but off the circuit. 2 have gone off the Capri, the Gitan Capri.
Keep your foot in.
He's got to get clear. Okay, that's Lavant. That's what we call the wide line.
The great circle route.
The panoramic, the Scenic Tour.
Of course, this event all being live streamed, and I've had friends from Auckland, New Zealand already on the blower, saying that they're watching it and enjoying it every second of it. Looks cold, they said.
Nonsense, it's baking hot.
Ollie Bryant has gone to 4th in the Camaro, so But there we were, thinking he was going to have to do a bit of a charge later on, and but he's done it now. He's stuck it up in fourth already.
27th to 4th in one lap. That's a good effort, isn't it? Tiffany Dell's been banging some quick times in the Rover. Number 9, 6th quickest, best first sector of all. Blundell now in the.
I think it is
Blundell in the. Look at him coming up the inside of Mike Wiles in the Mazda, coming up towards Madgwick corner.
He's probably got a disadvantage in that you wouldn't, as the other drivers probably aren't expecting the RS2000 to be one of the quickest cars that's appearing in their mirrors.
It's on the old East African Safari ride height as well. It's quite a high set car that. It's being hustled along well, isn't it, by Mark Blundell. He's now going to eat an Alpha. Alpilato car. That's
and the BMW's just gone third. Don't know whether it's Darren Turner or Nick Padmore in the car.
Padmore in it now.
It is Padmore in it now. There you go. Well, maybe Darren Turner can learn a thing or two from Nick around here. So that actually puts the quickest of the Rovers down to 4th.
Well, that's a massive surprise. The track got dry. We thought it would come to be their day. It may yet. We've still got 7.5 minutes remaining.
It's that intermediate section now, isn't it, where a lot of the surface water has gone, and we've got to that point now where it's getting greasy. That's the problem.
And Rob Huff has gone 5th in the Capri that he shares with Mines, and he's on another quick one. So I think we're going to see the order change quite a lot in the last 7 minutes of this session.
Yeah, Huff looking very good indeed through St Mary's, but that RS2000, number 10, Mark Blundell, Kerry Michael, second fastest. Got to find a whole second, really, to take pole position, 0.919 of a second down. Huge spread of times, but the track is getting drier. Where is the traffic? A little bit in front of Michael Blundell escort through the chicane. The indicator's on, but I think that's just circumstantial, not coming into the pits.
Of course, in the early days of the members' meeting, there used to be a sort of a lane up the right-hand side by the pits where the novices had to stay. They couldn't cross the line.
And the Jordan Whittaker Capri's now gone second.
Yeah.
They come from nowhere, but this is indicative of this drying track and perhaps the better of the pairing of the drivers in the car, but it is still about making your space on the circuit. The Bastos Capri looking great, number 17. Mines and Huff, it was quick around the back of the track. In fact, set the fastest first section time at all. Ball goes from 8th to 2nd place. Now the gap between first and second, under half a second, 0.496 of a second. So Mines and Huff absolutely flying.
And we've got 7 cars now in the 42s.
And Ollie Bryant now up to 2nd. So we have a Mini and a Camaro as the first and second cars. So you can get much more of a contrast for the front row there.
Are we going to see someone in a long 40, do you think, before the end of this session, Kev?
Yes, I think you could. Yeah, I think you could be right there, Mark. We've still got 5 minutes to go, and the chunks they're finding at the moment.
Well, fantastic replay of the Bastos Capri going right out to the edge, but luckily staying on the correct side.
I don't think it was luck, Bruce. It was skill. Huffy knows what he's doing.
I know that. It makes it sound more exciting if I suggest he was on the ragged edge and had no control. One car that really has fallen down the order is the Warden Shed, a number 6 Rover. Minute 63 Mini going well, but it's got stuck in traffic, and that's really going to hamper it. There it is in the middle of the grouping, beautifully picked up.
That's Matt Neal behind in the Bastos Camaro as well.
It's a quick set of cars, but they're all being interrupted. Oh, up on the inside, on the dirty stuff, the wet stuff down by the white line, made it stick.
That's not going to go around the corner, is it?
Understeered it off. And so did the Capri. Capri followed him.
And
Matt Neal was the only one who didn't go off.
He's going to bludgeon his way up the inside, isn't he, to get past the Capri.
41.7 for Mark Blundell, so he's put the Ford onto pole now. But we've got Andrew Jordan coming across the line. What does he do? That's a slow lap from him.
You know, I honestly have a feeling, Marcus and Kevin, there's a car that's possibly at the tail end of the top 10 that could yet take pole position. So the times are changing very, very quickly. Where's the traffic going to go? Who's going to get the best lap in? But the clock is ticking down. 4.5 minutes remain.
Young Brandt's pushing hard. That's his best yet, a 42.096. But 41.7 leads the way by 0.3 of a second. Mark Blundell in the little Ford RS2000. Great drive from Mark Blundell. Remember seeing him do those 40-odd races in a Formula Ford season with the old Flea Tray Racing cars back in the day. Look at him though, Rover on the grass there. That was definitely not going to go around the corner, and Capri in sympathy follows him off through the green sward.
Yeah, that was a tiny bit of driving from all concerned in that little tussle. It was almost like a race incident, but this is practice, don't forget. But qualified positions are very important indeed. And just to run down, it's the number 10 Escort on the top, the number 60 Mini in second place.
And Camaro around the back.
21 third.
Camaro around the back can't live with the Rover, but this is its chance on the long Lavant straight.
Looks like he's backed off, Mark.
I think he
trying to
has.
get himself some space, perhaps. Although I think if I were him, I'd want to hang on to Gordon if I could, unless he feels he's being held up.
Yeah, he's got one more go at this realistically.
Yes, it's really a case of looking to see who is working the track to get a clear lap. Looking out of my windows, trying to see who's putting it off, who's setting quick times. Just see the purple sector time, the Ward Shed, number 6 Rover. If that one can get itself clear, it's down in 8th place at the moment. That has the potential to take pole, but he has to find more than a second. But that is possible. Look at the gaggles of cars. There's the BMW, was second, has slid down to 9th place in the blink of an eye. Then come the big Camaros. Who's going to take pole? At the moment it's Blundell and Michael, 1 minute 41.7 seconds flat. Let's see if they'll still be there in 2.5 minutes time.
Well, it really is boiling down to the sharp end of this session now. Absolutely fantastic, everything to play for. Multi-mark racing at its best, battling through. It's one of the Dolly Sprints, all-speed car, number 16 there, chasing the little Golf GTI. Mark 1 GTI, of course, is about a quarter of the size of a current Golf.
He was on the grass most of the run down towards the chicane there, but he didn't get it back on track in time to actually get into the chicane. Blundell's just set another personal best in the first sector, so the Escort looking pretty good for pole at the moment.
0.3 of a second clear at the moment of the Swift Jordan Mini. Will the number 6 Rover get in among the thick end of the battle? It's only in 8th place at the moment. How are its times around this lap? Looking good in the first sector. Not as good as they have been though, but it's about having the clear track ahead of him. But what's he got? Only 4 cars are in front of him. Now that Sanyo Rover has not been quick. It's bottling up the cars behind. I don't think it's affected the Rover too much, as long as he can get the power down and jink around the Mazda on the start-finish straight. Will that move them up the order? I think this could have slightly hampered them. 1.2 seconds down. Have they closed the gap?
No, but Mike Jordan's gone second in that Capri that he shares with Mike Whittaker, and Ollie Bryant now goes second. So there's 0.168 of a second cover in the top 3.
For the Turkington Clark Mayfair Dolomites offered a tricky place, and yellow flags waving. That's after St Mary's, before Lavant.
Of course, he had that little moment spinning out of just in the background of the image not so long ago. But the Dolomite parked on the outside of the circuit. Number 10 Escort RS 2000 still fastest. 0.143 of a second is all he has as his margin. Look, sticking the tail out. That won't be the quickest way. Spectacular and fun, but still top of the timetables. And we've got just under 20 seconds to go until the checkered flag is out. So it's the 10 Escort, the 21 Camaro might yet top it this time round. And the number 8 Capri, they're the top 3 as we speak.
Bruce, are they having to back off the yellow flags at St Mary's, or that kill any quick times, do you think?
I can't quite tell, actually, just out of my sight. There's the checkered flag out.
So it's probably at one of the least difficult places in terms of time-sapping ability. And here comes Mark Blundell, currently on pole.
In a much slower lap last time around. He's been flamboyant. Well, he's 0.143 of a second to the good at the moment, but where's that 21 Camaro? Still around the back of the circuit, cars coming in great angles. There's the number 11 Camaro, 2 wheels on the dirt. No, 4 wheels on the dirt. That's the Graham and Garrett Camaro. That'll end up, 11th at best.
Yeah, absolutely. Check flag is now out. Just trying to see if there's anyone on. Tiffany Dale is on a quick lap.
It's the people at the bottom end of the top 10 who seem to be stringing together quick laps at the moment in their first sector, but they've still got time until they take the checkered flag. But it's still the number 10 Escort at the moment. The Belga Capri, number 1, that's racing and chasing Roberto Ravaglia and James Vickers, but it's not at the sharp end of the field, I'm afraid.
No, 22nd at the moment.
Realistically, that yellow flag would have scuppered chances for most, wasn't it? Right on that last lap, but still 1 or 2 quick cars to come in. Rough sounding Rover.
Well, actually, just the Ward Shedden Rover, it might be my eyes deceiving me. I thought it was smoking slightly as it came to St Mary's. That won't be good. It's down towards the tail of the top 10, but it looks though the Blundell Michael car has ended at the top of the time charts. I think that yellow flag out at Lavant has scuppered everybody's final flurry, but what a session. The order changed time and time and time again. Cars looked great, sounded wonderful, and we were treated to some really quality sideways motoring.
Great mix of different machinery at the front in the end as well, Bruce.
Yeah, and if you're standing out around the circuit, different sounds too. That's what I always love.
Such a mixture. We've got V8s, we've got straight sixes, we've got V6s, all manner of configurations of 4. And there is the order then. Mark Blundell and Kerry Michael with the RS2000 number 10 on pole, 141.7. Second, the Bryant's Chevrolet Camaro number 21, just 0.143 behind. Third, number 8, the Jordan Whittaker Ford Capri, the Autocar Capri. Fourth, number 60, Swift and Jordan with the Mini 1275 GT. Fifth, number 17, Mines and Huff with their Ford Capri. And sixth, number 9, Liddell and Mallet with Peter Mallet's Rover, the Daily Express car. Seventh is number 14, and that's David Clark and Matt Neal with the Bastos Chevrolet Camaro. Eighth, number 6, the Ward Shedden Rover. Ninth, number 25, Turner Padmore BMW. 10th, number 44, the Morris Shepherd VW Golf GTI, batting well above its weight. 11th, number 4, the Manasseh and Clayson Alfa Romeo. 12th, number 11, Graham and Garrett with the Fabergé Camaro. We haven't seen the best of that yet. 13th, number 12, Greenswall and Brindle with the Triplex Rover. 14th, 27, Brabham and Lucky Christoforou with their RS2000. 15th, number 77, the Prio Watts Ford Capri, the Frank and Jeans car. 16th, Soper and Wood with their Triumph Dolomite Sprint number 16. 17th, 63, Rob Gravitt and Metcalf with their John Mowat Mini. And 18th, number 7, Berger and De Boerman with the Belga Capri. 19th, number 1, Revalia and Vickers with another Belga Capri. 20th, 23 is the Gitan Capri of Wood and Morgan. 21 is 21st, 74, Harvey and Bruce with the Marlborough Rover. 22nd, number 5, Piro and Fowler with the Esso Capri. 23rd, number 15, Scarborough and Ratcliffe with the Track Marshal Capri, number 15. Then 24th, number 2, Wilds and Cowley with the Pentax Mazda. In 25th place, 19, Reed and Morley with the Triplex Dolomite Sprint. 26th, number 18, the Rover of Christensen and Hall. 27th, 56, Alexander and Wilmot with the Vauxhall Magnum DTV car. 28th, 34, Turkington Clark with the Mayfair Dolomite Sprint was off the track at the end of the session. 29th, number 3, Mass and Jarvis with the Sanyo Rover. And 30th, number 33, Clark and Jackson with the Hermitite Triumph Dolomite Sprint. And let's go down to Henry Hope Frost for the first time today in the pits with Tom Christensen.
Thank you, Marcus. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Pit Lane at the 75th members meeting with a bit of a star of Goodwood. TK, problems with the Rover this morning already?
No, it looks good. The car looks good, and the first meters I drove it, it's great. British touring car and from a great era, so it's lovely to drive the first meter. But unfortunately, on the third lap, the gear linkage starts to have problem, and it's broken off. So impossible to do anything on track. So we had to pull it out. And sorry for Stuart Hall, my teammate, because he didn't get any laps, and at least I got 3 or 4.
Let's hope you can fix it, eh?
Yeah, I'm sure. Martin Thomas and his guys will try to fix it. It's lovely people. I met them yesterday, and they were doing my seat, and it was freezingly cold. And so now they have a little bit more to do. So maybe they're not the biggest fan of me. Let's see.
I look forward to seeing you charge from 26 on the grid. TK, thank you.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Can I just put out an urgent message, please? There is a dark green car, I can't be more specific unfortunately, parked about 14 rows back in car park B with windows open and alarm going off, perhaps unsurprisingly.
How are you?
So if you have a dark green car, please
do.
Go back.
I think they're just about to spring to me and ask me to do some
Go back to the car park to remove it.
Good. Yeah. Yeah. I think any second. I'll be more social in a minute. Put that on. Okay. One of the highlights since the reintroduction of the members' meeting has been the Group 1 touring cars that were so magnificent in the 70s into the early 80s. And from the outset on a greasy track, it was more like a race than a practice session. You can see the spray being kicked up. Nick Swift setting the early pace in that little Mini. And then right behind it was the smaller cars like the VW Golf, Jim Morris's car, right up at the front end. But as the track dried out, we were waiting for the grip to come for the big chargers. The Dolomite Sprint lacked grip going out of St Mary's, kissed the tyre wall and was able to continue without any damage at all. Sadly pulled up towards the end of the session, but it got very busy out on the circuit between the Capris and the Rovers, looking for track and looking for traction. And as you can see, the Capri really getting its tail out. But how about this from a slide? The master of sideways, Chris Ward, out onto the curb to very kindly kick a bit of that rainwater from overnight off it to give a bit more grip to the drivers later in the session. But riding on board, this is through Lavant. What a great bit of circuit, trying to find the grip on the outside, right to the edge, kissing the grass. That's the Rickwood and Morgan car. And another beautiful, beautiful slide. This was the beauty of these cars back in period. And still, we thought the Mini would fall down the order. It did eventually fall, but only from the very front end. Andrew Jordan put it onto pole position as the times went faster and faster, but gradually it was the grunt of the more powerful cars, the Rover, the Capris, and in the background the Camaros that were putting the power down. Not always on the circuit, as you can observe. That was the number 6 Rover, Gordon Shedden at the wheel now. But Kerry Michael handed over to former Formula 1 racer Mark Blundell and the Escort RS2000. Very happy to go sideways, and it worked. Pole position for the Escort, and behind it was very, very close indeed. And now let's hear a quick word from our commercial partners, and the action will be back on the track very soon indeed.
Absolutely breathless, completely amazing.
No, they're really doing good stuff. We've got a cottage. We do Airbnb. So as you can see, as you look down into the paddock, it's the next car's out. Very different indeed from the touring cars. It's the Westlake Cup for A-Series engine sports cars. And look at the diversity out onto a still slightly greasy circuit. A lot less power to play with, 1,000 cc's, but fun. And look at the body shapes. This was an idea. You could take the Sprite chassis and rebody it and see if you could come up with something better. A little turner down there, and just the shaping up for the action, but out onto circuit, very small, has to be driven with great precision. Green flags being waved, that means the track is clear. But very much a change of pace here at Goodwood for this 75th members meeting. Still quite a grey day though, Marcus.
This is very reminiscent of the kind of races that populated the members' meetings for many, many years. It wasn't until sort of the late 50s that single-seaters came along. It was all sports cars and a few saloons as well. And these little small capacity sports cars would have in the period largely been driven to the circuit. There's an oval there, 66 ovals made back in period. That's a later midget with a modified nose on it. You'll see lots of modified bodies on sprites and midgets in this group. Joined by Doug Knight, Goodwood historian. Welcome, Doug. Always good to see you here. And look at these little cars going out. We've got Speedwell sprites, we've got Jacobs midgets, we've got Sebring sprites, Ashley and Lenham derivatives as well. With plenty of Woosums as well, the Wilson Spratt motorsport cars made by Douglas Wilson Spratt at Delta Garages in Leighton Buzzard back in the period. Number 12 there is the Lenham Sprite, a company started by Julian Booty down in Harrietshire in Kent, to merge with Roger Hurst's organisation to make hard tops and special bonnets, etc. for these cars. Williams and Pritchard, the famed tin bashers, artisan creators of car bodies, made some of the noses on these as well.
Richard Warmer really getting on it straight away, isn't he?
I remember seeing Richard Warmer and that HWM Cadillac, wasn't it? It was mighty here last year. How Richard Warmer, who's about 9'3", folds himself into one of these little cars, I do not know. You'll see his father out as well, Paul Warmer, out in this.
He might be straight in a minute. He's more familiar with this car, though, isn't he, than the HWM that he drove.
Do you squint and think it looks like a little Ferrari? I sometimes do. The Curie-Francorchamps colours.
It's a lovely little shape, isn't it?
Richard
fabulous.
Warmer will certainly be going very quickly. He's coming up behind, that's the ex-John Milne Jacobs midget of James Willis. John Milne, who had this car originally, James Willis's stepfather.
It's just constant correction, soaring at the wheel, finding where the grip is. I imagine he's going to be quickest by quite some margin at this stage. Although Darren Turner will be out in this session as well.
In his Turner.
And he should have a bit more knowledge than the others about the track conditions, having just been out in the BMW.
And this Westlake Cup, named for Harry Westlake, who designed the cylinder head on the BMC A-Series engines, which power all of the cars in this group. We had all Fords in the Formula 3 session, all BMC A-Series. The anti-roll bar under the front suspension of that number 38. Oh, it's autocrossing.
There's no working up to the limit with this run, is there? It's just absolutely flat out straight away. Fantastic to watch.
There's not a lot of worries about getting tyres warm. Little narrow treaded tyres, treaded Dunlops, cutting their way through the dampness and the mizzle out there. Just great to see. Almost so quick out of the blocks.
But for all that, he's only fastest by just under 0.3 of a second from Sean Rainford in the number 17. the little Lenham, I think, looks fantastic in its pale sort of primrose yellow livery on the circuit.
Well, it's probably fair to say, Bruce, that although it is very entertaining, you could probably wind it back a little bit and go quicker.
I think you just might be right. Why have one bite of the corner when you can have it bite you? Oh, so sideways through St Mary's and then down into the dip he goes, out towards the edge of the circuit. He's just toying with us, isn't he, I feel?
He's doing 2 or 3 times as many corners as anyone else, I think.
Yes, the 36 corner lap of the circuit.
Yeah, 17 is second quickest at the moment. That is Sean Rainford in his Lenham GT, Classic Cars of Kent. And then in third, 76, is Tom Grindle with a Williams and Pritchard bodied MG. There's Richard Warmer though.
Now, if he's just a bit neater through the end of the lap this time, he should always bit of traffic. Will he get there too soon? Oh, held up massively in the chicane, so that's ruined the final sector of the lap.
Yeah, 9 ahead of him with an MGT of David Stubbings. Interesting that there was no section 2 for lead car. He's gone quicker, a 52.856.
Yeah, I think we lost some of the sector times at the end of the touring car session.
Here he comes then. I think perhaps something's got deranged one of the pickups in the timing loop. Lots of quick reactions going on there because he's a young lad.
Yeah, he's very much sort of throwing it in and dealing with it when it happens, isn't he?
Yes, yeah. It's the Keke Rosberg style. Yeah. Lots of great car control, but my goodness, he needs it. Old number 11 on the side of the circuit there, which is one of the WSM Wilson Spratt Motorsport cars, and that is Tony Wilson Spratt, son of the late founder of the Wutham Mark.
Well, he's off to visit the hay bales that are surrounding the earthworks out towards St Mary's. He pulled off just before the first part of St Mary's and is now safely on the inside of the circuit. Really see what happened. Number 12 going around. We look at number 11, the Lenham Sprite of James Coleman. Nice little stubby-tailed car there, the Lenham Sprite.
Yeah, he'd been going well as well because he's 6th at the moment. So I think there might be some potential there for him to improve if he just keeps it on the road.
James Coleman, very rapid young driver, and unfortunately his session looks like it's finished. There's 12. Oh, it's back on again. He's come back on. Whatever. It's all looking good. So maybe he's just finding the limits in true Villeneuve style. Spin it every corner and then wind it back just a little.
Not sure whether you want to apply that approach to Goodwood though.
No. It's quite a large frontal area for a sprint, isn't it? With his body style.
Plenty of space for the air to go, as we said. But I do like the cam tail on them. I think it looks, I've always liked a bit of a cam tail. But
that really does look like a baby GT, that does, doesn't it?
Would that be for Sydney cam? Probably would, Bruce.
I bow to your knowledge,
He was the aerodynamicist to develop that.
Quite so.
Warmer's now done a 1:51.8, so he's 1.9 seconds clear of the field now. So yes, he's
chiseling away.
Yes,
very pretty little sprite there with the yellow nose just put out of sight.
Interestingly, that had the windscreen wipers going on it. Nobody else has around the back. Certainly no precipitation on the windows. The commentary box at St Mary's.
Matching little Sebring sprites here. 42 is the Ashley GT version of the MG. That's Larry Tucker, who races with the Historic Sports Car Club as well. Historic Sports Car Club, which celebrated its 50th anniversary last year.
James Dean has just gone to 2nd.
Oh, quick spin from number 22. That's the Charles Clegg-driven gunmetal liveried Sebring Sprite.
No harm done.
Any gear? Yes, we have
there
a gear.
We go. So Dean's gone 2nd to get the gap down to Warmer to 1.3 seconds. But it looks like Warmer's on another quick run himself. He's got a bit of traffic as they come down. He's come through Woodcote, comes to the chicane. Is he going to get held up? Oh, I think he may be. Oh, he's gone around the outside. He might get away with that. He's gone around the outside coming into the chicane.
Yeah, around the ogle.
Yes.
One and only.
Just the body language of that car, Bruce. He just looks really on it the whole time. Let's see what he does this time through.
Well, Charles Setrington, Lord March's son, waving to the crowd inadvertently. That's the roof of his car flapping back. Air brake on one side.
Good for an oval.
18th place at the moment, the number 86. So there's Lord March's son, Charles Setrington, out on a circuit that he's getting to know increasingly well. And certainly finding the traffic up ahead quite interesting, but you've got to work out how to pass it down the inside. Not just there, that's a good idea. Back off. So fastest time still with Richard Walmer. He's been setting the pace from the very outset in the number 38 Healing.
I'm intrigued to know whether, Bruce, whether young Charlie Setrington has to wear a house badge from each of his family.
It could lead to ructions, couldn't it, if he doesn't? So I think that's a very good point. Going well though, isn't he?
He is.
He's up to 15th, he was 18th, he's up to 15th. Now he's got clear track, so I dare say if you take a chunk or two more time out, he's just 7 seconds down on the ultimate pace, but that is 2 seconds clear of anybody else. Richard Walmer going ever faster, 1 minute 50.99.
Anthony Reid has recruited him for method. I see that's cheeky.
Yes, well, that's where Anthony is. He knows what's going on.
Smoky number 7 here, which is Will Corrie Jr. from Northern Ireland. Was that his father who developed the Corrie Cultra?
I remember the Corrie Cultra. Yes.
So you're just looking at those times, the gap from second to fifth is only 9/10. So if you took Richard Woolmer out of it, it'd be quite a tight session. But he's so impressive in this car. He's coming into, he's got clear road again. Sideways as he approaches the chicane. For half the straight between Woodcote and the chicane, he was sideways. Comes into it now. His first sector was the best of all once again. So he's done a 150.9. So he's really just qualifying against himself at the moment. Can he go any quicker?
Couple of laps still in it.
49.6 now, so he's 3.5 seconds clear of the field.
Good grief.
Bruce, this reminds me a little bit of Grant Williams in the 99 revival with the Jaguar in the saloon car race.
Sideways, and quick.
That was just unbelievable. I mean, unfortunately, that didn't end very well, did it? But that's one of the most remarkable weather. I think he started 16th and was second behind Jerry Marshall at the end of the first lap, if I remember correctly.
It certainly was phenomenal. It didn't matter where he was. I was very happy to watch him drive all day.
Has anyone seen the Rochdale? Where is it?
I saw it early in the session.
63, 12th overall. Roland Lewis, local man, with the Rochdale Olympic. Car that I went to Silverstone in the mid-1960s with my brother, strapped side by side into the bucket seat. We were quite small then.
I was going to say you were
tight. Crikey.
Marcus, the fact you had seatbelts back then was quite impressive. Early adopters.
It was just one of those sort of Webasto kind of straps. It was a blue fiberglass bucket seat with no covering, as I recall. Like sort of patio chair.
Was the strap across your two mouths to keep quiet in the back?
No, in the front.
In the front?
Yeah, no rear seats.
I thought that you were on the sort of, not the shelf, the little space behind, but in fact it is very short, isn't it? So who's moving and shaking? Second place, 76 now, occupying that. That's Thomas Grindle. We talked about him earlier in the Williamson Pritchard entry.
Yeah, and up into third has come Jim Dean, the gardener from Newbury. In fact, he's been bumped to fourth. Young Colburn's up into second. But Jim Dean, who won the HSCC 70s Road Sports Championship a couple of years back in a Lotus Europa, has come charging through in Stephen Skipworth's car. Stephen Skipworth's Sebring Sprite.
Well, 76, Primrose Yellow, be looking at number
spin.
18 going for a spin. That's unfortunately Ian Hewlett. Another of the Lenham... No, sorry, it's 16, I beg his pardon. That's Brian Small, dark green Ashley GT. Getting to feel what the grip level's like on the grass. Not good, we know. That lap from Coburn to go second, under 2 seconds down on Richard Woolmer's pace. So Woolmer at one point, if I remember, Kevin, was 3 and a bit seconds.
3.48, I think he was, something like that. That's Tom Grindle.
Third fastest at the moment, 2.1 seconds off the ultimate pace. And there is the Rochdale Olympic.
It is.
Being followed in by 76, which is Tom Grindle, third fastest through the chicane, but the clock is ticking down. Just over a minute until the checkered flag will be waved. But bad news for all riders. Richard Woolmer has clear track through St Mary's. That's in number 38.
And he's section. Yeah, I think perhaps he's decided that a gap of 1.5 seconds isn't quite enough.
Frankly
14
insulting.
off at the side of the track there, and that is John McDonald. Ashley Works GT car. 21 spun off as well. Mike Haig. Smoky Sebring Sprite. That's one of the Clegg cars, isn't it? Here comes Woolmer.
Yeah, I think he's got himself. So he's been very good at getting himself clear road in this session, I must admit.
He might just sneak in another lap.
Oh, it's going to be tight.
It's going to be tight.
Or alternatively, he could throw it off.
He might do both the way he's been going in this session. It's nice and sideways out the chicane again.
He's done it. He must be past the flag.
3, 2.
Look at your watch.
Yeah, I think he got through before the flag.
He did.
And he went quicker, 1:49.278. So he's now back to 1.9 seconds ahead, and he could yet go faster if he feels the desire.
There's a little bit of traffic up ahead. He gets around the inside of one of the Lenham Sprites as he goes through the first corner, through the first part of Badgwick, and he might dispatch the next car ahead of him by the time they get down to Fordwater. Looking at the closing speed, he's going to just about go up the inside. Very nicely driven by Christopher Clegg in the silver Sebring Sprite. Keeps out of the way. Number 38. He's been on the pace from the very, very start of the first lap of practice. Been so entertaining and so super quick. 1.9 seconds clear of the Oppo at the moment, and still entertaining us through the first part of St Mary's. Now he gets the real meat of the corner, the left-hander down into the dip he goes, but he makes the track look wholly dry. A lot of the other drivers have made it look that little bit greasy.
Yeah, they've got their dampers, and anti-roll bar set up really well on that. They must know it inside out.
Steering left for most of the van there, I think. Yeah, pretty much all the way. I'm not sure whether he really turned right at all.
He kept the right front wheel really nicely tucked in though, very well controlled on the right foot. Like the traction control when it's operated by the pedal.
Just looking to see if there are going to be any challenges. He's 1.892 seconds clear. Tom Grindle in second place has finished. The checkered flag fell on him, whereas Woolmer just nipped past to go on this final flying lap. I can't see a challenger.
First sector, the only ones that are showing currently on the screen, was not as good because, of course, he had a couple of cars ahead of him up through Madgwick.
Haven't really talked very much about Darren Turner, 6th fastest at the moment. He's completed his session.
5th fastest now.
Sorry, 5th fastest, yes. So he knew the track. Was there an improvement on that lap? No, there wasn't. But he was still he was less than a 10th down on his ultimate lap. So very, very impressive indeed from Richard Woolmer. Pole in number 38. There is Darren Turner. Hops out of one session at BMW 530i, and then he pops into the little Turner and finds a bit more handling, but where's the horsepower? But still good enough for 5th place overall for the Works Aston Martin race.
Brother said he turned up yesterday, Darren Turner, in the Works van at the hotel. Not anything flash. Loves his racing, Darren Turner.
I saw down to earth, isn't he?
Oh, he was chatting away with everyone in the paddock as I walked through this morning. Proper racer.
Absolutely.
I remember the wonderful time when he was in the running for the Daniel Porter Sport, McLaren Sport BRDC Young Driver competition. He said he was working on Blackbush Market at weekends, so he'd sell his grandmother if it meant he could get to Formula One.
I was sitting right behind him when the announcement came through that he'd won it. He was like a Hawker Harrier jump jet when the news came. Boff out of his seat with the Redgrave family really, all around him.
There's the Westlake Cup order then. First, number 38, Richard Woolmer with the Sebring Sprite. Second, number 76, Tom Grindle, Williams and Pritchard, MG Midget. In third place, number 12, James Colburn with the Lenham Sprite GT. Fourth, number 72, Jim Dean with the Austin Healey Sebring Sprite. Fifth, number 5, Darren Turner in the Turner. Sixth, number 16, Brian Small in the Ashley GT. Seventh, number 75, Darryl Davis in a Sebring Sprite. Eighth, number 17, Sean Rainford with the Lenham GT. Ninth, number 10, Charles Rainford with the Lenham Le Mans Sprite. 10th, number 6, David Wiley with the Austin Healey Speedwell Sprite. 11th, number 31, Ian Burford with a Sebring Sprite. Lumber Tubs, that's an area of Northampton. 12th is number 33, Gordon Elwell with his Sebring Sprite. 13th, number 7, Will Corrie with his Sebring Sprite. 14th, Charlie Setrington with the number 86, Jacobs Midget. 15th, number 63, Roland Lewis with the Rochdale Olympic. 16th, 14, John McDonald with the Ashley Works GT. 17th, number 21, Mike Haig, Lenham GT. 18th, number 29, Nick James with the Ogle SX 1000. 19th, number 22, Charles Clegg with Austin Healey Sebring Sprite. 20th, 18, Ian Hewlett with the Wilson Spratt Motorsport Sprite Sprint. 21st, number 15, Paul Woolmer with the Turner Mark II. 22nd is 42, Larry Tucker with the MG Ashley GT. 23rd, 55, Asher Smith Robson with the Austin Healey Sebring Sprite. And 24th, number 8, Günther Lehner, our German friend, with his Speedwell Sprite. 25th, number 28 is Clive Cox, Bosom Sprite. 26th is number 2, James Willis with the MG Midget Mock Jock Jacobs Coupe. 27 is number 3, that's Graham Robson. 28th, number 9, David Stubbings, Lenham. 29th, number 1, Chris Clegg with the Healy Sebring Sprite. And 30th, Tony Wilson Spratt didn't get much running in with Carnival 11, the Wilson Spratt Motorsport Sprint. Well, without further ado, let's go over to Bruce, who can talk us through the highlights of that Westlake Cup official practice session.
The Westlake Cup for A-Series engines, Spridgets and Midgets really in so many ways, but look at the different body shapes and look at the different driving styles. From the very first lap, it was Richard Woolmer, such a star in the number 38. Absolutely beautiful Austin Healey Sebring Sprite. Not afraid to drive it sideways, not afraid to use all the circuit that little bit more, making his own trench and luckily getting back on the tarmac on the start-finish straight. Others came and went, and that was Tom Grindle going for a spin, but he's going to end up pretty well in the session because he got going again in the Williams and Pritchard MG Midget. Number 12 also was really making progress. James Coburn worked his way up, avoided the spinning number 22. That was Charles Clegg going around. And Charlie Setrington, Lord March's son, having a very good run in the MG Jacobs Midget with the sort of non-standard flapping rear tonneau cover flapping in the breeze. But look at the different body shapes, jockeying for position. Number 75 carrying the colours of course, the 75th members meeting and going well, but nobody went as well as Richard Woolmer. At one point, 3.4 seconds clear of the opposition and sideways all the time, but he worked a really good clear lap and out came the checkered flag at the end, and nobody could hold a candle to Richard Woolmer. Down into Madwick he goes one more time, again looking for a clear stretch of track. This in fact was his final lap. There came the checkered flag. Couldn't quite improve. His previous lap was good for pole position. What job, very well done. And now let's move on to hear a quick few words from our commercial partners.
Absolutely breathless, completely amazing.
Well, we're back live, ladies and gentlemen, and we are preparing for the next of our sessions. And I can hear engines across to my right, and I'm hoping it's going to be the cars for the Brabham Trophy. Although lurking in the background, with loitering with intent, is Barry Nutley in his icon jacket, waiting for the bikes to come out for the Halewood Trophy later on. And here are then the Grand Prix cars of the 1950s, 2.5 litre era, and they'll be out for the Brabham Trophy, celebrating the great Sir Jack Brabham, who raced here in the early days of the revival, of course, as well as very successfully in the period. Jack Brabham, 3-time world champion, 1959, 1960 and 1966. The Brabham Trophy under the governorship of Robert Brooks. Qualifying session due to get away, and there is Matthias Zaleski, who was so quick last year in that Edwardian Delage monster, now with a wieldy Grand Prix car underneath him. 20 alongside is Chris Lunn. Chris Lunn is his car, the lovely Cooper that won the Monaco Grand Prix in the hands of Maurice Trintignant. Andrew Hibbert, you've seen him pole in the 1 litre Formula race. He's trying to rid off Ernst Lotus. Tim Bailey with the JBW Maserati, built by Brian Naylor and his mechanic. There is Sam Wilson in Sir John Chisholm's Lotus 18, ex-works car, Father Rob alongside. 28 there is Dithers, Tony Ditheridge from Hawker Restorations with his Cooper Climax T45. Then here we've got a very pretty lowline Cooper. That's Rainer Ott from Germany in car 61. 2 is Manuel Alisabe with his Cooper T51. The Hull Racing team. Richard Wilson with the Cooper Climax T51 is next up, and then number 6, another of the low-line Coopers. That's Rudiger Friedrichs, with Mick Mobley alongside, who was Tony Marsh's apprentice back in the 1950s. There's Sid Hool, little T41. Sue Hall, Smithers alongside. Little tiny car, competed in the Alton Park Gold Cup, that car back in the late 50s. Clive Wilson, ex-Jack Brabham, Cooper Climax T43, a car that won the Alton Park Gold Cup at one point. 4 there is Malcolm Cook with his early Cooper. Another Cooper for T41, that's Brian Mayle. T41s. Here's a Lotus over here. That looks like the car of Nick Taylor. So this is a change of driver from your programme. Nick Taylor driving this car. He's recently bought it from John Elliott. So a change of driver. 34 is the ex-Lance Revenantlow Cooper, and that is John Bussey. 69 is Andrea Guarino, the Italian lawyer. Andrew, as he likes to be known, with his David Coulthard look-alike helmet. He's fascinated by the history of Scotland. There's the strangely bodied, the Basking Shark, as they call it, the Cooper T45-51, are owned by Helmut Gassmann, Germany, driven by Mike Hibbard, father of Andrew. Then we've got a name that won't fit on the average Marlborough sticker, Thierry Delattre de Bosco, in his Cooper T45, new to historic single-seaters, though he's raced in Spa 6 hours many times in the cars in the past. And there's John Young with another, looks like the ex-Roy Salvadori car that Joe Twyman used to race and win in. John Young, you don't see him in single-seaters very often. In fact, I'm trying to remember if I've ever seen him in a single-seater before. Now, I didn't pick up is Andy Middlehurst.
I was just going to ask you the same thing.
Andy
I think he's
Middlehurst,
there.
who's dominated the Glover Trophy race at the Revival in recent years. They couldn't compete last year because of an engine issue with the Lotus 25. Now driving the ex-Jim Hall Lotus 18.
You can see his car number 10 just behind the man in the orange jacket.
That's a car that's owned by Charles McCabe, who was in Phillip Island this weekend racing one of his 2 ERAs. And so great action on either side of the world. And there it is, number 10 car. That is going to be quick.
Is he our favourite for pole, do you think, Marcus?
Well, he'll take something. Roger Wills alongside, the New Zealander, in car number 22. T51. It's been quick here, certainly the sharp end. Classic Team Lotus guys all looking after Andy Middlehurst, representing Tor Bolton. There's the there's 22. That's Roger Wills, former amateur golf champion, race car driver.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I announce the sun has come out at Fordwater and St Mary's. Be joining you soon.
Is that the yellow orb in the sky?
I believe it's on its way.
Perfect. That's the Cooper Maserati.
Obviously, this event called the Brabham Trophy because the man who scored a first World Championship and second World Championship with engines behind his shoulders, Jack Brabham, recently, greatly missed. But a man, as you pointed out, Marcus, not only great in period, but did race with some aplomb here in the early revivals.
It's interesting to see the JBW Maserati going out, a car that Fred Wilkinson nailed together for Brian Naylor. Looks like a sort of Hawker Hurricane with the wings shorn off it.
Well, they practiced by doing a sports car first, didn't they?
They did.
And then they moved on to single-seaters. But, it went the different route. It had the Maserati engine as well, just to give a slice of something else.
I think it was what was available.
Yes, entirely so.
So, the 2.5 litre era Grand Prix cars, rear-engine cars this year. There's the Basking Shark Cooper with that very strange wide nose on it. Pretty little cars with the Ursa gearbox developed from that in the Citroën Light 15, the traction avant gearbox put in the opposite end of the car and turned upside down. Yeah, Jack Knight was the man who reworked those. So just finding their feet. They've all been told to take it very, very easy on the first lap of every qualifying session. Just get the lie of the land, because you don't get on pole with a standing start lap.
Although Richard Walker had a good go at it in the last session.
You're absolutely right, Kevin.
We've got very much a Lotus versus Cooper face-off here, haven't we? So
absolutely.
The Lotus 18 probably arguably quicker really than the T51 and the T53, but broke more often the period.
Andy Middlehurst and Sam Wilson sort of in the vanguard of the Lotus drivers, and Andrew Hibbard as well. So they've got a very strong, although a smaller team. So 22 leading that group through. Sir Roger Wills. Chris Lunn's Rob Walker Cooper, the Trintignant Monaco car, a 2-litre rather than the full 2.5.
And is he driving that, or is Gareth Burnett driving it?
That's a very good point, because Chris Lunn's out certainly in his Lister.
Could be Gareth Burnett, but anyhow, Roger Wills is the driver leading the field around, of course. A Kiwi with a huge passion.
Yeah, it is Gareth Burnett driving that car. And speaking to Chris Lunn earlier in the week, he was saying, yeah, we'll see you over at Goodwood. So, but he's got 2 cars to race this weekend. He's also got a gorgeous 1930s Talbot, which he uses on sort of long-distance events.
Well, I suggest behind Roger Wills, who's setting the pace at the moment, we've got probably the first 6 cars are the 6 fastest cars. There's quite a gap back to the others, and looking at the others in that mix, you've got Sam Wilson in there, you've got one of the Hibbards, you've got Andrew Hibbard as well, you've got the quick guys in that grouping behind Roger Wills. Yeah, there they all are. In fact, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
beginning
6,
to
all
shape out, didn't it? They're kind of sussing each other out at the moment.
Yeah, there's Andrew Hibbard in second place, behind him number 20, so we've got Gareth Burnett, we've just clarified that, and number 1, Matthias Selecki, as you said, so impressive last year, totally different set of wheels, so Roger Wills at the front at the moment, but unless they trip each other up, they could get onto his tail, but Roger's always been quick at Goodwood.
Yeah, young Matthias sitting about 3 feet lower than he did in the Big Delage, which we'll see him out in later in the day, which is good.
It's a bit like racing those two. It's like coming to 2 different race meetings, isn't it?
It's just amazing. There is Roger Wills then, ahead of that group. He's quickest, a 1:40.777. That lays down the marker. I wonder to see the sector timings all back up again, so that's good. Yeah, it is Burnett in 20. Second quickest, Middlehurst third in the quickest of the Lotuses so far. Hibbard has gone quickest, so 79. That's Andrew Hibbard. Well, in fact, the Green Lotus, he's gone top,
and he's right on the tail now of Roger Wills. They come out of Fordwater, may even make a move. Yes, he does make a move before St Mary's. There it is, beautifully caught. So he can beautifully catch the corner. Yep, into the first part. There's very much a dry line on that part. You go to the outside, and you'll be on the grass because it's very still damp on the outside, but a pucker dry racing line around the circuit now. Andrew Hibbard in the dip, up over the top towards Lavin.
Does a lot of testing, Andrew Hibbard, a very, very capable young engineer, and so he tests a lot of the cars that he and his father and their team put together up in Slough. This is the car that's owned by Rudolf Ernst, who's based in Hamburg. Nine 9¾ minutes to go. Circuit certainly is greatly better than it was earlier in the day.
Yes, it's gone from being sort of greasy across the whole surface to that car width and a half with these tiny little 2.5 litre racers. So just a little bit of elbow space for them, but Andrew Hibbard moved his way past Roger Wills into the lead. His best lap up to this point, 1:40.777. That'll be shattered. 1:38 point something. Did he get again?
That's better.
No, 1:39. So he's taken a second off. Andy Middlehurst is now starting to challenge in the number 10 Lotus.
Less than a quarter of a second behind now, Andy Middlehurst in the white Lotus. So we've got the pale green Lotus and the white Lotus. The traditional one is that of Sam Wilson, who's down in 17th place now, car number 14. The ex-works car. Oh dear, number 6. That's Rudiger Friedrichs, pre-war Elvis racer and Jaguar C-type man as well. He's off.
Yes, that was quite a long moment. I think he's halfway from Fordwater.
Sorry, exit of Fordwater.
Exit of Fordwater. It's just as it starts rising up again before you settle, or hope you settle. Red flag before St Mary's.
So red flag out to retrieve that car. And you see what happens here.
Yes, to be that far down and to go onto the outside of the circuit, you almost had to come onto the inside. Because if you're going straight to the outside, you'd have hit the barrier, hit the tyre wall further up. So low speed impact eventually, but
it's damaged the suspension on the sort of back and left-hand side of the car, which you couldn't really make out from the side view we saw earlier. But he's out of the car and he's gone to the safety of the banking. But a red flag called then to just halt this session while that car is recovered.
Yeah, Rudiger's walking around on the banking. He's now put his helmet down, is sitting on it, just getting a breather. Would have knocked the air out of his lungs a little bit. Yeah. But
another Friedrichs, of course, who was due to be here is Wolfgang Friedrichs, but unfortunately we hear that he's headed home, not feeling terribly well, and so we're not going to be seeing the Aston Martin out in the Graham Hill race later in the day, resting that one, and we'll fight another day.
Realise it's early days, but the first round goes to Lotus, I would suggest. First, second and fourth at the red time.
Yeah,
the red
Sam
flag.
Wilson had come right up, hadn't he, Kevin, at the
Yes.
in that group?
As Bruce said, that sort of top half dozen that broke away, they were the quick guys, but the Lotuses generally seem to be a little bit quicker than the Coopers at that point.
well, good opportunity to take a close look at the cars. Car number 34 down in the pits there, John Bussey, Cooper Climax. Actually, it makes quite a change to have one in the livery that's not dark blue or very dark green, doesn't it?
I really like that. It's the scarab colour, isn't it?
Exactly. So just waiting for rescue vehicles to get to Rudy Friedrichs. Cooper on the outside of the circuit there is, yes, you say, very much like a David Coulthard helmet with a Saltire on top from 69. Andrew, as you call him, Andrew Garino.
Yeah, he likes to be called Andrew. It's really funny. I know him from the Historic Grand Prix Cars Association days, and he's a lovely fella, a lawyer who moved up from Historic Formula Junior. That's Nick Taylor, who's driving the car he's recently bought from John Elliott. So car number 8, not John Elliott, but Nick Taylor. And hopefully the caption's going to be changed on that shortly. First time out for Nick in this car. Hadn't driven it prior to today. Sat in it, but not driven it. That's Tom Denyer running the car for him. Looking at this, a little bit different from the gear change in his Chevron Formula 3 car.
Probably saying don't use it too much, it's delicate.
Yes.
It's funny that Andrew Garino, we like to pretend to be we're faster by giving ourselves Italian names. He's taken the opposite route.
He needs to get David Coulthard to sign that crash helmet.
Well, David's here this weekend.
Absolutely. Take that opportunity. There's the Hibbard car, 79. In fact, he's driving this, in fact, Stephen Bond's car, not the other one, which is also driven. He also drives Rudolf Ernst from time to time.
So as you can see, we still have 8.5 minutes on the clock. I can tell you that Rudy Friedrichs Cooper is still sitting trackside. Now a rescue vehicle is approaching. So time for the drivers to sort of reappraise if there are any slight glitches for them to talk to their pit crew about them, but really precious little time for them to do anything about anything down in the pits. But Gareth Burnett, he will be well placed. Where is he? Just looking on the screen. No, he's third fastest, yes, so he's 6/10 down on the ultimate pace. Certainly attainable to get to the very front end.
Absolutely. Going well is the Belgian, Thierry de Bosco in 13th place, car number 16. It's Hibbard, Middlehurst, Burnett, Wilson, Wills and Suletsky. And we've got Bailey, Elisabe, Young, Cook, another Bailey, Friedrichs, de Bosco, Houle, Hibbard, Ott, Wilson, Turner, Garino and Bussey, the top 20 at the moment.
I just noticed that Andy Middlehurst has actually set a new best of all through the first sector as the red flag came out. So I think he was gradually getting wound up. He's got a lot of experience around here, normally in Lotus 25, of course, but I expect him to be gunning for pole once we get the session back underway.
So just checking, John Elliott has been changed to Turner now. I think actually it's Nick Taylor in car number 8. Watch for that one, and we'll get that sorted as the session goes on. There's the very pretty green Maserati. 3.
Almost turquoisey colour, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not the green that it was in period. It's an approximation that is more Leighton House than how it was originally. That's Marshall Bailey driving that. Marshall is based in Dubai. There's a number of historic cars.
So you can just see the flatbed truck arriving, going around the outside of the Porsche Corse car and the Land Rover, which won't be towing it clear.
Yeah, Everyman's of Chichester, doing the usual very professional job out on track.
Quite grey clouds gathering over the pit lane. We did have that little burst of almost sunshine, certainly over my part of the circuit at the start of that session. But
Pretty brisk old wind, Bruce, this side of the track. I guess you're probably sheltered by trees from where you are.
Yes, it's blowing from behind my commentary box, but the windows are open on both sides, so it does come in as well. It's just to let the cabling in and out. But there is the flatbed truck. That's on the... You go out of forward water into that slight drop. Doesn't feel like a slight drop in a single-seater. It feels like quite a compression. And as we saw, poor Rudy Friedrichs lost it onto the grass on the inside and then spun into the tyre wall on the outside. And his Cooper will be picked up and taken away very soon indeed. The truck is in position. They're already getting the arm ready to raise that Cooper. And as soon as they can, they will remove that from the circuit. But glad to report Rudy Friedrichs up. I can't see him right now, but he got up onto the banking very quickly. And I think he's probably down observing how his car is being rescued at the moment. So plenty of activity around the infield of the circuit. If you want to take this occasion while the track is relatively empty to go and get some points for the house, all of you have a ticket with one of the 4 house names on it, and Anthony Reid for sure will be wanting you to do your bit.
I was going to say, Bruce, I was half expecting to see him in the back of the shot taking notes to see who he should sign up for the next round.
Yeah. So, and I'm sure down in the collection area, the drivers will be lining up for the next event. So I think it'll be a short while for this Cooper to be cleared up. So why don't we take this occasion, as everyone's wrapping up warm out of the wind, to have a word from our commercial partners.
Absolutely breathless, completely amazing.
Back live and up on the classic car parking section. There's beautiful machinery there. The car that was earlier on, we gave that public services message out in car park B, the green car, is registered WU55 CKG. WU55 CKG, that's the one that had the windows open and alarm going off. So just in case you didn't get that message earlier on because of the engine noise, etc. But the owners of that car, it's parked in car park B, about 14 rows back. Please move it. It's a dark green car, WU55 CKG is its registration number. Thank you very much. So we're live. The Cooper is back on the track, on the truck, and will be dispatched back to the paddock very shortly. As soon as that's back in, we'll get the remaining part of this Brabham Trophy session underway.
Strikes me, Marcus, that while we've got this break, that actually these two cars, the Coopers and the Lotus, is very key to the early years of John Surtees' four-wheel career. We sadly lost on 7 or 8 days ago now, and made his Formula One debut in Lotus 18s and drove the Young Credit Coopers in 1961.
Well, it was less than 2 months after he made his car racing debut here at Goodwood in that 19th members meeting that Colin Chapman popped him into a Lotus 18. He did the International Trophy, then went straight to Monaco for the Grand Prix. And in that year, when he went really, really well in the short series of Formula One races, he also won his last 2 World Motorcycle championships. So that really was multitasking.
And here, of course, in the Glover Trophy in 1961, when he was driving the Cooper, he actually beat Sterling Moss to win the race. Sterling was on pole in the Lotus 18, which, to say at the time, was probably a quick car, really. And Surtees managed to beat him away, and Sterling couldn't get past him. So one of the very early days in his four-wheel career, he was able to battle with the very best in the world.
He led the Portuguese Grand Prix at Porto, didn't he? And had a fuel leak onto the pedals in the Lotus 18, one of the works Lotus 18s, and his foot slipped off. And he clonked the barriers, and that was that. But so he could have won a World Championship Grand Prix about 5-6 months after his car racing debut.
Absolutely, yes. He had to wait quite a while after that because he then didn't have such good equipment again until he joined Ferrari for 1963.
That's right, because in '62 he drove the Bowmaker Lolas, didn't he? And then he drove. Then he drove some Coopers as well for Reg Parnell, who was a multiple winner here at Goodwood in the early days with Maseratis. So the car's being held now behind the yellow flag down in pit lane, and they'll be out just as soon as course clearance is given.
I think Andy Middlehurst looks pretty keen to
get on with it, I think is the term, yes.
8.5 minutes now to so he can't really spend too long winding up. He needs to get on with it.
He's a second generation racer. Dad Phil Middlehurst, a top saloon car racer in the 60s and A40s, and of course his lad, Andy's lad, Chris Middlehurst, good single-seater racer these days. That car being run, the ex-Jim Hall Lloyd Ruby car, being run by Classic Team Lotus on behalf of its owner Charles McCabe, who's racing in Australia this weekend. There's Andrea Guarino. 34 is the ex-Lance Reventlow of Scarab fame, Cooper. John Bussey from Harrogate. Poor old Cooper's been a bit battered. It's the opposite side that's worse. Took most of the impact. In fact, you see it's broken the front suspension. The wishbones are completely broken on that. But so the good news is that driver is A-OK and out of the car. That's a Type 53 low-line Cooper. Just dropped the body line quite dramatically.
It's quite a lot prettier, isn't it, than the earlier cars?
Yeah, it looks more purposeful, I guess. So, in company with a Porsche, there's the basking shark. That's Michael Hibbard. It's his lad who's currently on pole. He's on pole for the Derek Bell Cup Formula 3 race as well. A lot of running around here in recent times. There goes the basking shark then, followed by the T41 of ex-Alvis racer Brian Mayle.
So I notice Hibbard has rather more traffic to deal with than Middlehurst, so Middlehurst will be able to get on it pretty much straight away. Hibbard's going to have to work his way through.
Still got 8 minutes to go in this session, so they're going to get probably 4 flying laps in, something like that. They're working on the JBW Maserati in the background. In the pit lane there.
Don't worry, the Porsche's not entered. Track should be a little bit drier, a bit more time, a bit more wind has passed in the 10 minutes or so that we lost.
Porsche demonstrator with that 911 HUL number that's been on demo cars, the Porsche Cars Great Britain for donkey's years, hasn't it? Now the Tyres need perhaps a little bit of time to come in, and the brakes will pick up some temperature over the first couple of laps, and then we'll see Andy Middlehurst using that territorial advantage.
Absolutely perfect for him, because we've now had all the cars out the pit lane. He's still only coming
clear
down
also
straight
for Hibbard.
Yes, he's found some space quicker than I expected, I must admit. So I'm sure we'll see some quicker times now. 139.747 is the current benchmark. Hibbard's actually done an outright best in the middle sector already, so I'm sure we're going to see the lap times really tumble over the next 7 minutes.
Well, he's got that clear track. I know we keep talking about it, but there goes number 10, Andy Middlehurst, the Charles McCabe owned Lotus 18, and again in the first sector of the practice session we had the fastest 6 in the 6 front leading positions, but they were trying to work their way around each other, but now Andy Middlehurst has clear track ahead of him. So down to Fordwater he comes. You can see how those first 3, I know that Porsche was in the pit lane blocking a few others behind them from going on out, but they have clear track, which is what they absolutely want and need. Down to St Mary's, turning in very nicely, beautifully balanced, the Lotus 18 there. Through the first part, through the second part, head leaning into the corner. Roger Wills not so far behind in the Cooper, however. And behind them in 17 in third place is John Young. We talked about him being a stranger to single-seaters. Let's see how he can do. He was 9th fastest in the first part of this practice session before the red flag. But certainly, to my eye, looking very quick in the lead, Andy Middlehurst, and behind him, car number 22 with Roger Wills, but look out too for Sam Wilson in number 18.
Yeah, it's interesting, Bruce. In fact, the next 8 cars, Middlehurst just set the best middle sector of all, and now Wills has taken it away from him. But the next 8 cars behind Hibbard have all done personal best first sectors on the first flying lap of the second part of this session. So the track is improving. That drier line is beginning just to stretch out a little bit and widen, which gives the drivers a little bit more option. There was the Kiwi Silver Fern on the pit board of Roger Wills being hung out.
And they're into the 133, so they've gone way quicker straight away.
And I was going to say Wills was closing, he went
Hibbard's
top, and then
back on
Hibbard
top.
goes back to the top.
131 for...
What's Wilson going to do? Let's have a look. He's 6th at the moment. He goes third fastest.
Yeah.
Said he looked quick, and he's right in behind number 20 now. A bit caught behind Gareth Burnett. Very different shapes of cars. One looks so much smaller. The Lotus so tiny in comparison.
Burnett's car only a 2 litre, so up against the 2.5s. So at the moment, with not that much grip available, the 2 litre doing very well to in this company. Gareth Burnett, who has raced very successfully. He raced a Nissan Primera, I think, briefly in production saloons, but been out in historic Formula 3s and things over the years, historic Formula 2 cars as well. I had a great battle with him at Brands Hatch in 1600 Formula 3 cars in the late part of the 80s.
Well, you can certainly sense, Marcus, that Sam Wilson's getting a little bit frustrated stuck behind Gareth, but Gareth driving absolutely beautifully. Took a very wide line through St Mary's, but he felt that was the quicker one and managed to resist a look up the inside from Sam Wilson, that little Lotus 18 at number 18, very fittingly. What can be done down the straight towards Woodcote? Because, of course, as you point out, the Cooper only has a 2 litre lump at the rear.
You wouldn't have guessed from that, though, would you?
You certainly wouldn't.
There's a car parked, I think, on the exit of Lavern, somewhere down towards the King, way off the circuit, just parked up. And perhaps we'll pick it up next time they go through. But this enthralling tussle between Burnett and Wilson. Wilson now beginning to stretch that extra half litre of power as they go up towards Madgwick Corner. Interesting.
Well, it's worked for them. They're second and third now, Marcus. Wilson and Burnett, second and third. Still Hibbard top, and Middlehurst down to 5th.
And Burnett's in the slipstream here, isn't he? And that might gain him a few revs at the back there. The cars in the pits. Is that Middlehurst in the pits now? It is, being tended to. The Classic 2 Lotus guys have got the tail up on the white Lotus 18.
Well, Andrew Hibbard ducking out of the, well, it wasn't a slipstream there because it was through St Mary's, down the inside of Roger Wills. Roger looks like he's trying to fight back on the inside the first part of Lavant, second part of Lavant, I beg your pardon, doesn't manage to do it. So the little Lotus ahead of the Cooper. Hibbard in the 79, the bright light green Lotus is fastest, and Roger Wills down in 4th place at the moment.
Middlehurst had set the best middle sector of anybody. They're in there, they've got those engine cover sides down, and they're fiddling around with something. I think it's probably a misfire. There's all those spaghetti cables going down from the ignition down to probably where the coil's sitting on that car.
I think Hibbard's going to be under 131 probably this time through.
Yes, two best of anybody sectors.
Well, with just over 2 minutes until the checkered flag, you feel Andy Middlehurst will not be able to be fixed and get back out onto the circuit.
28.792 is Andrew Hibbert's best, and that puts him on pole by 3.5 seconds. Wilson, though, has cut it back to 1.8 with his personal best, a 130.635. Burnett is third, a 132.092, another improvement from him. John Young up into fourth place in car 17. Fifth now Roger Wills, sixth is 10 Andy Middlehurst, and then it's Alisabe, Siletsky, then it's Bailey, Cook, Wilson and Ott, the top 12. 1.5 minutes to go. There's Manuel Alisabe with his Cooper 251. So the car's absolutely perfect for this circuit. They've got plenty of suspension movement in them. They don't mind the bumps, they ride them well. Good driving position. So here we go. Oh, there's a big moment, and that is Burnett, isn't it?
Oh, he's had about three moments altogether, Marcus.
Yeah. Auto crossing Cooper Grand Prix car style.
His experience kicked in when he got onto the grass, and his eye, if I steer at all now, I'm going off.
Yes.
I'm going around.
Or just back out of the throttle and...
Well, actually, with just under a minute on the clock, this could give a chance for Sam Wilson to attack unfettered. Because, of course, he was in a tangle for many laps with Gareth Burnett. Now he's got rid of Burnett, but he's got a gaggle of cars up ahead. This will be his final flying lap. And Sam Wilson, second fastest at the moment, has to find 1.5 seconds. I think the traffic could count against him.
He's a previous winner here at Goodwood in 500cc and Formula Junior races from memory. And...
he has got a lot of traffic, hasn't he, Bruce?
Good engine builder too, Sam Wilson.
Yeah, here's the traffic that he feared all up ahead. Roger Wills among their number, and Roger down in 5th place.
Waving him past.
Yeah.
Good driving from Roger Wills there. Saw him coming and just thought, no, I'm done. There's the checkered flag then.
Oh dear. I think that's...
Andrew Garino in the middle of that.
Scuppered the lap there.
Brian Mayle too.
Be surprised if Sam Wilson could improve now. Let's have a look, see if there's anyone else on a quick lap. I think probably Hibbert's got another pole position.
Yeah, it's 1.5 seconds now. Wilson did improve last time round to a 130.3.
Yes, it's hard to see any improvements. Very good first sector on this lap, no doubt, for Sam Wilson in the number 18 Lotus, but traffic has certainly counted against him.
I think what will be interesting, though, ladies and gentlemen, is that the conditions for tomorrow's race are probably going to be quite different from today. So we're all back to square one again.
Well, also, hopefully, the Andy Middlehurst car will be put
restored to full health.
He's actually still 6th fastest, so he's not completely out of it if they can get the car fixed and ready for the race.
Exactly. His record is hugely impressive in the Glover Trophy. Made it his own for several years. Is it 5 years on the trot? I think it was. I'll check that for tomorrow.
Well, I think we say for as number 1, Matthias Selecki waves in delight. He's finished 7th fastest. Pretty much everybody has now finished their flying lap. So I think we can safely say that Andrew Hibbert, what a great day he's having, has the 79 Lotus Climax on pole position.
But otherwise, the Coopers had a better run there, didn't they? I suppose with Andy Middlehurst in the pits, he was always going to fall down the order. But quite a nice mix of the two at the front for the race.
Yes, I mean, unfortunate for Andy Middlehurst, but I'm sure it's going to be a story in the race as he works his way forward. So we'll wait to observe that with interest.
Brabham Trophy then. We're going to give you the top 10 on pole. 79 Andrew Hibbert, Lotus 18. Second, number 18 Sam Wilson, Lotus 18. Third, number 20, Gareth Burnett with the 2-litre Cooper T45. Fourth, 17, John Young, Cooper T45 51. Fifth, number 22, Roger Wills, Cooper T51. And sixth, number 10, Andy Middlehurst. Seventh is number 1, Matthias Selesky with his Cooper 45-51. Eighth is number 2, Manuel Alisabe, Cooper T51. Ninth, number 4, Malcolm Cook, Cooper T43. 10th, number 14, Richard Wilson, Cooper T51. 11th, number 3, Marshall Bailey. And 12th was Rainer Ott. That just dropped to 13th on our screens here. Rainer Ott, 61. 14th is Michael Hibbard. 15th is Anthony Ditheridge, 16th John Bussey, 17th Thierry Lecce de Bosco, and 18th Nick Taylor. So with that, let's have a quick look through, review of the highlights with Bruce Jones.
So the Brabham Trophy practice session for the 2.5 litre Formula 1 cars. It was a battle between the Lotuses and the Coopers, and right from the outset the fastest 6 tended to be the first 6 in the running order. Roger Wills setting the pace early on in the Cooper Climax T51 ex-Bruce McLaren car. But look how thick the battling was behind as people were jockeying for position. But the good news at this point was the track was drying out. Manuel Elithabi enjoying himself in the number 2 Cooper as well. One of the drivers who really started to fly was Andrew Hibbard. He worked his way through the traffic. He got around Roger Wills to the lead of the pack, and that helped him. Number 6, unfortunately, went for a big spin. That was Rudy Friedrichs on the exit of Ford Water. He was fine, the car was not, but the red flag came out. The session was stopped while the car was cleared up. And then as soon as possible, under glowering clouds, the cars were back on the track. And number 10, Andy Middlehurst, really started to fly in his Lotus 18. But then he had to pull into the pits, had a mechanical problem. Left Gareth Burnett in the number 20 Cooper being pushed very hard by a driver desperate for pole position. Number 18, the Lotus 18 of Sam Wilson. Eventually, Gareth Burnett went off the circuit, but Sam Wilson could not get the fast lap he wanted. And there is Andy Middlehurst having his car fettled in the pits. There's Gareth Burnett back on track now after a very extravagant moment across the track, across the grass, back onto the circuit. But for Andrew Hibbard, it was pole position because the best that Sam Wilson could do was not good enough. So pole for the number 79 Lotus. Well, it's a busy old place in the collection area. Let's get hot foot down there to Henry Hope Frost with Charlie Eastwood.
Thanks, Bruce. The first of our exciting demonstrations over the course of the weekend. The first for 3-litre prototypes. Some of the wonderful sports prototypes that raced in period. And a young Porsche Charger is having a go in a Porsche 9083. Charlie Eastwood, good to see you.
Thank you very much.
That's the coolest thing in the world.
Unbelievable. It's so different to what I'm used to. So, yeah, can't wait to get out there.
And you haven't driven it before, let alone round here.
No, there's a lot of unknowns here. Never drove a race car without a paddle shift actually either. Never drove the car, never seen the track. So yeah, it's all, I'm going to just try and keep it on the black stuff, I think.
It's a Porsche 9083 that was built by the factory to race in the World Championship in 1970, long before you existed.
Yeah.
It's quite cool.
Yeah, I wasn't even thought about back then. So yeah, it's unbelievable. They come straight from the museum and you look at them and they're in perfect condition. So yeah, can't wait.
And you can't beat a bit of Gulf powder blue and orange.
Exactly, yeah, unbelievable. So yeah, I'm a wee bit edgy. Just want to get the first demonstration over with, as there is a lot of unknowns. But yeah, can't wait to get the feeling of it.
Go and get strapped in and enjoy, won't you?
I will. Cheers.
Thank you, Charlie. Let's take a little walk down here and have a look at some of these wonderful machines. Wanted to try and have a quick word with Sam Hancock, but he's already strapped into the wonderful Alfa T33, one of the factory cars from the World Sports Car Championship in the 1970s. Thank you. Sam Hancock, great historic racer, of course, a winner here at Goodwood. He's being treated to that ride in the Alfa Romeo. Another wonderful car, the McLaren M8C, driven by Alain de Cadenet. Have a quick look at that, see if he's got his helmet on already. I think he probably had. He's got an open face helmet, so we can have a quick word. Just having a chat with one of the guys. See if I can dive in. Alan, I'm not sure if you can hear me. Wow.
What did you say? I couldn't hear you.
I just said wow.
Oh yeah. No, I'm looking forward to this. I haven't seen this car for 45 years, so it'll be a bit of fun.
very cool.
Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to it.
Thank you. Marcus, I'll hand back up to you because it is absolutely deafening down here now.
Yeah, it's great to see these cars, and there's the old Chris Craft Curie Evergreen McLaren with the DFV in the back of it. McLaren with the Cosworth DFV engine as opposed to a big Chevy. And cars coming out for this first then of the demos. Porsche 908 there is absolutely glorious, isn't it? Very, very little in front of the driver's knees. Just a tubular frame with some sort of polyester bodywork wrapped around it. Absolutely brilliant. The Lola DFV goes through to Cadney Lola DFV as well. Great era of sports racing, Kevin.
Oh, one of my favourite periods, I think, Mark, is actually just going back to your point about 908, probably an underrated great sports car. Tends to be overshadowed by the 917 that we saw here last year. But at places like the Nürburgring and Targa Florio, the works teams ran the 908-3 because it was frankly a better proposition than the bigger 5-litre 917.
And the 908-3 with that flounder bodywork, Flunder as it was called. This looks like a fish, doesn't it? Not much in the way of downforce, not much in the way of rigidity, and just a big engine strapped to your shoulders. It's amazing. Charlie Eastwood is going to enjoy this as the weekend goes on.
Yes, I think he'll probably enjoy it more after, as he says, once he's got the first run out of the way. I'm sure he'll be very tentative and careful with it because I don't think he's driven anything like this before.
Well, he said he hadn't driven a race car without a paddle shift.
Well, there we are.
This is Leo Voizides' Lola DFV, that Rainer Wiesel drove at Le Mans. Jean-Louis Lafosse as well in the Jutin livery. Been very successful in historic racing with this car with Simon Hadfield, whose team has prepared it up near Donington Park. That is glorious, glorious looking car. Perfect proportions in my book. Evolved from the 2-litre T290 series. And yes, very spectacular.
Well, of course, the DFV did become a successful sports car engine eventually, didn't it? They had some issues with it.
It had to be detuned, didn't it? Didn't make enormous power when they first came into Grand Prix racing, those engines in 1967. But they were making good power a few years later. But in a sports car version, they had more success really is with stretched DFLs later on. They 3.3 and 3.9 litre versions of this engine. The car's coming down to for a celebratory photograph.
The Matra looks fantastic, doesn't it?
Yeah, yeah. Yes, 12-cylinder Matra is just amazing. Charlie Eastwood coming round in the Porsche 908-3. The 2-litre versions of these, 3-litre versions of these, and some slightly different bodywork arrangements, but fantastic to see. As you say, those, I think as Henry was saying, that powder blue and orange Golf livery is, I'm not allowed to use the word too often, but absolutely iconic.
And of course, it also ran in Martini livery with the Martini team. Effectively, 2 works teams running at the same time, which didn't amuse John Wyer running the Golf team.
That's right.
But both teams took victories and both had fantastic liveries on the cars.
Sam Hancock leapt out of the Alfa and he's rushed off the grid to do something. I'm not sure what. There's Alain Decadney. So who was the man behind running this car in period for Chris Craft, who had been the European 2-litre champion, driving a car owned by Martin Bourrain, who later went on to own Lola. T292 Lola, built in 73. That's Martin O'Connell, isn't it? Leaping out of Mark Devis's toy, car developed by Jörg Obermoser in Germany. The car has a successful Le Mans history as well.
Now that Matra is down on certainly on my sheet markers as a 72 car. It's very much in 74 specifications, isn't it, with the high air box and the big rear wing on the back.
Rob Hall had a lot of success with that. He and Andy Willis had a lot of success last year at Silverstone, didn't they, with a pair of Amatras from the Omnium Ventures team.
Yes, getting the better of a well-driven Can-Am McLaren around Silverstone was a pretty good effort.
Absolutely.
He believes if he's in there for 15 minutes, he gets to keep the car.
Charlie's just ticked the first box. He's got round the lap.
He's got the sign of Nuts Corner
hopefully
on the top.
Yes, hopefully feeling a bit more confident now.
Little track in Northern Ireland. And there's the Tate and Lyle Ducadne Lola car that competed in several Le Mans 24 hours. Nick Four raced it on one occasion. Four and John Cooper. Nick Four, who rang me up in the week, lives about a mile from me in Bournemouth these days. Very skilled artist, and these days has been, many years has been trading Porsches in particular. There's the Leo Voyazides. They're the Greek, Swiss-born Greek.
So which one would you like most to have a go in, Marcus?
Oh, it's a very, very good point. I've driven one of the Voyazides Lola DFEs.
Well, that was fantastic.
Yeah, it was at Donington. I've driven a 917 Porsche Spider. There's been a Golf car cut into an Interserie spec car. The toy fascinates me because the toy stuff goes back to Joe Marquardt, who was a good friend, Swiss designer, who went to Lotus and McLaren, did the Huron, and then his own cars. First car was the Wilson GT that he designed while he was working in Scotland for the bus company up there. That's being restored by Richard Bishop Miller at the moment. And Joe did, of course, the GRD cars, the Moduses and the Argos, and so that takes us back to the era of Tony Bryce, who would have been Tony Bryce. I mean, who I think would definitely have been F1 world champion in the right car. Would have been 65 at the end of this month, which is terrifying. And his brother Tim coming back to racing after 43 years.
Yeah, historic Formula Ford.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. And I was reading this week, speaking to Tim about it last week only. But no, there's what I think I'd love to have a go at a Matra. Wouldn't everybody?
It's got to be high up on the list, isn't it?
Yeah. They're a great era car. Of course, these cars were capable of well over 200 miles an hour in a straight line at Le Mans. You can see the very small frontal area of the Tate and Lyle Ducadne Lola there in the middle, and the cockpit built high to address any buffeting issues.
Well, of course, the 3-litre rules were brought in the World Sports Car Championship for 1972, effectively banning the big 5-litre cars like the Ferraris and Porsches for being a bit too quick. But as inevitably happens in motorsport, it didn't take too long before the lap times
tumbled again.
I mean, the 312P Ferrari was able to take on the big Porsche 917 in 1971 around tighter circuits. Took them a little bit longer on the faster stuff.
What was amazing when I drove the 917 in Road America in the States, you sit essentially in a little void made in the middle of the fuel tank, and there's lots of magnesium around you, and there's lots of fuel sloshing about, and not much else. And of course, the tube frames in those cars were pressurised, and there were gauges on the dash. And when Frank Gardner first tested one, he said, "What's this? What's this about, this gauge here?" And he said, "It's that, Mr. Gardner, it's for the pressurization of the space frame. If you see the needle start to flicker, you know the chassis is cracked and you stop the car." Right. I think I'll park it right there and then let one of you guys come and get it. But, yeah, quite interesting. Just fantastic. So the Lola in that Gitane livery looks absolutely gorgeous. A higher roll cage in it these days. Curie Evergreen.
Well, looks great, Marcus.
McLaren. Yeah.
Looks fantastic. It's good to see them different liveries, as we said, the Curie Evergreen car, and as you point out, very different engine. We used to a bit of Chevrolet power in the back, but great to see that Cosworth DFE. But where are the drivers? Have they gone for lunch? Are they to be replaced from the crowd down on the grid? Good to see so many people down for the grid walk.
very much so, and your chance to mingle with these cars.
And send us your tweets.
Remember to stay warm and safe, says Anthony Reid. Yes, he's pushing this this house points thing, isn't he? There's a point for every tweet you submit, apparently. So he's 2 up already.
Yeah, and he got the fire dish going. Oh, good grief.
Why
Finally
did I
I
see
see
you?
you. What a beauty you are. And how. McLaren F1 GTR. Yes, please.
Says Alex Schmulik. Mark Blundell heading for pole.
That could have been at any corner. Well caught, Robert Clayson. Sideways he was.
Great photographer, Robert Clayson, the Goodwood Independent Photographers Guild.
Well, Damien Butt, well, he's right on the message there. Team Surtees, Sir John Surtees, we will miss him enormously. What an incredible man. We will always remember him. You're two right there.
Never knighted, tragically,
No.
but he was always
I very nearly
Surtees.
called him Sir John Surtees there, slip of the tongue, but it should have been.
Yep, he always was Surtees. There we go.
Brian Robertson, well, it's who you can find. The real DC, absolutely. Taller in person, lovely bloke too. Scottish, you see. Well, he's all of those, isn't he? Good man, glad to have him here.
Says Brian D. Robertson.
And yeah, please keep sending in your tweets through the day. So much to see and so much to capture on camera. We love sharing with it. And don't forget, people all around the world are watching this event live on streaming. So you're part of the show too. Do keep involved. And certainly a lot of people down on the grid getting right in among the cars. And in the paddock, of course, it's your chance to get up close as well. There's the Decadene Lola, still with the Hammond sauce. Whatever happened to Hammond sauce, I wonder?
He got the chop.
Oh, 5 minutes in the sin bin for Marcus Pye.
Well, you set him up there, Bruce.
See what I did there? Hammond's chop sauce. They also sponsored a Capri, didn't they? It was Chris Craft drove. Yeah, good to see. But this is brilliant. I mean, I think I had pit walkabouts in the day when I was a kid and used to come to race meetings. Very good to see.
As soon as the gates were open, you'd sprint to get the best position. I know.
Absolutely. We used to get there at sort of 6 in the morning at Silverstone so we could stake our claim to a place at Stowe Corner. And it was just brilliant. I saw Jim Clark win the 67 British Grand Prix there. Sitting on a scaffolding post. I remained there all day. Just fantastic. Formula 3 sports cars in the morning. Just superb.
Down at the front of that groupage is a driver. Is that Alan de Cadenet standing with his back to us, who's got out of the McLaren? I think it probably is, isn't it? Can you see Marcus?
With the Le Mans Classic
yes.
badging on his back. I think you're probably right.
It's funny, these cars so big, they look small tucked among the members of the car. There's Alan, so it's someone else, an imposter. There is Alan de Cadenet. Heard his name, but he's got to get his helmet back on.
He was a great philatelist, was he not?
Indeed.
At one point.
Why am I wearing this? If anything hits me on the head, it won't hurt.
Chatting to the fans, which is always nice to see.
I'm sure I heard Alan saying, I don't want anything to hit me on the head.
Yes, he asked the lab, well, why was he wearing this?
Yes.
Like the
You thought Alan would know by now, really, wouldn't you?
like the wonderful time I went to Gerston downhill climb, and there was a little lad asked his dad what the little strake on the front of one of the single seaters was. Of course, it's the beam breaker for the timing, cuts the timing at the start and finish. And his dad said, "Oh, that son is so he can aim it down the centre of the track." And the little kid, who was about 6, looked up and said, "Surely that's what the steering wheel's for." Which I thought was very astute. There's the Alfa Romeo with Sam Hancock, a couple of times a winner here at members' meetings. Tim Samway's in the background, the great engineer who looks after these cars. Tim Samway's to the left of the picture there. Just in the background, there's that tower on which we reside. Buried down in the Lola, deep within the cockpit there is the Lola, Decadene Lola. Paul Napton and Henrik Lindberg driving this, whether it's veteran of several Le Mans races. Paul Napton, whose X-Tech company is involved in preparing lots of cars and engines, ex-sprinter. Henrik Lindberg Eyewear, in Denmark. Designers of spectacles. There's a good collection of Group C cars. Used to race in Di Tommaso Pantera before he got into the Group Cs. Great to see. The Porsche 908 is the car of Robert Fink.
Yeah,
and also Uli Schumacher.
That was a useful privateer tool, wasn't it? It sort of fell between the early cars that the Works team used to win the '69 World Championship, Sports Car Championship, and the 908 that Charlie Eastwood is sitting in right now.
He's now practicing his German to have the mirrors adjusted. I just can't look at one of those without thinking of Brian Redman, who turned 80 just recently, the greatest living Lancastrian, as Henry Hopefrost and I like to call him. In fact, I would hope that most of you here would like to call him, because he
Absolutely, yes. I remember speaking to him about the 908 as one of the great cars that didn't win Le Mans, and of course in '69 he and Joe Siffert, who were effectively the lead drivers in the team, elected not to drive the 917 because it was brand new and wanted to fly off the road all the time. And he feels that they really should have won that year with the 908, but they had a problem. And of course, in the race, it was won by the ancient GT40s. It was by then beat the 3-litre cars.
Well, the spectators now being shepherded off the racetrack. At the motor course, of course, and we're looking at the first members' meeting programme in 1949. It was described as a motor course, not a motor circuit back then, motor course.
Well, now the crowds are being encouraged to leave the grid. It reveals vehicles of massive beauty, none more so, I may say, than the Voizides' Lola T282 in the Gitan colours. What a sleek vehicle that is. But ladies and gentlemen, the noise will rise. These 3-litre sports prototypes will get out on the track, and there is Leo sitting aboard.
Yeah. And Gareth Hayes to the side of it, who looks after the car. It's Martin O'Connell in Mark Devis's toy from the acronym Team Obermoser-Jörg. Moser's team.
Seems strange to see one not in gold, doesn't it? Or
yes,
Steiner livery.
Steiner colours, yeah. I saw Mark Davis race that car last summer at one of the historic events, and really very attractive livery. There's Leo, the guru of American V8 racing. This is his late team chief, Bruce Stevens, who did so much to foster that interest and develop the cars. I went to Bruce's funeral a couple of years ago, and his last request to the funeral director was that the hearse should exceed 100 miles an hour if possible across the Fenland roads on the way to the crematorium. And they said it was slightly irregular, but he said, look, no one's going to mind, and it did. It was chased by a couple of Chevrolet Camaros, a couple of Ford Mustangs, 2 GT40s on open pipes, and a bunch of hoons on motorcycles. So it was
I'm sure he would have approved.
A real celebration. Bruce, being Bruce, would have definitely approved. He ran Leo's cars for upwards of 20 years. Lots of places to go and get refreshments around Goodwood. You can see the house logos on the side of the units. Just like that sky blue of the badge and the branding to be reflected in the sky.
Yes.
Well, it was in 2014.
It was. It's all over by the shooting, apparently.
I'm still trying to see if Anthony Reid down there scoring more points.
Is he shooting ferrets?
There's a sheepdog on the right-hand side. I think Anthony's about to ride that. I'm not sure. No, he's lying down. He's whistled, and there's sheep in the pen. Oh, there it goes. And sadly, oh no, you're not clay pigeon shooting. They are supposed to come back to ground. I see. You have to fire them as far as you can, I presume. That's up at Lavant. There's a little go-kart track just on the inside at Madgwick.
Yep. There's an auto solo course. There's some pedal karting in there as well.
And slightly faster karting out on the circuit as the cars are released. These 3-litre sports prototypes, so beautiful, look good, sound even better. And you can see that Le Mans, almost Langheck rear wing on the Lola Decadene, the T380.
Right. You can barely see the wing from the front of the car. It's so far down.
And if you see McLaren M8Cs, you expect them to be Chevrolet V8 powered. This is different. It's the Ford DFV in the back, a Curie Evergreen.
The DFV powered car is the Toy. Bodywork for those cars evolved by the aerodynamicist Achim Sturz. They once met at the Argo factory in Bristol in Norfolk. Sam Hancock's not hanging around.
No, I was going to say, who do we think is going
Rob Hall is going to be impressive in that Matra.
Which of these drivers do you think are going to emphasise the high speed part of the high speed demo, do we think? I suspect Charlie East won't. I think he'll probably be very sensible.
Well, the first 2 or 3 haven't been hanging around particularly, but I just can't wait for that ear splitter of the Matra to come past. It's just approaching Ford water at the moment as Charlie Eastwood gets away in the 9083 Porsche, as you say, in a fairly staid and sensible way. But don't forget, he's got some GoPro footage to record, so he's not going to hang around. He wants to look good. But there is the Matra, Rob Hall sweeping around the back part of the circuit, coming to St Mary's, turning the left-hand part. Come on, give us some more revs. Oh, it sounds good even at half revs. Down at the dip it goes. Oh, what a magical sound.
I remember going to the British Grand Prix in 1972 at Brands Hatch and hearing the music of the Matra over the Cosworths. It was absolutely incredible, so shrill. The way the pipes went as well exacerbated that.
Well, there was a good example. You could hear a Cosworth going past you on the start finish straight while we're looking at the Matra. When that goes past, interesting. When 38 came past me, which is Robert Fink, I thought he had a slight misfire, but I think maybe he was just being a bit gentle, and maybe too gentle. Came off the power and round it went.
Yes, when it came on cab, it sort of spat him off.
So Sam Hancock in the 104, which is the Alfa Tipo 33.3, the Alitalia car. Those little dorsal fins, well, except that should be in the middle, but just atop either wing at the back to give it a bit of stability. Not the prettiest car, but it does sound good.
Well, it developed a lot, didn't it, the T33 over the years? It started off, I think, as a 2-litre coupe in about 68 and ended up as an open wing
12-cylinder, all kinds of
3-litre in 75. This is somewhere in the middle.
Again, rather like the Porsche, you sit with your feet and ankles ahead of the front axle line. It's fairly scary.
Well, there's the Toy, followed by the Alfa Romeo and the Matra with Rob Hall close right in behind. But I guess if you're a rival of Alfa Romeo at each race, they came with something slightly different over those 3 or 4 years development of the car. A little tweak here, a little tweak there. But certainly sounds the business. Doesn't look to my eye the prettiest thing out there.
I think that's fair.
Maybe the white nose doesn't help it particularly. I don't know. Just thinking about that.
Well, I think they sometimes ran the nose in different colours, didn't they? So they could sell different team cars.
Correct.
This is a bit of a traffic jam.
Well, out past me, I thought I saw the Cadenet go past the. Is it Paul Napton or Henrik Lindberg in there more? In the Decadene.
It's not a wonderful opportunity to take a photograph of 5 of these cars in one shot.
Yeah.
Here at Goodwood, you wouldn't have thought that in period. The circuit was lying dormant, but for testing and sprints, etc. This is just
Lola Toy, Alfa Romeo, McLaren, and Matra. Quite right, Marcus. What a mixture!
Doesn't get much better than that, does it?
Yeah, they're coming down, 2 or 4 of them are, but in fact one's dropped back. The Matra has dropped back. The McLaren has gone to the tail of that group. It's no longer a quintet, it's a quartet. And the Matra, is it pulling off? Before St Mary's, it's coming so slowly. Still going, but only just. Or is that Rob wanting to get a bit of clear track to have a bit of fun?
Well, Bruce, you'll remember, didn't he pedal the Matra engine Ligier in the F1 demo rather quickly last year?
Yes, I think he
quite
did.
fancies having a proper go at a lap.
But look, he's absolutely trickling around. Doesn't need to make space. They're far enough ahead. I worry that that's a sort of drive back slowly to the pits number. Driver going really quickly, though, is Leo Voizides. Looks fantastic, that Citan Lola. And he's out on his own, playing around, but looking really, really good. What a stable of cars Leo has.
Yes.
It's not just many, it's just that they're all cars I really, really like. He obviously chooses very well indeed.
He's absolutely a connoisseur.
Well, actually, he does have some traffic. He's coming across the back of the 9083 Porsche. Charlie Eastwood going out of St Mary's and chasing after him, the Citan Lola. Closed right up and has now backed off a little bit.
Bruce, I can report the Matra has just screamed past. So I think that Rob is very much definitely on it. So I think it's I'm going to get myself some space and do a proper lap.
There are demos and there are fast demos. I believe we're looking at the latter from Rob Hall as he really starts to unleash the Matra. I can almost hear it from here. Yes, I can. He's going halfway down to Ford Water. And the group ahead of him are just going to St Mary's, so he's got plenty of space to play with.
I bet that sounds sensational coming down to you, doesn't it?
I might take my cans off just to listen. No. Listening out through the first part of St Mary's, through the second, please, lots of revs. Oh yes, clips the curb on the inside, has a little bounce, comes down to terra firma and carries on, nailing it up to Lavin. Oh, what a sound.
Well, Leo's gone hurtling through in the Lola DFE. And Charlie Eastwood just playing himself in nice and gently. Rob Hall's caught the rest of the pack. The other Porsches are cylinder down.
Yeah, it has been for quite a while, and I don't know if that contributed to its spin, but it was still popping and burbling as it came past me.
Oh, he's massively had to back off Rob Hall at the end of that straight there.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, the Academy liveried Lola did drop back a fair bit off the group, and giving himself only a quarter of a lap to play with didn't quite work. He needed a half lap.
I'll tell you what, he's not going to be far off the lap record anyway.
But the rear sight lines from these cars pretty poor.
The big slabs, aren't they?
Yeah, you can't see much out of them as you're driving them round. So it's difficult to make room in a demo like this if you don't know someone else is around. Mind you, you'd probably hear the noise of a Matra coming up behind you.
The Cadenet is going well in the McLaren, certainly getting that to rattle its way around through St Mary's, but the closing speed of Rob Hall in the Matra, there on the screen is the McLaren. Look how quickly the Matra comes in. He's going to dive up the inside. In fact, one of the cars with a better view out the back is that M8C with that just a gurney flat rather than a rear wing there, and he makes space for Rob Hall very nicely indeed as Rob presses on yet more with that wonderful V12 Matra making music around the circuit. Matra got it so right with their sports cars. Took a couple of years to get going and then just truly delivered, most notably at Le Mans. But they'd have won hearts and minds anyhow. The cars looked great, but they sounded even better. So these 3-litre sports prototypes entertaining us royally as the sun continues to try and come out on the circuit. The daffodils are out here for the 75th members meeting, so some great camera shots looking through the daffodils and the cars coming out of the chicane. Right now, just wonderful to watch. The car at the back of that group, it was the McLaren, being driven by
Martin O'Connell's now on it in the toy, and many of the historic fraternity compete against him. Say quietly that he's probably the quickest of anybody in historic racing anywhere in the world.
I wouldn't quibble with that because he does some real David versus Goliath acts, does he not? And he's so consistently quick.
Double Formula 3 national class champion in Britain. Cut his teeth in sprints to start with. One of his mentors was the late David Render, who died a week or so ago, aged 92. Competed here in the second and third members' meetings in 1950, David Render, Dan Allard.
So well, I hope that's wetted everybody's whistles, the sights and sounds of these wonderful 3-litre sports prototypes. But the best noise comes from the two going through the chicane now, the Alfa Romeo, but best of all, the car in front, that Matra, wonderful.
Flags out, and we are close to the end of this, the first opportunity to see these wonderful World Championship sports cars.
They
Fantastic.
are great, aren't they?
Yeah.
The sound and look brilliant.
And you don't need that many of them when they're of this quality to really have an entertaining session. In fact, it's about the ideal number, I reckon.
Yeah, the only thing missing, of course, was a 312 Ferrari, which would have added to the fantastic sound as well.
Sure. So there was Zilis, Alex Renavisol, Jean-Louis Lafosse, Lola.
So as the 3-litre sports prototypes pull off the tracks, that's been certainly one soundtrack, but we have motorbikes next with a very, very different one, I'm sure of that. But before that, why don't we have a quick word from our commercial partners?
Absolutely breathless, completely amazing.
So back on air, and this is the house points as we stand at the 75th members meeting. Aubigny on 189, a flying start from Nick Manassian's team. 91 for Darnley, 136 for Methuen, who unbeaten in the 3 years so far, and equal on 136 is Tor Bolton. So Darnley, pull your socks up. You can all get involved. You've all been assigned to a house with your entry tickets, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And there are activities all round the campus here, both sides of the track that you can get involved in, and you can earn house points to build towards the final result. And there's some youngsters having a go on the pedal carts down on the skid pan. I think there's about 8 there in the fleet, and you can go down there and race them. The motorcycles are here in the assembly area, I pass over to my learned friend Barry Dapley on my right to tell you all about them. Barry.
Thank you, Marcus. Good morning and welcome everybody, all you two-wheel fans out there, because coming up, this is the official practice session for the Mike Hailwood Trophy. This race will be held tomorrow and will be preceded by the late Mike Hailwood's son David doing a lap on the 500cc RC181 Honda 4, which his father campaigned so successfully in the World Championship. This is for machines from 1973 to 1984, all two-stroke, predominantly the vast amount Yamaha powered, the one or two Rotaxes in there, no Honda. And I can tell you the bikes with green numbers, you're looking at one now, are 250cc. The bikes with a blue background for the number plate are 350cc. Maximum speeds, looking out at the track, there's a good dry line all the way around, could well be approaching 150 miles an hour. This is a very quick circuit here at Goodwood, and these bike racers know exactly what lies ahead of them. It's going to be great fun, and we've got one or two luminaries in the pits helping, I can tell you, none other than former German champion, fourth in the world in 1985, Martin Wimmer is down there helping out Duncan Fitchett on an ex-Grand Prix 350 Yamaha Fitchett, and this is as much as anything for my colleague Bruce Jones's information, was entered on a Rotax number 29. He is now riding a 350 Yamaha with a Jochum chassis, campaigned by Manfred Fischer in the World Championship. So a change of bike there, Bruce. I bet you're looking forward to these smoky boys coming around to you, aren't you?
I thought as much. I looked down the paddock and I thought, I bet he's changed bike. I see we've got one number 4 pulled off just at the exit, the Maxton Yamaha. Mike Farrell looks like that might be getting going, but out front, number 10 really swinging around already. Mike Hawthorne, and very much needing a sighter lap, but I bet all these riders are delighted the track has dried up somewhat from when the first cars went out this morning, so sighter laps indeed, but as you said, Barry, it's a very quick circuit. Any virgin at Goodwood will be really being very careful indeed if they're wise.
The bike that went out at the start, the bike ridden by Mike Farrell, is Charlie Williams' bike. Charlie Williams and Mike Farrell, you'll remember, Bruce, teamed up on a pre-war Rudge at Revival and gave us an absolutely stunning display to take victory in the wet, followed up with a runner-up spot in the dry. Absolutely astonishing. This 15-minute session then is to form the grid for tomorrow, and we've got a complete mixture, but you're going to have to look for people like Duncan Fitchett, number 29. He's going to be, once he gets dialed in, he's going to be going quickly. Number 10 there, Mike Hawthorne on a TZ 350. Number 10, number 67, that's Gordon Russell. Gordon Russell, Mike Russell's father and husband to Sally Russell, the lady responsible for pulling all of these riders together for us. And it's no mean feat. You know, motorcyclists can be unruly at the best of times, but to get them all to turn up on time, in shape and on reliable machinery is no mean achievement.
Sound great though, Barry, don't they? That hard engine note that was always such a mark of these two strokes.
Don't they? Absolutely. Peter Crew there. These are all twin cylinder, by the way. Twin cylinder, two-stroke, 250 and 350. There's Peter Crew on the 1981, one of the newer or later bikes, TZ 350, with its blue backing number. So that tells us something. You would expect the 350s to be quicker here on top speed for sure, but we do have, Bruce, a completely dry circuit. From where I'm standing, looking at the picture, there's not a damp patch to be seen.
As they say, even the wet parts are dry now. So there we have it. But yeah, actually, if they go off the line, it's a little bit greasy. But the line is they don't need much line on two wheels. Oh dear, number 13. That's one of the 250cc runners. That's
Andrew Windsor.
Andrew Windsor, yeah.
Andrew Windsor out of it. But you know, it'll be a mixture of reliability as well, because some of these bikes won't have turned the wheel for a while. Others have been raced regularly throughout the 2016 season. And talking to some of the guys in the paddock, you could virtually, in the summer, turn out and race one of these bikes every weekend, because there's something going on everywhere, if not here in mainland Europe. There's an international European championship, there's a British championship, there are various club events which cater for these machines, which are essentially true, proper road racers. They were produced by Yamaha for people, for privateers to compete in national and international competition, and you could win a World Championship race straight out of the box.
But explain, as you look down the entry list, if you've got a race card, what is a Maxton Yamaha, a Spondon, a Harris?
Well, those are chassis builders. The production Yamaha came with an aluminium Yamaha chassis, and that's the way you're supposed to race it. But certain people believe that it had its shortcomings in terms of handling, so people began to develop chassis. Spondon Engineering in Derbyshire for one, Maxton another one, the Yockham chassis on the bike which Duncan Fitchett is riding, and there we're looking at Mike Edwards. Mike Edwards is on a George Beale Yamaha, and that has got a standard chassis. But to answer your question, Bruce, the variation in the description of the bike is a different chassis built by a privateer chassis builder.
Well, thanks very much there, Barry. And certainly Mike Edwards going very well indeed. Oh dear, we've got a spill, but Mike Edwards on provisional pole by a mere 3.4 seconds. Early days yet, but 27.
That's Mark Linton.
Mark Linton, well.
That's off the Harley Davidson, which was built at a time when they had a cooperative going with Air Macchi, the Italian company. Harley Davidson weren't into building two-strokes, and they weren't into building long reed machines, so they acquired a factory, what did, if you'll pardon the expression.
No, it's a technical phrase that we use frequently in motorsport of all sorts, but certainly for Mike Edwards going very well on George Beale's TZ 350. And as you pointed out, Barry, the green background for numbers is a 250 bike. The blue, there we have it, is the 350. Of course, you'd expect them to be at the front, but Mike Edwards riding beautifully. 3.4 seconds, still clear of number.
He's now well in his 50s.
Gordon Russell.
He's a veteran, Mike Edwards. He's been around a long, long time. Well in his 50s, absolutely loves racing. I spoke to him earlier, actually captured quite a nice interview, so maybe for those of you listening to the Drive Home show, we'll play and hear what Mike Edwards had to say, but he loves racing. There is Gordon Russell. Gordon Russell paddling it, sidelined. And an interesting story, last night Lord March had a reception and something of a party at the house. No fewer than 18 of these motorcyclists rode up the steps, Valentino Rossi style, through the house, through a narrow corridor of VIP guests, about 1 metre wide, straight through and out the back door. What about that?
Don't you hate it when that happens?
Health and safety, eat your heart out.
Not known in these quarters.
Absolutely brilliant. And Lord March apparently was thrilled to bits, but the air was filled with a blue, oily haze afterwards. But look at these guys going now. Stuart Tong, we normally see him on a 500cc matchless, but number 49 there, Nigel Palmer.
Fourth quickest at the moment, so he's going very well indeed. Now the gap has come down between Mike Edwards, who was 3.4 seconds clear. Now he's 2.4 seconds clear of the other Russell, Mike Russell.
I'm a bit disappointed with Duncan Fitchett sitting there in 8th place at the moment, because he hasn't got that long to go. 8 minutes only. He needs to get dialed in on the Chris Wilson bike. Some of these bikes loaned by avid collectors, and that is one of them, the 350 bike which Fitchett is on. But Mike Edwards absolutely flying. 2.4 seconds, 3.3 seconds clear now.
Oh, he's lowering that. He'll get under 1 minute 30 shortly. 1 minute 30.5 is best so far. Nigel Palmer is up into 3rd place. Another faster lap from him. He's 3.3 seconds down. But now we've got a new 2nd place rider, number 20, Richard Parker, really flying.
I remember Richard Parker from last year. He was quick. So he's now only 0.6. Oh, Russell has gone again. Mike Russell's now gone 0.6 to within Edwards. So as I was describing Parker's achievement, Russell eclipsed him.
His little screen is deflecting in the wind, in the airflow, isn't it?
It is. It's it's just flapping about. Michael Russell, another guy who absolutely loves his racing. We see him on a big Norton, but he's used to racing these two strokes as well. Rides one all the way through the season, so he knows what he's doing, Mike Russell. Teams up for us, doesn't he, in the revival with Michael Rutter. We get confused with our Rutters and Russells.
Well, I certainly do. I'm sure you're on top of it. On the exit of St Mary's on the grass, but stationary, unfortunately. It looks as though it's Ian Draper. Caught a quick glance. I think it was the 63 bike. Easy one to pick out is the white and day-glow orange bike. That's the Spondon Yamaha of Richard Parker, 3rd fastest at the moment, trying to eke his way closer to Mike Russell and eventually Mike Edwards, but Edwards seems to have all the answers. Michael Russell on screen at the moment, 2nd quickest.
Yeah, just up the road from him, just out of shot, I saw 25 Glenn English go through, who is in 4th place. Glenn English sitting in 4th, number 25. There he is. That's the back end of Glenn English. Now, It's not a race, they're on it. Edwards then now 2.8. He's gone quicker again. 1:28.3.
I seem to recall 2 minutes ago I said, will he get below 1 minute 30? Gosh, he has, and Howard. Mike Russell has as well.
Really, really on it. 1:29.085 for Russell. Can't quite catch the number on that one.
I thought it was 63, but if he'd move his leg, it'd be kind. We'll find out. If it's not 68, that's Michael Russell. I think it's 63, Ian Draper.
It is indeed.
Yep.
Well done. Thank you, director. Perfect stuff. Love it. 5.3 seconds then. Minutes to go. 5.5 minutes to go. Mike Edwards, 1:28.3 out there in front at the moment. We'll start from pole position. Richard Parker then charging. He's up to 3rd place. So he's very much on a mission as well, the number 20 rider.
Well, at this stage on a dry track, everybody with every passing lap is going faster and faster. All of the top 10 bar one last time around made an improvement. Can Parker get any closer to Russell? But in fact, Russell has got to within a second, 0.78 of a second down on Mike Edwards, still on provisional pole. But Parker's the outsider in this battle. But I must say, it does seem as though it's down between number 121 Edwards and number 68 Mike Russell.
What's a couple of seconds between friends? And friends they are, an awful lot of these guys, because they race in the same championship. Oh, this is looking close at the chicane, ducking through though. Number 49 flying through there, Nigel Palmer. Well, we know where Palmer is. He's in 5th place at the moment, the man you're looking at now. Up to 4th he goes, so that was a quick lap for Nigel Palmer.
Okay,
well,
4th. You mentioned a short while back Glenn English. He's just been bumped by Palmer from 4th down to 5th, but he set a fastest speed trap time in Sector 1, so there is potential for English on the TZG to increase his way up the order.
Edwards again, 27.5. 27.5. For Mike Edwards. He is really on fire today.
Oh, you have to feel for all his rivals. Every time they think, that's a good lap, I've got another second back, he goes another 1.5 seconds faster.
Incredible. Mike Edwards.
And he's going faster still.
Oh, he will absolutely be loving this. It's not unknown for him to tumble off, so let's hope to goodness that he keeps it all together. There, number 25, you can see Glenn English still pushing hard. He's on track with Michael Russell. Very similar times, but Russell is going that much quicker. A couple of seconds quicker than Glenn English. 68 Russell goes through. Peter Crew, number 15, in his wheel tracks. 3 and a bit minutes remaining. Can Michael Russell wind in? Oh, it's 2 seconds, Bruce. I think it's too big an ask.
It is. He got to within 0.7 of a second, and then Edwards just went, no, this is what I really mean. But Glenn English coming through in 5th place, across the start-finish line, any second now on the 25. Traffic doesn't mean so much on bikes because you've got more space to play with, much narrower clearly than the
up
cars.
To 3rd.
There he goes. I said if he was sticking close to Russell, that would be the improvement. He's 3.2 seconds down, but he's got ahead of Palmer and Parker. They've got to fight their way back, just under 3 minutes. Time and plenty to do so.
There you have the top 3 then. Mike Edwards, Michael Russell, Glenn English, Nigel Palmer there in 4th, Parker Crew, Fitchett's still in 8th, 9 seconds off the pole pace. Now that does astonish me, because Martin Wimmer, the Dutch champion, German champion, is here in the pits. He's been setting that bike up as he would have done the factory bike. So certainly Duncan Fitchett's got the very best pit assistance. Michael Russell in 68. Can he do anything about it? 1.7 last time over the line, but now Mike Edwards almost in the 26s. 1:27.092. Just going quicker and quicker as Spike.
Well, I think number 49, Nigel Palmer, should be able to move up into 3rd place. Just wait and see if he can depose Glenn English going around the outside in 49. That wasn't a great help for his lap coming down towards the end of it as they come up to the chicane, having to make their space. Number 1 slightly in their way there, George Thomas. But in fact, I think it's slightly, it's unfortunately affected 49 more than 68. For 68, Michael Russell, still second fastest. He goes down to half a second down off pole position, going very well indeed. So that means surely Palmer would have improved as well.
And you might get 2 laps in still, you know, because still, he will. Because if he can get round now and still get round before the checkered flag comes out. Then
So are we looking at our pole position man in the pits? Maybe, maybe not, because the time's 0.533 of a second down. Mike Edwards in the pits won't have time to respond.
Is it going to evaporate? Yeah, good question.
Well, when he went into the pits, he was clear by a second and 1.8 seconds or something. So wow, how the times have come down. So the rider making the challenge is Michael Russell, the number 68, through the dip out of St Mary's up towards Lavant. No bikes in front of him immediately, so he's got space to play with, and he seems to have dropped the little pack behind him, which was Nigel Palmer and Glenn English. That's indicative. He suddenly managed to get the space he wanted and get the bike how he wanted. He'll have time for one more flying lap as he ducks down behind that flexing little screen. Looks like another very quick lap indeed from him.
He might do it this time. He might do it this time, because with Mike Edwards static in the pits, half a second he's got to find this lap, and it was a good flying lap as he came through the chicane to start it, so there's absolutely no reason why he couldn't do it.
And he's got another lap to follow as well.
He does. Here he comes. Through he goes. Over the line he goes. Is it going to be quick enough?
If he gets in the 1 minute 26s, it certainly will be. Is it going to be? Oh, the clock kept ticking. Oh, dearie me.
2 tenths.
2 tenths. And look how close Nigel Palmer behind on 49 is. He's just 0.3 of a second down in third place. I thought it was a quick one from him.
It
Ed
is.
English didn't improve. He stayed down in fourth place, but the checkered flag is out. But
One
the
more
rider
lap.
there on this final flying lap. Can Michael Edwards be deposed? Will Michael Russell be the best of the Michaels?
It could be Palmer as well, you know. There's just 3 tenths in it, covering the top 3. Only 2 of them are left on track on this flying final lap. And Mike Edwards can't do a thing about it. He's parked in the pits with a mechanical problem. We don't know what it is, but by the way he was shaking the handlebars and shaking his head, it's a front end issue. Probably the tyre was going off, or he was feeling some front end drift, and that would be a bit unsettling, wouldn't it, round here at 150 miles an hour, feeling the front end wandering. Here they go then. Here's Russell. Oh, that might have cost him. That might have cost him. Got himself mixed up with the number 17. Number 17, Stuart Tong. He's got past him. He's coming down now. Just a bit to do. Oh, traffic though. Traffic. I don't think we're going to see it this time. He's in the middle of the traffic.
Well,
Nick Bedford.
Palmer may be able to move up into second place. He's tucked in behind at number 49. Let's see what their lap times are. We'll have to get into 126s to take pole.
No, 128.2.
Oh, but look how close Palmer got to within 2 1,000ths in third place. Almost
phenomenal.
got second. I thought he could have a challenge. I didn't think it'd be that good. But pole position goes to Michael Edwards on 121.
Fantastic. 10 laps completed for those guys. Not bad in 15 minutes. The first one, obviously, a sighting lap. That is pretty good going.
Nice clean session.
Very impressive stuff. That gives us a pointer for tomorrow. If the weather stays kind and stays dry, it does indeed set the stall out for Mike Edwards, Mike Russell, Nigel Palmer to get locked in to each other. It's going to be very interesting.
One little thought, Barry. How much more speed was there in Michael Edwards had he not come into the pits? We don't know.
I think more. I think more, because he was getting quicker every lap, but we don't know. You're quite right. We do not know. But there it is then. Official practice concluded for the Mike Hailwood Trophy. You're going to enjoy the highlights on this one, aren't you, Bruce?
You are, because you're doing them. Or more to the point, I will, because you're doing them.
Yes, you'll enjoy it because I'm doing them. Well, there you go. Terrific stuff.
What a great session that was, as the last few come in.
Yeah. Down on the grid, believe it or not, we've got Henry Hope Frost with DC David Coulthard.
Down in the assembly area for our traditional IWC Schaffhausen moment with 13-time Grand Prix winner David Coulthard in a wonderful Mercedes 300 SL. Good to see you, DC.
It is, and in keeping with the IWC moment, I don't have time for this interview. I think I'm out to head out on track.
Very nicely done. Yeah. This is a beautiful bit of kit.
It is fantastic. This is my dream car, and we've had this conversation privately. I had an opportunity to buy one of these in '95, but I was being too Scottish and mean, and I missed that particular window. But I've got a Pagoda 1971, same age as me, so 46 years old. And I've told my 8-year-old recently that will be his car when he's older. And he looked at me like, why do I want an old car, Daddy? You know, he wants something modern and exotic, but he'll get it one day.
Dayton will understand one day, won't he? You spent 9 seasons in Formula One with Mercedes-Benz. They do this properly, don't they?
Yeah, this is the iconic brand, and you just need to look at the engineering and how well these cars still run today, and it tells you everything about the marque.
First time back at Goodwood since your Austin A30 experience.
Yeah.
Just how was that?
It was hilarious and frightening, all wrapped into one. So clearly a bit more work is required in my driving technique for a car like that, but it was a lot of fun driving well at the back. I had a couple of grassy moments as well, but yeah, it's racing, just not as I know it.
Have you caught the historic racing bug now?
I have tremendous respect. I love the cars, the period, and the bravery of those who want to go out and race them. But frankly, knowing my limitations, I'm not getting better with age. So I think I'm more designed to quaff champagne, do the odd demonstration, and spend time with you.
Some of the guys who go out in these very quick cars, they're much older than you.
Yeah, I know, but they're also much braver, and I guarantee you much faster as well.
There's a little bit more engineering in this, isn't there, than an Austin A30.
Yeah.
What's the plan today? I'm guessing take it nice and easy, wave at the crowd.
Yeah, absolutely. Distinct lack of seatbelts, but yeah, enjoy. Goodwood's a track that I come to often during the course of the year for different events, so enjoy to drive the track. It's still incredibly challenging, but this is just about demonstrating the beauty of this car.
Quick word about the day job with Channel 4, F1 2017, looking like it'll be quite spectacular.
Yeah, well, as you know, we've been following the sport for some time, and there's been periods when it hasn't been the most exciting of racing, and there hasn't really been anticipation of the year ahead, but that's changed, I believe, going into this year. Wider cars, more mechanical grip, significantly quicker. Drivers are going to be physically pushed much harder. Melbourne, maybe not the hardest of tracks from a physical point of view, but the time we get to sort of places Malaysia, where they've really got high G-force corners in the heat, I think some of the younger drivers will find out what Formula One's really about.
Are you still enjoying being poacher instead of gamekeeper?
Yeah, I love the sport, but I remember very well sitting on the sofa watching it and listening to Murray Walker and James Hunt as a boy with my father, and many of my pleasant childhood memories are around watching Grand Prix racing, and then I had the privilege to race a car for 15 years. So to be talking on television, I'm embarrassed that I'm not able to do it as well as that combination, but Ben Edwards, fantastic commentator, he could do the whole thing on his own. It just gives me one of the best seats in the house again. So I had it from behind the cockpit, now I get it from behind the microphone.
Do you think it's going to be all about Mercedes again?
They've got to start as the benchmark, but Ferrari, they're not normally show voting. They've certainly looked good in winter testing. They have to get their act together because they've been somewhat disappointing the last few years. So as everything, naturally the engines are opening up in development. I think Ferrari have made big headway there. Let's see whether the car's as good as they've been showing in winter testing.
Okay. Have fun out there, won't you?
Thank you very much.
Good to see you, DC. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Henry. Well, brilliant stuff down there with David Coulthard, the consummate professional, I have to say, before he sets off in that immaculate, what a beautiful Mercedes that is, gold-wing doors, just a lovely, lovely car. David always can be relied on to say the right things at the right time, make the right noises, and what a great job he will be doing for us on Formula One. Looking forward to it. Henry in the thick of the action, quite envious really down there with all those lovely cars all around him and all the personalities. Let's have a look then, just how the bikes finished up. Mike Edwards just 0.2 of a second on pole position from Mike Russell. Nigel Palmer pushed them all the way. Glenn English was in the hunt very much as well, ahead of Richard Parker and Peter Crew, so just 5 seconds separating the top 6. Dan Walling, Duncan Fitchett disappointed me somewhat, but I think there's more left in his tank for tomorrow, so let's see what he can do in the race, ahead of Steve Bone, Julian Ide in 10th, Steve Pond 11th, and Tony Perkin there, just 9 seconds adrift. Mike Farrell on Charlie Williams, Maxton Yamaha 13th, Cundall Stewart Tong, Nick Bedford, Sean Brooks, George Thomas completing the top 18. How close were they? Fred Burbage, Sebastian Perez, Sam Clues, expected more from him as well. Maybe that'll happen tomorrow. Cooper, Gordon Russell, we saw him retire, and Ian Draper. Well, it was a thrilling session. 10 laps were completed. let's have a look at the highlights. Off they went then. These 250 and 350cc predominantly Yamaha power bikes for the Mike Hailwood Trophy. Official practice, Glenn English getting the push. The smoke, of course, because 2 strokes, they collect a little bit of oil while they're sitting there idling. Once they're out on track, it's a very different kettle of fish. And from the word go, Mike Edwards, 121, put his head down. He put his tail up, and a retirement on the final lap did not stop him taking pole position. But he was chased all the way, though, by an extremely determined Michael Russell there. Nick Bedford on track as well. The blue background on the number plates denoting 350cc, green 250. So Glenn English, number 25, and Michael Russell were locked in it tooth and nail. Also number 49, Nigel Palmer, acquitted himself very well, but it was Michael Russell, number 68, who really proved to be the big challenge to the pole position man, coming so very, very close at the end of the session, just 0.2 of a second off pole position. With 1 lap to do it then, could Michael Russell do it? No, was the answer. Good crowd here. The sun has come out, the track has dried, looking for more 4-wheel action, and I shall be handing back very shortly to Marcus Pye, but David Coulthard still enjoying the crowd, enjoying the fans, and that beautiful Mercedes. And it's time for me to say, welcome back, Marcus.
Thank you very much, Barry. And isn't it great to see David Coulthard, someone who really gets historic motor racing, down there in this IWC Schaffhausen Mercedes.
Beautiful, actually. It was absolutely fantastic.
And I was in Schaffhausen in Switzerland in October, and pretty much bumped into the guy who was the outgoing chairman of the company. And they're great, enthusiastic company, and very much supporters of motorsport, which we're very grateful for. David Coulthard himself, someone who loves the history of the sport, always has done since he first came into car racing in Formula Ford.
He could not have done, Marcus, because his father Duncan, such an enthusiast.
Absolutely.
So he imbued him with that love of motor racing. And as David said, he sat and watched Grand Prix avidly with his father, and then, of course, rose to compete with such success.
I was at his first Formula Ford test at Thruxton. He had a borrowed year-old Van Diemen while he was waiting for his new one to arrive, and rang the office to say this was somebody special. And they sort of kind of said, what do you know? And I said, well, you watch.
I remember you making that call, and I remember the year before in the Kentagon at the Formula Ford Festival, hearing these Scottish chaps talking about this mate of theirs who was coming up from karting, who was going to be very special. I thought, oh yeah, let's see. Oh, we did.
And he was.
Yeah, he was, right from the outset.
Fantastic. But so just a little bit of a clear up after the motorcycles.
And actually, Marcus, many moons ago, Audi had a driving day down here at Goodwood, and the driving instructor John Stevens took me around, and then I was doing a piece about him taking David Coulthard going around, and David said, how did you say so calm? It was so smooth. But anyhow, let's just cut away to a commercial break.
Absolutely breathless, completely amazing.
Well, here's our programme for the afternoon. And next up, the Scott Brown Trophy, the Listers. They're coming out at 12:10. The SF Edge Trophy, if you've not seen an Edwardian race car on track before, this is going to be one for you at 12:35. Graham Hill Trophy, that's the 60s GT cars at 1 o'clock. The GT1 demonstration at 1:45. Varzi Trophy, French and Italian race cars of the pre-war period at 2:05. Pierpoint Cup, that's V8 touring cars at 2:30. Surtees Trophy, the biggest, fastest sports cars of the weekend at 2:55. And a Group A demonstration, the mighty Works touring cars come out after that. Do send your pictures and videos, all the social media channels, Facebook, Twitter, and the rest of them, Goodwood Snap, Goodwood TV, YouTube, you name it, it accepts it. Happy 21st birthday, Chris. Hope you're enjoying your day here at Goodwood. From Louise Harris, huddled round a fire pit. Out with the old man, Goodwood 75, Jason Mills. Enjoy.
Well, that's what it's all about, Marcus.
It is.
Putting across the generations.
We used to come out to race meetings with our dads, and the new generation's now doing it. Really motorsports fans ready for the action, says Patrick Herridge. Shout out to the Marshalls at Lavant. Marshalls with 2 L's, which is quite interesting. It must be the Jerry Marshalls. Orange Army, and that's from Jacob Cannon.
Shows the sweep of the circuit rather nicely, doesn't it?
It does. And the nicely manicured grass. So, enthusiasts up on the spectator banks in the enclosures. And here's this absolutely sensational Mercedes Gullwing. What's your head, madam, beneath that?
Looks like a Emilia number on that, doesn't it?
It does, doesn't it?
It's not the 722, made famous by Jenks and Sir Sterling.
They let the slower cars off much early, didn't they? The really small Fiats and things were in the early house.
Gianninis and things.
And obviously the GT cars would have been, I guess perhaps 4:15 would have been about right.
The little
if
Fiat,
the sports cars were heading off at between 6 and 7.
The little Fiats had to carry a bit more weight. They took so long they had to have 2 picnic campers.
I wouldn't have wanted to be in one of them on the final run in at the end when the 300 SLRs were coming past at 170, 180 miles an hour.
Back into Brescia.
Yes, that must have caught the attention.
Bruno Giacomelli's from Brescia, and loved all the history of the Emilia. A huge enthusiast of the sport. He ought to come to more events.
Just thinking, this is made for him.
Yeah,
I know Chris Whitty spent a lot of time in the last year writing a book on Formula 2, and he spent a lot of time with the racers of the period, having a wonderful time. There are a lot of them in their dotage now, but a really good summer touring around Europe, speaking to likes of Bruno Giacomelli, Beppe Gabbiani, and so can't wait for that book to hit the shelves.
Bruno Giacomelli had lunch at my in-laws once and was introduced to the concept of wallies, which is what they call gherkins in Suffolk.
I literally don't know what to say to
No,
that.
I was going to come back with a rejoinder, but it's just, I better not really.
Trombones was the word of the morning for Henry Hope Frost, I think. Wallies, maybe. Anyway, gherkins. Just latching the gull wings down. So much similarity under the skid to the Grand Prix cars, Kevin, of the era. Mercedes Grand Prix cars.
Moved the goalpost, didn't they, with their, when they came in 54.
And that's utterly timeless, isn't it? If you said that was a car that was on the market now, Mercedes-Benz marketed something like that again now, people would rush out and buy them and deep in their pockets.
But it's when you get up close to these cars, you have a look in, and everything is purposeful. There's art in the body shape outside, but it's largely to be aerodynamic. There's bits of fluting over the wheel arches and stuff, but inside everything is just so spot on, and the level of preparation is
and the workmanship,
astonishing.
the workmanship and the engineering of a car made more than 60 years ago is simply sensational.
They sound pretty good too. So David's gone through Ford Water. He's going with this very slight rise as you approach St Mary's, but as he said, he's going around rather gingerly, getting a feel. But do listen out for this car. It does sound great. I hope he gives it a little bit of rev every now and again. It's coming past my commentary box. In fact, I could hear the tyre roar more than the engine noise, pretty much, until he put a
down a little bit in the drop out of St Mary's up towards Lavant, but it does look beautiful. So David obviously will be getting on board a flight fairly shortly to Australia to kick off the 2017 World Championship. As he said to Henry Hope Frost, a lot of things are changing for this year, and I always like the period of change. As long as one team or one manufacturer doesn't get a massive advantage, it's great to have a sort of a shake-up of the order. It keeps us on our toes.
I think we're going to see a lot of lap records fall as well.
Well, they've been so far off for so many years, haven't they? A lot of the records stand from the days when Michael Schumacher was in his pomp.
You press the reset button. There'll probably be an element of unreliability in this first year of the new regs, and that will open the races up, hopefully. So they go back to the 70s, the Cosworth sort of kit car days, when if you're on the grid on the Sunday and still running at the end, you'd probably be in the points.
Other than, of course, Mercedes, who have just been talking about their engineering abilities, I suspect they won't be breaking down too often, but certainly Renault and Honda have had a few issues.
That is glorious.
I had the great pleasure of talking to John Fitch about his race of my life, and he picked driving the 300 SL on the Million 55. And he, of course, originally was going to have the pace note idea with Dennis Jenkinson, which then ended up being with Sterling. And but he beat Olivier Gondomar out to the GT category win, which he regarded as being his best drive.
Fair effort.
Absolutely.
Remember David Coulthard did a series of track tests for Autosport magazine. One was the Lotus 72 at Mallory Park, which was very impressive. Then he came and drove a Maserati 250F here at Goodwood, which was another eye-opener for him. But,
well, it certainly was with the pedal arrangement. He was scared enough about driving the Maserati to start with, and then he worked out the pedals were in a different order, and I think that rather threw him at the time.
I think I was reading one report from the period where they turned up at one event with the different pedal arrangements in 2 or 3 of their different cars. I think even Sterling Moss found that a little trying.
Yeah, some had centre throttles, didn't they? Just some were conventional. Yeah, a glorious IWC Schaffhausen moment. Little fly screen on the bonnet of the Merc.
Dare I say, you're about to start getting a bit of sun glinting off its wings. It's getting brighter, certainly on my side of the track. A little more flare back off the car, so that's good news for the track, getting drier through the course of this afternoon.
Well, you've done it now, Bruce. That's it. Rain shower in half an hour.
I'm not planning to go out for a bit. I'm locked in this box until 6:30.
So that's the two lap demo for the Mercedes-Benz 300 Gullwing off the circuit now, which means that we'll be underway very shortly with the next of our sessions, and that'll be for the new Scott Brown Trophy race. And this is going to be a very open one, ladies and gentlemen. The green flag is waved, and that is Sam Hancock in number 10, who's going to be the first out on the track. Martin Stretton's helmet alongside him, the Barry Wood owned Lister. There's a Costin-bodied Lister going out there, the very smooth, more aerodynamic version. When Jordan Elliott Lister Chev goes out there. So Richard Kent in 54. That's the Le Mans Coupe that's gone through. That is Fred Wakeman, the London-based American, driving that car, which Peter Lumsden and Peter Sargent drove at Le Mans. So the car that, without the top, won the last race at Crystal Palace in the early 70s, driven by Jerry Marshall, the touring car activity is named. He's a list of nobblies described by Sterling Moss as pugnacious, which that's Richard Kent, in fact, with his the brighter blue list. Chris Ward in number 11, watch for him, he'll be quick. Behind him, Gary Pearson, who has the best record of anybody at the revival meetings.
Well, they had a fantastic battle, didn't they, at the front, the race of the revival in September, so I would expect those two to be among the pace setters today.
One of the Mr. Costin's looking for is the 54 car, which is the car of Chris Milner. That is a car that ran here as number 54, Easter Monday 59, with Mike Anthony in it. And both Mike Anthony, who's the car's original owner, and Mike Pendleton, its second owner, converted to Jag Power from Chevrolet, are both here today to see the car run. Chris Milner came up and was proudly showing off a very nice mug with a painting of the lister on it from when Mike Anthony set best time of the day at the 1950, he said it was 59 Brighton Speed Trials. Local man, Mike Anthony. It's interesting how the Hancock car actually pop a wheel off the deck. It's probably running stiffer than it was period.
Yes, he looks like he's trying to get on with it pretty quickly. He's one of the guys, I think, with the capability of perhaps taking the fight to Chris Ward and Gary Pearson duo.
Well, a double winner in members' meetings in recent times.
Well, an interesting little duo. Sam Hancock, you can see coming up the rise, and in the background, number 8 behind him, Martin Stretton. Two of the quick guys. They're the first 2 cars on the track. Which one of them will take what we have to call provisional pole? The first person across the line will have provisional pole, but for how long? There is the question. But they're certainly looking good through the sweepers out at the back of the circuit. Sam Hancock in the number 10, the white Lister Nobly with the blue stripes up the middle, coming down towards the end of the lap. All been very tidy so far.
Briggs Cunningham colours, sort of American racing type colours, and behind that bright green crash helmet of Danger Mouse himself, Martin Stretton, double FIA Thoroughbred Grand Prix car champion, driving Simon Bull's Tyrrells in the 90s.
Stretton looks closer to me now than he was at the start of the lap.
Yes.
Correct. That's why Stretton's gone top by half a second from Sam Hancock. 1 minute 26.211, the fastest lap so far. Early days, but these cars looking absolutely fabulous around the sweepers at the back of the circuit, carrying their speed beautifully through Madrick. Now down the straight towards Fordwater, and Hancock turns into Fordwater. How much closer is Stretton behind him? It's sort of stabilised, about half a second between them on the track.
That's pretty impressive opening pace, isn't it, Bruce?
Oh, yeah.
Basically straight down into a competitive RACTT celebration time, low 26s.
Well, they know their track, and Sam Hancock, very spectacular. And as soon as I said that in front of him, Hancock then got the tail out. So Stretton closing in right about 0.2 of a second down, but he was the one who had the moment first. Got it back on the track. Now they've got a little bit of traffic up ahead, 77. That is the Nobly of Derring Hood, the dark green one. They should dispatch him down the straights. Hancock goes past, Derring Hood stays out of the way, and Martin Stretton with the green top to his helmet flashes right in behind him in number 8. Stretton still got the fastest time so far, 1 minute 26.2. How much faster are they on this lap? A bit more heat in their tyres, haven't really been troubled by traffic. Hancock threads his way through the chicane. They're looking a lot much more solid this year. Down to the start-finish line they come. Will they go into the 1 minute 25s? I think they will.
25, yes, 25.609 for Stretton, 26.068 for Hancock. That's 8 ahead of 10 in terms of times. The opposite way to that which they run on the circuit at the moment.
I think Hancock would be well advised probably to let Martin pass, let Stretton pass, and then see if he can follow him, because Martin looks a little bit quicker at this stage, and he might be able to tow him along.
They're going way quicker than they've ever been at members' meetings before, as Bruce alluded to.
Well, let's watch Gary Pearson. He's really hanging it out, and I can just tell you as he goes through St Mary's, moments before car number 11 went through, Chris Ward heard the chirrup of brakes, and he just managed to keep the number 11, the Costin-bodied Lister, on the circuit, but it was a close one for Ward, that's for sure.
You get a huge upper body workout in these if you're driving them anywhere near the limit, don't you, Bruce?
I can only imagine. I'd love to be able to go out and drive one of these, but yes, you can see how hard they have to work. They really get quite a lot of sideways, and there's still actually quite a lot of grip. They're quite heavy cars. They certainly would let you know you're out there.
The quick way is to drift them, and so you've got to be confident to get the tail hanging out, steer it from the back. Archie Scott Brown, for whom this race was named, the absolute master of that. Despite his disabilities, phenomenally quick driver.
It's worth explaining, Marcus, what his disabilities were for those who don't know, because it makes it all the more impressive that he was so mighty in these cars.
That's absolutely right. I mean, he had very much shortened legs. He had one arm that barely worked, and yet he took to the listers like the duck to water, and was phenomenally quick in them. There's another guy's phenomenally quick in them, just round the outside of the silver car. That was Keith Fell in the silver one, but that was Chris Ward, who's in the, you can see the difference here between the very smooth Costin-bodied car and the knobbly, as it was called.
Which do you prefer, Marcus?
Calls out a bit, really.
I must confess, I like the idea of a slippery car. I like the knobblies.
Yes, I think I like the knobblies.
Well, I'm unanimous. That doesn't happen very often. I think when Moss first tested the Costin car, he said, well, I'd rather be in the knobbly anyway, because mechanically was.
Despite the fact that the Costin is done by an aerodynamicist, etc., it looks to have a sort of bigger frontal area, doesn't it, than the.
Yes, it does,
knobblies.
because the cutaways either on the sort of middle of the nose of the knobbly comes much lower.
Yeah.
Well, there is a Costin, and has that improved his position? Yes, up into fourth place goes Chris Ward. Had his moments, but he's 2.6 seconds down. I don't think even a driver of Chris's calibre can find that in the remaining 2 minutes. Of course, the coupe bodywork car with Fred Wakeman, different shape entirely.
Shows that the track's good now, and you can see that it's all pretty much a uniform colour, which helps. That's 17, that's Fred Wakeman. The American, who is equally adept in a pre-war chain-driven Fraser Nash as he is in this, or a Jaguar C-Type. Carrying some speed into Woodcote Corner is Fred. Here he comes now. It's the little aero coupe body on that with a distinctive, pronounced dip in the middle of it. Visibility none too clever. And Anthony Reid's raced it in the past, among others, hasn't he? Here,
yeah, a whole stream of drivers. Chris Harris of Top Gear fame raced with Anthony, didn't he? The time that Simon Hadfield came through as if from nowhere in the wet to win the Aston Martin a handful of years ago.
Stretton, Hancock, Minshaw up into third place. 33 moving up the order, and that is John Minshaw. There he is in the works. Coloured car.
Well,
Mr. Demon Tweaks.
He gets a lot of racing these decades, but he's almost racing out on the track. It's very tight in traffic. Yeah. That could be Minshaw's run somewhat limited.
Yes,
he's got to get past 54. It's costing
Chris
him time,
Milner, isn't it? And that's the another interesting car. It's 53, which of course is Simon Hamm driving the car, which his late father David had for many, many years. It's got some Tajiro-esque body on it. Up inside Chris Milner at Lavant, I think it is, that's John Minshaw. The green car with the yellow stripe.
Just noticed that we've got Colin Turkington down in number 18 instead of Sam Thomas as we had listed. I know that they've tried to get Colin in that car before and he hasn't been able to do it, so it'll be interesting to see how he...
Turkington here.
Yes, Turkington, yes. There's a rear-wheel drive master in modern touring cars. This will be a rather different proposition for him.
We've got Tor Bolton teammates, Stretton, Hancock, Minshaw and Pearson. They're on for a big old slug of points here, and Kent is Tor Bolton as well. He's 7th, so 5 Tor Bolton drivers in the top 7.
Well, that will please. It's Emanuele Pirro, I think, the captain of Tor Bolton. But I've just noticed Martin Stretton's been in the pits and now come back out. 4 and a bit minutes remaining. Whatever tweak they were doing, hopefully it's a tweak for the better rather than a tweak to fix something. But let's see, Martin now only 0.3 of a second faster.
Ward's gone up to second, so he has found that chunk of time that I think we're sort of expecting really that he'd be in that mix. So 25.9 to go into second place with 4 minutes to go. I wouldn't be surprised, Bruce, if he finds a little bit more.
Okay, well, I tell you who has found something. John Minshaw has found some clear track ahead of him. He's just gone down to Lavant. He's 4th fastest, 3/4 of a second down on the ultimate pace. We're looking at Richard Kent, number 16 in 6th place, but he's 2.5 seconds down. But really, we want the top handful. Martin Stretton in number 8, Chris Ward number 11, Sam Hancock number 10. But watch the 33 of John Minshaw, and Gary Pearson number 12 cannot be discounted. Richard Kent hanging it out in the list of Jaguar Costin, but I don't think he has the pace right now.
Ward is the sort of Darnley in the Tor Bolton ointment, isn't he? Because Tor Bolton drivers now 5 of the top 6 now that Kent's moved up. But for Darnley, Chris Ward in 2nd place, and Fred Wakeman is in 7th. Best opening is Mark Lewis in the replica, beautiful replica he's built. This is Chevrolet number 84.
Minshaw goes second.
Ziegler. Minshaw second, and Stratton, Minshaw and Ward.
Well, he's 1/10 of a second down, that is all. I said he had some clear track. Oh, and now Martin Stretton still on that pole position, got mired in traffic through St Mary's, so he's still got a bit of time to make his way through, but certainly he's been in the pits. Was it to make the car better or simply to keep it going?
Chris Ward is now stuck behind the 2 blue Costin cars. One is Kent, one is Milner.
Minshaw's still got relatively clear track, but I think he's about to come up some traffic, so that's car number 33. He's just under 1/10 of a second down, so he's right in the mix, but the clock is ticking away. There is John Minshaw. One bit of traffic up ahead. I didn't see which car it was, but he may not be... No, he hasn't had a really good opening part to this lap, so maybe next time around. It's the 120 in front, which is Philip Bennett in the list anomaly, number 120. That's dispatched easily, so it didn't affect Minshaw.
Phil Bennett, known as Burglar Bennett to his friends, car trader from up in the north of England. Been racing for a very, very long time, and in this car. They're treating the new improved hardened chicane with some respect, aren't they, Kevin?
Yes, yeah. Well, the tanks full of water is a better deterrent than the foam and the polystyrene we've had previously.
That's right.
But I think it's fantastic that we've got the top 5 car by just over 0.8 of a second, and that probably shows that is how quickly a lister can go around Goodwood.
Just noting down in 10th place, Colin Turkington, as we call him now. He's starting to find pace. All of those above him weren't setting their fastest lap last time around. He has, so he may yet pick his way up the order a bit. Maybe David Hart will be his target on this lap. But the clock down to just over 1 minute until the checkered flag will be unfurled.
Yeah, I'd have thought David Hart would have been a little bit further up, but of course
he's been spectacular.
Yeah, he'll do his racing in the race. That's the important thing. That's where he'll get his big points.
Oh, Chris Ward, just fastest speed on the exit of the first sector, so look for the number 11. That could be working its way to the front. But it's still Martin Stretton stuck in traffic last time around. You can see John Minshaw in 33 working his way through. Lights ablaze on number 77, trying to make a charge as well. Derek Hood, but he's some way down the timing screens. It's 33 in that battle that we were looking at.
Half a minute to go, ladies and gentlemen, and it's hotting up at the front. Just 0.879 seconds splitting that top 5. Fred Wakeman in the coupe, in the chicane.
He's 3 seconds down on the ultimate pace. I'm afraid he won't find that much time. It's the car behind, starting their final lap. They got past before the checkered flag. Look for number 33, John Minshaw. Second fastest, still 1/10 of a second down on the very best. Still held by Martin Stretton. Number 11, Chris Ward. This has been a good lap for him so far. He's 0.3 of a second down. Will this be the pole lap he's putting in now? Let's wait for him to cross the start-finish line. Oh, no improvement. He's in fact got blocked towards the end of the lap. He set the fastest first sector time. There is the checkered flag. Now who's going to be on top when everybody completes their flyer?
Well, Minshaw did not make it past the coupe into Madgwick, so he will have lost it. He's ahead of it now, but I think he'll have lost a little bit of time.
He's pushing hard now by you, Bruce.
Yeah, I can't tell if he's just driving with fury because he feels frustrated, but he's certainly driving with massive aplomb as he goes down the dip, up to Lavant. He's going to leave his braking as late as he can, twitching away. Down he goes. He gets the first part of the corner linked up. Will it link to the second?
Ward's got the best first sector of all, and he crossed the line as the flag went out. I wonder whether they just hold that flag till he went through.
Yeah, I thought he'd taken the flag, but maybe he did squeeze through.
Well, it's indicated as having got through on the timing screens. Let's go with those.
Minshaw goes fastest of all in the middle sector, so he has indeed, Marcus, carried on pushing, even although he was compromised early on in the lap.
Yeah, how much did he lose in that first sector? Hard to tell. In fact, it was still a pretty competitive run. He might have lost 1/10 of a second, but it looks like he could gain that back? Let's find out any second now. 33, John Minshaw. He's second at the moment. Will he go top? Crosses the start-finish line. No, he doesn't. 26.149, so he's down 4/10 on that lap on his very best.
Oh, very sideways for Chris Ward, and he's got a flat. Is it a flat tyre towards the back? Looked a bit that way.
He's
right
crumbed
rear.
bodywork. Oh, dearie me. And that was a quick lap until then, and then it tailed off mid-lap, but well, that means that he didn't set a quick lap for a long period of time. He had that visit to the pits, but it was good enough for Martin Stretton. One thinks, unless there's a flyer that we cannot see on our timing screens. Looking very good. Provisional pole, and I think it really will be eventual pole for number 8, and that is Martin Stretton. Just look down for a second. 85 just coming in towards the end, creeping home. So a clean session. Didn't see what happened. It did look like rear bodywork damage on Chris Ward's car.
Yes, I hope we get a review of that. Got the impression that the rear tyre was a little flat. Certainly got very sideways coming through the exit of the chicane on the final lap. Very spectacular though.
So there is our pole sitter, Martin Stretton. I don't think he thought when he was sitting in the pit lane that his time was going to stand, but it did by just under 1/10 of a second, 0.097. So what a great job there by Martin Stretton.
Martin Stretton then on provisional pole in car number 8, 1:25.609. Second, number 33, John Minshaw, less than 1/10 of a second behind. Third, number 11, Chris Ward, 3/10 down. Then we've got fourth, number 10, Sam Hancock. Fifth, number 12, Gary Pearson. And sixth, number 16, Richard Kent. Seventh is 17, Fred Wakeman, the American. Eighth is the Anglo-Italian Roberto Giordanelli in number 14. 9th is 84, Mark Lewis. 10th is 44, David Hart, the Dutchman. 11th is Colin Turkington, number 18. 12th is number 15, Stefan Ziegler. 13th is 45, Darren McWhirter. 14th, number 7, Steve Boltby Brooks in the flat iron. 15th is number 6, James Gibbon. 16th, 54, Chris Milner. 17th, 53, Simon Hammond. 18th, the Belgian, Anthony Scrown, number 20. 19th is 85, Keith Fell. 20th, Adam Lindemann in number 2. 21st is number 9, Chris Lunn. 22nd is 24, Oliver Douglas. 23rd is number 77, Derek Hood. And 24th, number 120, Phil Bennett.
Well, the Scott Brown Trophy, we knew it was going to be big on track with these magnificent listers, and right from the outset, Sam Hancock on a real flyer, but he had to be on his mettle because there's a really, really quality field there. Coming through there, Adam Lindemann in the early running, but look for the number 33 in the background, John Minshaw trying to make a charge. Number 54, Chris Milner really trying to string it together. Into the pits early on came Sam Hancock. That's not what he wanted, and Martin Stretton was also to visit the pits for adjustments, but John Minshaw in 33 was the driver making the charge. In his knobbly, you could tell the shape of the car so different from the much sleeker Costin bodied car that was in behind. Another Costin bodied one, Richard Kent, was going well, but just around the tail of the top 6, but not with the pace of the ultimate front runners. But it got very busy. Chris Ward, number 11, having to pick his way through traffic, and he made a really late bid for pole position. Didn't quite come off. Coupe bodywork, Fred Wakeman going well indeed. Martin Stretton made that visit to the pits, came out with about 4 minutes remaining, and all he had was traffic. John Minshaw made a charge. Fred Wakeman in 17 went for it, but eventually at the end, Stretton did enough for pole. Henry Hope Frost is going to bring us news from Duncan Pittaway down in the collection area.
Thank you, Bruce. Yes, indeed. I'm with what many people are calling the maddest man in the world, Duncan Pittaway, with the extraordinary 28.5 litre S76. It's never raced.
No, never raced. First time. In fact, I've never used more than quarter throttle yet. So this is the first time we're going to run it on full throttle. I've driven on the motorway. That was nice. So this is the first time around the track.
We've seen the wonderful films of you doing the hill climb at the Festival of Speed. You took Lord March for a run in its very first run. How is racing going to be different? What are you expecting?
I have no idea. I mean, it's not a racing car, ideal racing car. So all I've done is I've tightened the shock absorbers up, blown the tyres up to 100 psi, and I'm just going to go The corners are the tricky bit, that's all. The straight bits will be fine, the corners are the tricky bits.
Once it's going, it builds speed very nicely, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really goes like the clappers. It's really high geared. It does 70 miles an hour in first gear at 1,000 revs. So once it gets going, it really goes well. It pulls like a steam train.
Some people have come specially to see this, I promise you.
Wow, it's a real. I feel very humbled because I love the car and it's absolutely my favourite. And I just wanted to try it on the track, and it's lovely to hear that.
Okay, off you go. Thank you, Duncan.
Thanks very much.
It's the corners that are the problems. Deary me, 28.5 litres, Duncan Pittaway, surely going to entertain us royally.
So the car's coming out for the SF Edge trophy. There's the fabulous Fiat S76 of Duncan Pittaway. Duncan was the race winner last year in the Curtis powered GN. Fabulous race, Marcus, we had last year.
Absolutely, and that car, the Curtis GN, will be out in the hands of Patrick Blakeney-Edwards, who's a real extra. There's the Blitz and Benz coming out.
Blitz and Benz from the Auto Museum in Sinsheim, which is a museum, a must-visit museum.
Stuttgart, you say? Yeah. This will be incredible. Once this gets up to speed, we're going to see some remarkable activity, I'm sure. Last year, I was trying to find the fastest lap last year.
It was the Delage, I think.
I've put it all down to see who's doing what.
On the screen is another big Benz, the Hornstead Benz.
Named for Cupid Hornstead, who was obviously
Cupid.
a maniac. That was his nickname.
Of course, what's changed vintage racing a lot is the discovery that World War I aircraft engines you could snap up in the States for peanuts. And the recipe of an old saloon chassis with a big aircraft engine in makes a perfect vintage racer. There's an example. That's the Fafnir, which is built in Germany, but that's got the four-cylinder Hall Scott engine. Hall Scott built.
They made thousands of those.
They did, yeah. And they also made aircraft. They made a training aircraft in World War I. Last year's winner goes through the chicane.
Last year's fastest lap, by the way, was a 150.392, 77.61 miles an hour.
I think what astonished everybody, Marcus, last year, we were expecting a sort of slow parade of ancient cars. They're so quick. There's last year's winner, Fafnir, coming towards us. We've got a very early Bentley, 1922 Bentley, driven by Andrew Frankel, just going past the pits now.
The Hudson Super 6 along the group, Alfa Romeo GI, Alfa Romeo Targa Florio there as well. There it is.
Oh wow. It's the only car that you stand one side of the front of it, the bonnet, and you can't see your friends the other side. It's so tall. Duncan was talking to, I think, Henry about his prospects for this race, saying he has no idea what it's going to be like. It'll be quick down the straight, then he'll probably break at the half-mile mark. There's the Bentley going through, chased by the Fiat. And I said to Andrew Frankel, don't let the Fiat near your right-hand side, or he said, that'll set my hair on fire. Well, I think it just has.
Just belches of flame.
Chain drive, of course.
Incredible. There's the GN Curtis, the Curtis aero engine car. Look at the exposed valve gear down the side, ladies and gentlemen, on your big screens. Guide to the event. That's Patrick Blakeney-Edwards driving it. He's a phenomenal driver. It's got a wide range of cars.
It's got a windscreen this year.
Yeah.
Because the great thing about World War I aircraft engines is that they were very light. That's a Curtis V8, the Ox OX5. A few cars coming into the pits.
It's the GN Thunderbug here as well.
It is.
Huey Walker.
With a twin cylinder engine, each cylinder 2 litres. Duncan in the Fiat.
And that's 4 litres of 28, 4 cylinders, 28 litre, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And that is the genuine X-Works chassis, found in Australia. A lot of Australians didn't believe it, but Duncan's got proof that that's a genuine chassis. And it's proven also by the fact that Fiat gave him a huge amount of help
with the design of the car.
We're watching from Beast Cam here.
Duncan working very hard indeed. There's a lovely YouTube of Duncan driving this car to the Festival Speed last year in company with Ben Collins in the 1903 Benz. Marcus, it's much quicker than we expected.
Absolutely. And Blakeney Edwards is 3 seconds under last year's lap record.
Really?
Already, in a
wow.
car that he's not terribly familiar with. And young Seletsky's second in 47 in the Delage. Mazoub is there as well in 23. Julian Mazoub, a protagonist last year in the Sunbeam Indianapolis of 1916.
The Delage gained the land speed record in 1924 on a narrow French road called Arpajon. That's not Duncan Pittaway. The following day, Mr. Eldridge in the giant Fiat Mephistopheles broke the land speed record at the same track and immediately drove to Paris and parked the Fiat outside the Delage showroom.
Take that, you rotters. This is amazing. 1:47.244 is Patrick Blakeney Edwards. That's towards 80 miles an hour average, which is quite incredible. Going well is number 6, which is John Paulson in Hugh McIntosh's Hudson Super 6. And 17 there is Simon Diffie in the little Brescia Bugatti, the Type 13.
The Hudson Super 6 is a recreation of the cars that Hudson raced at Indianapolis, so it's an Indy car. Is that the Targa Florio Alpha behind the Fiat going rather slowly? I hope it's not in trouble.
Some of the Bruffs built over here had the Hudson engine, didn't they, as well? So they bought in.
Yes.
Bruff Superiors.
Isn't that wonderful?
Extraordinary.
So we're focusing, quite rightly, a lot of attention on the giant Fiat.
Another very spindly racer we're going to see with the Scat Type C of Andrew Howe Davis.
That was a car that competed in the Targa Florio.
You could buy a Scat if you were sort of an enthusiast.
If you were scatty enough.
The beast is going on. Blakeney Edwards quicker still than anybody else in Sector 1 of the circuit. So this is going to be a quickie for that splendidly painted GN with the Curtis engine.
Duncan Pittaway is so far in 10th place.
Here comes the poleman coming up, going through with the orange and purple colours on that car. Blakeney Edwards 47.244. No, that sticks. He was in behind another competitor coming through the chicane. Duncan Pittaway is 10th quickest in this company on a 2:14.302.
Julian Majoub's Sunbeam, that's a car that Sunbeam built for the Indianapolis. That's a genuine Indianapolis car. Julian found the chassis. It was bought, I think, in 1938. Someone found the chassis and bought it for about 300 quid.
Julian, the force behind Blockley tyres, which many of these cars run, made at Blockley in Gloucestershire. Always looks so intrepid, doesn't he, with that open-face crash helmet and the little visor.
And Julian's running third at the moment.
Yes, he was right up there last year. Finished third in the race behind Duncan Pittaway and Maciej Seletsky.
Majoub goes past the pits, acknowledges his pit crew. And Julian's just about a second behind Seletsky in the Delage. Blitz-Benz, Mercedes, Delage. You wouldn't exactly call it a one-make series, would you?
Thankfully not.
No.
Don't do one-make series. Historic racing anyway. Well, I suppose there was that little series for the little Cisitalias, wasn't it, in the 1950s.
Matthias surprised everybody last year with his speed in the Delage.
Yes, the car's 1923, and he's
same
about,
as-
about the year 2000.
Yeah, I think so.
Probably actually he's a sort of a child of the later 90s in reality.
It's the car with which John Cobb did a lap at Brooklands, I think 143 miles an hour. And then Sam Clutton had it and had a major accident in it in vintage racing. Beautifully restored and repaired.
It's Clutton as in Itala. I always think of Clutton in his Itala.
Yeah, exactly. Same man, different car. Big, powerful V8 engine. Is it V8 or V12?
It will be.
Count the exhaust pipes.
They cut away from it. That's the Thunderbug. Now, Mark Walker driving the Thunderbug, isn't it? In 20.
The Darracq that Mark drove here last year had an engine explode at Alton Park last year, so that's in the process of being rebuilt. Was it Mallory Park? It was Mallory Park.
Blew a
cylinder right
off the block.
And you can't go down to your local shop and get a Darracq V8 engine.
No. It's Mark Walker driving it in place of Huey, isn't it? Because you can still see the helmet with the St George's Cross on it.
So it'd be good to see the Darracq out again, hopefully next year. Mark's a great engineer.
Look at that.
Well, look at the speed difference.
Outside. Yeah, there's the old
Andrew in the Bentley. I don't know how many Bentleys they made with that flat radiator before Mr. Bentley came with the traditional.
It's very early, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. 22, is it?
Yeah, it's 1922.
Raced in the TT and really put Bentley on the map. W. Bentley, of course, famous for his design of World War I aircraft engine, which really revolutionised the engines for the Royal Flying Corps.
See that Blakeney Edwards now down the 46s, 146.5 for Patrick Blakeney Edwards, and he's again gone quicker than anybody in the field in Sector 1. Here he is, just watch him. I don't think he's driven this car before, and when he gets used to it, I think he's going to be quite fast.
Remember GN, very narrow rear track because it's chain drive, 4 chains driving the back axle, no differential.
Yeah.
So it squirts around the corners like a threepenny bit, if you remember those. Now this is interesting. This is GN versus Thunderbug. Well, 2 GNs really.
I was overtaken by this on the way to Silverstone in the wet about 10 years ago.
Wow.
In convoy with 2 others. Yeah, PBE, Patrick Blakeney Edwards, hunched over the wheel.
Little salute. Vintage salute.
As he takes another 2 seconds off his fastest time. A mere 2 seconds.
44. He's on pole by 8.7 seconds.
When you watch Mark Walker, he's not hanging around, it's making a real putt-putt-putt sound, but obviously it's all arms and elbows for both of them. But the sheer speed that Blakeney Edwards has is extraordinary.
They're going to give him a sort of little handicap for the race. Going to put another 30 kilos of ballast in there. Where do you put it?
Make him start on the back of the grid. Oh, somebody's crawling back to the pits, going very slowly into the chicane, and is pulling off before the chicane. Can't at the moment see which car that is.
21 going past us is the car of Gareth Graham. It's another of the Pitaway stable. He's in the Monarch.
Oh,
it's Julian Bazoum.
So he's still 3rd fastest? Yes, he is, but clearly limping in. Might give us a chance to look at Ben Collins, who's 5th fastest, going very well, sitting atop his Mercedes number 3, 60 HP from it's on the wrong side of the circuit,
which is the oldest car in the race.
They're 114 years old. We'll call it 113 between friends.
I hope Julian isn't suffering any major mechanical damage. He's the car is being pushed out of the way.
Well, there's the checkered flag, and having been up in 10th position, I think he was for Duncan Pittaway in the S76 Fiat, fell to 14th, up to 12th, so great run from him. But Mark Walker, driver on screen at the moment, doing his utmost, but he's still down in 4th position, 11.8 seconds down on the rival GN racer, but certainly entertaining to watch.
Yeah. Pittaway's record last year, a 150.392, a 144.259 is the effort of Patrick Blakeney Edwards this afternoon.
I'll hand back to Kevin and hopefully come back for the WRC trophy.
Thank you very much to Chris Druitt for stepping in there. And we'll hear from him. Chris, who came here in period to watch the racing as a young lad. As we saw the onboard camera from Duncan Pittaway's Fiat there. It's been an extraordinary session, Kevin, isn't it?
I think Duncan Pittaway is my new racing hero for bringing that car here and to actually take it around the track. And I think he's going to end up 12th quickest, which isn't bad going either. It'll be fascinating to hear, if we can, at some point over the weekend, what he actually thinks of it now that he has taken it around the track, and hopefully use more than a quarter throttle.
Put on a chassis rig later on and just try to find a few more seconds. Just amazing.
You've got to have the highest centre of gravity of any racing car I've ever seen.
Quite extraordinary. Oh, look at that. That's spewing liquid from somewhere, isn't it? I think the pale blue car at the back of the picture, and that was losing a lot of liquid somewhere. 19, wasn't it? Which is the Moors of Neil Dyer. Patrick Blakeney Edwards, though, well in command in the Curtis Aero Engine GN. Windscreen or no, that was a phenomenal run.
Never in doubt, was it? Who was going to take pole position?
Superb drive. So yes, that was the SF Edge trophy, and here are the running order, with the running order for later on. 37, Patrick Blakeney Edwards, a 144.259, phenomenal effort to claim pole GN Curtis. Second, 47, Matthias Seletsky with the Delage, 8.7 seconds behind. Third, number 23, Julian Mazub with the Sunbeam Indianapolis, despite mechanical troubles. Fourth, 20, Mark Walker, GN Thunderbug. Fifth, number 5, Richard Scaldwell, Lorraine Dietrich. And in sixth place, number 3, Ben Collings with Mercedes. Seventh, number 9, Andrew Frankel, good effort in the Bentley TT. Eighth, number 19, Neil Dyer with the French Moors. Ninth, 21, Gareth Graham with the Monarch Special. 10th, number 17, Simon Diffie with the diminutive Bugatti Brescia. 11th, number 6, John Paulson with the Hudson Super 6. And in 12th place with the Vista Turin, the Fiat 76, number 76, Duncan Pittaway. 13th, 15, James Collins, the Hudson Super 6. 14th, number 1, Chris Mann with the Alfa Romeo RLTF. 15th is the 64 car, Marcus Cairn, the Benz Hornsted. 16th, 14 is Guy Lackland with the Fafnir Hull Scott. 17th, number 4, Edward Way with the Austin with the Hull Scott engine. And 18th, number 18, Andrew Howell Davis with the Scat. 19th, number 2, Herman Leyer with the Blitzen Benz. 20th, number 8, Tony Best in the Alfa Romeo Targa Florio. 21st, 69, David Biggins, the Mercedes Rennwagen. 22nd, number 7 is Tug Wilson with the Brazia Hispano Suiza. Then 23 is 25, Nick Pellet, Sunbeam TT. And 24th, 26, Paul-Emile Bessard with the Gladiator. Bruce has the highlights.
If you like cars of different shapes and sizes, the SF Edge Trophy had it all. The oldest car, the 60 HP Mercedes driven by Ben Collings from 1903. Look at the shapes, look at the sizes, look how the drivers sit atop, and I tell you what, they are pressing on around a very quick circuit, but the bravest man by far must have been Duncan Pittaway. Car number 76, the S76 Fiat from 1911, a mere 28 litres under the enormous hood. Some fabulous shots from low down on the car. You can see it vibrating and shaking, and I'm sure under his overalls Duncan will be wearing a tie. He always does, but he had plenty to control out there. But the driver who had one of the most entertaining rides was this man here, Mark Walker, in the number 20, the GN Thunderbug. Sideways absolutely everywhere, popping and banging, but very quick indeed. As you can see, the Delage was going well around the outside, making its lines around the circuit. Very well driven indeed by Matthias Salecki, number 47. But the driver who made monkeys of the rest, so quick, the Curtis Aero Engine GN, sitting down as low as can be, Pat Blakeney Edwards. He went past the similar GN of Mark Walker, but was a class of his own, on pole by 8 seconds. So with the sun shining, people out walking around the circuit, it's time for a little run from our commercial partners.
Absolutely breathless, completely amazing.
So the wind blowing from the west, but the sun is shining, and now let's hear what we've had for the latest tweets. When you want to study, but the 75th members meeting is here. Hello from dormitory in Indonesia. Hello to Ifan Ramandana. Great to have you on board. Get back to your Latin study or whatever you're up to, but good to have you watching the real stuff. Memories continue as I last saw this car 34 years ago. Oh, Steve Soper. In fact, if you walk up and down the paddock, there are many from Steve, and it's fantastic he's reunited with his old racer, the Glacier Hepalite Rover. Steve and Jane with @Jane Appleton. Beautiful period clothing, well done for making the effort. It's always appreciated here at Goodwood, gets you right in the fever. The Eco Car Club is cancelled due to lack of interest. I know what you feel. Good news! Ardent Automotive. Well done indeed from them. So keep the tweets coming through the day, a million sights and sounds to be had. Next cars on circuits, you may be able to hear them in the background. The Graham Hill Trophy GTs, quite a rumble will be coming.
Yep, absolutely. They're out on circuit now. The Graham Hill Trophy for the 60s GT cars. Change of driver. Wolfgang Friedrichs Aston Martin number 2, now to be driven by Simon Hadfield and Joaquin Folk, Spanish friend. Wolfgang gone home unwell, but super sub Joaquin Folk has been called into the fray. So great, we're going to see one of the Aston Martin project cars, Project 214, coming out. Glorious Mustang, Shelby Mustang that. That is Jocko Mass and Larry Tucker. There's the Cheetah. Look at that. That is absolutely amazing. Ian Burford's Cheetah making its debut. Michael Gann's Cobra there. It is Michael Gann's at the wheel by the looks of things in '94. Sharing with Andy Wolf. Its preparer. Car owned by Jason Wright. Michael Gann's really come on over the last couple of years. Developed into a very rapid racer. Silverstone Classic last year, the year before, Kev, he was mighty.
2015, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a pretty strong lineup there, isn't it?
It is a very strong lineup, and one that well threaten a podium here. Hancock's gone out very quickly in 29, and that is Sam Hancock sharing with Alexander Rittweger his E-type. Hancock brothers share a number of cars with Rittweger. Sir Ollie in a BMW at Zandvoort last year. This is Sam. Big bro. One of the Bitserinis there, number 1. That's Stefano Rossina's car, shared with Anthony Reid.
Well, I'm glad we're looking at the Michael Gann's Andrew Wolf Cobra that has been so spectacular around the back of the circuit, and having watched it through the other corners as well, matching its performances at St Mary's, and looks so the first flying lap that they will go top, but certainly in terms of speed they may stay there for some while. 94 going very well down into Madrid, looking great, sounding even better.
12 for Jaguar on screen has got some problems. It's the Blake Edwards Martin Hunt car.
Oh, the Cheetah's had a little rotation right in front of my commentary box. Back of the car is almost in front of the front of the car. It's so short.
Yes, it has a wheelbase of about 6'3" and a track of about 6'9".
Yeah, well, it's fired up again, got underway, so everyone's caught their photos. Didn't see who was on board, if it was Ian Burford or Sean Rainford. I think, well, I'm not going to make a guess. But he actually came across the grass on the way into the corner looking at the tracks. I was looking at the screen, missed the moment it had. So he's very close to the tyre wall on the outside of the circuit.
It's like a sort of competition-altered track.
Oh, well, let's have a look at the replay. Oh, did he kiss the tyres? Here he comes backwards. I missed all of that because I was looking at the screen, looked out the window.
I don't think he did.
There it is. Is there a racing car with a shorter overhang at the back?
Looks like a Ginetta G4 with a massive engine in the front.
He was very lucky not to make it a bit shorter there, wasn't he?
Yeah. Ginetta G10 there, isn't it, with the Ford V8 in it.
Anthony Reid, Big Serini in the pits. That's a shame. I hope they get that out there nice and quickly.
29 is the quick Jaguar E-Type. That is Sam Hancock with that distinctive sort of martini striped crash helmet of his.
Well, looking at the timing screens, it's still, well, it's Hancock Rittweger as we watch it going to the top of the timing screens by half a second for the Pirot Lynn. Number 13, that's the red and white AC Cobra, shared with Sean Lynn and Pirot.
Martin Hunt, meanwhile, has bailed out of his Jaguar E-Type over the back of the circuit.
Probably worth mentioning the Pearsons in their 250 LM. I think that's their first outing, isn't it, Marcus, in the car?
Always worth mentioning the Pearsons.
Yes. So a bit of mid-engined Ferrari variety with all the front-engine GT cars. Slightly later car, should be a contender. 7th at the moment.
Well, Sam Hancock still going very well in that number 29 E-Type, working his way past one of the Mustangs. Quite a few Mustangs in this field, but those behind, number 13 seems to be closing in. That's second fastest at the moment. Sorry, no, it's not, because the young has got top. Oh, massive avoidance at St Mary's. Number 8 went for a rotation, which was the John Breslow Najib Khan E-Type, and a Ferrari just managed to hook it up and avoid it. No damage done. By golly, that was rewriting the laws of physics, so those two stayed apart.
Very close. There's the glorious Ferrari LM. I remember seeing those in the 60s at Silverstone, sort of Grand Prix support race. Just beautiful.
Still got my Corgi version of that somewhere.
I wish I knew where. One somewhere, unmade.
Unmade? What's wrong with you?
I'm useless at making kits.
Fair enough.
Best to stay in the box. What happened here? The Ferrari was bearing down. The 64 GTO.
That little jink to the right was very impressive indeed, from whether it's James Cottingham or Nicky Pastorelli.
just clonked the conveyor belting, didn't it? But didn't seem to do any damage, which was good.
But at the moment, Hancock and Pirro, or 29 and 13 to be precise, E-Type and AC Cobra, they were second and third. They're down in fourth and fifth now because we've got Wolf and Gans back on top in the 94 Cobra. Jordan Whittaker TVR, number 68, is in second place. Third, the young AC Cobra, so it has changed at the top.
Yes, watch for the Jordan Whittaker TVR. Very quick combo. A very well developed car.
But this is a great little tussle out on track between Sam Hancock
Jag and V8 AC Cobra. Ford engine in the Cobra. He's dropped back now. He's realised he's not going to get a good time out of sitting on the tail lights of the Jag. Wolf and Gans. Jordan. Oh, Hancock has gone quickest. A 1:27.242. 2:42 for Sam Hancock.
Well, Pirro, by dropping off his tail, if he'd stuck there, he'd have probably gone into second place. So he's down in the Pirro Lynn car, down in sixth place overall. But for Hancock, it suddenly came good. He'll be handing over to Alexander Rittweger soon, one would feel.
Yes, you've got to think that Pirro's confident that he can go quite a bit quicker then, can't he? If he's backed off on a lap, it was obviously pretty quick. And we saw last year the revival of the quick cars were in the low 26s, and Hancock's pole at the moment is a 27.2. So I would expect someone to dip into the 26s.
Yeah, it's cold, very cold, isn't it? So not great for conditions. What you want is, if it's going to be sort of fairly cold, sort of thickish air to get good power.
I tell you, we haven't really talked about car number 68 being driven very well by Mike Jordan or Mike Whittaker. It could be either, don't know who's driving it, but very precise. It's the little sort of metallic blue TVR.
The other thing we have here is a very, very strong wind, which is probably a decent tailwind down the Lavin Straight, but is not helping when they burst out from behind the pits on the way up towards Madrick corner.
Well, now we're starting to get the first driver changes. Nearly 10 minutes into this 30-minute session, you can see the pits is going to get busy.
Here's Jordan and Whittaker. That's the wire-wheeled TVR Griffith.
Talking of short cars, we've been talking about the Cheetah. Not a great deal more length in this little stubby Griffith, but what a handful these were on that short wheelbase.
And that's an original Goodwood racer, isn't it? That race, the period that Mike Whittaker got hold of last year. Worked quite closely with Mike Jordan to get quicker and quicker.
That's a 64 shaped Ferrari GTO. Halfway house between the traditional one and the LM cars, where the engine moved to the back. I think we should see Lord March in an LM, don't you? LM in an LM.
Appropriate, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
That car currently fifth, with the 250 LM still in seventh.
That's Cottingham at the moment, isn't it? James Cottingham driving that at the moment. He'll hand over to Nicky Pastorelli, who's a karting ace in his day.
Well, the Pirro Lynn AC Cobra number 13 up into fourth place now, starting to find its feet. Two and a bit seconds off the ultimate pace though, so plenty to be fought for. Wolfgang's AC Cobra, second fastest, has had its driver change back out onto the circuit. I don't know who's on board. Well, they were second, they're now third, because Pirro and Lynn have just gone to within a tenth of a second of the ultimate time.
That car 39 PH registered when Nigel Hume had it. That was the first sort of non-single-seater I'd driven at Goodwood. A few laps on the test day, way back in the back of the 70s.
The 250 LM is now the quickest of Ferraris, up to fifth. So it's the Pearson's up to fifth.
Oh, spinner on the exit of St Mary's. It was white as it went out of my sight. It's still white. It's on the grass. I can't tell you who it is. Oh, it's a little Lotus 86. There we go. Jeremy Cook, Mike Dowd, got it all back together. One of the better handling cars on the circuit, but just went too deep into the corner. Went for a little rotation.
Yes, we've got a nice mix at the front in terms of cars, with Hancock in the E-Type still on pole, Pirro in the Cobra second, then the Wolfgang's Cobra, then a TVR in fourth, and the two Ferraris fifth and sixth, so a nice mix at the sharp end. I think Pirro is having trouble finding a clear lap, and he's just cut up by the TVR there, and every time he puts one sector together he seems to have a slow somewhere else on the lap and catches someone, so probably a little bit frustrated.
Yes, it's very much the story of his session. Every time you think he's going to work his way clear, he comes on someone else, but he has that speed on the bits in between. I think that's probably Tom Alexander in front of him. I think Wilbot's going to take over later.
That's the Pirelli car, isn't it? Actually, that's 644 CG, his sister car to 39 PA. He also had, I think, at one point. A lot of people had them. It's running in the Wilmot type colours. Redolent of the great Jack Sears, Michelin car champion, and an ace in sports cars too. It's Pirro driving at the moment, isn't it?
I think it is.
Yeah, it's very hard to. Yeah, it looks like it's got the white with the red along the bottom of the helmet.
I saw Sean Lynn standing in the pits, actually, one of the previous shots.
You have to work so hard to get around traffic, and now there's clear track ahead of Pirro, but who's going to be popping out of the pits in front of him? This is the time of driver changes, so it's a large element of luck, but there's still plenty of time on the clock, but he will have to hand over to Sean Lynn at
94, the Wolfgang's Cobra going really strongly again, personal best 28.009.
Yeah, very nearly off the track at St Mary's. A huge twitch had to be collected, and we don't know who's on board that, if it's Andy Wolff or Michael Gans.
It was certainly Michael Gans to start with.
Okay, it's Andy Wolff who's taken over and is absolutely flying. But now there might be a slightly quieter time on track, so if anyone with the quicker drivers has already taken over, such as Andy Wolff here, this is their opportunity, I would suggest.
Yes, Pirro, one of those to come in. So
that's Andy Wolff in that now, with the bright yellow-orange crash helmet.
Being driven absolutely beautifully, right to the limit. A little bit of twitching here and there through the chicane. I think they're all giving a little bit more space to the chicane this time around. I wonder why that is. The fact it really could bite you. So will 94 go up from third place overall. Good early part for that. He improves his lap time. Doesn't go up from third place, but he's within just over a quarter of a second from Sam Hancock, who's still on pole in the 29. Jaguar on top, AC Cobra's second and third, TVR Griffith in the pits at the moment in fourth.
Yeah, absolutely, Bruce. It's fantastic close, isn't it? 27.2, 27.3 and 27.5 in the top three times. Then a little bit of a gap back to the Jordan Whittaker TVR. They're on 28.5 and then another second back to the Lister Coupe. So the top three very close, but they seem to have a little bit of an edge over the others at the moment.
It's going to boil down to tactics, isn't it? And also to the equality of the driver pairings. And in fact, you would say, looking at that Wolff and Gans, who drive that car all the time, are probably in good shape there. Hancock's very quick, and Pirro obviously a pass master. Sean Lynn's no slouch, couple of times winner of the Spa 6 Hours. That's the...
Is that Joaquin at the wheel at the moment? It looks could be a little bit shorter than Simon.
Yes, that's Joaquin Falk at the wheel. Oh, he's been squeezed up over the curb by the Shelby Mustang.
Probably makes sense for him to have a decent amount of seat time in that car, because Simon's raced it quite a few times, hasn't he, Marcus? But I imagine this will be Falk's first time in it, won't it?
Over the years, yes. Falk himself, of course, got a lightweight E-Type, the ex-Bruce McLaren car. But a nice call-up for him. He's also fascinated in the motorcycles. Has a huge collection of wonderful motorcycles. So registration, 1963.
Looking to see if there are any real movers on the timing screens. There's a mover on the track, off the track, in fact, across the grass and far beyond at St Mary's. Two Lotus Sedans came into the corner, two went off the track, but it was 86 that went further, and it is beached on the grass, and the long grass onto the short grass, the number one rough, I suppose we can call it. Coming back to the circuit, the 85 also went off in avoidance, but a lot more speed was carried in the corner than physics dictated. There might be a little patch of oil just on the entry. I noticed, I think it's the 31 E-Type puffing a little bit out a lap or two ago, but certainly for 86, he was on the track, and then very much he wasn't. But anyhow, good to see he got going again.
The other car is Richard Meaden and Grant Trobans. Richard Meaden, who won a race in Grant Trobans, was in the Cortina last year, wasn't it? It was.
Well, the yellow and red flag is out at St Mary's, so giving them a clue. It's not just my eyes that make me think there's things happening out on the circuit.
There's some rubber being laid this side of the circuit by Andy Wolf.
Now his sector times. His sector time is his best first sector. Hasn't got to find much to go into second place or even onto pole, but he won't this time. Very close, a tenth of a second down. Stays third.
Yeah, that slippery surface flag around the back is going to hinder those chasing.
I'm just trying to see, Marcus, if the preceding corner, the entry to St Mary's, doesn't have it. We do have it at St Mary's, the left-handed part. Can't see as far as Fordwater, so maybe it is just down here.
What's interesting is you come round the first part of St Mary's, you're probably not looking at the Marshal's post, which is quite a way to the right there. Easy to miss.
Yeah, I do wonder if that's going to scupper any improvements in terms of time, although Andy Wolf has just done that 27.6 as Bruce was mentioning, so that's within 4/10 of pole anyway.
So quite busy in the pit, still just over 10 minutes remaining in this session, driver change time. And I noticed last time on his way in, Falk Rossinol was actually having a few gear change problems. Found a bit of neutral going out of St Mary's, which should have been quite interesting, but he's handing it over to the master of that car, Simon Hadfield.
With his kind of Peter Revson look-alike crash helmet. That's having its neck rung, isn't it, the 85. 1964 Elan.
Well, it's got
Dickie Meaden, isn't it?
Got handling to spare, hasn't it? My golly.
Yes, but it could easily get swatted here.
Well, the yellow and red flag has been taken away at St Mary's. Obviously, they've decided it is no longer slippery surface. That might be news to some of the drivers, but let's see.
Oh, yes.
Certainly 85 is really being driven with gusto, bouncing off the curbs on the inside. Dickie Meaden gets it back onto terra firma and up the slope towards Lavant, turning in very nicely indeed. Little puff of brake smoke there, and gets the nose tucked down and does the rest with the throttle, which is how we like to see it.
Rob Huff has just jumped up into fifth with a 1:28.6. Oh, but no,
Jordan Whittaker.
Time.
Jordan Whittaker on pole with the 68 TVR, 1:27.029. So 4 cars in the 27s.
Top 4 covered by less than half a second. Number 1 keeping out of the way. That's I don't know if it's Stefano Racina or Anthony Reid.
The Bizzarini coming back into the pits. Jota Bizzarini designed that car. Chevrolet engine set well back in the chassis. He's the man who designed the Ferrari GTO as well.
Okay, well here's one to watch, Marcus. The Ginetta, the Feathers Motorsport car, Guess Hilliard. I don't know who's on board at the moment, but 5th fastest at the moment, suddenly adding itself to the mix at the top end.
Car number 82.
It's red with the black roof.
James Guess and James Hilliard.
But super smooth, the Jordan Whittaker 68 TVR, going beautifully, fastest by 0.137 of a second.
It's like Jordan now, isn't it?
Mike's done the time, yes. Yeah. He's still a little bit quicker than this guy.
Sorry, we're just taking our eyes off number 85, and there he is. He's gone farming. Actually, he wins the prize. He went further than the 86 he landed there not so long ago.
How come, Bruce, you may have a clue your
Not
side
a clue, I'm afraid.
No. How come the best handling cars in the field are spending most of their time off the circuit?
Well, you just said it, the best handling cars in the field.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I don't know, maybe just you have so much confidence, but they really struggle.
Well, that's been off.
It has, hasn't it?
Green
So that's
Griff.
the slower of the TVR Griffiths, nearly completed the lap and will do so now, but chastened, shaken and maybe stirred.
it's the car of it's the Jamie Boot car, isn't it? And I think that now has Nigel Rubin in it. Jamie Boot has a fairly understated crash helmet, from what I remember.
Well, Kevin, you mentioned Rob Huff starting to make things move. It looks as though in 5th place, the Mines and Huff E-Type number 14 is the one that's going to be getting in among the mix. Number 6, Adam Shuckburgh Cobra, spectacular, but very spectacular. That too can make improvements, but at the moment, 0.6 of a second now cover the top 5. But I think that's going to come down, because certainly Rob Huff in 14 is on the move.
Yeah, he really loves his historic motorsport, doesn't he, Rob Huff? And, well, a touring car star, but always comes to historic events when he can. Pretty spectacular in his own MGB whenever he had the chance to race it.
Yeah, so we mentioned not so long ago, I think we'd like to see the 82 Ginetta. That's going really well. It's just dropped to 7th place, but setting green sector time, so it is getting slightly closer to the front runners. Number 14, just saw there, was the Rob Huff car. That's the E-Type, going very well indeed. That pale blue noseband helps us pick it out. Number 6, AC Cobra, tucked in behind, but not quite matching its speed. But in fact, now it is, because up to 6th place goes number 6.
Yeah, we now got the top 6 covered by a second, so very competitive. The Ferraris have now fallen to 10th and 11th.
Huff working his way around the back part of the circuit, but there's a lot of traffic ahead of him, and if it's only a second or so slower per lap, that's very difficult to overtake. Car number 29 not sounding as though it should, sounded as though it's in the wrong gear. Alexander Wittweger, certainly different engine note with him driving that than when Sam Hancock had it on provisional pole position, but Wittweger is lapping about 6 seconds off Sam's best time. The car is still in 2nd place on the provisional timesheets, however.
Yeah, 14 Huff had a bit of a moment there, because he got a bit of a chop from the silver E-Type that he's just gone past, the number 17 car.
So as hard as the Jaguars fight and the AC Cobras, it's still that TVR Griffith on top. Andrew Jordan at the wheel, that's number 68. What a spectacle. And Rob Huff hanging the tail out. Tucking in behind now, Simon Hadfield in the Aston Martin Project.
Yep, that car running in 15th place, number 2. This is really a slugfest, isn't it? Brutal AC Cobra against 3 Jags.
Just picking up your point, Mark, about the balanced driver lineup. I think Jordan Whittaker is looking pretty tasty too, isn't it? Because Mike Whittaker had the car in the top 5 or 6 when he was in the car. Now Mike Jordan's put it on pole, so that's a pretty even lineup as well.
It's a great lineup.
Certainly more so than, as Bruce was saying, the Hancock Whittaker E-Type.
Yeah.
Okay, at the back of this grouping, you should see the flash of the blue nose. Rob Huff has got clear of the cars that are in front, or is he in front of that group? Whichever group he was in front of or behind, he is now in front of. So watch out for Huff making improvement. But the clock is ticking down. 4.5 minutes remain, and it is about who gets clear track at the moment, I would say. Very tight at the top, 0.13 of a second. Still the TVR Griffith. Number 68 ahead of the 29, Hancock Wittweger E-Type, which will not be going faster. No disrespect meant, but they put their quicker driver Sam Hancock out in the first part of the half hour.
Andy Wolf's getting it wound up again. He's just done a 28.3 with a bit of traffic, and there's only one car ahead of him that I could see immediately when it came past the start-finish line. So keep an eye on him when it comes to you, Bruce. Andy Wolf in the 94 Cobra.
Guys, draw your attention to 85 as well. Richard Meaden just did a personal best of 1:29.128. The Elan 86 running up into what 8th place now.
Yeah, and he hasn't got traffic either. This is his big opportunity. The clock is counting down now. Rob Huff clear track ahead of him, so this is his chance. And it's a question. Also, 94 seems to have clear track, as we mentioned. So it's getting down to the final minutes. Who is on the move? Certainly for Meaden. Troman's down in 8th place in the Lotus Elan 26R. They could make their move.
Cut 7, the Jaguar E-Type that Rob Huff is driving, one of the cars that was driven in a period developed by Dick Prothero. Elmer Prothero, as he was really. Elmer Richard Prothero.
Well, here comes the Elan, really on the limit under braking. It's so much quicker through the chicane than some of the bigger cars, as you would expect. And what time is this going to be from Meaden? It's 8th at the moment.
He's got a lot of time to make up. He's 2 seconds down. Oh, where's he go? Stays
He's
eighth.
gone quicker, but he's still 8th.
Yeah. He had nearly a second to make up on the next car, so the chances were he wasn't going to move.
Still going to find half a second. That looked like pretty much on the limit to me.
Andy Wolff on the best, and he's gone across the line. It's 27.2 to go second, so still hasn't quite usurped the TVR on pole. He's now within a 10th. So it's now TVR, Cobra, E-Type in the top 3.
27.1 to 27.6, half a second splits the top 5. Shuckburgh.
I think we'll keep the camera most definitely on 94 because that's in second place and it's closing in. Having just gone into second, I think he could be going up to the very top position because Andy Wolff driving with such gusto, and he's had one of the longer second stints. He was one of the earlier drivers to do the driver change in this practice session, which of course is qualifying in modern speak, and he's not afraid to slide that 94 Cobra. And he's got the clear track, he's got all the ingredients, he's set a very good first, no in fact not his best first sector time, but the second and third sectors he looks so he's got a clear run. As the sun starts to come through the sky again, through the clouds, looks as though if he can keep it clean for the remainder of the lap, he could be taking the pole position from the TVR
He
Griffin.
could well. He's a former International Supersports Cup winner. He won the FIA Masters Historic F1 title in one of the classes a couple of seasons ago.
I think he's backed off on this lap.
Yes, that's not good.
Pretty impressively, Mike Jordan has done another lap which would have been good enough for pole, 27.175 to his 105, so pretty consistent from the ex-GT and British Touring Car driver. And there he is.
Another bit Serini in the pits. The 66 car, Gregor Fiskin and Andrew Hall.
Now, I don't know if we've got clear track the whole way around in terms of no yellow flags being waved, but no one in the top grouping in the last lap has made any improvements. Have they got the sweetest part out of their tyres or not? Certainly the Jordan Whittaker TVR seems able to lap at will with quick laps. For those behind, they'll be starting to have little problems here or there, whether it's a car in front or just a lack of grip. Doesn't look like a lot of grip for that TVR.
No, but he's just on a 27.4, but a best of all in the first sector from the 94 Wolff Cobra, so I don't think it's over yet, Bruce.
Okay, good. I was hoping it wasn't, but the timing screen didn't have much green on it, and green is good if you want to go faster.
Haddon's banged a personal best in, or Haddon or Shuckburgh in number 6. They run the 6th at the moment. One of the bits Serini's just gone past the missed gear, past the pits.
Well, Wolff and Gans look very, very good indeed. Can they make it stick in second place? 0.110 of a second down. And super spectacolare they are. There is the checkered flag. 94 still has to get there, still 2 quarters to go, and he gets around the first one, but only just.
He was sideways in and sideways out, but he's kept it on the road.
Best first sector of anybody, middling medium one.
Target time 1 minute 27.1. It's got to beat it. Oh, thumps it.
26.2.
And Rob Huff was following him, and he's towed Huff into a 26.8 to go second. So suddenly the TVR goes from first to third in 1 lap. Mike Jordan is coming through to complete another lap. Haven't got his sector times up because he's got a transponder issue, but it'll be interesting to see if he can respond at all. He's done a 26.
Goes second.
So we've got 26.2, 26.6, 26.8. So it took them a long time before they got into the 26s. But there are 3 cars. The Andy Wolff AC Cobra are taking pole at the moment, unless there's anyone else on a quick lap from Mike Jordan in the TVR and Rob Huff in the E-Type.
So the V8s have got there, just about, but by a tenuous margin. Cracking climax to this qualifying session for the Graham Hill Trophy. Graham Hill, twice world champion, 1962, 1968. He's winner of the last 2 Tourist Trophy races here, both times in Ferraris. Riding on board, one of the Ferraris here.
It's great to get these low down views, see how the drivers get to see it. So it's coming quite gently back towards the end of the lap and the pits. What a great session it was there for the Graham Hill Trophy. GT cars 1960 to 66, looking on the big screens at the end of the lap. Couldn't be any other car than a Ferrari with that dash on it could it?
And
Daffodils out around the circuit.
that gated
Yes.
gear change. Two of the Ferrari's gauges are reading next to nothing, but not the oil pressure one, unfortunately. There we go then, Graham Hill Trophy. First, number 94, Andy Wolf, Michael Gans in the AC Cobra, 126.236. Second, 68, Mike Jordan, Mike Whittaker, TVR Griffith, 400. Third, the 14, Richard Mines, Robert Huff, Jaguar E-Type. Fourth, number 29, Sam Hancock, Alexander Wittweger, Jaguar E-Type. Fifth, number 13, Emanuele Pirro and Sean Lynn in AC Cobra Le Mans Coupe. And sixth, number 6, is Andrew Haddon and Ben Shuckborough for the AC Cobra. Seventh, number 82, is Guess and Hilliard with G10. Eighth, number 85, Meaden and Tromans with the Lotus Elan 26R. Ninth, 24, Young and Young, AC Cobra. 10th, Hadfield and Falk Rossignol with the Aston Martin, came out well with closing stage, number 2. 11th, 66, Fiskin and Hall and the Bitserini. And 12th, 17, Wakeman and Smith with Jaguar E-Type. 13th, number 25, Pearson and Pearson with the Ferrari LM. 14th, number 98, Max Girardo and Tim Summers with the AC Cobra. 15th, 111, James Cottingham and Nicky Pastorelli with Ferrari 250 GTO 64. 16th, car number 15, Nick Nassian and Rob Wainwright with Salan 26R Showcraft. 17th, number 5, Alexander and Wilmot with the Aston Martin DB4 GT. And in 18th place, number 72, Boot and Rubin with their TVR Griffith. 19th, car 27, the Sleep father and son combo, Shelby Mustang. 20th, number 47, Shepard and Farley with the AC Cobra. 21st, 10 is Reed Gom, G10, the Jaguar man. 22nd is 86, Cook and Dowd, Lotus Elan. 23rd, number 7, Cleveley and Garrett with the Shelby Mustang. And in 24th place, car 31, Lindsay and Lindemann with E-Type. 25th, number 1, Reed and Racina with the Bitserini. 6th, number 4, Hugenholtz and LeBlanc, the Dutchman with their Shelby Mustang. 27th, number 11, Mass and Tucker, Shelby Mustang. 28th, number 8, Breslow and Kahn with the Jaguar Lightweight. 29th, Rainford and Burford with the Cheetah. Number 46, didn't see much of that. And 30th, Blakeney Edwards and Hunt with their Jaguar, the car pulled off at the side of the circuit with Martin Hunt in it. Bruce brings us the highlights of that Graham Hill Trophy session.
Depending on your love for racing cars, some of the most luscious ones were out in the Graham Hill Trophy. Practice for GT cars from 1960 to 66. The AC Cobra is entertaining from the very outset. The Cheetah entertaining, but in the wrong sort of way. But luckily, no damage done to the shortest, meanest looking car out on the circuit. If you like your Ferraris, the 250 GTO 64, a great piece of kit, but a great piece of avoidance by that one to go around the outside of the spinning E-Type at St Mary's Corner. But the Wolf Gans 94 AC Cobra was proving very, very quick in both drivers' hands, and likewise the 68 TVR Griffith, Mike Jordan and Mike Whittaker started to set the pace, moved to the top, and you know what, it set fast lap after fast lap. And for a lot of the drivers, just getting through the chicane and getting the lap completed was a job well done. There's the Aston Martin project car working its way through. Behind, the 29 E-Type was very quick indeed in the hands of Sam Hancock. And then TVR versus AC Cobra, lots of grunt and not a lot of handling, which is why these GT cars are so fascinating to watch. The 13 car, Emanuele Pirro in particular, made that sing. It worked its way towards the front, but never quite got to the top positions. And the little Lotus Elans handled beautifully, but both went flying off across the grass at St Mary's. And meanwhile, the 68 TVR stayed on the track, kept on racking up fastest laps, and looked as though it had the time. But right at the end, the 94 AC Cobra came through and scraped through, half a second clear for pole position. And now let's take a look at the house points. And out front, Emanuele Pirro's quick in the AC Cobra. His house, Tor Bolton top, 315 points. Aubigny 254, Methuen 181, and Darnley still bringing up the rear on 146. So let's head down to the collection area, because Henry Hope Frost is with some cars he loves. They're GT1s.
Yes, indeed, Bruce. Thank you very much indeed. Just take a look at these sensational FIA GT1 spec machines. The Porsche 911 GT1. Richard Meaden, journalist and racer, being strapped into the ex-Thierry Boutsen, Hans Stuck and Bob Wallett car that raced at Le Mans and in the FIA GT Championship. Full factory effort in the mid-90s. And just to the offside of the GT1, the GT1 98, the very chassis in which Alain McNish, Stefan Ortelli and Laurent Aiello won Le Mans almost 20 years ago. Charlie Eastwood, young Porsche Carrera Cup driver, was just doing a piece to camera in there. Isn't that utterly sensational? Who'd have thought that was nearly 20 years old? Absolutely wonderful. The second of our demonstrations here at the 75th members meeting. We've seen the 3-litre prototypes of the early 70s. These guys take the sports car racing story up to the mid to late 90s. Started, of course, as the BPR Global GT Championship in the early 90s. Brainchild of Jürgen Barth, Stefan Rattel and Patrick Peter. And of course the FIA got involved and it became a fully fledged unofficial sports car world championship. Mark Sumter strapped into the PlayStation liveried 911 GT1. Wonderful machine that he's raced over the past few years. Great exponent of the Porsche mark. Moving down the road-going version of the Works liveried 911 GT1. See the plate on the front, N1 GTP, fully road legal. And the next car along, the ex-Labre Competition 911 GT1, which I had the pleasure of arriving in at Goodwood yesterday. Big 104, chassis 104, that finished on the podium in the Daytona 24 Hours in 1998. Joe Twyman at the wheel. A quite extraordinary experience, I can tell you, on the road. The Ferrari F40 LM, raced in period by the likes of Anders Olofsson, and in America, of course, Sean Lacey raced in the IMSA Sports Car Championship. The high downforce version of Ferrari's fabulous twin-turbo V8 Ferrari F40. The long-tail McLaren in the iconic powder blue and orange livery of the Gulf Oil Company. Ex-Jeff Lee's Anders Olofsson car, absolutely as it was in period. The diminutive Lotus Elise, a real David among Goliaths in the FIA GT Championship. Wasn't particularly competitive, but Lotus stuck it out as long as they could. That's very Goodwood, isn't it? We've got all these wonderful cars that you never see anywhere else. The ex-Mauro Martini, Alessandro Boldrini machine. Nick Mason there at the wheel of his special McLaren F1 GTR K40 MCL, a car he's had from new in that very distinctive GTR liveried paint scheme. Nick, one of the first customers of McLaren. The David Price racing machine, the Ueno Clinic Tag Heuer McLaren F1. Took a debut win, of course, at Le Mans in 1995. This is one of the sister cars. And last, but by no means least in the queue, David Clark in the ex-Harrods McLaren F1. Ex-Andy Wallace, Justin Bell, Derek Bell machine. Away from David Clark there. This car was converted from a race car to be road legal. Finished on the podium at Le Mans in 1995. Very nearly won the race, of course, apart from last-minute gearbox problems at Le Mans 1995. Guys, an incredible assortment of FIA GT cars. They are sure to be spectacular out on the track. The whistle goes, so stand by, folks. Any minute now, GT1 Meganess out on the Goodwood Motor Circuit.
Thanks very much, Henry. Henry's still readjusting to life, having been driven down in one of these yesterday. Lucky fellow through the lanes and streets of Sussex.
These three that are leading this demo, Bruce, this is a fantastic demonstration of how the 911 GT1 developed in 3 years. So the car just, the two cars actually going through the screen at the moment, the 96 cars, which were the ones that really ended the McLaren F1 GTR's dominance of GT racing. The 97, of course, Mercedes arrived. There is a Mercedes, hopefully we'll see. and that's the second car, the black PlayStation car. That wasn't so successful, and then the 98 car, which I think is pretty much effectively almost like a Group C car, which of course won in 1998. Oh yes, the Mercedes is static behind us at the moment, so it may not be coming out.
Which is a big shame. Some people might not agree, but to me that was the best looking of all of the GT1 cars.
It is
the
only a
Mercedes.
static display car on our list.
Oh, I like the long-tailed McLaren, I must admit. But they're just all fantastic, aren't they? It was actually quite a brief moment after Group C died. GT racing was quite low at one point. You had F40s and McLarens in the BPR GT series, and then the manufacturers got interested for a couple of years. 97, 98 really was the zenith, and they were effectively brought back Group C, and budgets went up, and then as happens routinely, of course the manufacturers pull out, and you have to start again, which is something Stefan Rattel has worked very hard on with his GT3 class over the last decade.
Which has grown like absolute topsy, and now this year we're going to have so much growth in GT4 as well, but these cars were definitely on another plane. As someone said this morning, where's the Panos?
Yes, the Panos was pretty remarkable car too, wasn't it?
Yes.
It's the only common part between a 911 GT1 sort of race car, Evo race car, and the period 911 road car, the tail lights.
Yeah, possibly the door handles.
If that.
I think that was the difference between the McLaren F1 GTR and the first of the 911 GT1s. The McLaren was genuinely based on a road car that was designed as a road car, and the 911 GT1 wasn't really. And it moved them from GTs into almost being sports prototypes, really.
One of the cars, obviously, one of the McLarens in West livery, so that's reminiscent of John Nielsen and Thomas Bashir. And Thomas told me a great story. He was one of the first McLaren F1 owners on the road, and he drove his every day. And so he was the first person to get it serviced. And they called him and said, there seems to be some mistake. It appears that every time you've been in the car, you've driven above 200 miles an hour. He goes, yes, that's why I bought it. And that's on his commute into Munich to the bank.
Well, because he was key, and Ray Bellman as well, of course, in persuading McLaren to go racing with the car in the first place, because that wasn't the intention when Gordon Murray designed it. It was supposed to be the ultimate road car, but it didn't take people too long to point out that it perhaps would be quite a good racing car. And then, so it's probably the last genuine road-based car to win Le Mans, and I can't see that changing anytime soon. Can you, Bruce?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I mean, yes, you get periods of great change in sports car racing, and you always wonder which way it would have gone if a decision hadn't been made. But these came and these saved sports car racing, to my eyes. And their time was short, but they're very spectacular cars, and that was the thing. You looked at them, and as Marcus pointed out, not a lot of similarity with the road cars on which, apart from the McLaren, they were based, but great racing cars.
We've got 4 Porsches, 4 McLarens, a Ferrari in the mix here, and the Lotus, of course. That's the marks.
That's the 97 shape. Now the 96 shapes, the third and fourth cars, which came in towards the end of the 96 BPR GT series and moved the goalposts, really, having almost won Le Mans. They should probably have won Le Mans, but were beaten by the Yost Porsche Sports prototype that the Works decided not to run. Reinhold Yost ran instead and beat the Works team.
So they're letting them off one at a time, but how much will they group up around the circuit? We see these on some of these displays. Actually, Kevin, I'll sort of go back with you. Maybe the F1 GTR with the long tail is the best looking car. Certainly that livery does look fabulous.
It looked good in Schnitzer colours as well, actually, because of course they ran Schnitzer as well as the Golf teams ran those cars.
I think the Langhecks are good Millie colours, aren't they?
Yeah, that's true.
Prefer the Langheck to the Kurtzak.
In fact, the car that looks sort of least special is the Ferrari F40 in all of these, because that didn't have the level of sort of development that the others had.
Can't be too bad a pack of cars, can it, if you're saying the F40s are the most normal looking of the group.
I know, my head has been turned, I'm sorry.
It looks almost mundane, doesn't it? But, yeah, of course.
Yeah, so you look at that wonderful headshot, well done for catching that. one does look really remarkably plain. I'm not talking about the livery, I'm just talking about the shape. When that landed though, Marcus, do you remember the reaction to the F40? Everyone was, my golly, this is a car that's taken us all to the next level. When I say us all, I mean people I knew, but not me.
Well, of course, it's actually an older design than any of these other cars. Even the original McLaren F1 was 92, 93, and I think the F40's been out for 5 or 6 years.
But it's still a fantastic car, isn't it? Yeah. And woefully impractical. That's what we like about supercars.
I was going to say supercars, they shouldn't be practical, should they?
McLaren, dating back to Bruce McLaren, very poignant memories of him. Competed here, obviously, back in the early arrival from New Zealand, and of course ultimately lost his life here in testing, which was very sad, in June 1970. But the mark that carries his name, which he did so much to build and foster and make the reputation for, has done so much more in motorsport. Doing the greatest of times at the moment, but it's happened before. There've been several year runs of poor results. They bounced back, resilient, just as Bruce was. He was a fantastic engineer, a fantastic driver, leader, and inspirer of his teams. Double Can-Am champion and Le Mans winner. Great to see the name carried on.
Also quite a long time autosport columnist. His columns were fantastic.
Yeah.
Really entertaining, and that was very much something that shone through from people who worked for him. He wasn't the boss, he was part of the team. You know, he was shirt sleeves rolled up, get stuck in, get the job done. But those early days, I think it's hard to emphasise how primitive it was, the conditions they worked in at McLaren. When they first got a floor that wasn't made of mud, they were pretty chuffed.
Yeah, it was impressive. And of course I was down at the Bruce McLaren Motorsport Park, the former Taupo race circuit, rebranded thanks to Amanda McLaren, Bruce's daughter, and the family's agreement. And it's a wonderful track. You've been there, Bruce. I've been there recently.
I really recommend all of the people who are here and watching anywhere around the world, try and plan yourself to go to different historic festivals about the place, because in midwinter to pop down to New Zealand or to Phillip Island or whatever, I think there's rather a lot to recommend that on the dog days of January and February.
Very much so, and it's a sight warmer by and large down there at this time of year.
But obviously by no accounts miss any event here at Goodwood. We don't.
The action on track here warms you up more than adequately, but it's superb entertainment. But down in New Zealand we saw 405,000 cars, Formula Ones, and a victory for Britain Michael Lyons and McLaren M26 in the Race of Champions revival again against 20-odd Formula 5000s. Mighty. Ferrari is absolutely stunning. All those louvers in the window just to get the hot air out of the engine bay.
Going past the 911 GT1, which wouldn't have happened very often back in the day, I wouldn't have thought. But it's fantastic with the different sounds. We've got the very sort of flat note of the turbocharged Porsches, and then the scream of the BMW V12s and the McLarens when they're really wound up. Normally aspirated engines do tend to sound better, don't they, Marcus?
I think so.
They had more diversity in sound as well, which is such an underestimated part of motor racing that strip it away and we miss it like crazy.
Here's a pack of them on your screens.
Actually, in defence of turbos, the 5-litre twin turbo V8 in the Sauber Group C car, which used to sound pretty phenomenal. So there are some exceptions to that rule.
Yes, it's funny looking at this group and getting the Lotus in there. Of course, it was there in period. I remember spending time with the team in the Helsinki Street Circuit in 1997. It was just done on a pittance, but it wasn't running like a really serious works effort. It was sort of a lot of Italian money came in, and sponsorship enabled the car to be out there on the circuit.
Not enough money, probably.
Not enough, and development was clearly way behind. But
they put a bandsaw down the middle of the original Elise and then widened it by about 2 feet, didn't they?
Yes, when you compare that to the budget being spent by Mercedes.
On its catering.
Well, exactly, it wasn't even the sandwich bill. Yeah.
And of course Toyota, who developed the GT1, which probably should have won Le Mans as well, but they never quite managed it.
Just looking to see whether the left rear tyre on one of those cars was down a little through Madgwick.
Which car are you looking at?
I think it was the white car. I saw it from the back through Madgwick.
The white Porsche.
And it looked very, very low on that rear corner.
The handling of these cars is so good. You just look how unfussed they are. I know they're not driving absolutely flat out around the circuit, but they're going faster than you realise. Just very, very undramatic. Bit of flame spitting out the back. And the back off from the Gulf long-tailed McLaren GT1.
And the engine in that was spectacular, wasn't it?
Oh, beautiful.
Big BMW. You can participate in BMW Ultimate driving experiences here at Goodwood, can you not?
But not in one of those, one feels.
No.
Just checking. Yeah, Kevin, you're quite right. The very distinctive flat sound of that Porsche turbo.
It just makes you feel like you're at Le Mans every time I hear it. But your comment about them being planted to the road, Bruce, that's both the positive and the negative of downforce, isn't it?
Correct.
Because they make them much quicker, but it doesn't look like it because they're cornering on the one line rather than 3 or 4 in any given corner.
Yeah, very harsh ride under the undulations around here as well. Very, very limited suspension travel.
Yeah, I bet driving one around Helsinki street circuit must have been quite an ordeal.
And there was the sheer panic. You had a wall about 1 foot either side of wherever your car was, so not many exit points either. Very tricky.
I think it's the first of the white Porsches that's coming past you, Bruce. Left.
Oh, it's just gone past me.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you're right. It could be that one that Nick Mason just gone past. It's great that Nick's had that car from you, the red one with the yellow flashes all over it. It's great to see it out on the circuit, but clearly up at 10 tenths, they keep their cars very, very well indeed, as you'd imagine, in North London.
Yeah, you'd expect nothing.
Well, they're out at Reddingcombe, aren't they?
Well, they moved out
on the old World War I airfield in the Cotswolds these days. 2 or 3 glorious hangars of cars and aircraft.
I saw the checkered flag being waved at the first of those cars, which was Nick Mason in the red McLaren with the GTR logo all over it. There's the Lotus, we talked about it. As you said, Marcus, yes, rather wider than the original, must be said. The original sort of parked inside it somewhere, isn't it?
Warsteiner beer backing would look rather good in gold, wouldn't it?
Yes.
One of those liveries that worked on most cars.
Yeah, good chance, that head-on shot, to see the developments of the Porsche over the years as it sorted itself, hadn't the formula changed. But they're going to be trickling their way back to the pits now.
There's the 1998 Le Mans winning car. 1-2 for Porsche that year. It was the last time they won for quite a while, until of course the recent hybrid 919 won in 2015. Quite a long wait for Porsche.
Yes, when a market's been as dominant as Porsche, and you just don't think once they get a hiatus that it's going to be a long hiatus, but the history of the sport moves in all sorts of ways according to the rule book.
Yes, Audi had a pretty good stab at it in between, didn't they?
Quite so. So the GT1 demo is now complete for today, and the next thing we'll have on track will be the Vartsy Trophy. Totally different cars. We'll come to those shortly, but great to see those cars that kept sports car going in a way and launched it to the route towards where it's reached today, where we've got great prototype action and a really, really strong GT racing scene all around the world.
Yeah, absolutely, Bruce. It's I love these cars. I love the sports cars, and that era between Group C and now, as you say, the cars changed a great deal and started off as effectively privateer program, and was so successful it attracted manufacturers back in again.
Yes, I mean, sometimes when the manufacturers come in, it does make the sport more spectacular, but the actual racing, when you had all the privateers, can often be a whole lot better. But it's moved backwards and forwards, and I think sports car racing is in a very strong place at the moment. Yes, we've lost Audi from the top of the pile, but we may yet in 2018 get some new manufacturers or manufacturers back on board, so fingers crossed for that.
Absolutely.
But LMP2 is really the class that you need to watch this year. That's where the real racing action is going to be, one feels.
Well, and in GT terms, GT3, if you think of the number of professional teams and drivers, the number of different championships, the GT3 is always close and competitive, and the cars are pretty spectacular as well.
And it provides an enormous marketplace to keep drivers, bank managers happy, because certainly a lot of drivers keeping themselves very well fed and watered and lengthening their careers. And we're now seeing drivers, after a handful of years in trying single-seaters, very happy to move across at an age long before they would have done decades ago.
Oh, absolutely, because of the cost of the single-seater ladder, it makes a lot of sense to try and get into the GT world, especially if you think of the number of manufacturer programs there are even in GT3. You can get quite strong deals, racing lots of different championships, be part of a major manufacturer program. You can see why it's appealing to young professional drivers.
Yeah, and you can see someone like Alexander Sims, young British racer, very strong in Formula 3, but he is now Mr. BMW, isn't he? They've got him for all sorts of racing programs around the world, so he's got his career sorted for the next 5 years, and thoroughly deserving he is too.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Nick Tandy being another one, of course, who went the GT route after Formula 3, didn't have enough money to carry on that way, and ended up winning Le Mans. Of course, this year will be his first full programme with the LMP1 car, so that should be pretty interesting.
Yeah, no, it's great to see some doors opening and others close.
Well, here we got Lord March about to don his chauffeur's cap and to drive out onto the race circuit. Paparazzi's moving out of the way, and it's Mary Berry alongside him, all bescarfed. Camera crews following. Lord March comes out then onto the circuit. Berry will enjoy a time here at Goodwood.
And I think for people who've been in and around the paddock and getting up close to drivers and the cars, to actually go out on the circuit, it just puts a whole new slant on it, doesn't it, Marcus?
It does, and I think the whole build-up here has become so. There are so many elements to these events, the members' meetings and the festivals. Chris has joined us. Chris, step in.
Yeah, Marcus, hi. And Bruce, I'm just admiring this lovely AC that Lord March is driving Mary Berry around the circuit in. I think it's been in the March family for a long, long time. Powered by the 2-litre straight 6 engine that I think lasted from 1919 right up until the ACA in the late 50s, early 60s.
Absolutely.
So a very long-lived engine, almost up to VW Beetle standards. Pretty car though, isn't it, Bruce?
Oh, it's absolutely lovely, and I think for Mary it's been suggested this could be the icing on her cake.
Oh, strawberry icing, looking at that jacket she's wearing. So I don't know how many laps Lord March is going to do, probably one. Bruce, I've just had the treat of a lap in the McLaren, the pale green McLaren. That is quite something.
That would have been the colour of my face if I'd known you got that, and I'm stuck in my little commentary position.
135 miles an hour down to Woodcote. It's spectacular.
Mary's just gone past me. Mary's into the dip. Down it goes. Suspension looking a little spongy.
AC cars of Thames Ditton, owned by the Hurlock family, probably made more money out of three-wheeler cars for handicapped people than they ever did out of four-wheelers. The Ace was a great success and of course led to the Cobra. The Ace was developed from the Togiro Bristol. John Togiro designed the chassis. It had a body rather reminiscent of the Ferrari, and then Mr. Hurlock saw the Togiro and said, hey, that looks like a car we ought to put into production, which they indeed did, starting with the AC engine that this car has got, and then they installed the Bristol engine, famous AC Bristol, and the last few Aces were powered by the Ford straight six 2.6 litre Zephyr engine, and then of course
with the special heads on it.
Raymond May's
heads.
Yeah. And then Carroll Shelby saw the Aces and thought, well, hey, that with a V8 engine in it is going to make quite a sports car, and history was made. Lord March always has an interesting car. He's going to drive a Lola T70 tomorrow as a tribute to the late, great John Surtees. And I don't know, Marcus, if you've mentioned the fact that we're going to have a very noisy minute tomorrow afternoon.
Oh, it's been mentioned, and yes, before the John Surtees race for the Big Banger Sports Cars at the end of the day, everybody on the campus is going to be encouraged to fire their engines up, racing engines, road engines, in tribute.
So let's have a quick word from our commercial partners.
Absolutely breathless, completely amazing.
So back live, and the car's coming out for the Akhil Vartsi Trophy. Just mentioned the flying at Goodwood. It's a bit of a surprise to see the airfield looking brown rather than green. It's going through a very expensive draining exercise so that it's in even better condition than it's ever been, and it'll soon be back grassed and ready for flying for the festival and the revival, but also for our regular flying from Goodwood. Out come the cars for the Vartsi Trophy. Akhil Vartsi was a pre-war Grand Prix driver, works driver for Maserati, and then was appointed to the Auto Union Silver Arrows team, great driver. And so this is a race for pre-war Grand Prix cars, really up to about 1936, although we've got one or two interlopers, but unusually, uniquely for Goodwood, we don't have our usual array of ERAs, which tend to dominate these races. So it'll be good to see Bugattis, Alfa Romeos, Maseratis battling out. There's a lovely Type 35 Bugatti going past. Bruce, one of the challenges for me is understanding what Maserati type letters mean. 4CM, 8CM, 8CL. You probably know more than me.
You'd like to hope so, but in fact I was just looking them up at home the other day to try and get my head around that self-same factor.
I know that the 4 and the 8 mean the number of cylinders.
But beyond that, what's the difference between a CL and a CM and a CLT?
I know.
Well, the RI, which we're seeing there, is Ruete Independente, which is independent suspension.
I think the M is for monoposto.
Yeah,
but the L was a monoposto, was it not? The 4CL is a monoposto?
It is.
The 4CLT had revised suspension. I seem to remember reading that.
What I can tell you is there are 4 absolutely star cars among the Maseratis in this race. One is the car on our screen, car 28, which is 4501, the V8 RI of Michael Gans. And this was a car that was raced initially in Europe and then taken to the States, where it competed. Michael's from the States, though he lives in Switzerland. We've also got car number 4 on our card. That's the 1935 4CS 1126 of Adam Painter. And his father, Ken Painter, brought it back from Singapore many years ago, restored it most beautifully. 1935 car. We've got the 2 other Star Maseratis, are cars 20 and 21. 20 is is Chris Jokes' 8CM car that was raced by Prince Bira, Whitney Strait, Nobby Sparrow, Dan Margulies over the years, and that's a glorious machine, 3011. And 3035 is car 21. That's the ex-Scuderia Milan car, which Raymond Sommer and Farina also drove, and it competed in 2 Indy 500s. So those are the 4 Star Maseratis in a race which celebrates Achille Varzi.
We've also got another 8CM, number 19. That's Paul-Emile Bessard's car. That's I don't think they made more than a couple of 8CMs.
That's the car that's thought to be 3009. Paul-Emile Bessard's team.
Well, at this early stage, to my eye, the fastest car was 17, Sean Danaher in the 6CM he shared with Callum Lockyer.
Watch for this man on your
and he is
screens.
fastest.
Yeah, watch for Julian Mazoub.
Type 35B was a Grand Prix car that you could go to Mr. Bugatti and buy off the shelf, which lots of people did. They made lots of 35, all with the same chassis, but the B indicates a supercharged car. And for the anoraks amongst us, you could tell a 35B by the blower hole on the right side of the bonnet. And then came the Type 51 Bugatti, and we've got some Type 51s in the race, which have the same chassis as the 35, but with the twin-cam engine that was inspired by the American Miller engine that Ettore Bugatti saw and thought, hey, that's a good idea, we'll make a twin-cam version of the 35.
He was a very clever bloke, Miller, wasn't he?
He was. Very
his
advanced.
engines were just superb, pretty much unbeatable.
Julian in 3rd place at the moment, but I see Rob Newell in 8CM is up in 2nd place.
He's a former Jaguar XK champion, driving this wonderfully original car. The blue Alpha coming into the pits is the ex-Eugen Bjornstad car, which Derek Hood of JD Classics is driving.
The Monza Alpha you could have alternative bodies. You could have a 2-seater body and a monoposto body, and it was relatively easy to swap them over.
The one that Derek Hood's driving, it's car number 12 in the field onto the pits. It's a car that was ice raced by Eugen Bjornstad in Scandinavia.
On the screen coming through is Rob Newell in the ex-Whitney Strait 8CM. Very powerful Maserati.
His father raced at Brooklands pre-war. Brooklands and I think Donington as well.
2 more Maseratis. Little 4-cylinder one.
17 is the car of Danaher, isn't it? That's the 6CM, the 6-cylinder.
Chasing Rettenmeyer's 8CL, 8-cylinder, big 8-cylinder car.
The Rettenmeyer car, the Rettenmeyer brothers bought it from the basement of the Indianapolis Museum, where it had languished for many years in decent nick, but just in their sort of reserve collection.
So did it escape to America in 1940 to race in Indianapolis?
It did 2 Indy 500s. That's 17. This is the car which Sean Danaher runs, which has some history in the...
It's got a problem.
Car that Raf drove.
Got a problem, Marcus. Sean Danaher looking down.
Yeah. driven in period by Rafael Bertino de las Casas.
Sean,
de Montbressier.
It's all sorted, Bruce. Sean is back up to speed.
It's a car that Callum Lockie's been racing in the last 3-4 years. Been very successful, beat the ERAs here.
Yes, I couldn't gauge what Sean Danaher was looking at just before the end of the lap he's finished. Now, as you say, Chris, he's got it wound up again. The 35 going well. Obviously, that's Charles Neal Jones up into second place.
There's a streak of grass all over the track on the sort of apex of Madgwick corner, Bruce. Get a shot next time through. There it is.
Well, yes, indeed. Grass where it didn't ought to be, but Charles Neal Jones going absolutely beautifully in the Type 35B, winning that battle ahead of the similar car of Julien Majou, but both of them very spectacular. But when we had the... Yes, hello. Actually, I must do the grass when I get home. But certainly we had the long shots of Julien Majou. You can see how hard he works his 35B. It's very much Julian's trademark, isn't it? Adjusting the car every nanosecond. And even there, seeing Charles Neal Jones doing the same in the dip after St Mary's.
Marcus, I heard you talking about Nick Mason's McLaren F1, which lives in the Cotswolds, and
does.
It's looked after by Charles Neal Jones, and this car lives in the same place, and Charles not only looks after it but gets to drive it as well. He's following a Monoposto Alfa Monza. If you get a chance in the paddock to have a look at this car, have a look at the transmission. It's extraordinary. It splits behind the gearbox, so we've got two drive shafts to two little differentials on the back axle. Unique way of perhaps getting the driver to sit an inch or two lower, although he doesn't look very low.
Well, we've got a new car at the top of the charts. It's Alfa Romeo number 8, Christian Glazel in the Alfa Romeo Tipo B. What a great looking car. Quick one too, because instead of being a second or so behind, he's now in front by 3.8 seconds.
Wow.
Where did that lap come from? But certainly if you're gathering points for Darnley, he's doing a very good job for you out there on the circuit. So number 35, Charles Neal Jones, down into third place now. And you'd have to suggest with 5.5 minutes remaining that's a mountain he probably cannot climb.
Looking to see whether Duncan Ricketts is out there. Yes, he is, in Carnival 14. That's the car that was built up by Julien Majou around the Type 26C car.
Here's the
which was the Appleton Special. The chassis was the Appleton Special, 8cm engine, body from a Type 26 3002. Now in the Laumann Museum.
I glimpsed, I think, a Torben Lago coming into the pit lane in sports mode. It's a two-seater rather than a single-seater. We'll try and find the Alpha of Glazel. Yeah, there's number 9, the Delahaye of Ross Keeling.
Delahay's ran here right at the very, very beginning of the members' meeting history.
They did.
Rob Walker's Delahaye ran here quite regularly. Different drivers.
Some of them had the Cotal gearbox, which was a sort of electric pre-selector gearbox. People treating the chicane with great respect this weekend.
Circumspection.
That's Julien Majou with the number 14 going over the start-finish line, tweaking his way as he approaches the first part of Madgwick.
Sean Danaher in
Look at that slide.
In second place. Yellow flag because
number 4 is off, which is the 4CS we talked about earlier, Adam Painter.
Yes, that's the one that was repatriated from Singapore by Painter's father, Ken Painter.
Looks undamaged, so mechanical problem. In the early 40s, when Maseratis were racing here in period, they tended to be very fragile, and it was a question of metallurgy. The Italian metals weren't so good in those days, but various bits of these cars have been remade in more modern and more robust metals, so they're much more reliable than they used to be.
Reg Parnell was a regular winner here in the Sanremo Maserati, wasn't he?
He was. Reg was clever enough during the war. He was fairly optimistic about the outcome of the war, and he invested in racing cars that were sitting around in garages doing nothing. So he ended the wartime period with a stable full of cars. black car in the middle is the Type 51 Bugattis. You can tell a 51 from the two fuel fillers behind the driver.
But the twin cam engine drank a lot more fuel than
I suppose that's right.
The single, bigger tankage.
Right, 2.5 minutes remaining. The gap is now out to nearly 5 seconds. Christian Glazel goes faster and faster in the number 8 Tipo B Alfa Romeo. Second fastest, Sean Danaher. He was fastest to start with. Charles Neal Jones made a challenge in his Bugatti, so did Julian Majoub. But at the moment it's Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and then the two best Bugattis in 3rd and 4th places. 2 minutes until the checkered flag comes out. Number 35, Charles Neal Jones, best place of the Bugattis in 3rd on another lap. But number 8, you can see on the big screens, Christian Glazel absolutely got this under control. Coming through, and he's coming into the pits. It's so easy, he's coming into the pits. Number 8, Tipo B Alfa Romeo, glorious.
Glorious, straight 8 engine.
Someone's gone pop, I think, up at Madrid. Suddenly a lot of smoke came out of the back of one of the cars.
No, you're right, yeah.
Yeah, I think we got red and yellow flag up there.
Oh dear, that's the little car, the 1120. That's Daniel Goes, a car that Martin Stretton used to drive. It's got parts of the ex-Firmenich.
That's the commentator's curse, isn't it, Marcus? Having talked about Maseratis being more reliable than they used to be. Doesn't look as if it's terminal because he's cruising back to the
losing a lot of liquid from underneath it, though.
It is.
A lot of liquid.
Keeping off the racing line. I hope that's water rather than oil.
I'm tempted to park that.
It's steaming, so it's probably burst a hose. Yeah, I'd be tempted to park it. It's not a cheap engine.
Actually,
to see.
I wouldn't be tempted to park it. I would park it.
I would park it, yeah.
So Julian Majoub trying to mount a challenge. He had a better first sector. Now it's dropped off the screen. He stays. He's got ahead of Charles Neal Jones. So Majoub up to 3rd place overall. You can see the screens. Almost 5 seconds precisely behind. An astonishing lap. One of several laps from Christian Glazel and the Alfa Romeo to be top.
It's a close battle, Bruce, between Danaher and Majoub for 2nd place. Only a 10th between them.
Yeah, and Charles Neal Jones in 35 could still have a say in that as well. Half a second covering 2nd, 3rd and 4th, but home and hosed, and in fact in the pits at the moment. Christian Glazel, he'll take pole in his Alfa Romeo Tipo B. 5 seconds till the checkered flag comes out, and quite tight on track. Julian Majoub getting stuck behind the number 18 Bugatti of Bo Williams. That won't have helped. There is the checkered flag. What can they do around this lap?
Yeah, Charles Neal Jones has been going well in 3rd, his 4th quickest in kind of 35. He won the Grover Williams Trophy race here back at the members meeting, 72nd members meeting.
Is Rob Newell in the 8CM just going out of screen?
Sean Danaher won the Earl Howe Trophy here the following year in an 8CM rather than the 6CM he's driving today.
So this will be the last lap for these guys. Can Majoub threaten Danaher, or is it too late?
He's had a few wins here at the Revival, Julian Majoub, in the first 3 or 4 500cc races, didn't he? Won in a Cooper Norton.
No, I think all those times are fairly much sorted out, because I think there's a little bit of oil out on the track around Madgwick, and I think that would have interrupted all of them. Very few faster times coming.
2 sick Maseratis.
But they're both very short ones, so they fit on one flatbed.
So that's going to be a great race. Well, it's going to be a great race for 2nd, 3rd and 4th, isn't it?
Very much so. And there's really nothing between Sean Danaher, Julian Majoub and Charles Neal Jones. That makes it a really great Franco-Italian tussle. Silver Maserati against the 2 French blue Bugattis, and not far adrift of them, Michael Gans with the V8 RI, or the number 1 car, which of course is Luca Salusa, driving his father's Bugatti Type 35C.
And that's good because that's an unblown car. So that's practice for the Akilvartsi race, Akilvartsi Trophy.
Let's see what the practice order was. Vartsi Trophy then, provisional pole then, number 8, Christian Gleisel. Alfa Romeo Tipo B, 133.252. Second, number 17, Sean Danaher, Maserati 6CM. Third, number 14, Julian Mazoub, Bugatti Type 35B. Fourth, number 35, the similar car of Charles Newell Jones. Fifth, number 28, Michael Gans, Maserati V8 RI. And sixth, number 1, Lucas Halusa, Bugatti Type 35C. Seventh, Robert Newell, number 20, Maserati 8CM. Eighth, 51, Stephen Shoesmith, with his Bugatti Type 51. Ninth, a sister car, number 32 of Simon Diffie. 10th, number 13, Duncan Pittaway in his Bugatti Type 35, making a change from the Beast Turin. 11th, number 21, Joseph Otto Rettenmeyer in his Maserati 8CL. And 12th, number 3, Simon Edwards in his Maserati 4CM. 13th, number 5, Stephen Gentry, Bugatti Type 51. 14th, 22, Neil Perkins, Maserati 6CM. 15th, number 31, Duncan Ricketts, Maserati Tipo 26M. 16th, number 23, the Alfa Romeo HC Monza, Nicholas Dieterin. 17th, number 10, Chris Hudson, Bugatti Type 35B. And 18th, number 2, Neil Twyman with his Alfa Romeo HC 2300 Monza. 19th is the second of the Rettenmeyer brothers, Stefan, number 33, Alfa Romeo Tipo B. 20th is number 19, Paul-Emile Dessard in the Maserati 8CM. 21st, number 18, Bo Williams is in the Bugatti Type 35B. 22nd, 25, Bill de John Kleinder with his Bugatti Type 35C. 23rd is 16, John Guyot with his Turbo Largo T150C. And number 6, Daniel Goes is 24th with the Maserati 4CM. Next up in 25th is 9, James Baxter with the Delahaye 135. Then we've got 26th, car 24, Marcus Black with the Turbo Largo T23. 27th, 15, Vincent Tourneur with Delahaye 135S. 28th, number 12, Derek Hood with the Alfa Romeo HC 2300 Monza, the blue one. And 29th, number 4, Adam Painter with the Maserati 4CS, which pulled off very early in the day. Bruce has our highlights from that session for the Akilvartsi Trophy.
The sun peered out from behind the clouds for the Vartsi Trophy for pre-war racers, Grand Prix cars from France and Italy, and it really was a mixture of Bugattis, Delahayes and Maseratis, and it was Maserati setting the pace from the outset. The driver's quite careful to start with, but Julien Majoub really got his Type 35B Bugatti flying in the early laps there. He is working his way through the chicane. In front of him we had number 12 raising his hand. That was Derek Hood keeping out of the way in that 8C Monza Alfa Romeo. Certainly the driving standards were very good. 17, the silver Maserati 6CM. Sean Danaher worked his way through the traffic past that number 21, which was 8CL Maserati of Joseph Otto Rettenmeyer. Got to the front, and then Charles Newell Jones in Bugatti number 35 started to make a charge. Julien Majoub still working his way through the traffic, going past there. Number 15, the Delahaye of Vincent Tourneur. Big moment there from a driver who's going well earlier on, Lucas Halusa. That was lucky, wasn't it, sir? But he still managed to qualify in about 6th position, but Goodwood is a circuit that can bite. But car number 8 really started to find his form in the it's the Alfa Tipo B in the hands of Christian Gleisel. Not only did he take pole position, he did it by 5 seconds. And now, as a couple of the cars are gathered up, let's have a word from our commercial partners.
Absolutely breathless, completely amazing.
Well, here's our points tally so far, and the leaders continue to be Tor Bolton on 430 points, second Aubigny 381, third Methven 375, moving up on the rails, and in fourth place 217 points is Darnley. Come along, Darnley, pull your socks up. Two more official practice sessions, all V8s. We've got the Pierpoint Cup touring cars coming on, and then the Surtees race with the big sports racers. We've got a couple of track sessions for Group A cars, a lot of them here this weekend, so they're split into two distinct sets, and then we'll move at 4:15 into the first of our races, and that's the Derek Bell race for 1 litre Formula 3 cars, then the 1 hour touring car race after that, or the Jerry Marshall Trophy. Well, here are the V8s all lining up. They're out on the circuit just supervising the loading of the Maserati that broke. Meanwhile, down among the big V8s, having a little Cacklefest moment, is Henry Hope Frost. Henry.
Yes, indeed, Marcus. Thank you very much indeed. We are awaiting the qualifying session for the Pierpoint Cup, a new race at the members' meeting for these big American V8s. And it's going to be really, really good nip and tuck. Craig Davis in the Mustang, Steve Soper in another Mustang, and Rob Gravitt in the yellow machine. We're going to have a furious scrap, I'm sure, for grid positions. Let me take a walk down the grid. And there is somebody very well known I want to talk to. She's a real petrol head. I'm going to squeeze by and have a quick word. I'm not going to talk to Rob Gravitt because he's got his helmet. I'm going to talk to the lovely Sarah Green. Hello, Sarah.
Hello, Henry. Hi.
You're a bit of a petrol head, aren't you?
Complete and utter, yes. Yeah. I discovered I was a petrol head in about 1980. I'm not even going to tell you when. Mid-80s, let's say, that way.
You don't look old enough.
Thank you. You say all the right things. Yes, that was when one Mike Smith, who was then my boyfriend, said, "How would you feel if I went back to motor racing?" And I said, "Well, I have to make the tea and coffee." He said, No, I want you to get involved. I said, I would love to do that. Nothing to do with telly, as it was then, nothing to do with telly. It became a lot to do with telly. But something completely different for me, away from just this being on a hamster wheel of doing so much telly, and getting away at the weekends and getting totally involved in a team and totally involved in the running of cars, and then getting to know people who are to become lifelong friends. Everybody from Rob and Mandy and Will Hoy and Judy, and their kids became my godchildren, and I can't tell you, since in the last couple of years it's been amazing. It's like a family, really. It really is.
Of course, Rob and Mike set up Trackstar, didn't they, to run the Sierras and the BTCC?
They did.
That's nearly 30 years ago.
They did, and the stories, well, one day I'll tell you all the stories. But no, it sort of came out of the two of them being part of that generation that were told to come second. Rob to Andy Rouse, Mike to Frank Sittner. Mike and Rob are not people who ever wanted to come second, and they didn't. And they saw that in each other, as well as getting on really, really well and being friends. They managed to set up a team, run a business successfully, and remain friends and do very well. As you know, Trackstar is... Yeah. I don't use the word legendary lightly, but it was a legendary time, a legendary team.
I use that word far too often in this place.
Do you?
Yeah.
Well, that's...
Everyone's a legend here. Even you're a legend.
No, not me. Really
Lovely to see you, Sarah. Thank you.
Thank you, and have a wonderful, wonderful weekend.
We will, thank you. Lots of anticipation ahead of the Pierpoint Cup qualifying. Big American V8 brutes. Find a vantage point trackside, but stand 2 or 3 feet back is my advice.
Thank you, Henry. And lovely to hear from Sarah Green, who I used to see occasionally with Mike Smith at races, places like Alton Park, and good that she's still enthusiastic about the business. Well, there's some dressing of a trail of liquid down there on the circuit. The Orange Army are very busy, and the Everyman Garage Land Rover is coming round with a few more supplies of dust to sort this out.
A few more cars still to be
coming as well.
Yeah, a few more cars still to be cleared. One of the Maseratis on the flatbed just down at the entrance to St Mary's.
Great to see the Mustangs. Of course, Roy Pierpoint won the British Saloon Car Championship in a Mustang, having switched from Lotus Cortinas. And these cars in the colours of the legendary Alan Mann, red cars with the gold roof. It's Craig Davis, Sub-Zero Wolf Racing, and he's certainly come on as a historic racer in recent years. There's the sister car alongside, 6, which is Henry Mann's Mustang, driven by Steve Soper. Henry Mann, son of Alan Mann, who didn't live that far away over Romsey Way.
Soper's got an interesting take on the historic racing. He doesn't want to race anything that you drove in period because he knows what they're like. He wants to race something else and see what they're like.
Fantastic.
Well, he had a long time to think about it with his back problems before he was able to come racing again. So, yeah, I think that's a really good and exciting point of view.
99, that's Rob Gravitt, former PTCC champ, in Trevor Taylor's car, another Mustang. Lots of Mustangs up at the front here. Oliver Hart. Now, Oliver Hart turned, I think, 17 late last year. I saw him drive that particular car at Zandvoort in September, and he was mighty fine in it. There's a young lad who comes from a background with lots and lots of cars and the wherewithal to run them, and he's a super kid, and he's well quick. 35 alongside and 15 more Mustangs. 35 is the car of Robin Ellis, that was. Or was it Mark Burton? Might have been Mark Burton's car we saw there. 15 is the car of Christophe Van Riet. Christophe Van Riet with Christian Dumoulin and others, regular class winners in the Spa at 6 hours. Another 65 Mustang shaped there. Pick up the number on it. 65's alongside though, and that is the car of Nick Riddell. 136 was the other one. That's Nigel Batchelor from Wimbledon Village in South London. 96, Christian van Lanschot with another of them Mustangs. See him regularly driving with Carsten LeBlanc in the Healey DD300 and others. 23, very pretty Mustang. That's the car of James Cottingham. James Cottingham driving that one, car 23. 23 alongside. That is David Clifford's Mustang. The car that Cottingham's in looks like the Chris Milner car that came in from Scandinavia. David Franklin in car number 10, who won the British Hill Climb Championship back in 1978. Sprint Championship the same year, been competing now for more than half a century. Mark Ashworth, Dr. Mark Ashworth with his Mustang 22, the red one, the blue one alongside the red one is the car of Michael Squire. Another very pretty Falcon there, 77, very American looking colour scheme. That's Steve Wood, Stuart Scott's car. Now there's the Mercury Comet Cyclone Caliente car. Bill Strop Enterprises prepared that in period, those cars. Car of Roger Wills, essentially a Ford Falcon Sprint under the bonnet, under the body. 8, another one of the Falcon Sprints, that's Leo Voyazides, one of the very quickest anywhere. Duncan Pittaway, Beast of Turin to Bugatti, and now in the Starfish team, Barracuda evocation.
Not many people that be driving a Falcon and it not be the biggest car they're driving at a weekend.
7 is Nick Jarvis. 88 there, another of the Falcon Sprints, is Rob Hall in Martin Melling's car. Big Galaxy, 7-litre Galaxy is 63 there, and that is the Galaxy 500 of Bill Shepherd. Lindsay Smart, photographer, standing alongside. The one there is 83. Michael Steele. The Galaxies won the winner in the British Saloon Car Championship 1963 with the late Jack Sears. That's Peter Holford, the Canadian, based in the UK up Daventry Way in his Ford Mustang. The two there is Mike Wilds in the Falcon Straight, entered by Terry Drury. I remember in a pinky purple Ford GT40 back in the 60s. Ian Dalgleish, the Canadian, in his 7-litre Ford Galaxy. Orman and Moody, the people who built these for racing. 49 of the Falcon Sprint. That's the Robin Ellis car. Up from across from a Lotus Elite. Number 5 there is the very rare Studebaker Lark Daytona 500 of Nick Whale, Mr. Silverstone Auctions. 74 alongside is Josh Sadler, name immortalised by his Auto Farm concern, which he doesn't actually have anymore, but still involved in Porsches. One is the RDC badge on the side, is Ollie Bryant with the Plymouth Barracuda. I think of Barracuda without thinking of Bob Riggle in that dragster Barracuda, the wheel stander that came to the Festival of Speed. And there's Graham Bryant, Ollie's dad, driving the Dodge Dart. Fred Opert blue, or should we say Goodwood members meeting blue. So this is a monster field of V8s. I've never seen bigger, Kev.
No, I think the only thing I can think of was close when they had the Mustang only race at the Silverstone Classic 2 or 3 years ago. That was massive as well, wasn't it? But yeah, a lot of heavy metal out there. So who do you reckon will set the pace then? Leo's going to be quick, isn't he?
Leo will be quick, and Simon Hadfield drives a bunch of cars with Leo Voyazides, and he says he has to struggle to get anywhere near Leo really battle, because Leo's so good in the big V8s. He's not been here for a few years, so he's not as current with this circuit as many of the others. There's work cut out here, but it's a quick car, it's a beautifully prepared car, and another one to feature in the Alan Mann Racing colours. Red and gold, a colour that was carried by the likes of Frank Gardner to several British Saloon Car Championships, the Australian racer. And in fact, there's an Alan Mann Racing Escort in the sale, the bottom sale this weekend, and a beautiful car with the FVA Formula 2 engine.
It just works, doesn't it? It's quite straightforward, but it just works, the gold and the red.
Craig Davis won a race at Brands Hatch on the Grand Prix circuit, Masters race last summer with that Mustang. He's the man if you want one of those huge American Sub-Zero walk-in fridges about the size of a dressing room. He's the man who can sort you out with that, because he brought some to this country Sub-Zero Wolf up in Malden in Essex. Wonderful shot round the corner from Harrods in Knightsbridge, sort of the showroom cognoscenti sort of thing. So we've got Mustangs, Falcons, we've got Plymouth Barracudas, Dodge Dart, Studebaker Lark, Galaxies, 7-litre V8, homologated with 1 or 2 carburetors depending on choice. About the size of an aircraft carrier.
That was the start of the V8 invasion, wasn't it? The Galaxy that ended years and years and years of Jaguar domination in British saloons.
And everyone was amazed that Jack Sears could make the Galaxy go around the corners. They just thought, oh, it'll thunder away in a straight line, it'll lose its brakes pretty quickly, and that'll be the end of that. But of course it wasn't, aided by very good preparation by John Willman's team. Jack Sears, who one of the absolute greats of British motorsport, such a lovely guy, Gentleman Jack they called him, rightly so. He was a Norfolk farmer who went motor racing, a bit like Jim Clark was a sort of a Borders farmer who went motor racing. Actually started out his career doing things like the Brighton Speed Trials, Jack Sears and an MG shortly after the war. So the Mustangs, which were heavier than the Falcons, they're homologated heavier. Homologation, the process by which the manufacturers of these cars laid down their specifications for racing and rallying. The Falcons came over for essentially for the Monte Carlo Rally. They've got plastic wings on them, all kinds of things.
I thought you were going to say homologation, the process by which manufacturers turned road cars into racing cars before they actually went racing with them.
Well, it's a bit different these days. They build something for a road car, but they put all those tweaks in, ask the racing teams what they want in a road car, so that it doesn't have to be fiddle around with too much. Craig Davis then, his Mustang pushing on Bruce.
Just about to say, Craig Davis and number 6 running around behind him. Steve Soper absolutely setting the pace. The first 2 cars on the track, but they've left those behind them way back in their wake. And Craig in particular really hanging the tail out, as you can see, coming down towards the end of a lap, those wonderful Allen Man Racing colours, but just simplicity. Big engine, not a bad handling car, but as you pointed out, the Falcon's a bit lighter, but these Mustangs in the right hands, a very wieldy bit of kit.
There was, of course, it may be apocryphal, but they always thought that the Falcons were homologated perhaps with nothing much in the inside the engine or the gearbox to get them down to 1,000 kilos. But by lots of wry smiles when they came back and did historic racing.
Pretty much every session we've had today, there's been 1 or 2 characters just worth watching, whether it's a Julian Majout, but Craig Davis was fantastic. And one of the cars we're looking at there is Steve Soper, second on the track, in fact top of the timing screens after the first set of flying laps. He's clear by 2.4 seconds. Let's ride around the circuit. What an exciting circuit with what an exciting driver. Going through Madgwick.
Plenty of opposite locking, even around Fourwater he was crossed up. That's through St Mary's. Over the adverse camber. Oh dear.
Oh, that's Rob Gravitt's car,
isn't it?
I don't think he's a track star if he leaves all that all around the lap. Oh, he's coming up St Mary's now, and he's leaving a smoke screen. It's quite a windy day, it is getting blown away, but how much oil is he putting down?
The problem with these things, of course, is you're not allowed to, in the homologation, you can't dry sump the cars, so unless you've baffled the sump very, very carefully, it's very easy to knock the bearings out, and they get very smoky, but that's not going to go very much further.
His back's right off now. And Steve Soper, we were riding on board with him at the start of the lap through the middle of the park. And now just look how sideways he is. Now, we're going to be treated, I'm told, to the whole lap with Steve Soper. There's the start-finish line. Marcus took us around that charge down to Madgwick.
It's incredible, isn't it? You come up here, you stay just left of centre, double apex right, rising through between the first and second apexes. You don't need the second apex, really, because you're coming out to maximise your exit speed. There's a tiny little kink here before you get towards Fourwater, and then the road falls away. You think it's flat, you think you're there, and suddenly it falls away. You pick up a couple of hundred revs, you're going that much more quickly. You've got to get your sight lines right for St Mary's. You've got to stay reasonably well to the right before you commit to the left-hander. Again, that camber falls away. You duck down to the dip, look up over the top, to look for the house roof here, and then aiming for the corner of it. On the brakes in a straight line, off the brakes, turn in, gone down your gear, and then you just wait for the grip to come back when the things are all sideways. Come into that second apex, watch the helicopter, don't get distracted by that. Through the kink on the Lavender straight, up to full chat now. You can see the white Supershell building ahead of you. The road appears to narrow, you duck straight through the middle of that, hard on the brakes, straight line, down the gear, miss the first apex, get it turned in so you're onto the second one, good and late, so you've got plenty of road to work with without going up those curves. Down your box again, you want second gear for the chicane, and then you come out trying not to climb the curb too high on the outside and floor it. And it's the two red and gold Alan Mann Mustangs together. Soper then, just seen him go around there, a 1:31.292 with us on board. And he is on pole with a 1:30.6, so he's still close to that. He's within half a second-ish last time round, and the track's not at its optimum.
It certainly isn't, Marcus. It's well worth pointing out that lap on which we've shared with Steve Soper, still fastest, and the best by Craig Davis, who's second quickest. So really, really good. And for Rob Gravitt, we saw him smoking his way back from pretty early in the lap, got back to the pit lane, but will we see any further driving from him in this session? 7.5 minutes remaining.
We've got a Mustang backwards at the chicane. That's 35, and that is Mark Burton. But no harm done. Ooh, very, very sideways Falcon sprint there. The white one in the background I was looking at, not the blue one, which is Rob Hall in the Martin Melling car.
Well, Rob Hall at the moment is fifth fastest. It's Mustang, Falcon, which is Leo Voisides, then Roger Wills in the Mercury Comet Cyclone, and then Rob Hall in the car we're looking at the moment. The Ford Falcon Sprint 1964, great, huge long tail on it.
And to say the Mercury Cyclone is essentially a Ford Falcon Sprint with a different party frock. Oh, another of the cars is broken. That's the Duncan Pittaway.
Yeah, the Barracuda. Still smoking.
Barracuda's homologated with a 4.4 litre V8, so we're down on grunt as opposed to the Fords that were 4.7, 289 cubic inch. In other words, the Fords, and that's what that Mercury, which was a brand of Ford, had in it.
Sort of a parallel brand, just a little bit slightly more upmarket, not as high as the Lincolns, but Mercury had its own furrow. Likewise, later in the Mustang range, of course, the Mercury Cougar was just a different body, really, wasn't it? Haven't seen much of the big Galaxies. The best place of those is number 63, Bill Shepherd, at the moment, down in 10th place. But his lap time is 4.7 seconds down on the ultimate lap, set still by Steve Soper, who's 1.3 seconds clear. Roger Wills, fourth place for him in the Mercury.
Yep, Soper in 6, Davies in 9, the two red and gold, quick red and gold Mustangs. Voisides, another Alan Mann liveried car number 8, the Falcon Sprint in 3rd. Wills in the turquoise Mercury Comet, number 69 is 4th. Hall in the blue Falcon on your screen is car number 88 is 5th. And then young Oliver Hart in 34, same teenager who's not driven here before, perhaps on a test day or two, really showing well.
Looking for movers on the timing screen. Roger Wills is not such a good opening sector for his lap. He was good last time around, but it's the people at the tail end of the top 10 who might be able to work their way through traffic, find that clear lap and nail their lap time. 74 riding around the outside. Josh Sadler being pushed clear, and coming through was Graham Bryant in the Dodge Dart, ducking down the inside. Sorry, I beg your pardon, that was Oliver Bryant in the Plymouth Barracuda, sorry, working his way through the Dodge Dart. Different looking car.
34, that is Oliver Hart with the Coca-Cola liveried Mustang, the red and black car in the middle of this pack.
I like that livery, just the black top, effectively, along the hood, and over the roof.
He was
very Americanish.
Super quick at Zandvoort. He shared the Cobra with his old man there, went incredibly well. Then in the Cobra, chased down Ollie Bryant at Spa in the wet, having never driven at Spa before, and was unbelievable. So, and the lad wasn't even driving on the road at that point.
Just coming through St Mary's, driving very tidily. It's easy to clip the curbs. He's staying wisely off them, but he's shaping up to try and pull off a passing manoeuvre, but at the moment rather getting held up there. So Oliver Hart doing a good job, but needs to just work his way with less than 4 minutes on the clock to a clear slice of track, and then I'm sure he'll be quicker.
He's 8th quickest at the moment.
One person going quickly at the moment is Rob Hall. He's got up to 3rd now, so he's bumped Leo Voisides down to 4th, and he started the next lap very quickly as well, but he's still got to find half a second to grab second off the Craig Davies Mustang. Steve Soper's time, 1:30.6. No one else can get into the 31s at the moment.
That's speed to spare, that's for sure.
Soper was pretty minis and things to start with, wasn't he, in his early days? Drove that Fiat X19.
I was going to say the X19, I remember that distinctly, yeah.
We were having a debate the other day as to who's the greatest touring car driver who didn't win the British Touring Car Championship. I think Steve Soper would probably be a very strong candidate for that
worthy of
accolade.
consideration, absolutely.
Tended not to be in many championship campaigns because he was used by BMW as a sort of a dropping into any series kind of guy, hired hot shoe.
Well, 8, that's the battle between the two quickest Ford Falcon sprints.
Battling over third place on the grid at the moment, and well, it does look like a race situation out there, has to be said. Voizides just holding off Rob Hall at the moment, but so much change of directional swing on these cars through St Mary's, down to the dip. Oh dear, so Voizides a better exit line there, bit of grass kicked up by Hall in 4th place.
I do like a Falcon sprint. I think that absolutely fabulous. A friend of mine had one of the proper cars that became a special saloon after. It was one of the Monte Carlo rally cars, and it kept popping head gaskets. It rotted away in his front garden in Basingstoke.
What happened to it in the end? Was that
I
it?
should think that was it. They probably swept it up with a dustpan and brush. Awfully sad. There's a smoke up ahead. What's happened there?
Someone's locked up.
Yeah, that's
see who it is
Woodcote's
at the
corner.
moment.
No, it's Roger Wills.
Roger Wills.
So Roger Wills is now in 6th place. They are fighting over 3rd and 4th positions, but at the moment the advantage lies with Rob Hall in the 2nd of
Oliver
those.
Hart, 34, up into 5th place. Right behind these two guys we're seeing now.
Well, that's what happens when you get yourself onto a clear piece of track.
Yes.
Soper's just done a 1:30.9 to prove that 30.6 wasn't a fluke, but he's got that second in hand over the field at the moment.
32.8 from Oliver Hart. We've got 30.6 Soper.
Well, we haven't talked much about the Studebaker Lark Daytona 500, and here it is with Nick Whale on board, going well. 7th fastest at the moment. He's got to find a fraction of a second to get towards the likes of Oliver Hart.
Hugely able driver. Started out in sprints and hill climbs with a Malak in his teens. And these days, when he went up, of course, did BTCC with a BMW M3. Races with his lad in that, in the Group A races. And driven Can-Am McLarens in various historic arenas as well. There's Oliver Hart there, the Coca-Cola Mustang. So Soper 30.6, Davis 32.0, Hall 32.5, Voizides 32.6, Hart 32.8, Squire 32.9. This is another very, very close one. And when you consider the lad in the red and black Mustang's been driving for about a year now, and Steve Soper has been driving for probably 40 years, it really is a great testament to the Dutchman's skills.
Well, there was the checkered flag being waved, so the first group of cars are finishing their last flying lap, and at the moment still Steve Soper on pole by 1.37 seconds, as it has been for some considerable period of time.
Squire up to 3rd, ahead of Hall and Voizides, so number 22 has done a grand job in there.
He kept himself clear of trouble, he kept out of the battling, and that has really profited him. Can Rob Hall or Leo Voizides find their way back? Can Oliver Hart depose? But at the moment no one can topple Steve Soper.
Well, Hall did improve on his last lap, but actually ended up losing a place.
It's a rough deal, isn't it?
Yes.
Well, we didn't talk a great deal about car number 22 through the session, but Michael Squire came good right at the end, and yeah, there he has it, up to
Won a
3rd
race
fastest
at the
time.
Castle Combe Classic a couple of years ago, Michael Squire.
Craig Davies has improved in 2nd place to a 31.6, so he gets just within a second of Steve Soper.
Not bad, found 0.4 of a second, not to be sniffed at, it must be said.
See that the Bryant Barracuda runs GPG 5C on it as opposed to GPG 4C, which is their Cobra.
Well, he's just gone 7th as he crosses the line to take the flag. So it's quite a few late improvements actually. For a while we had a lull, didn't we? But lots of improvements at the end, but Soper still clear of the rest. And he's on a 1:30.8. So that's at least 3 laps he's done under 1:31.
Yeah, if you're going to be dominant, rub it in.
You don't forget how to ride a bicycle, do you?
I don't know how many times he's driven the Mustang. Has he driven the Mustang before?
Never seen him in a Mustang before, I don't believe.
Hold on, no, I think he didn't have a yellow one a couple of years ago.
He may have done.
I think he did.
The only yellow one's been stuck in the pits. The other one's the one that Oliver's driven with Holford, isn't it? The main yellow one.
You're right, sorry. Scratch my last comment, but anyhow, let's have a look.
What's going to happen here?
That's Roger Wills. Roger Wills still coming?
No, it's
not Roger Wills, beg your pardon, it's 74. Therefore, that is Josh Sadler. He ended up down in 20th position, and possibly that was his best lap. But anyhow, it was certainly wrecked, and a good save, because as we ought to reiterate, that chicane is much harder to hit this year. And here are the top positions.
Pierpoint Cup then. First is number 6, Steve Soper. Ford Mustang, 130.648. Second, similar car, number 9 of Craig Davis. Third, another Mustang, 22, Michael Squire. Fourth, Rob Hall, the first of the Ford Falcon Sprints, number 88. Fifth, 8 is Leo Voizides, the Greek, in his Ford Falcon Sprint. And in 6th place, young Oliver Hart, 34, Ford Mustang. 7th is Oliver Bryant, number 1, Plymouth Barracuda. 8th, number 5, Nick Wales, Studebaker Lark, Daytona 500. 9th is 69, Roger Wills. That's really the unusual set of cars, Mercury Comet Cyclone Caliente. 10th is 15, Christophe Van Riet, the Mustang. 11th, number 63, Bill Shepherd in the Best of the Galaxies. 12th is number 23, James Cottingham in a Mustang. 13th, 77, Stephen Wood in the Falcon. 14th, 35, Mike Burton, who spun earlier on in his Mustang. 15th, number 2, Mike Wiles, Ford Falcon Sprint. 16th, Ford Falcon of Robin Ellis, number 49. 17th, number 3, Canadian Peter Holford in his Mustang. 18th, 123, David Clifford in his Ford Mustang. 19th, number 40, another Canadian, that's Ian Dalgleish in his Ford Galaxy. 20th, number 74, Josh Sadler with the Ford Falcon. 21st, 83, the Galaxy of Michael Steele. 22nd, number 96, Christian Van Lanschot with his Ford Mustang. 23rd, number 65, Nick Waddell in his Ford Mustang. And 24th, number 7, Nick Jarvis in a Falcon Sprint. 25th is number 4, Graham Bryant, Dodge Dart. 26th, number 11, Mark Ashworth, Ford Mustang. 27th, 136 is Nigel Batchelor's Mustang. 28th, after very little time on the track, 99, Rob Gravitt, the Mustang. 29th, also broke, 95, Duncan Pittaway with Barracuda. And 30th, number 10, David Franklin with a Ford Falcon Sprint. Bruce will talk us through the highlights of an absolutely fascinating Pierpoint Cup qualifying session. Bruce.
The cars coming out for the practice for the Pierpoint Cup, big and loud and proud. Mustangs galore, but mixed in. You had full Ford Falcons, Mercury Cyclone Sprints, Plymouth Barracudas, and more. And we were riding with one of the greats, the touring car great Steve Soper, took us for a lap around the circuit in his Ford Mustang. Not only was it stylish, it was very quick indeed. He was chasing down Craig Davis, but ended up at the top of the time charts. A driver who might have challenged him in period, but not today, Rob Gravitt. Unfortunately, he smoked his way back to the pits. Number 2, the Ford Falcon Sprint of Mike Wiles, went for a little rotation. No damage done, but it was Mustangs at the front setting the pace. Another car going for a run off the circuit, but joining very quickly again was Christophe Van Riet. Got it back together just before the chicane, but these cars, the tails can wag. Number 35 coming round, no damage done either for Mark Burton, just out of the chicane. Spectacular too, with flames spinning out the side. That's 1, 2, 3. That's David Clifford. He went well, but behind him, a very unusual car indeed, the Studebaker Lark Daytona 500 of Nick Whale, among the largely Ford mix. But pressing on was the order of the day. How deep did you dare to break into the corners? Not the best of cars in terms of handling, but the fastest of all. Ended up being number 6 on pole.
Well, it was an exciting session. We've got one more practice session to come, and that will be the John Surtees Trophy. But, down among the big bang of V8's sports cars is Henry Hope Frost.
I am indeed, Marcus. Thank you very much. I've just been doorstepped by a 3-time World Touring Car Champion, Andy Breer. Good to see you, mate.
Oh, it's great. Nice to see you too, Henry. It's great to be here. Some gorgeous Ford GTs lined up here, so I thought I'd come and have a look.
Of course, you are a fully fledged factory Ford driver now, aren't you?
Yeah, have been for the last year. Loving it. Really good. Really lovely racing with them. And I drove the Ford Capri this morning. Looking forward to the Jerry Marshall Trophy later on. I think that's going to be a really tough race. I mean, honestly, I was really surprised how competitive it is. So next year I think I need to test the car before I come and race it, but no, it's great. It's a lovely meeting, the members meeting, and it's nice to be part of it.
How do the downforce levels compare on the Capri to the GTE Pro car?
Well, you know, downforce-wise feels quite a lot less, but with the BOP currently that we're running in the GT series in WEC, I think this car's a bit faster actually.
Do you fancy going one of these proper old sports cars?
Oh yeah, I mean the Ford GT40 here. I mean, we've got Jim here who's you know, driving the car, and that looks like a real nice bit of kit. So I think they're really fast. You know, they're really fast.
You can tell the family lineage, can't you? From the original 60s GT40 right up to now.
I mean, when you look at this car, Henry, it still looks beautiful, and you can imagine in its day that was the absolute, you know, top of the range. And to be honest, the Ford GT now that I drive still resembles this car, in my opinion. Yeah. So yeah, it's a lovely, lovely bit of kit, and it's great that they won Le Mans last year and made history again, racing against Ferrari. And I think again to go into the WEC this year with them, I can't wait.
Can you not have a word with Jim Farley, boss of Ford of Europe, in number 98 there?
Why do you think I'm here, smiling at him? Yeah, with my Ford overalls on.
You're such a pro.
Well, you never know.
Have a great weekend, mate.
Yeah, thank you.
So, practice then, qualifying for the Surtees Trophy. The fastest cars of the weekend, Lola T70 Spiders, Ford GT40s, absolutely wonderful. Another exciting session due to start in a few moments' time.
Isn't it? And say Andy Priaulx there, three-time World Touring Car Champion, European champion as well in touring cars, and his lad Seb has a very good future ahead of him with a decent drive. Second year in the Ginetta Juniors as a proper championship contender, and looking very, very strong. Good to see the Priaulx here with us this weekend. Very fond memories of them doing the hill climbs back in the 90s. And Andy's parents, Graham and Judy, back home in Guernsey. So good afternoon to you, Graham and Judy. There's 98. That's the car, Jim Farley, that Andy Priaulx was talking about a moment ago. And there we've got Simon Hadfield at the wheel of the Howard Jones car by the looks of things. Is it Simon's helmet in it? I think it is, isn't it? Yes, it is. So that's going to be a quick contender. 2 is Michelle Schmitz, car fixed from last year, I'm glad to say. Michelle fighting fit. Joaquin Falk-Roussignol in the lovely GT40 that won in Montjuic with Brian Muir driving it, a local driver as well. Steve Farthing driving number 16, which is the Chris Jolly owned Cooper Chevrolet, the Super Cooper. That's the 52 is the Crosley of Michael Lyons. That's going to be fast. Michael Lyons, who won the recent Motor Champions Revival race in Taupo in New Zealand, Bruce McLaren Motorsport Park in McLaren F26-1. 3 is the Fayer brothers designed Chinook, isn't it? Made by the Hungarian brothers based over in Canada. It's an early McLaren. It's an M1A. That's John Blake, it's car number 44. So we've got some quick drivers in this, and I saw Simon Hadfield in one of those T70s. I'm sure it's come up as Howard Jones on our screens.
I was going to say to you, Marcus, until we saw that possibility, that the quickest drivers in this field are not in the quickest cars.
Yeah.
Most of them are in the GT40s, and obviously the T70s should be quicker, so that might be quite interesting. Unless, of course, Simon is in a T70, in which case he immediately becomes favourite for pole, I would have thought.
Well, one of the favourites, Tony Sinclair's going to be going well as well in Grant Reed's ex-John Surtees, Jackie Stewart and others car, T70. Wonderful, these sports races. T70 is such pure shape, isn't it? The early Spiders. David Hobbs drove one here in period. So they're going to be into action pretty soon. That's Tessie, Sean Lynn's GT40, the pale blue one. The 4 is Diogo Ferral, Portuguese driver who, with Martin Stretton, won the Spa 6 Hours in this car a couple of years ago. The car raced by Eric Liddell in period. I saw in '67 with Eric Liddell driving it. He's got Robin Liddell's father. It was also driven by the legendary S.M. Smith in Hill Climb, Spotty Muldoon Smith, Tony Bancroft, under his pseudonym.
Well, Diogo Ferrao is going to set the first flying lap, but he's absolutely pressing on. First out of the pit is definitely an advantage out of the paddock area. Just going through St Mary's down to zip that red and white Ford GT40. Bit of a twitch there, but pushing on and opening quite a gap over the second car in the line, which is Simon Hadfield, who's working his way forward though.
Diogo's raced in historic Formula Ford, historic Formula 2. As well as this car, got a Lola Group 6 car as well, car that was one of the BIP cars from Portugal. It's a glorious, timeless shape, isn't it, the GT40?
Fantastic car.
Yeah.
I think you're right, Bruce, getting out early. We saw that with Steve Soap in the last session, didn't we? Get out, and I think his quickest time came on his second or third lap. So, because that's about the only time you can guarantee yourself a clear track.
Yeah, quite so. And bar someone surprising coming out of the pits in front of you, it should be yours for quite some while. Simon Hadfield at 17, though, working his way up to second in the running order and will probably end up being fastest. He seems to be closing in. In fact, the fastest time thus far has gone to number 2, which is Michael Smith's metallic blue and white Chevrolet T70 Spider. But I think Hadfield will be toppling him next time around.
Yes, he's already gone past him and he's coming down towards you at a rate of knots. So I think you're absolutely right. Be interested to see what lap time that Simon can do in the car.
Yeah, well, Simon is starting to really close in on the car that's leading the round. Diogo Ferrao is down in 6th place overall in the sort of orangey red GT40, and Simon, as he goes to St Mary's, is taking chunks out of the track position there. Into the dip they go, up the other side.
Tony Sinclair's gone quickest. Tony Sinclair quickest on 24.061, driving Grant Reed's Lola T70, Surtees car appropriately. 24.061 for Tony Sinclair, 24.970 for Smiths, 25.069 for what we know to be Simon Hadfield in Howard Jones's car. I saw Howard Jones in concert in Portsmouth in the early 80s, I think it would have been. I don't think it was the same one. Maybe he's busy on a retro concert tour today. Christian Gleisel is 4th at the moment.
Well, Tony Sinclair is caught in traffic now. That'll hamper him, but Simon Hadfield, or Jones as we call him these days in honour of my family, goes to the top of the charts. Fastest by 0.041 of a second, a blink of an eye. But the good thing for Simon is he's got nobody ahead of him now. He's got past that number 4 Diogo Ferrao Ford GT40, has clear track as he accelerates down the straight towards Ford Water. But in fact, they're so quick, they're coming across a gaggle of cars who are just turning into St Mary's. 2 of them, but they're 3 of them much slower, I'm afraid. So this is going to be a problem. There's a T70 Spider, a McLaren, and then car number 9, the McLaren M1A of Harms Winter in their path. Number 11, Tony Sinclair, though, who's top last time around. He's fallen to 3rd. He doesn't improve. He stays in 3rd in number 11, that red T70 Spider.
He's a very useful driver. He's a former pre-74 Formula Ford champion. Of course, he's the nephew of Burt Ray, who founded the Ray Formula Ford mark, having been a mechanic with the checkered flag Formula 2 team, running McLarens and other things back in the 60s. And in recent years, he's designed and built all the Jade cars.
If we could get a camera to focus on number 1 as it comes through Lavert, it looks as though Oliver Bryant has got a problem. The door seems to be coming open on his Ford GT40. So should be through Lavert now. Look at the door on the left-hand side, the other side of the car from the rear. We won't see from now, but it looks like the door was coming loose. Well picked up by the camera crews. Has he got it? Yeah, it's flapping, I think, that door. Certainly going slowly. That's not Oliver Bryant's normal speed.
Yeah, the door is open. Yeah. Tucks into the roof on the GT40s, doesn't it? And can be annoying and dangerous. So we'll come back to the pits, get that fixed.
Scuderia Bear, number 23, that's James Cossingham on board, shares it with Andrew Smith.
Going past the HA McLaren, that's Mads Geerdrum these days. Of course, the car, ex-Maston Gregory car that Marcus Musa raced in previous years.
Tony Sinclair has taken pole position back. He's done a 22.9. Simon Hadfield's in a lot of traffic on his last lap. I don't know if he's got down to you yet, Bruce. If he's got any clear space this time.
Can't see him, so I think he just went past.
Best middle sector of anyone for Simon Hadfield. Best first sector of anyone for Tony Sinclair, our pole man.
Okay, the door has been closed on Ollie Bryant's
there was
GT40.
Clive Robinson sending his way, ex-racing team VDS and Lola mechanic.
So Hadfield goes back to pole with a 22.1, but Sinclair is also on a quick lap, so they're swapping it backwards and forwards at the moment, the two T70s.
Yes, you feel sure this is going to chop and change. So, well, 9/10 of a second between them, so certainly the advantage with Simon Hadfield. In the number 17 T70 Spider, that's metallic blue. The black nose. Here's Sinclair, indeed. Those two black stripes up his helmet, the red Lola T70 Spider with the broad green stripe up its nose. The target time, 1 minute 22.1. Clear it. Maybe the next lap will be good. Oh, has he ever, by 6/10 of a second.
Chris Ward currently, he's currently leading the unofficial GT40 class, but Christian Glass has now gone to the top of that in 4th overall. No, Cottingham, I think. So some very quick drives in GT40s. It was interesting to see which one comes out on top. And it's James Cottingham at the moment.
Cottingham's in the 22s, 22.399. That's not hanging around. Glacial 22.939, then 23.211. 23.211 is Smits in number 2, 55, Chris Ward 23.775, third at GT40. That's Ballinger in 129. $2 is Cooper King Cobra, that is. Ferrell back up to 7th ahead of Bellinger. Lola and McLaren Elva M1A side by side into Madrick corner.
Yeah, Michiel Smits in the number 2, Lola T70.
Steve Farthing, Steve Farthing badly held up in number 16. He's driving Chris Jolly's car. Goodwood debut.
Big run across the grass and vaulting through St Mary's as he rejoins is Oliver Bryant. He's been in the wars. He went off at the first part of the corner, ran along the grass and rejoined. So James Cottingham going very well. Oh dear, number 88.
Gurdon, he's been off and he's rumpled the front splitter on the McLaren.
Looks like that whole front body section has been loosened. Simon Hadfield flashes past in the background, and certainly the car that to me always says Marcus Musser, as the previous owner, is limping its way back home. But the big moment on that lap was certainly Ollie Bryant in the number 1 Ford GT40 at St Mary's.
The pace setter Holmes car that Maston Gregory drove in the period. Of course, before that it was
29's off as well.
Yeah. Before that, blue McLaren was the car that Julian Bronson drove, wasn't it?
Of course.
Hadfield back to pole. He's got himself some clean air. I was just watching him going around there. He came through on his own, so he's done the 2 second and third sectors the best of anyone after a personal best in the first sector. So it's now 1:21.0 is the target that Sinclair now has to go after.
And the Lola T70 Spider you just saw spun off, that was Graham Bryant. So son Ollie and father Graham not having good lap between them. An off for one and a spin for the other. So just to run down, it's Simon Hadfield on top by 0.38 of a second from Tony Sinclair. It's T70 Spiders first and second. James Cottingham, the Scuderia Bear, number 23, Ford GT40, third fastest.
Coming up well is 65, Laurie Bennett, the Australian, in his McLaren. 65 up to 7th place. Laurie Bennett decided not to go an hour down the road to Phillip Island, come 12,000 miles to Goodwood.
Currently 3/10 covering the fastest 3 GT40s, Crossley, Glasgow and Ward. So that's still very tight. Hadfield with the best of all in the first sector, but he hasn't gone quick in the second.
Tony Sinclair's rather caught in traffic. That gives an opportunity for Simon Hadfield to stretch his advantage, or more to the point, but it scuppers Tony Sinclair's chance on this lap at least of fighting way back. Anthony Scrowan looking low and mean in that Lotus 30, coming down number 7 down towards Woodcote. He's running at the moment just outside the top 10 down. He's just actually tumbled a bit down to 16th place overall.
Just
people further down.
Remember how well Tipney Dell went in the Lotus 30 here last year.
The years all run into each other, I'm afraid, Marcus. Let's see, can James Cottingham do anything? I think he might be able to improve a bit, but he's third fastest. He needs to find a second, really, to go into second place. Oh, almost identical to his previous best lap. No improvement. So James Cottingham, the number 23 Scuderia Bear Ford GT40.
40, the Chris Wilson GT40 has got one of the Hancock boys in it, hasn't it? Hancock up into 5th place. Is it Sam or is it Ollie? We don't know.
Well, I haven't seen Ollie this weekend, but I've seen very few people. Sam's been pretty busy indeed, so it could well be him.
Sinclair, personal best first sector. He's cut his way past Steve Farthing in the Super Cooper, the ex-Skip Hudson Nicky Chevrolet car.
Well, Chris Ward had been trying to chip his way up into the top 10. He's up to 6th, but he just had a grassy moment at St Mary's and rejoined.
Quite a bit of traffic ahead of Tony Sinclair if he makes a quick exit through Woodcote corner.
Yeah, it's been a much clearer lap for Tony Sinclair in that number 11 T70 Spider. Should be able to complete the lap without obstruction. That is absolutely the key for him.
Yep, car that's run by Tony and Owen Jones at Jade Motorsport in Surrey, near Red Hill.
Now 22.3, and I think that's probably going to be his last chance, because he's now going to catch. He's now going to catch that group, and I think this will be his last flying lap before he gets the checkered flag. Glasser's gone third on a 21.8 to put himself back as the fastest GT40.
Okay, here comes Simon Hadfield. Just 30 seconds till the checkered flag comes out, so this will be his final lap. He's fastest by 3.382 of a second. It says Howard Jones on the big screens. Fear not, Howard owns the car, but Simon is the driver at the wheel, and what a handy driver to have.
Just been put back together because Howard had a bit of an off in it a year or so ago, and the best last sector of anyone for Simon Hadfield has a clear track in front of him from what I can see. Checkered flag has been fluttered. Oh, look at that. Laurie Bennett has just set the fastest first sector of anybody in his McLaren. Laurie's down there in...
Goes third.
Goes third.
I was going to say, he was 11th, and the blink of an eye he goes third, so that time came very good indeed. Just over half a second down. You said he'd been chipping away. He clearly did it very well indeed.
He found that clear, that elusive clear track, didn't he? Sinclair is through, but he's not been able to find an improvement. He was mired in traffic on that last lap.
Rather satisfying for Laurie Bennett there to deliver when it really mattered right at the end of the session. The number 65 M1B McLaren. Very few of those out on the track at this particular meeting here in the Surtees Trophy, but for the Aussie that was a very good lap indeed. So pretty much all the top runners have completed their final flying lap. It's still Simon Hadfield on pole position, 0.382 of a second. Now we're almost full sunshine, the daffodils starting to glow in the afternoon light here at Goodwood for the 75th members meeting. We've had a few little runs across the grass, pretty much well behaved at the top end, so Simon Hadfield, pole for him for the Surtees Trophy race.
That was a super battle, wasn't it? Initially Diogo Ferral, then Sinclair and Hadfield came into the equation, and they swapped poles several times before Simon Hadfield nabbed it. 1:21.784 his last lap, but 1:21.045 was the key time. We're going to see the times for that session relatively soon. Here they come. So it is the Surtees Trophy then. First, Simon Hadfield in number 17, the Howard Jones owned Lola, 21.045. Second, number 11, Tony Sinclair and Grant Reed's Lola. Number 11. Third, number 65, Laurie Bennett with that fabulous last lap in the McLaren M1B. Fourth, number 5, Christian Gleisel with his GT40. Fifth, number 2, Michelle Smith's going really well in his T70 Spider. Sixth, number 23, James Cottingham in the second GT40. Seventh, number 40 was Sam Hancock, GT40. Eighth, number 55, Chris Ward, GT40. Ninth was number 129, Billy Bellinger with the Cooper Monaco Ford. 10th, number 6, Joaquin Falk Rossignol with his GT40. 11th, the GT40, number 13 of Sean Lynn. And 12th, Patrick Blakeney Edwards in the Team 83 Lola. 13th, number 4, Diogo Ferrao, Ford GT40. 14th, number 1, Oliver Bryant, GT40. 15th, 88, Mads Gjerdrum with his McLaren M1B. 16th, number 7, Anthony Scrowan with the Lotus 30. 17th, 16, Steve Farthing, Cooper T61 Chevy. And Leo Boyazides was next up. 19, Andrew Waring in number 3, the Chinook Chevrolet. 20th, Michael Lyons in the 52 Crosley. 21st, Jim Farley, GT40. 22nd, Gareth Williams in his McLaren M1B. 23rd, Harms Winter with his McLaren M1A. And 24th at the end there, it says Simon Hadfield, which we didn't see. That's not right. So Bruce will talk us through a fascinating final official practice session for the Surtees Trophy.
Cars came out onto the track for the Surtees Trophy practice session, rumbling their way around the circuit. Not just making a rumble, setting some really impressive lap times. The Chinook was in there among the Ford GT40, the Lola T70 Spiders, Cooper Chevrolet Monacos, but one car going really well was the number 17, which was Simon Hadfield in Howard Jones's T70 Spider, working his way past number 4, which was setting the early run, Diogo Ferrao, and it was all about getting a clear stretch of track. Right there, number 11 in another T70 Spider, Tony Sinclair, seemed to be stuck in traffic. Whenever he wasn't, he was super quick. Also going well, Christian Gleisel, Ford GT40. Ollie Bryant, the number 1 Ford GT40, had to come in to have his door taped down. Meanwhile, finally clear track for Sinclair. He just didn't have the answers, though, for Simon Hadfield's speed. Knitting the car through the chicane, James Cottingham got the Scuderia Bear GT40 up to 3rd place. He wasn't to stay there at the end because Himes kept on improving. Tony Sinclair kept chipping away, seeing if he'd do anything about Simon Hadfield to be best of the T70 Spiders. But Hadfield kept on going, and he will make his car's owner, Howard Jones, very happy indeed, because he was the driver who took pole position. And down in the paddock, let's go straight down to Henry Hope Frost.
Incredible scenes down here, Bruce, for our third demonstration of the day for Group A saloons in 2 parts, because there are so many of them. Look at these wonderful Group A machines from 1982 onwards. Photo shoot there of Gerhard Berger and Roberto Ravaglia. These guys raced the Schnitzer 635 CSI together in the mid-1980s. Gerhard, of course, winning Grand Prix in BMW-powered Benetton machinery, reunited with this car more than 30 years later. Wonderful to see. Moving down the line, Ian, Stuart Hall straps into the ICS Control Services Rover, run by Andy Rouse, of course. Stuart, son of Pete Hall, who was Industrial Control Services. Malcolm Harrelson in the diminutive Mini, the computer vision livery car, raced in period by Patrick Watts and Tony Pond. We've got Volvo 240 turbos from Sweden. They were absolute rocket ships, weren't they? The flying bricks in the mid-1980s. More Rovers. Ford Sierra RS500s. Spin round and have a look at these utterly magnificent RS500s over on the other side. We've got the Steve Sopo Texaco Eggenberger car. We've got the Caliber Andy Rouse car. Carl Jones is out in Paul Linfoot's Louis magazine sponsored car. We've got BMW M3s, the ex-Alan Minshaw Demon Tweaks machine. And there you can see Roberto Ravaglia with the Schnitzer BMW M3, the E30, just about the most evocative touring car of them all. Let me have a very quick word with Roberto. Roberto, lovely to see you at Goodwood.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here. It's the first time. I'm really exciting. This morning I was doing the practice of Jerry Marshall, and now I'm going with my old M3.
And I can't believe it's 30 years since you did all that winning in this.
Yeah, exactly. It's a long time ago.
Where did the time go?
I mean, I'm quite old. My age is 60, so I look much younger, but quite old. So,
but for so many touring car fans, BMW M3 will always be Roberto Ravaglia.
more or less. I don't know. I think so.
Great to see you. Have a great weekend.
Thank you.
Roberto Ravaglia, touring car hero to millions, reunited with the BMW M3. Wonderful stuff down here, guys. Cars are making their way out onto the track for this demonstration. It's going to be absolutely epic.
Thanks, Henry. Some fantastic sights and sounds down there again, and fantastic to get some legends with those cars as well.
Kevin, just to kick off with Gerhard Berger standing next to the 635 in the right livery, and then to have Roberto, it really does snap you straight back in time. Oh, straight off the circuit. That's unfortunate.
That is, isn't it? You know, you've taken the words out of my mouth there, actually, Bruce. As you may have gathered already, I've got a bit of a soft spot for some of these BMWs, and I think the 635 CSI with Berger driving, it's just one of the coolest touring car things I can think of, to be honest. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to that coming around.
And I think, you know, when you look at Group A cars, it's the fact you realise you think of them as being European based, but obviously a lot happened down in Bathurst. There's one down there with Ron Dixon's name on the side of it, and of course he then came over and raced the XJS Jaguars. But hold on, take a breath. Gerhard Berger in one of my favourite cars ever, road or race, but they're in that wonderful, wonderful BMW Tyler livery.
It's fantastic, isn't it? And they were able to use their BMW reliability to win things like the Spa 24 Hours, even after it really had been defeated by the Rovers and the Volvos in terms of the shorter races.
Yeah, so always enjoyed driving those BMW M6, possibly one of my favourite road cars of the time. Very, very wheelsy.
I was very fortunate that I blew the engine up on my own E30 325, and my dad lent me his M6 for a few months while I got it fixed, which was probably the best car failure I've ever had.
I think your father went above and beyond.
He did, yes.
Okay, I'm now starting to understand the Turner family fixation with BMWs. But one of the beauties is seeing them just run around with the little MG Metro turbos in there, and then the least likely racing car to most people, the Volvo 240 Turbo. But by golly, they were quick in period.
They were. And you were saying about Australia, that they went down there and they were competitive down in Bathurst and the Australian Touring Car Championship. And that was one of the great successes of Group A, wasn't it? It's easy to forget that it was a worldwide category, which is, of course, why we had the very first World Touring Car Championship in 1987.
Yeah, quite so. Those were heady days. They almost had to sort of... I could try to remember how many cars started down at Monza for the finale, 36 or something, and they were all with quality drivers.
Yes,
covered by not very much from front to back, I think we could say. So a few of them popping into the pits, but don't forget, a lot of these cars haven't done a lot of running recently. It's great to see them out, but there may be a few failures. But Richard Postins, we saw him pulled off in the number 22. He's got it round to the grid, so obviously what the problem was... maybe driven past. Oh no, sorry, he was in the Rover, wasn't he? No, he was in number 27, the Marlboro Rover. Volvo. So at the back, a car that was it a touring car? Was it not a touring car? The Jaguar XJS. The court is still out on that one.
It's not really, is it? But it's still fantastic to see. And that, of course, that not only won the European Touring Car Championship, but they did. Tom Walkinshaw took 3 cars down to Bathurst for 1985 and ended up winning. And of course, actually, Holden entered the World Touring Car Championship a couple of rounds as well, didn't they? A couple of years later. So it really did become international for a little while.
Well, it did, and I remember them bringing Sierra RS 500s up to Silverstone for the International Trophy, and then suddenly everyone going, the Torres Trophy, and just people going, oh my golly, we thought we ran the fastest Group A cars. Not necessarily the case.
Well, absolutely. We were talking about Trackstar, weren't we, earlier on, and they, of course, started off by getting hold of a couple of Dick Johnson RS 500s. That's how they got started, really, because those cars were so incredibly quick when they came over. And there are all sorts of tricks and brilliant stories of how they got more and more power out of those cars.
Yeah, good fuel was a helping hand, it must be said, in those days. Get more out of the fuel. So 2 of the Volvo T40 turbos on the grid in the middle. Different shape, the 5 Series BMW, then a car that raced for years in the German Touring Car Championship, of course, the Ford Mustang with the Ruch brothers in the background. Undertakers, I believe they were. Marcus could normally fill people in on drivers' professions, but they were the least likely racing drivers you could come across. But this was one that raced not so much in Germany. This was one that raced in the Spa 24 Hours, a race that's now for GT3 runners. But it's been such a great race over the years because, of course, A, Spa-Francorchamps, brilliant circuit. B, weather, who knows what you're going to get.
Yeah, it's rarely a dull race there, is there? Something always happens.
So this enormous field of cars split down to 2 grids, if you will. So this is the first batch of cars. Look at that mixture of Rovers, BMWs of various body shapes, the Volvos, the Jaguar XJSs, and all those liveries that we remember. And as Henry pointed out in the collection area, the fact it's 30 odd years ago does make one feel really quite strange.
It's amazing, isn't it? And this is the early part of Group A, because actually the Rover SD1 was both, I'm right in saying it was a Group 1 and then a Group A car, wasn't it? It went across the
Yes, I think it did straddle.
And of course we'll see the Group 1 versions out again later in the Jerry Marshall Trophy. This is the Group A car.
I think it's safe to say, Kevin, at this point, some of the homologation was quite positive, you could say. And in terms of some of the body parts, someone who shall remain nameless was about to do an interview with one of the drivers, and he just happened to lean on one of the cars, and his hand nearly went straight through the boot lid. It was so paper thin.
There are fantastic stories, aren't there? I think somebody at Tom Walkinshaw was once dispatched to America to try and find the spec of Volvo that was allegedly allowed them to get it homologated. When they eventually found a dealer who had a box of the parts out the back, so that if you knew what to ask for, you could technically buy it, but it wasn't exactly standard fitment at every dealership, and that was the kind of kind of homologation trickery that went on.
Exactly. Ever has the history of particularly touring car racing been filled of homologation stories.
Absolutely. Well, there was the smaller scale Rover SD1s. That was another one, wasn't it?
Nigerian wheel arches.
Actually, we're talking about Bathurst just then. Of course, the Eggenberger ISO 100s got thrown out from there within '87, didn't they? So they got quite political at times, but the cars that actually hit the track were fantastic and spectacular.
I think it was a period of adjustment for the Aussies to have the European touring car races come over and challenge them on their home patch. They didn't like it to start with, but it did lead to the event being really, really cosmopolitan. But right now, I'm just going to enjoy the BMW 635 moment with Gerhard Berger, original livery, original driver, afternoon sunshine, courtesy of Goodwood. It looks perfect.
Oh, it sounds good, doesn't it?
It does. That straight six never fails to disappoint. Or not disappoint.
One of my sort of motorsport or what ifs is if they'd got the M6 homologated with the 24 valve engine. Because obviously in the M1 that was tuned to 450 brake horsepower in the race car. I always wondered whether a 6 Series with 450 brake might have delayed the onslaught of the turbocharged Fords that we'll be seeing in a minute. Because obviously it's lower slung, good handling chassis with a bit more power. I think that could have been quite an interesting mix.
Yeah, well, in fact, interesting mix is the sort of whole subject of touring car races, isn't it? The background of the shot, the foreground you have the BMW, in the background the sit up and beg Volvo 240 turbo, oh so quick, oh so turbocharged.
Yeah, it's even now it's hard to look at it and think, how was that quick? But it was very effective.
Excuse me, you've forgotten your aerodynamics.
Yes.
Yeah, BMW had such a strong family look there. Any front end view, a bit like an Alfa Romeo in many ways, keeping that family story going. But if you look out around the circuit, the Volvos are really bobbing around. They really, as you touch the brakes, the front end comes down, Gerhard whacking a curb on the inside as he starts to pick up the pace in his 635 CSI.
Yes, I wonder if the memories are beginning to come back to him now, if it's sort of getting back into the right mode. He's beginning to press on a little bit more, isn't
he? The 22, I was just talking about how it was bobbing up and down. Well, it's bobs no more.
Oh dear.
Smoking at the side of the circuit there, so I'm afraid that's the Andrew Beverley-owned 240 Turbo. Sister car just drove past in the background, one of two.
Well, as you say, we don't see these cars out very often, so they're not used to being exercised quite as much as some of the other cars we've seen this weekend.
And the little MG Metro Turbo, one of a duo of those that will be out, very much the different shape. Malcolm Harrison and Patrick Watts. Is that Patrick on board? I think it could be in the 48.
Doesn't it?
No, that's the 46 car. I think he was in the 48, so that could be Malcolm Harrison then. Partners in crime, many a race.
It's the difficult to say, isn't it? It's not on the grass, which makes me think it's not Patrick, because he does, even on the demos, he likes to press. Oh,
who is on the grass?
Mr. Berger appears to have gone off in the BMW. He's enjoying himself a bit too much, unless, of course, the Volvo's laid down some oil somewhere.
Well, in fact, the Volvo had pulled off just around that part at Lavant, and that was at Lavant that Gerhard went off. So presumably he went off at Lavant between the two corners, otherwise he'd been in the gravel trap. But anyhow, he is back on board the ICS Andy Rouse Engineering Rover, treating us all to the side of that. Again, that's Nigel Garrett on board. Yes, they made a great sound as well.
They did, and Andy, it's funny, I'm speaking to both Andy Rouse and Tim Harvey about the comparison between the Rover and of course the RS500s that we see later, and obviously the RS500s were much more spectacular and quicker, but the Rover was a much better handling car, better balance, easier to drive, more usable really. And of course Tim Harvey was still capable of winning races outright in it as late as 87. After that, of course, it was really a little bit too old, and the RS500 won everything for about 3 years really, until it was replaced by the new 2-litre regulations.
Yes, but weren't they like, we'll see them shortly, it was like a cluster bomb having the RS500s coming down to any wide section of, say, Silverstone or Brands Hatch. It was just unbelievably manic.
Well, they couldn't get really the wide enough tyres on there, could they, because of the wheel arch restrictions. So they were always in it rather overpowered and under-tired, which is a pretty good combination to start off with for any racing car if you want to.
Yes, and they wondered why they were popular.
Yes.
So the 528i out on the circuit, that is number 2 with Richard Hope on board. Didn't really get to see a lot of those racing in the UK, very much more Belgian and European and German-based series had a plethora. Actually, the French series often used to have a lot of BMW 528i's in that.
Yes, and doesn't it look? It looks just a very sort of smooth shape. Doesn't have any wings or flicks or anything. It's a very sort of straight saloon shape.
Yeah, quite so. And in fact, that was the purity of the BMW design in the period. Very slim pillars, all look very tidy indeed. But certainly, I think no one could complain if I described the Ford Mustang of this period as squat.
Yes, I was just thinking how that's not really a touring car either, really, technically, is it? It's a bit like the XJS, it's more of a coupe than a saloon.
No, quite so. Mind you, as coupes go, certainly the Mark 1 Mustangs had a little bit more space in the back. But then for touring car racing to have the mixture of a full-on coupe like the Jaguar XJS being chivied around by a MG Metro Turbo shows the advantage of turbo power, doesn't it, to get that in the mix. Quite nice touch, all the homologation and sort of scrutineering stickers on the back side window of the XJS number 2.
And of course, it was that project, the success of the XJS project with Tom Walkinshaw, that allowed him to then go on and do Group C and win Le Mans with Jaguar support. That was very much the early days of the Jaguar relationship, wasn't it, Bruce, with the touring car?
Oh, 100%. And it's funny, motor racing history is filled with points, splits in the road, divides in the road, and if you manage to get to one, you go on to success. Potentially, if you don't get to that, well, not quite oblivion, but on small things, particularly with someone as ambitious as Tom Walkinshaw, if you could just get enough to convince people you have enough to carry on to the next stage, they might back you. And it was always a case of just keeping going. And look at the success he achieved for Jaguar. So thank goodness he did.
Absolutely. Well, Berger seems to be pressing on again now. He's not been not too worried about his off. Oh, he's got the checkered flag.
Yeah, no, they put it out specifically for him, you see. So that's the first batch of cars, but we're looking forward to the RS500 Sierras. There's lurking in the collection area, and again a very different engine note will be heard shortly, but they were certainly fast and absolutely furious. Gerhard, though, great to see him out on the circuit and near the circuit as well, with this little grassy moment down at Lavant. He'll be delighted to be reunited with such a cracking racing car, the 635 CSI. So what treats we have in store. Not does the racing just get better and better at Goodwood at the members meeting, but certainly these demos are really good. These are demos where the cars are driven not at full speed, but certainly have a good bite at it, and it's great to see them out again, and beautifully arranged to certainly wet my whistle around the circuit.
They're so well turned out, aren't they? So well prepared. They really look the business.
Yes, and in many ways, if it's something that encourages people to complete their projects they've got sitting in their garage, a good thing too, because we all love to see the cars from our past. That's why we're all here.
I think events like Goodwood and Silverstone Classic have been a catalyst for lots of people to get cars back together again, and in some cases launch new series.
Yeah, quite so. So the first batch of cars will be working their way back off the circuit. The car that led them out, Gerhard Berger, the 635 CSI BMW, looking as good now as it did then. Don't forget to round out today, it's coming up to 10 to 4. We've still got the second part of the Group A demo, and then we go into our first two races. There's another demo in between between the Formula 3 race, the Jerry Marshall Trophy. We've got, shall I spoil the fun? No, let's just get you excited. The NASCAR truck with Mike Skinner on board going out for a demo. So let's go down with no further ado to the paddock and Henry Hope Frost.
Look at the incredible scene here, Bruce. Roberto Ravaglia, twice European Touring Car Champion, World Touring Car Champion 30 years ago, back in 1987, reunited with the Warsteiner liveried Schnitzer Motorsport E30 BMW M3. That, for me, and I'm sure for lots of touring car fans, is touring car nirvana. Have a look down the line there. BMW E30 M3s. Jason Minshaw is out in his father's Demon Tweaks car that was raced in period by Roland Ratzenberger. And we've got two or three of the iconic RS500 Sierras, the ex-Graham Good Listerine car, driven by Paul Linfoot. Carl Jones is at the wheel of Paul Linfoot's other car, the Louis Magazine liveried machine. And look closely, Carl is wearing a Tom Price tribute helmet this weekend. 40 years ago, this year, of course, the great Welsh Grand Prix driver Tom Price was killed in the South African Grand Prix. Jonesy wearing a Tom Price helmet. Absolutely ace. Moving further down the line, the iconic Texaco Bastos Tom Walkinshaw Racing Rover Vitesse that won so many races in the hands of Walkinshaw, Wyn Percy, Jeff Allen. Denny Hulme, of course, raced that car. The ex-Andy Rouse Caliber Sierra RS500. Cast your mind back to 1988 and the great battles between Andy Rouse and Steve Soper, who is at the front of the queue down by the gates to the assembly area in the Texaco car. Going to be a great photo opportunity for touring car fans when those two are out on track. The ex-Lawrence Bristow Cam Shipping Sierra. And then we have the Shell Ultra High Dick Johnson RS500 that of course won Bathurst in 1989, came to Silverstone in 1988 and led the RAC Tourist Trophy for a long time before mechanical failure. Another star of BMW touring cars, Emanuele Pirro, reunited with the Schnitzer machine. Just to the left here. Car that Emanuele raced in period, of course, 30 years ago, while he was an aspiring Grand Prix driver. Rob Gravitt is the last car away in the ex-Chris Hodgetts Brooklyn Sierra RS500. Rob, of course, won the championship in 1990 in the Trackstar Sierra RS500, took a record number of wins in what was the final year of the multi-class British Touring Car Championship. It all changed in 1991, of course, when we had a single-class formula. Wonderful array of touring cars making their way out onto the circuit now for the second part of our Group A demonstration.
So we've got two M3s leading out the RS500s. Pretty much all of the famous liveries represented one way or another. Can you think of a famous one that's not represented, Bruce?
I'm struggling. I was sort of ticking them off as we were walking down there, and I'd forgotten the Cam Shipping one of Lawrence Bristow until I looked at it and said, "Oh, good grief!" But it's just great to see them. I'd be interested to see how much they press on around the circuit, because these were cars that were super quick. There's that Dennis Leach liveried Rover STI in there as well in the mix. Of course, Dennis was a club racer really who tried to take it to the big boys, and they had the budgets, but if he could have a car that could get him close, he'd go out and give it a lick. So did so well in Mustangs, but then really had a good go in the Rover as well. Well, black with the orange nose, but that Texaco livery, number 7 RS 500, that would have been shining through the night, taking the battle to BMW in the Spa 24 Hours. A very, very strong line-up. Day-glow orange on the side, going through St Mary's.
And of course, had some fantastic fights with Andy Rouse's own developed car, didn't it? Because Rouse entered the TT in the European Touring Car Championship and then rather cheekily beat the works cars at Silverstone and actually ended up costing them the championship. And they then entered, they were also entering 2 or 3 of the British Touring Car races that year, so we had some Steve Soper versus Andy Rouse battles, the most famous one being, of course, probably at Brands Hatch, Bruce.
Yeah, many swings and roundabouts in those championships, but that has also always been part of the mix in touring car racing, when you've got several teammates who can help you along the way. But just great to see these cars. I'm almost feeling as I'm back at Silverstone, the similarities are so great. Not raining though, that's good. Many a tourist trophy we were rain lashed, I remember. So the car's coming round to sit on the grid, one would think.
Probably worth mentioning the difference between the RS Cosworth and the RS 500, isn't there, Bruce? Because the RS Cosworth, the sort of the earlier turbo version of the Sierra, I think about 350 brake horsepower, if I remember correctly, and the M3s, because they had a better chassis and frankly were a bit more reliable, could occasionally beat them. But once the bigger turbo came in with the RS 500, which is an upgraded car, 500 plus brake horsepower, then it really became the dominant car in Group A. Really the only car that ever sorted out an RS 500 was of course the Nissan Skyline over in Australia. Everywhere else the Sierra was the thing to have.
Yes, and once the reliability was sorted, it was always a slight Achilles heel. The cars were so quick, but would they be there in the longer races? And certainly for the European Touring Car or World Touring Car Championship, whatever it was at the time, the longer races, reliability was all the more essential. So they didn't always get the prizes you'd expect them to have. But great to see some of these other liveries, like the one that Carl Jones is in, the Louis Magazine car. I always see that and just think Manuel Reuter. It's funny how these names just pop into your head. You're sort of trawling through the Rolodex of your mind, I think.
Some colours and combinations just instantly say one name, don't they?
Yeah, quite so.
It's a bit strange seeing Rob Gravitt in the Chris Hodgetts car.
I know, a bit of cross-pollination.
I remember talking to, did a piece on the 1990 British Touring Car season, which was the last year of the RS 500s in this country, and it was actually the only time that an RS 500 driver won the championship because of the class system. And even now, Rob Gravitt, Andy Rouse and Tim Harvey disagree on why it was that Gravitt was able to win that championship. Tim and Andy maintained it was all about tyres, and Rob says, well, you had to drive it properly.
Quite honestly, if you put those three in a room and asked them to agree on something, that would be an impossibility anyhow. So,
no, it's funny how raw it still was to some of them.
We've moved on. So there, ladies and gentlemen, the Group A, the latter day Group A cars there, the M3 BMWs and the Ford RS 500 Sierras. A couple of Rovers in there for good measure as well at the back end. But Roberto Ravaglia, so successful, always understated out of the car, but absolutely mighty on board. Leads them round the second BMW M3. Here's the Minshaw Mobile, and Jason at the wheel. Father Alan raced that for years, and then the many liveries of the Sierra 500.
Never an easy car to get off the line, the RS 500. So they've done well so far.
Oh, Franklin to Carl Jones gets his off the line very nicely indeed. One of Paul Linfoot's cars.
Well, Carl likes to drive sideways. Remember, he used to drive the Duckham's car, didn't he? In fact, he finished third at that Brands Hatch race between Soper and Rouse. And I'm sure he'll be trying to put on a good show. Andrew Kirkley, that car is one of the more original cars. A lot of the cars that in this lineup that race in various series have had modern electronics and things put on them to improve reliability, and quite understandably, but he's kept his as original as possible. So it's still a little bit like a light switch. We had Andrew Jordan track test it last year, and he found the power delivery to be pretty interesting. It was nothing, 500 brake horsepower.
Well, we just had sight of the Aussie RS500, the Shell liveried one, the Shell Ultra car, and I remember there was a confusion when it came into the pits at the Tourist Trophy one year. They noticed something, the car had changed handling, but the reason it had was the rear screen had popped out. So the sort of internal airflow was feeling very strange indeed. I can't think who was at the wheel at the time, but it took them a while to work out what had gone on.
It wouldn't be your first thought if the handling started going off, would it?
I think the driver just felt there was a lot of movement in the car. I didn't realise why. Imagine that sort of round the old Stowe and Club. That would be quite something.
Now, will Rob Gravett let Ravalia go past him? What do you think?
Answers on a postcard. So starting to get different engine notes now, much harder engine notes, both Cosworth and from the M3. So the Rover, a nice burble in comparison as it comes around the circuit.
Well, of course, the M3 ended up racing, the E30 M3 ended up with 3 different engines, didn't it? It had a 2.3 to start with in Group A, and then when 2 litre regulations came in here, obviously there was a 2 litre version. I think in the DTM, before the BMW pulled out, they ended up at about 2.5, which really was a very, very tasty piece of kit.
We always wonder what you call the model after the Evo.
Yeah.
Evo Plus. It's also nice when you have a car that stayed in the family for such a long time. Looking at Jason Minshaw, Father Alan, the man who founded Demon Tweaks, that car's just been theirs forever.
Yes, yeah, it looks good in that livery too, doesn't it?
One of the better ones, of course.
Jim Richards had one in JPS livery, didn't he, in Australia?
Yeah.
That always looked very good too.
There's quite a history of cars being raced in John Blair liveries down there in the 24 hours. I think there was a 635, I think, as well.
Yeah, I think he won the championship in certainly the M3.
It is funny though, just looking out of your commentary box window, an M3 goes past. It's Emanuele Pirro on board. And also when the world, I can never remember what year the World Touring Car Championship took over from the European. I think it was
87,
Worlds,
wasn't it?
87. Oh dear, that was the one that went off in the first session at the outset. But just to get used to the Texaco livery cars, because obviously the Sierras, because they were the works team over there, didn't see them more than once, sometimes twice a year. Over in the UK, used to run normally 2 of them. Klaus Nieswitz, one of the drivers, Steve Soper, etc., top teams.
Yeah, it was always a bit special when Eggenberger came over and did a round of the British Touring Car Championship, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. It was just nice for an occasion to mix together the best of the various national championships around Europe, and really, from the outside, from the spectator bank, you always want to know if your driver is better than the best of the best, if you will, in other countries. Much like I always enjoy the British and Irish Lions in rugby, just to see how the players work when they have to fit together. We'll find out that team announcement fairly shortly.
Well, of course, it also helps your business. Someone like Andy Rouse, when he could prove that he could tune a Cosworth engine as well or better than Eggenberger, that would he ended up building quite a few cars. For customers, it became a strong business.
Yeah, it certainly gives you a shop window down. 46 being driven with gusto, that is Roberto Ravalia, but being driven with more gusto, it's one of the other M3s, it is Emanuele Pirro, just locked up last time coming into St Mary's, so he is right on it. But Minshaw and Ravalia, a great little run seeing those two together as they go through St Mary's into the dip. Behind the Aussie, if you will, RS500, the Shell Ultra car, Sierra. BMW M3s look so tidy. The Ford much more extravagant in its appearance and its handling as well. And certainly an absolute handful for the drivers for the RS500.
Oh, completely different approaches, weren't they? One one was all chassis and one was all power.
But I remember, racing people are very much early adopters and standing in race paddocks after the first the Sierra Cosworths came out, just seeing who was getting out of that sort of silvery blue one that had arrived, and they were just amazing cars. Just in terms of performance you could have for not a lot of money for the road, and it really took people to a whole new market.
Well, Tim Harvey tells his story of testing at Silverstone. I'm sure you've heard it, Bruce, of getting the, I think it would have been the Labatt's car wound up and actually going past an F3000 car down the Hangar Straight. I rather suspect the F3000 car was able to outbrake him at the end when they got to Stowe, but I like the idea of being someone in an F3000 car having a saloon car go past them down the straight.
Oh, 100%, but that's why you imagine when you had, let's say, 10 of them really competitive in the British Touring Car Championship on a wet track going down to the first corner at full chat. No wonder it made such good TV.
Yes, well, of course, it was a key time for British touring cars, wasn't it? That's when it really got onto grandstand with commentary from Murray Walker. So it was really the RS500s and the M3s that were right at the very start of that. And it was really the RS500 coming to the end of its homologation that made a few key people, such as Andy Rouse, get together and say, well, we need to make the most of this coverage and interest. What should the next set of rules be? And they effectively invented Super Touring.
Yeah. And that was, of course, a championship, or not a championship, a formula that sort of ran its course, and it had its good years and it had its bad years, but it certainly changed the face of touring car racing. But again, the quest was to make it a worldwide race series, but certainly Group A won its place in the hearts of lots of fans around the world because the cars were so spectacular. And as you can hear, that's probably through your mic there, I can hear them coming down the start-finish straight. We catch them on the screen, going past your accomplished position, down towards Madgwick. Great sounds.
Yes, I couldn't actually hear you for some of that because it was now they're really getting them wound up now, which is good. I really like the Goodwood demos. In that demonstrations sometimes can be a bit flat, can't they? But when they let them go for it and at least rev them a bit on the straights, then you get to see and sound the cars doing what they should be doing.
Oh, quite frankly, they're not at full racing pace, but I'd say they're not a great deal off. They go faster with every lap.
Which is probably why they've flagged them off now.
Yes, I think they did that.
They're getting too into it.
As soon as they noticed Gerhard Berger was really starting to pick up the pace, they put the flag out, and now exactly the same in the second part of the session. There's the ex-Dennis Leach Rover SDI. Doesn't have sponsorship on it now. Didn't really have sponsorship on it then, but the fact was Dennis used to get out and give it a good lick, and that was the beauty. And I always like to see a good privateer having a good go at the works teams.
Yeah, it was a good stalwart, wasn't he, of the series.
I think he's the second last car in the group. Maybe the Listerine Sierra will go on for one more lap. The ex-Graham Good RS500. Rebuild. Big rear wing.
I think Rob Gravitt is speeded up, having seen Minshaw in his mirrors.
Yeah.
And they both pulled away from Revalia. Texaco car spitting flames as it goes across the line.
Yes, when you see cars race in the night, such as them racing in the Spa 24 Hours, it just adds something if you've got something that can spit out a bit of flame.
Oh, you always want a bit of flame. It's like the 935 Porsches always used to do that, didn't they, on the overall and downshift. Just adds a little bit of extra spectacle. Cars are starting.
So the message has got through to the drivers. They're all trickling in. They've all taken the checkered flag now. Great to see the cars out on the track, out on a dry track, out in the sunshine. So that's the end of today's demonstrations, and it's time, very shortly, once these cars withdraw, to go racing for the first time, Kevin.
Yes, I can't believe it. We started the day with the Derek Bell Cup Formula 3 cars, didn't we? And we're now ready for the race, but the conditions are very different now to what we saw in qualifying. So I think probably the format from qualifying isn't really going to be going to tell us very much. I'm expecting it to be a much closer slipstreamer.
Yeah, it was a greasy track and anything to go by last year. Well, let's have a look at the house points. And Tor Bolton still leading, 503 points. Then Aubigny and Bethune separated by just 10 points. But Darnley really need to pull up their socks, back on 280 points. They've got a lot of points to gather, even to get up to third place. But for Emanuele Pirro, captain of Tor Bolton, he's the driver with a smile on his face, leading the way. So time to see the best of your tweets, Goodwood Road and Racing. We want your clips, so we're on Snapchat. Why not? So please send it in with the 75mm filter. Having a great time at this year's 75th members meeting. Michael Eastwell. So are all of us. Goodwood Marshall. Great cars, great memories. Stephen Kramer, quite right, sir. And the GT1 demonstration, fabulous. And, well, it's always a pleasure to meet Tom Christensen and Stephen Jane, World of Appleton. They've already tweeted once. They're stepping up the ante. And with the great 9-time Le Mans winner, Tom Christensen.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
That is very cool. Classic design. This is Simon Thought. Simon can do. Well, classic designs everywhere around the paddock, and everyone will have a different one. And please keep sending them in to us on your tweets. Oh, well, Anthony Reid will be delighted. We've just earned 2 bonus points from Methuen House, a chap called C. Turkington. Colin, well done, sir. With your crew, we've already seen them, the mini racers. So keep sending those tweets in. Now it's time to go racing for the first time. Simon Armour in the background, but in the foreground, the checkered flag. Number 28. Sorry, number 26, Michael Hibbard, pole position. It's going to be very tight. Simon Armour's probably still thinking, I could have won last year. He didn't win last year. But he's out to give it a very good go again. In the background, Jonathan Hughes in the 91. That's the Merlin Ford, but he went off in this first session, and he'll also be thinking, I could have had pole position. It's that close, so...
It was Andrew Hibbard's first of 2 pole positions of the day. Of course, only one race for him today. He's in that checkered flag, Brabham, the Express Irwin car that won here in 1966. Simon Armour, reigning 1 litre Formula 3 champion in historic classes with the ex-Tom Walkinshaw Pitonia Aviation March. And there's Jonathan Hughes with the Merlin Mark 14 car that was raced by Patrick Champion, Frenchman in period. Father Stewart in the background. Going really well is 10, Paul Wayne with the De Sanctis Ford. It's like the car that would have won the Italian Championship, Mark won the Italian Championship back in the early days, 64 with Gecki. It's a baby Ferrari, that car races in Africa. Christoph Widmer with his Brabham Ford BT18A. Looking happy with life there. And there is Peter Thompson, another car that was raced in Morocco, car 65. By Andre Polly and Michel Melli. Melli crashed the car in Marrakesh and it got rebuilt back in the UK. Ian Bankhurst with the ex-Terry Ogilvy Hardy Alexis Mark 8 Project X car as it would have been in period. Terry Ogilvy Hardy, remember, for the Griffin crash helmets. Jim Blockley against Ken Sedgley, Chevron Ford B17, racing Formula Juniors in New Zealand over the winter. Got one of the Caravels now. It's one Aposto champion. There's Sam Wilson with Marcus Buss's ex-Lionel Nogue Techno Ford with the Monegasque colours on it. Sam Wilson, great engine builder. There's the ex-Oliver Spate racing Jolly Club Chevron, Stephen Smith, sometime MGA racer, car number 46. Car that was raced by Giorgio Pianta and Franco Corti, and then by Carlos Scaramboni, period. The ex-Ola Veland Techno, early 67 Techno, James Claridge, it's owned by engine guru Jeff Richardson. Veland and Ronnie Peterson bought 2 consecutive cars. Ex-Emerson Fittipaldi, that is 59. John Council, car, Jim Russell colours, which Fittipaldi won the 1969 British Formula 3 Championship. 51 alongside, that is Peter Needham driving Robert Thorpe's March. Ex-Leif Hallgren car from period, 7037, 2 is the Britannia one. That is Klaas Muller, his Brabham BT28, car which people like Tony Trimmer and Tim Schenker won championships. There's the ex-Tetsuya Kasawa BT21 Brabham, Mike Pascal, sometime Formula V racer from Bournemouth Way. Japanese driver Tetsuya Kasawa. Car the Red Southern his crash helmet looking the same. 60 is Tim Carey with his Brabham BT28, the car that played Niki Lauda's car in the film Rush 3 years ago. And we've got another 35 alongside. That is Bert Smeets. Bert Smeets, Peter Hansen Chevron Ford B17. Bert new to single seaters, if I recall. Across here we've got another of the Technos. There's number 19. That's Peter Froud. Later Techno, 69 Techno, very short chassis. quite wide as well, the kart manufacturers prior to cars. 3 is John Waggett. He's in a very, very pretty ex-Renault Chevron B15. Waggett there. 6 is Frank Lyons with his Merlin, earlier Merlin, Mark 10, earlier than the Mark 14, Stuart Hughes and Jonathan Hughes. Cars designed by Selwyn Hayward, built by Colchester Racing Developments in Manningtree. Number 8 is the ex-John Ralph Chevron 4P15C of historic sporting trials man Martin Halliday. As the Belgian architect of Italian extraction is Mario Poppencini with the ex-Lucien Bianchi Cooper T76. Unusual to see a Cooper with a Ford engine. Peter Hamilton, there's his American wife, their Techno. 24 is the Lotus 31 of Andrew Thorpe. Who's the king of bathroom cubicles. What bathroom cubicles? He's the man, the cubicle centre. He's supplied thousands of them. A lovely collection of racing cars up in Yorkshire. Lurking in the back is the Andrew Franzone-owned Toyota Tundra NASCAR truck that Mike Skinner is going to demonstrate just after this session. The cars are going to be coming round. James King won this race back in 2015, but his Chevron broke in practice this morning, unfortunately, so he can't defend. Snatched it by a tiny margin, 18 thousandths of a second on the line from Simon Armour. Last year, Andrew Hibbard won in the checkered flag Brabham that sits on pole today. But there's the Fittipaldi car. Of course, the 1 litre championships running from 64 to 70. Jackie Stewart won the first of them. Ken Tyrrell run BMC with Warwick Banks. Won here at Goodwood, early round of the championship. Roy Pike won in 65 with Brabham. 66 and 67 both won by Harry Stiller in Brabhams. 68 by Tim Schenken, who drove Chevron and Brabhams at 21 and 28 I think that year. And Sports Motors Manchester car now lives in Belgium with Philippe Mayer. 69 Fittipaldi, 70 was Tony Trimmer in the Brabham BT28. But in fact 70 yes, there were 3 championships. Dave Walker won one, probably Team Lotus 59, 59A. And Carlos Pache, the other in a Lotus as well. So the Goodwood races run in period, won by Stewart, Pike and Chris Irwin. And of course at the members' meetings a couple of times by Derek Bell, a Lotus 31 and a Lotus 41. So we don't see the Lotus we expected to see in this race. James Denty was due to drive the car of Klaus Bergs, the car that Mo Nunn finished 4th in the 66 British Championship. He was also in 67 and 68. Mo Nunn, who went on to build the Ensign cars. Debuted in Formula 1 in 1973 with Ricky von Opel. So the cars coming round then to the line for what should be a fascinating race. Andrew Hibbard, race engineer from Slough, is on pole. He is effectively the defending champion. There is Jonathan Hughes, former Formula V champion in the orange Merlin, looked after by David Methley, its previous owner.
So Marcus, Andrew Hibbard was on pole by 7/10 of a second in those down conditions. Do we think it'd be likely to be closer in the dry?
I think it's bets off now. I think it's all a different kettle of fish now. It's going to be an exciting race, that is for sure. They always were in the. I say always were. They were nearly always were. Huge fields of cars in period. We'll go around for another lap. here these high revving 1 litre Ford Anglia based engines developed by Cosworth Engineering, making over 100 horsepower, well over 100 horsepower, but making most of that power right at the top end of their rev range, between 9 or 8.5 and 10,000 RPM. Perhaps a little more in some cases. And this race will go after the green flag lap, one more lap, so that everyone can get themselves running well. 1 or 2 cars with new tyres, I see, with the labels still showing. Certainly see new tyres on Sam Wilson's Techno. Here's the grid then for the Derek Bell Cup under the governorship of Martin Hunt. On pole, 26 Andrew Hibbard, Brabham BT 18, alongside 1 Simon Armour, March 703, and 91 Jonathan Hughes, Merlin Mark 14. Row 2 is 10 Paul Wayne in the De Sanctis, made in Rome, 63 Christoph Widmer, Brabham BT 18A. Third row, 65 Peter Thompson, Brabham BT 21A, 2 Ian Bankhurst in the Alexis, Mark 8, and 5 Jim Blockley in the red Chevron B17. Row 4 is Sam Wilson in the white Techno and Brayton 2. The 46 Stephen Smith, the Chevron B15 ex-Georgia Pianta car. Next row 5 is 11 James Claridge in the Valen Techno. 56 is John Council with the Fittipaldi Lotus, and 51 Peter Needham in the March 703. Row 6 is 30 Klaas Muller, Brabham BT 28, 99 Mike Pascal, Brabham BT 21. Row 7, 60 Tim Carey, Brabham BT 28, 35 Bert Smeets, Chevron B17, and 19 Peter Froud, Techno. Row 8 is 3 Jonathan Waggett, Chevron B15, 6 Frank Lyons, Merlin Mark 10. Row 9 is 8 Martin Halliday, Chevron B15C, 70 Mario Poppencini in the Cooper T76, 44 Peter Hamilton in the Techno. Row 10 is 24 Andrew Thorpe, but no James King, I'm afraid. He wasn't there as they formed up. So no James King, the 2015 winner, not even going to be able to start this race. Well, they're timed races, and we should get a decent number of laps into the allotted time, if either everyone stays safe in the first couple of laps. Through. Filtering through the chicane now, a really heavy obstacle to hit. Touch with the daffodils. So the Chris Irwin Brabham BT 18 comes into stage. Andrew Hibbard, the man on form, starred in this car last year, also in the front engine Formula Junior race at the Revival. Simon Armour looking intrepid in that open face crash helmet. We've got a car come into the pits, I'm afraid, or into the paddock. I can't see which one it is. It's a red car underneath me, but I can't see the number, unfortunately. We'll try and pick it up later. You can see the red De Sanctis looking like a little baby Ferrari 312 on row 2, and alongside we've got the Brabham of Christoph Widmer. There's the car in the pits.
Number 3.
Some of fuel in it, aren't they? It's got a very, very small, I think it may well be the John Waggett Chevron. Away they go, and a great start by Peter Thompson about row 3. One car hasn't got away, driver puts his hands in the air, everyone misses him. Up into the first car, under the grass we've got Andrew Hibbard, but whether he got squeezed or just found himself on there, I'm not quite sure. But here's one car spinning, 2 cars have touched, gone off into the outside. One is the Alexis of Bankhurst, the other is the March 703, number 51, that's Peter Needham. So Bankhurst, one of them got sideways, I think it was Needham, and then caught Bankhurst. So they went off and spun the outside. One car didn't get away.
Fantastic start by Wilson. He's up to 4th at you, Bruce.
Well, flashing past, he's right on the tail. On 3rd place rider, we've got someone across the grass on the exit of St Mary's on the left of your screen, and no problems at all though.
That's Christoph Widmer.
Oh, well, he started 5th on the grid, I believe, or 6th on the grid. But anyhow, no problems at all for Andrew Hibbard. Having survived that grassy moment on the race down towards Madrid, the challenge from Jonathan Hughes after such a good start from the Merlin on the outside, the front row. Simon Armour's lost out big time. He's down into 5th place, I think, now behind Sam Wilson. So some gained and some certainly lost out. And we had those spinners also up at Madrid. But for Hibbard, way out front.
Hughes squeezes his way past Peter Thompson. We've got through earlier in the lap, but it's Hibbard by a country mile. Hughes is second, third is Thompson, fourth is Wilson by the looks of things.
With Armour right
Fifth
behind.
is Armour, and then it's is that Wayne or is that Blockley behind them in one of the red cars? It's Blockley.
Well, what I'd like to see, Marcus, is how much Simon Armour was delayed in that sort out on the run to the first corner. Don't forget, he was the meat and the sandwich. He was the middle car on the front row as the first two clashed. Well, didn't quite clash, but got very close, and Hibbard went on the grass on that opening lap. I think he must have backed off and got sorted out. No, he's got a problem because he seems to be backing off. Where is he? Hold on. That shot made him look as though he was slowing, but anyhow, certainly about 5 seconds clear, I'd warrant. Hibbard going through past me at St Mary's, and the battle for third place has changed as Wilson's just gone past Thompson. 65 Thompson back to third. Now what can Sam Wilson do? He's got to chase off after Jonathan Hughes. Hughes, of course, briefly got in front on the run to Madrid corner, but Hibbard was not prepared to back off, went across the grass on the inside and pulled clear. That is his advantage. Now let's see how much is he going to come down or go up. Certainly Hughes isn't being troubled yet by Wilson, but in fact Wilson's having a challenge back from Thompson up the inside, but it does not work.
Yeah, Thompson tried on the kick, that was brave.
You can find brave in many ways, I feel.
Yes, there's various versions of brave. Places to try overtaking, and that's not a conventional one, that's for sure. Hibbard led by 3.36 seconds at the end of the first lap. He's going to go away now, isn't he? A full set of best sectors. Hughes is in second place. Wilson is third in the white Techno. Thompson is next.
He doubled the lead, 6.7 seconds. I thought it was 5 round here. I might have been just about right.
And then Wayne has got up into fifth, by far his best run in one of these 1 litre Formula 3 cars.
And Armour's lost another position. He's down into 8th place now, so he started second.
Clearly behind Wayne. Then Claridge.
There's Armour in the march.
Armour. And then it's Smith and Smeets.
Sam Wilson definitely got his tail up now, really closing into the second part of St Mary's, catching Jonathan Hughes. I thought Hughes had enough of a gap to leave Wilson fighting with Thompson, but Thompson has now been dropped. He had that brave move last time around, trying to get back into third place, but it's very much with Wilson, but Wilson isn't going to settle for that. And it's great to see that wonderful Lotus livery, the green and yellow, the Jim Russell Racing School, ex-Emerson Fittipaldi.
Overtaken by Peter Froud on the inside, coming down towards you at St Mary's.
Is indeed full cars, almost nose to tail, side by side they go the first part of St Mary's as we flick round to see that battle for second place, and it really is a 3-car battle for second. Sam Wilson trying to go around the outside, it's the long way, it won't work. Jonathan Hughes slightly compromised by taking the tighter line, but he stays in front. What's next? The chicane, not close enough to make a move for Sam Wilson, but this allows Thompson to get right onto their tails.
I think it's delaying the inevitable though, isn't it, Bruce? Wilson looks much quicker at the moment, and for the purposes of the race, I'd quite like to see him get to second quite quickly to see if he can do anything about the
10.9
second lead now after 3 laps that Hibbard's got. When Wilson goes down the inside to Magic, and yet again he's blocked, so he definitely looks quicker, but Hughes isn't going to make it easy for him.
Well, 124.112 is 1.4 seconds inside his own lap record.
I think he's going to get him this time, Bruce, as it comes down towards you. He's got the inside as they come down to St Mary's.
Well, they need to do something because it's going to be a 4-car battle because they're being closed in upon by Wayne as well in the background, and now the move has been done, made it very easy indeed. I thought it was a question of when, not if, but that was very much a positive manoeuvre. Now Hughes could lose 2 more places before the lap is out. He's got Thompson right behind and Wayne in 5th place, and Wayne was the fastest of this quartet last time around. Yes, he wasn't in traffic, they were fighting each other, but the speed is there for number 10 Paul Wayne in the De Sanctis to catch right up. Fabulous multi-mark racing, which was the whole point of Formula 3 back then.
Yeah, it is indeed. We've had, we're pretty much 4 laps into this race. Hibbard is long gone. So a new lap record on lap 3. He's absolutely annihilated his old one. Conditions actually very nice for racing now. The +2 winds, a good tailwind down the straight, certainly from Lavant to Woodcote. But crosswind, and a big spin, and that's the De Sanctis goes round. We're saying how well Wayne was going. He's stayed out of the daffodils, which is good news. Stayed out of the DAFs. Of course, there was DAF transmission Formula 3 cars in the period, just to throw that into the mix.
Not recommended.
It's found reverse anyway.
Well, he just ran a little bit wide and it snapped across. He did very well. Let's have you had the head-on shot. It's a slightly different angle into the bit of compression. And then you become a bit of a rodeo rider and round it goes, but very well held there.
So it's Hibbard, Wilson, Hughes, Thompson, Claridge, Blockley now.
Yeah, Peter Thompson really fancies his chances going past the Merlin ahead of him. So Thompson looking this way and that in his little Brabham, the blue one. But in fact, Hughes rode that little section up to Laverton tad better, ekes out a little bit of an advantage. And all along, Sam Wilson escaping from this duo behind. But what can he do about the lead? 14.1 seconds, more than 3 seconds a lap gained by our race leader. He got that great start, Andrew Hibbard. Well, not the greatest of starts. He got headed by Jonathan Hughes on the run to the first corner, refused to be cowed, went across the grass, and was in front by the time they reached Madrid.
To see that
last time we've seen him.
The guy was off in front of you, Bruce, on the first lap, 63. Christoph Widmer back up into 14th place.
And Hibbard's another new lap record. In the last 3 laps, we were 24.1, the 24.3 and 24.0. So very consistent lapping as well. And at the moment, no one can get within 3 seconds of that pace. Even Wilson now, who is edging away in second.
And Hughes is just going to lose second place, or is he around the outside? He's going to run out of track on the outside. Is Thompson? Well, he gave it a go, but Hughes is quite a canny racer, is he not? And he just held the inside line. You take the outside, your returns will diminish. But in terms of pace, certainly Thompson is very feisty indeed. But for now, for Tor Bolton House, Jonathan Hughes hangs on to third place.
So Thompson's down the inside now. He's gone past Hughes, surely. No,
Hughes does not give up.
The ground. No,
absolutely.
Oh,
God, huge twitch. Will he hold that?
Moment.
That must be third place car, but he's still in
third place. What a great save.
Well, I think I know what's going to be on the highlights tape.
You'd have thought he would at least lose the position, even if he kept it on the road. But to keep it on the road and keep third, it's quite a remarkable effort.
Seems a bit greedy, frankly. Let's have a look. In third place, coming towards St Mary's now. Hello, goodbye. There was no goodbye there, was there? And in fact, he just did enough of wagging of the tail to keep Thompson behind him. What a wake-up call there for Jonathan Hughes in third place. But
and
that
Thompson, I should think.
Oh, yeah, quite.
Coming up behind them is James Claridge in that ex-Olaveland Techno. He's done really well to get with them. Poppencini lets them through in the Cooper, sacrifices his own passage of the chicane to make it all happen. Hibbard 21 seconds clear of Wilson and Hughes. And then Thompson right behind Hughes in 65. Claridge, Blockley and Armour next up.
Okay, a driver you might want to watch for. 8th place, second fastest last time around was the Chevron of Stephen Smith, 1 minute 26 last time around. So while we're watching this battle largely for third place, it looks like Thompson is going to take it this time, or is he, as we've said before from Hughes. We've got people closing up behind. You don't know.
There's a touch
there was a biff. The nose is slightly dented.
That was Hughes on Thompson, wasn't it?
Hughes on Thompson, and Claridge has said thank you very much in the red Techno. He's dived by into 5th place. So that was very unfortunate indeed. And again, Hughes was having trouble getting the handling right, getting the car where he wanted to through St Mary's. And unfortunately for Thompson, if you look at the head-on shot, the blue car in the background, you'll see there's a bit of a biff on that yellow nose rim. Yes, so there is.
Well, here they come. It's a great tussle, and that's Claridge come down the outside, and he's got the place, hasn't he? Claridge has got the outside line, swoops across into Woodcote Corner. There were yellow flags waving momentarily up ahead, but that's a great run for James Claridge, the engine builder from Kimbolton, who is now ahead of Jonathan Hughes. Up comes Peter Thompson. Stander is certainly up after that clash up at St Mary's, and behind them is Jim Blockley, good old Jim Blockley from Stroud in Gloucestershire, who is pushing on really hard, the ex-Monoposto stalwart. Tough little cars those, and I think it's tyre marks really mainly on the Brabham nose, which has gone up a little bit and then come back down again. There's no worse damage than that, but Claridge got that outside line. Technos run 2 and 3.
You can see why Formula 3 was such a great training formula. These drivers have so many options of cornering lines and the nice small little cars, and the racing absolutely fantastic. This does what it says on the tin. Now in the background, let's have a... This was the incident
Let's see what happens here.
It wasn't.
He goes round the outside into the first part.
Wouldn't back off.
Decided to come across and hit the front corner of the nose of Thompson, who was innocent, I have to say.
You do have to feel so. So still battling out on the circuit. Claridge seems to have got past and gone away, but no, as you said, Jim Blockley closing right in number 5. So in fact, Jonathan Hughes in 91 has had a very good fight with all of the top 6 drivers in turn, I think we could say.
And he's now got Jim Blockley to worry about. So Hibbard's gone through for his 8th
Oh, Blockley
lap.
made a mistake and he's gone straight on the exit of the chicane.
He's onto the wall.
Oh, poor Jim, just caught up there in his chevron. So nobody else involved in that incident, just couldn't get the traction on the exit of the chicane and got onto the grass, and there's not often a great deal you can do when you're spearing off like that. Sam Wilson starting to get among the lap traffic. Behind him, Claridge in 3rd place in the number 11 Techno.
7 3/4 minutes to go. You wonder whether there might potentially be a safety car which could reunite the field. The suspension was broken before he hit the...
I wonder whether did he clip the inside?
He clipped the inside wall and went off.
Getting very interesting at St Mary's as we're looking at number 5. There was back markers and Claridge has nearly lost out. Look behind Thompson and Hughes trying to get past him.
And they're lapping Frank Lyons there in the middle of it,
Frank Lyons and Mike Pascal.
And Mike Pascal, yeah, the ex-Formula V man.
Who's going to guess right coming through traffic? Looks as though Jonathan Hughes has guessed wrongly, unfortunately. He lost a bit of ground, so it's Claridge in 11. Right behind Peter Thompson, who seems to be fighting someone every lap of this race. He's going to try and make a manoeuvre as they come down towards the end of the lap. We've completely forgotten who the race leader is, Andrew Hibbard. How far clear? Well, he must be about 25.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is, yes. Waved yellows as the drivers reach the chicane. Still haven't moved the number 5 chevron. Jim Blockley went off last time around. You can see the marshals in the background trying to pull it clear, but with the broken suspension it won't roll easily and help them out. But Claridge is being hunted now by Peter Thompson, the Brabham behind, really giving it a go.
The ex-Marcos racer and Alfa Romeo man as well. Peter Thompson, Melbury Abbas.
Quite frustrating race, Jim, because I think he's looked quite quick, but he keeps having the car in the way, doesn't he? Be interesting to see what he can do if he can actually get up into 3rd place and have some clear road for once. Sam Wilson's not that far down the road.
No, Sam slightly got caught out by the traffic up ahead. He had a bit more of a gap over them. He's now actually got an appreciable gap. It's sort of with no traffic, he's managed to open it out again. I think those behind fault. And there is Andrew Hibbard, the checkered flag racer at the front of the field in the Brabham BT.
Checkered flag to checkered flag, 2nd time running in this members' meeting. Yeah, lapping Mauro Popponcini next Lucien Bianchi Cooper.
When you're sitting on a lead of nearly half a minute, you can afford to be generous going through traffic, but such is his pace. He just seems to make short work of them. Luckily for him, fairly clear track up ahead. He's going out of the second part of Madgwick. I can hardly see a car in his path. There's one just going through Fordwater, and the one ahead of that approaching St Mary's. I think he's got space in the final 5 minutes. Sam Wilson, though, picking his way, bit of stuff flapping around in the air, going past the ex-Emerson Fittipaldi Lotus on the start-finish line. So Sam Wilson in 2nd place.
Dragging its nose on the ground, isn't it? The John Council Lotus, the Fittipaldi car.
Thompson's having a look down the inside of Claridge into Madgwick, but again he has to abort. And actually loses a bit of ground as a result.
This Claridge sort of drove as though nobody was there. The challenge wasn't quite close enough to make a move, but as a consequence he took a much better racing line through the corner.
Might come when they catch the khaki-coloured Lotus a little bit further round towards you. There's Steve Smith in the ex-Giorgio Francia chevron, the Jolly Club Oliver Spade racing car, one of 3 for that team.
Simon Armour's really closing right onto his tail. Right, that little Lotus you were talking about, the ex-Emerson Fittipaldi cars. We look at Simon Armour fighting over 6th place, is right in front of them as they go down.
A little bit smoky Smith's car, Bruce, from the back. It's Giorgio Pianta car rather than Francia car, correct myself. But the ex-Tom Walkinshaw March tucked in behind. So here they are, 3 then. And they're going for 3rd place. A little short wheelbase Techno being attacked by the Brabham. They're on Toranac design. On Toranac, still around Australia, now in his early 90s. Still goes to race meetings, absolutely fantastic. Thompson tries to squeeze down the inside of James Claridge, but Claridge has been around racing Formula Junior cars for such a long time that he's used to very close action. Making his F3 debut here with this car.
He's absolutely unflappable. I'm really, really admiring his drive. Peter Thompson attacking left, right and centre, but very impressed with Claridge.
Thompson's really good off the corners, but he just can't quite get it done under braking. He's just not quite got enough confidence to get it alongside.
I think Claridge just has that extra edge to take the cornering speed, take it in, but this time Thompson's got through.
He must have missed a gear because he's been passed by both the drivers behind. Jonathan Hughes also goes by, so having said he is unflappable, he made a bit of a slip up, but can he fight back? 3 minutes remaining. I think he can. So the order changes now. Third place held by Jonathan Hughes. Peter Thompson stays in fourth, but Claridge went from third to fifth, and Hughes in the opposite direction, fifth to third in the orange Merlin.
I bet Thompson cannot believe he's looking at the back of that car again. He still hasn't got clean air.
I've seen plenty of it, one way or another. He's come up alongside, coming into the kink. He's trying to go around the outside in the kink, and he's made it. Absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, but look at Claridge. He's trying to go up the outside now of Hughes as they get down there. Not quite close enough. He should tuck back in. You're right, though. Thompson isn't that brilliant on the brakes, is he? Just doesn't have the confidence. And Hughes certainly had way more. And that's why he stays in third place.
We might see, might be a bit more wall clippage yet this way. It's boiling down to a great finale, isn't it? We've lost sight of Andrew Hibbard, who is 35 seconds clear of Wilson, just on his best lap, personal best for Sam Wilson. Hughes, Thompson and Claridge, the next three through. Great tussle between these three. Down towards you again, Bruce, out of Ford Water towards St Mary's. Cars up ahead, that's Ian Bankhurst.
Exactly so. They'll catch one of them at the second part of St Mary's in the middle of the track. Jonathan Hughes goes around the outside of number 2. Does it very well indeed. That's Ian Bankhurst, as you say. And that has given him a gap that he hasn't enjoyed all
he's
race.
Found himself stuck behind Poppencini and one of the Chevrons, which is 35, which is Bert Smeets.
So what's he gained? He's lost all over again, and now Simon Claridge has lost a lot of ground. It's Peter Thompson's turn in the blue Brabham to get right under the tail of that orange Merlin. Jinking left, jinking right. Let's try left again. Up the straight they go. Tries to go for the outside. There is no outside.
He's desperate to get, but he can't, even if he gets within range, he can't do it under braking. He has to slot back in behind him again.
And Claridge just died back down. Yeah, he's with him. Back with him.
So the gaps went up and down on that lap, and they've ended up pretty much where they started.
Going on to the last lap for them now. Already well onto it is Hibbard.
Well, Andrew Hibbard just had a moment, or he didn't have a moment. The car coming back on track had just spun in front of him, out of his sight. Luckily, he spotted the marshals at St Mary's waving the flags and lifted slightly, so the car was out of his way.
Thompson has another look into Madgwick and still can't make it through, so he's tied to the gearbox of Hughes again. And Claridge has actually dropped back a little bit, so we've got a 2-car race at the moment.
Here's our race leader with half a minute to go.
Wouldn't that have been ironic? Well, not ironic, just unbelievably unfortunate had he collected that spinning car. Sitting on a lead of 38 seconds at the start of the lap, Andrew Hibbard. To go wrong with probably less than a minute to go on the clock, as it was when the car spun at St Mary's. Anyhow, incident avoided. Looks like he's got enough time for one more lap.
He might do. He's so far ahead, he might get another one in.
He probably doesn't want one after that near miss, quite frankly, but he's slow.
He's going to get another
He's got another lap, whether he wants it or not. Across the line with
3 seconds off with his calculations there.
Marshall is checking his timepiece, but I'm sure they were quite right. The checkered flag
Marshall was correct.
Yeah, the Marshall was correct.
And
now.
Thompson's finally ahead of Hughes.
He's back ahead. And not that far behind Wilson, are they? They're catching Wilson.
I slightly concerned for Wilson there because there wasn't that much traffic up ahead to block him and slow him unless it was out of our sight. He's looking ahead of them. Well, they could get him. Look how far
a second between them. A second between second and third.
He was 4 seconds clear not so long ago.
Yeah,
in second place. So Thompson, who looks like he's going to come away without a top 3 position, well, he's in third and he could be going higher still. Certainly James Claridge gave him a run for their money, but he's lost out quite heavily in the past lap or so.
And he had just a part of a lap in clean air and he's done a 25. which is just over a second slower than Hibbard's been doing all race. So that shows how much pace Thompson has had. He's been frustrated racing the entire distance.
Here's our race leader through the chicane for the final time in the 15th lap. Final time, back-to-back wins in the Formula 3 race here for Andrew Hibbard and the Brabham, the ex-checkered flag Chris Irwin car. Won here in 1966, and he's done it. Great drive. Here's our battle though for second place. It's a 3-car battle now because Peter Thompson is closing in all the time on the Techno of Sam Wilson ahead of him. Hughes is slightly out of it, but waiting to pick up the pieces, but decided to drop back. Again, Hughes better on the brakes than Thompson. Wilson, a very capable driver, previous winner here at Goodwood in 500s and Formula Junior. Very close to skirting the chicane through there. It is going to be the same order as it was before. Sam Wilson in second place in car number 82, 65 Peter Thompson in third place, 91 Jonathan Hughes in fourth place. Those three all together, all three of them setting their best laps on that final one. Fifth is going to be Steve Smith. Where's James Claridge gone? So 46 is Smith. Lost James Claridge somewhere. And in sixth may well be Wayne in the DeSanctis. They're a long way back.
Well, Claridge came past me.
Here comes Wayne in the DeSanctis. Coming through the red car middle of your field, in the middle of your screen, and he's back. So where have we lost James Claridge? Not sure.
Well, that was a great race, thoroughly enjoyable. Andrew Hibbard, home and hosed once he got ahead, or kept himself ahead.
100-mile-an-hour race average for our race winner. And he was so far clear at the end of the first lap that he just ran away with it, didn't he? That was a brilliant drive.
3.5 seconds a lap faster than the best of the rest. Yes, they were fighting over position. He wasn't, but a couple of them had good clear laps. Sam Wilson could do nothing about it, though.
Down to 25.0.
Here's the result then, provisional result, the Derek Bell Cup. First, Andrew Hibbard, the Brabham BT18, number 26. Second, 38 seconds behind, number 82, Sam Wilson, the Techno, but right on his tail, 65, Peter Thompson in third in the Brabham, and 91, Jonathan Hughes in the Merlin in fourth. Fifth was Stephen Smith in the number 46 Chevron. Great run for him. And in sixth place, recovering from that early spin, was Paul Wayne in the DeSanctis. Then we've got number 7th, James Claridge in the Techno. He went missing on that last lap. Tim Carey in 60 was next up. Christoph Widmer in his Brabham was 9th. 10th, Ian Bankhurst in the Alexis. 11th, Bert Smeets in the Chevron. And 12th, Peter Froud in his Techno. 13th, John Council in the Fittipaldi Lotus. 14th, Klaus Muller in his Brabham BT28. 15th, Mike Pascal, BT21. 16th, Frank Lyons in the Merlin number 6. 17th, Mario Poppeccini in the Cooper. And 18th, Andrew Thorpe in his Lotus 31. Simon Armour, Peter Hamilton, Jim Blockley all fell by the wayside. Peter Needham and John Waggett, they were out pretty much at the start. And Martin Halliday broke on the line. So that was the Derek Bell Cup under the governorship of Martin Hunt, old Ted Severn himself. Fabulous race, 1 metre Formula 3 at its best, and perfect conditions here at the Goodwood Motor Course, as we should now call it. Well, Henry's down in Parc Ferme with our top three: Andrew Hibbard, Sam Wilson and Peter Thompson.
Thank you, Marcus. Let me have a quick word with our third place finisher. Peter Thompson still taking the lid off. A typically fraught 1 litre Formula 3 race. Wow.
Yeah, I can't remember there were so many incidents in that one, but I know clobbered somebody at some point, rather.
Bit of a close shave with Jonathan into the exit of St Mary's.
That was the one, yes.
And then you found yourself kind of back in the battle again. It was all good in the end.
Well, I think Jonathan and I were pretty close all the way, really, but I think I had a bit more grunt, so I was getting up and back up to him all the time. But no, it was a good race, and Paul as well. I think, did Paul Wayne not finish?
I'm not sure, actually.
He was in second at some point. Anyway, yeah, there were three of us having a pretty tight tussle there.
Brilliant. I think he was sixth, they're saying in my ear. Right, have a garland and a kiss. Well done, Peter. Third place in the Brabham, and I'll have a word with our second place man, Sam Wilson, who came all the way up from 9th on the grid. Did you deliberately give yourself something to do after qualifying, or did you have a mishap?
I wish I could say yes to that. No, it's the first time I've driven the car this weekend, so I was being very cautious. I wanted to keep it in one piece for the race.
Were you having a problem towards the end, or did you just sort of saving yourself?
Yeah, like I say, it's the first time I've driven the car, and there's a few places where I need a bit of padding. It was giving me a bit of a hard time in the cockpit, but no, it was going well.
Well done, Sam. Second place in the Techno. But our winner, by absolutely miles, broke his own lap record on lap 3. The car was a winner 50 years or so ago. You've done it again, Andrew. Well done. A little bit lonely, probably.
You never get lonely out there because you're just trying to beat yourself, trying to beat your own lap time. If the camera points that way, it's all help from the team. If you have a look at the team all over there, you've got to wave at the team. They're all over there. They've done a great job. So
well done.
That's what it's all about. We've had a great weekend.
You had to avoid a spinner towards the end, which must have woken you up.
2 spinners in the same place on consecutive laps.
Oh, that's careless.
That was interesting. So I was starting to think perhaps it's a little bit slippy there, but that was really enjoyable. This is a great circuit. It's fantastic in these cars.
And it was a winner here in '66, wasn't it, in the final year? So that's quite cool.
Yeah, it's double again. So no, it's a great car, but round the back they're just awesome. You just got to push yourself to see how quick you can go in them.
Yeah, well done, Andrew. Well done.
Thank you.
A double win then for Andrew Hibbert in the first race of the weekend, the Derek Bell Cup for the 1 litre Formula 3 cars. Marcus, now we turn our attention to the fraught action of the Jerry Marshall Trophy, the first part.
Well, before we go to the next event, let's have a look at the highlights. And from the outside of the front row, Jonathan Hughes, an outstanding start in the Orange Merlin, and really took the challenge to Andrew Hibbert. Andrew had to stay on the get on the grass, kept his foot in though, and said, no, I was on pole, I'm going to be leading this race. And that is what he did from there on. And look how close it was behind. We had a couple of spinners, Needham among them, going through the first quarter. Sam Wilson in 82, the Techno, started to pick his way up the order, getting onto the tail of Jonathan Hughes in that Orange Merlin, trying to go up the inside. He tried many times. Eventually he made it stick. Peter Thompson, the Blue Brabham, right in behind, trying to get a slice of the action. And closing in, number 10 went for a spin. That unfortunately was Paul Wayne. He was right there in the mix. And how's that for not one save, about 3 saves from Jonathan Hughes as he tried to hold on to third place under great pressure from Peter Thompson. You can see the kiss on the nose of Peter Thompson, much more than a kiss as the suspension collapsed on Jim Blockley's Chevron out of the chicane. But no one could do anything. More than half a minute clear at the end of the race as those behind fought so hard. James Claridge coming through, Andrew Hibbert pulling ever further clear at the front, but Formula 3 cars is all about overtaking. And unfortunately a few spins happened, and that nearly caught out our race winner. Andrew Hibbert saw the yellow flag being waved by the marshals, was able to back off, but it was still racing as normal behind. Peter Thompson finally got up into second place. Third place it was, but victory was easy for the class of the field. Andrew Hibbert, no wonder he was so delighted in that checkered flag Brabham. And now it's NASCAR time. Different sounds. Mike Skinner, big friend of Goodwood, out in Andrew Franzone's Tundra truck, and what a noise that is going to make as it comes around. Most incongruous sight. Is it a pickup? Is it not a pickup? Doesn't matter. It's very quick and it sounds absolutely fantastic.
Class and Truck Series. Mike Skinner, who's been so spectacular at the Festival of Speed. Quick demo of the NASCAR truck. Then Andrew Franzone owns this team of the cars, and Mike Skinner will be loving this. Not sure how many times he's been around this motor circuit here, but this car's not really in their natural habitat on a circuit like this.
Yes, the bulk of Mike's experience at Goodwood has been going up the hill and giving it certainly plenty, as people say, a much narrower stretch. But here he's getting far, far higher speeds. And almost looks as though it's floating above the circuit.
It does, doesn't
that
it?
air dam.
Yeah, you don't see too many trucks with ride heights of about 25 mil. Probably isn't even that on occasions. Sounds fantastic, doesn't it?
Oh, really does. Made for purpose, that is. Not entirely sure what the purpose is, but these have some fantastic racing.
Sums it up very nicely. Here he goes. Repainting the tarmac.
Well, the crew bring over a lot of tyres from the States, but I suggest they don't take many back. And Mike Skinner, such a showman. Mind the daffodils.
Mind the clutch. Absolutely fabulous. Going to try a start now, isn't he? Oh, well, line lock on the front brakes.
I'm looking to see if I can see the smoke from my competition's position across to yours, Marcus, rising above the pit lane. Not yet, I can't.
Taking the steering wheel off, waving it to spectators.
Wonder how much he can see after about 5 donuts like that and the jam starts, and now with tyres probably paper thin, Mike Skinner's going to come round one more time. No wonder he's got the Victory V out of the window. So give him a round of applause for entertaining and covering people in smoke and tyre grit.
It's amazing that the mechanicals underneath that actually put up with that amount of grief.
You've got to say that's robust. Definitely robust. I'm quite impressed the tyres are still there.
Totally bomb-proof. I think that's why he's doing about 30 miles an hour going round. He just want to finish them off quite.
So imagine, if you will, on a quarter-mile oval, about 40 of these nose to tail, side by side. It would just be a blur. It would be like one long scarf, literally attached the whole way around the circuit, wouldn't it?
Well, they've got a sort of a gravel mud round now, haven't they? Sort of a dirt track has been reintroduced onto the calendar, which I bet that's quite spectacular. Whole field of those. I forget where it is now, Bruce. You might know.
I don't. I was about to make a semi-educated guess, but I think I'd better just remain semi-educated. That'll certainly give the fans what they want. Great to see these, and these are really, really quick vehicles. They weigh considerably less than you'd expect. As you can imagine, it's all bodywork, there's a lot underneath. So is the air clearing over the pit lane now?
I think it's cleared. There's some interesting stripes along the majority of the grid. Plenty of graphics now left on the track.
Very much a signature or three.
Just make it out. Mike Skinner, I think it says.
Just going to try and use up the last bit of rubber now.
Then he gets back to the paddock and they say those have got to last through tomorrow's demo as well.
Now there you have it, Toyota Tundra, if you will.
We We can't describe that as quiet, but really after the quiet comes the storm.
Let's have a look at the latest house point situation, and the leaders are Tor Bolton on 5.19, but look, sneaking up on their tails. They had half the points of Tor Bolton a while back. Anthony Reid's Methuen sneaking along, 5.12, 7 points in it. 467 to Aubigny, 363 to Darnley, who are the tail enders, I'm afraid. But anyone's game between Tor Bolton and Methuen. Tor Bolton have got a lot of very quick drivers in one of the races up to towards the top, haven't they? 5 of the top 6, I think. In the
was it the Surtees Trophy?
No, in the Lister race, the Scott Brown race. So they can hopefully bank on a bunch of points there to stop it being 4 in a row for Methuen. I think Anthony Reid's going around whipping his team into a frenzy of excitement and getting them all to go off and do auto solos and ferret racing and clay pigeon shooting and things. Quite proactive in that. Doesn't like to finish second. Well, let's hear from our commercial partners before we get into our touring car race, the Jerry Marshall Trophy.
Absolutely breathless, completely amazing.
So the latest of your tweets. Waited all day to watch these lads. Should be a great race. Callum Grant. Well, it was a great race. Bless, keeping the engine warm at Goodwood. That's the Sean Danaher Maserati, and that went very well indeed. Well, thank you very much. Charles Tassel at Farm in Kent. For Dan Alcock, I think that sums up very nicely. If you're a fan of a Ford Sierra RS500, they certainly looked fabulous and sounded really great in their demo run. Great to see the Group A cars back.
Do we think that Callum Grant was the Callum Grant of historic Formula Ford?
I would. 43 uses a Richard Petty number.
We should definitely get him in an F3, CC F3 car. That'd be good around here, wouldn't it?
He'd absolutely love it.
So getting ready for the Jerry Marshall race, and the car we didn't expect to see on pole with the moustache on the windscreen, of course, is the Kerry Michael Mark Blundell RS2000. Very sideways and clearly very, very effective.
Yeah, Mark Blundell in the cockpit, isn't he? And we're going to see Graham Bryant, I think, starting the Camaro. Simon I's car. Yep. Alongside we should see Mike Whittaker taking the first stint. Yes, blue overalls, Mike Whittaker. With Nigel Rubin perched alongside. Swift and Jordan will be Nick Swift. Quite some ideal conditions. See, the cars have grown light pods, some of them. Interesting. 17 will be Richard Mines going first in the Bastos Prix. Then we've got the Daily Express Rover. Peter Mallet is supposed to be driving it. Indeed, he's in. You can see at the side. Tiffany Dale getting really excited about driving the Rover. Tiffany Dale's father, Anthony Dale, raced in the early members' meetings here. Neil, it's going to be David Clark, rather the lofty figure of Matt Neal. There's Mark Dunder-Smythe in the background, in the blue shirt, David Clark's sidekick. Formula Ford racer, Thundersports as well. So Chris Ward, 6 Rover. Luigi UFO Tribute BMW looks fantastic, doesn't it, Kev?
That was definitely one of my favourites.
It was a good looking, well balanced car visually, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's going to be started by Nick Padmore as well, who I think is the one that put in the qualifying lap too. So
yep. Was, yes, because he took over from Darren Turner. Padmore outline circuit record holder here. The second era, historic era, was of course Jackie Stewart and Jim Clark jointly. There will be Jim Morris in the Golf, but down among them, of course, is Henry Hope Frost.
Yes, indeed, Marcus. And I've stumbled across a legend of Group 1 saloons. Gordon Spice is here. Gordon, seeing these cars must just bring back wonderful memories for you.
Oh, it's a trip down memory lane for sure, yeah.
There are Capris with your name on it. It's slightly surreal, isn't it?
Yeah, and most of them are genuine too. We better get out of here.
It sounds like they're going out now, so we'll leave it there. Good to see you, Gordon.
Nice to see you.
With that Golf, that's the Jim Morris Golf. Then we've got the Alfa Romeo GTV 6, which went very nicely. Mason driving that to start with, and Stuart Graham in the Camaro. We're going to see Adam Brindle in the first of the Rovers in that shot. We've got it's the 77 I saw, the Prio and Watts. Andy Prio drives that first. The John Mowat Mini there. That'll be Metcalf in to bat first and Rob Gravitt. Although Rob Gravitt appeared to be helmeting up alongside, didn't he? Which was interesting.
So Chris Ward will be fancying his chances to try and grab the lead here, won't he?
From the outside of row 3.
Well, not right at the start. But most of the cars have got the sort of secondary drivers or owners, if you like.
They've arranged the cars in the assembly area the other way this time to make it an easier route out.
Worth pointing out, gentlemen, we have a pit window, of course. It's a 1-hour race, and the pit window opens after 20 minutes and it closes at the 40-minute point. People have fallen foul of that before.
That's
for
right.
all sorts
and
of
if
reasons.
there is a yellow flag situation,
you
a
do
safety
not
car
come in.
situation, there is it's suspended. If you're in and you've been in already, that's absolutely fine. But if you haven't been in, you can't then stop, and there will be a little bit of extra time added to the end of the race, light permitting. Quite a few of them seem to have extra lights.
But looking down the running order, certainly the number 6 Rover SD1, you have to fancy that with a pro driver lineup of Gordon Shedden and Chris Ward. It's starting on the 3rd row, but that as a driver pairing has to be, Marcus, one of the most solid.
It does. It's a splendid pairing, that's for sure.
But of course, last year Gordon
and Whittaker's not too shabby.
No, that's not bad at all. But Gordon Shedden was leading, wasn't he, last year? Got closed down by Oliver Bright in the Camaro.
Yeah.
Which I anticipate.
The Golf. Had 6 Golf GTIs, they never let me down.
Jim Morris, Tom Shepherd, they had qualified, well, at one point they were right up at the sharp end in qualified eventually in 10th place, but going no further. That's a shame.
Yeah, so disappointing after all that effort, all the running in practice, and then to not even make the start of the race.
Yeah, we also ought to point out, not quite to the same extent as the Formula 3 runners, these drivers were on a very greasy track this morning, so for a lot of them it's their first time on a dry bit of surface.
There's a second race, a sprint race tomorrow afternoon for the owners of the cars, nominal owners of the cars, and that will be on a reverse grid from today, which will be quite interesting.
So the drivers being flagged through the chicane rather
just
than
while they sort out
around it.
the damaged chevron of Jim Blockley, which you can see in the foreground on the back of the Everyman's flatbed.
To be honest, it's not a bad way onto the grid anyhow, to go straight through. Oh, so frustrating. You get through, it's a packed day to go from qualifying to race, but for it to go fut.
If it was a Mini, you'd go around the back and you'd thwack the fuel pump with your shoe. You'd probably go again.
Be interesting to see how high Mark Blundell can keep the Escort in the dry, because it's probably not going to be the quickest car in the dry, is it? But I'm sure he'll give it a good go and hold off as many of the quicker cars as he can in the early stages.
Yeah, that's right. All coming into stage. We're in that white tower, Kevin, sitting up there. There's in the background the Girling Tower. The Stuart Graham, Nigel Garrett, Fabergé Camaro, Stuart Graham driving it. There's Mark Blundell.
Yeah, no wonder his fingers are crossed. Dry circuit, as Kevin pointed out, it's going to be a bit of a handful to keep us in front.
Down there on the, probably on the grid, just so I can see in there, Henry Hopefrost has our host Lord March with him. Henry.
Lord March, it seems incredible that here we are in the 4th year of the revived members' meetings.
I know, I can't believe it's whizzed by, but racing gets better and better, I think, and this race is a real blockbuster.
And I know you had a word about the rain, and it stayed away all day.
So far, so good, yeah, I know.
We're moments away from the first part of the Jerry Marshall Trophy. It's become a real sort of centrepiece of members' meetings, hasn't it?
I think it has. I think seeing these cars all in the right livery, we all obviously remember them well. First time around, it's just great to see them here, and great to see so many fabulous drivers behind the wheel, and it just makes for the best possible racing, I think.
Every car pretty much has got a superstar in it.
Yeah, it has this year, and obviously we're something we're trying very much to do, both here and at Revival, is put big drivers in the cars, and just very much appreciate the owners letting us help them make those decisions, and it's just great to see such prominent people in such great machines.
Are you pleased with the way the members' meeting concept has developed in what is now year 4?
Yeah, I am. It's had a very clear, I think it had a very, very clear remit, and we tried to really stick to that brief and deliver that, and I think it's gone well. It's meant to be very small, it's meant to be exclusive, it's meant to be just for our members, and we want to push that as hard as we can, and we got great cars coming from all over the world. Cars are different to Revival. It's got a very sort of more sort of grassroots feel to it. That's the whole point. It's meant to commemorate all those great members' meetings at Goodwood over the last 50 years.
We've got a packed programme tomorrow and a very special tribute to the late great John Surtees tomorrow afternoon.
We've got a minute of noise just before the race in that celebration of John's life, and everyone's going to participate in that. Most importantly, the car's actually in the race, but we obviously loved John. We loved having him here. He played a big part in Goodwood's history, and we'll be remembering him big time tomorrow.
And tomorrow, of course, is March the 19th, which is the anniversary of his very first car race here in 1960.
I know, I mean, so bizarre, and we didn't even realise it at the time, actually. In the same way we didn't realise when we held the first Revival, we were holding that on the actual day of the first Goodwood meeting 50 years earlier. So something special there about this being the anniversary of John's first race. And of course, it was the very, very first motor race Amazing he ever saw, and he was in it. He was 7 times world motorcycle champion, never been to a motor race, and I think just pipped by Jim Clark at the end. So an incredible achievement, and obviously a big part of Goodwood's history.
In true Goodwood style, it's almost too good to be true, all this.
I know, these little moments of synchronicity are weird. I mean, Goodwood seems to the track seems to deliver them, and we'll keep on, hopefully they'll keep on coming.
Great stuff. I know you're busy, we'll let you go. Lord March, thank you very much indeed.
No, thank you.
Well, great to hear from Lord March, whose extended team puts on these events, and just remember, this is the 47th motoring event of the new era of Goodwood, which is pretty staggering in itself.
That's it. Just put a brake cleaner on the pad itself.
Just looking down at the front corner, front wheel, front tyre of the pole-sitting Escort. Brilliantly driven by Mark Blundell this morning. But old Martin Angeloni, who looked after him in Formula 3000, etc., is sitting there somewhere and watching this, enjoying it.
So what a mix of cars on the front row. The Escort RS 2000 with Kerry Michael and Mark Blundell. And, well, be good to hear, because I believe Henry Hope Frost is down on the grid with Mark Blundell. Be great to have a word. Henry.
Pole sitter Mark Blundell, I guess you'd like it to snow, or be muddy, or pour down.
I'd love it to snow. If we can do a snow dance or a rain dance, I'd take whatever you can give me. But it's going to be a little bit tough. Dry conditions, some of the big engine cars are going to be squirting by us, and we think we've got a little problem already as well, so we have to wait and see.
I said to you earlier off camera, don't let them by. But you wisely pointed out that, have you seen the size of them?
They are a little bit bigger than me. Maybe I'm saying in car stature, not in terms of physical size of driver.
Have fun, won't you? That's the most important thing.
I sure will, and hopefully we'll have fun for the crowd as well.
Thanks, Mark.
Thank you.
Saw Quentin Wilson there, and he's joined in looking at the wheels, tyres, brakes, whatever of that car, so maybe he knows something they don't.
It'd be nice to know what the problem was, wouldn't it?
It would be
How
lovely.
serious it is. I expect Mark would like to know too.
That's a great scene, busy grid, and well, it's now just gone 10 past 5. Henry's back on the grid. Who have you got this time, Henry? Nick Swift.
I've got a bit of a giant killer. Swifty's here. Quickest for a while in qualifying while it was greasy. I guess you want it to rain too, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's coming, Henry, to be fair. It feels like it's in the sky. We can see this morning we just need that little bit of damp stuff, and here we are.
The car is running really well, isn't it? And you don't half wind it up.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to, you know, what we're here for, just to wind it up, really.
And having AJ with you is a bonus, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, it's awesome, isn't it? So, I mean, I should just try and keep it going for the first bit, and then let AJ jump in it, and he'll absolutely just bring the best out of it, really. So, there's no point in having a dog and barking yourself, really, is there?
Very good. You're starting, aren't you?
Yes, I'm starting. So
you probably need to go then.
Yeah, no, we can do that. I'd just love to if you can just give me 1 second just to say hi to my dad. He's not very well at the moment, so I'd just like to say hi, Dad. Love you lots. Miss you. We're going to do this for you, mate.
Absolutely. Best wishes from all of us too.
Yep.
Thanks, mate.
Brilliant. Cheers. Thanks, Henry.
Let's go for a little wander down the grid and see what else we can find here ahead of the first part of the Jerry Marshall Trophy. This is the feature event, if you like, and the results will be reversed tomorrow. For the sprint race, we have 2 drivers. Of course, it's a pro-am affair. We have celebrity racers and rally drivers. I can spot a couple of Honda British Touring Car Championship chums busy signing autographs on the grid. Let me just dive straight in, have a quick word with Matt Neal and Gordon Shedden, who are doing what they're accustomed to, signing autographs. All okay?
Yeah, it's good. I was admiring your jacket.
It's cool, isn't it?
Yeah, very, very nice.
It's a bit too big for me.
Alan, man, it looks about my size.
In fact, it would fit you.
You took the word straight out of my mouth.
Now, you two, you're in different teams today. Remember that, won't you?
I know, yeah. We've got to battle against each other today. So I'm obviously in the Rover, so I'll be upholding the pride of the UK, pride of Britain, and he's in that big nasty American thing.
But he did out-qualify you.
Yeah, I've got to give him some hope every once in a while.
Was there a problem with the car? Because we were expecting you to be at the front.
Yeah, the drivers, probably.
That's very honest. Are you blaming Chris?
No, not at all. Look, we just didn't quite get it right for the wet this morning, but it's dry now, so yeah, it should be quite interesting over an hour, but I think we'll be there or thereabouts.
Do the lights work on the Camaro?
Mine are brilliant. It's which is even funnier that Tim Harvey hasn't even got any lights in the Rover.
Because like racetracks are a bit different in the dark, aren't they? The perspective is odd.
It gets awfully dark out the back. You can't really appreciate it because life's coming at you pretty quickly out there, especially in one of these things.
Now you've got David Clark alongside you. You've got Chris Ward. Where's that going to go then?
Who knows? I think we were just looking up and down and the pit lane at the rogues gallery of second drivers going, and it could get awful messy, couldn't it?
Yeah. You've won this race before, of course.
Yeah, and Flash has come pretty close a couple of times, so I think it's wide open. Ollie's obviously got in prime position at the front in the Bryant cars, in the Bryant Camaro, so we'll see.
Have fun, won't you, boys?
Oh, we'll always have lots of fun. It'll be good.
Thanks, Henry.
Well done. Matt Neil, Gordon Shedden then. Let's work our way a little bit further back down the grid and see who we... Oh, here's a friendly face wearing his team captain's jacket. Nicolas with the Alfa Romeo, a lot of fun.
Oh, he's just a brilliant little car to drive. This morning it was very hairy because he was a bit wet, as he's usually around here. But yeah, lots of fun. Love this race. Is going to be, I think, as usual, you know, a little bit of banging, gentle one. There's lots of touring car driver around you, so you got to be careful with that. But yeah, it's always a pleasure being here, you know.
And tell me about the captaincy of Aubigny. How are you getting on?
It's changing all the time. I think we know a little bit more by half the afternoon tomorrow. But we're doing no bad. First, second. I don't know where we are now.
You were away last year, of course, weren't you? You were racing at Sebring. Nice to be back in the jacket.
Oh, I love it. It's one of the best weekends of the year, you know, here, and all the events you do at Goodwood are always just magnificent.
Yeah, you are not wrong. Enjoy the race.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nicholas. Mark, follow me. We'll head a little bit further down the grid. This is a wonderful opportunity for fans to get up close to the cars. There's the Stuart Graham Fabergé Brute 33 Camaro, a car that's had so much poor luck in this race in previous years, missing pit windows and various things. Sorry, Bob, I'm going to interrupt. Here's another famous face. Brabs, how are you?
All right, mate. How you doing?
You've not raced this before, have you?
No, I saw it yesterday for the first time.
Do you like what you see?
I do, actually. Yeah, it's a nice little car. I don't know what it's like in the dry. I guess I'll figure that out when I go out in the race. But it's very well balanced. It's very nice. The engine's pretty pokey. So, yeah, it's a lot of fun.
You're enjoying this historic racing lark, aren't you?
I am now, yeah. I guess when I was racing, I didn't really think much of it. But now I start looking at the cars and going, oh, that looks nice, you know. And I get invited occasionally to come and drive and have a bit of fun.
Good stuff. I'll leave you to get into your mindset.
Thank you.
Yeah, by talking to Bob Berridge.
Exactly, yes. He's my mind coach.
Yeah. Well done, thanks, Brabs. Right, let's see what else we can find as we head down the grid. There's a famous helmet, the colours of three-time World Touring Car Champion Andy Priaulx. Let me have a quick grid walk doorstep with Mr. Priaulx, works Ford driver in the World Endurance Championship. That livery is so cool.
That is proper cool. There's Levi on the back panel. I was hoping to get some Levi jeans this weekend, you know, look proper trendy, but it's just a fun race, this. The cars look great, all the different colours, and I think there's going to be some really good racing here in about 10 minutes' time. So I'm really looking forward to it.
Presumably you've thumbed enthusiastically through the Patrick Watts book of excuses.
Yeah, I mean, he's already said, look, there's a few love marks on the car here, so he's quite happy for some more marks on the other side of the car, and all the excuses are always ready, you know me, but really looking forward. I hope we can go forward because we've only just literally turned the wheels in this car, but it's beautifully prepared, and I think it's going to be quite fast.
And it's going to stay dry?
Oh, good. I'm really looking forward to that dry way. I mean, we just literally did our warm-up lap there, and there's a lot more grip, so I think the speeds are going to be much faster, and actually, I need to get power steering sorted for next year. That's, you know, it's quite heavy on the steering.
Probably wasn't homologated, mate.
Oh, well, I'll have a word with Patrick. I'm sure he can sort that.
Enjoy it, won't you?
Yeah, thanks. Great to be here and really looking forward to it. I hope the fans enjoy it. Lovely day.
Thanks, Andy. I'll hand back up to you guys in the tower because the buzzer has gone. We'll clear the grid and we'll get the first part of the Jerry Marshall Trophy underway in a few moments' time.
Thank you, Henry. Replete with rather splendid puffer jackets showing Alaman Racing established 1964 on it. And we should make mention that our timing partner, IWC of Schaffhausen in Switzerland, has its photographic competition here. There's a setup in the paddock area. Please go over and take your snaps and submit them. And do you know, if you are selected as the best, the taker of the best snap of the weekend, you get a splendid watch as a little prize. And thank you for taking part. It's a limited edition watch. I think there are only 74 made for last year's event here, last year's members meeting. There's the Jordan and Whittaker Ford Capri 3-litre S. And that is Mike Whittaker in it, the guru of TVR races. We'll see about that later on, and a former HSCC Guards Trophy champion in another of his TVRs. the grid beginning to emerge again as the throng disperses. There's Nick Swift, Patrick Motorsport. Then you've got Patrick Rovers, we've got Patrick Mini down there as well. We've got Belga, Bastos, Motorcraft, Autocar, Capris, Richard Mines and Rob Huff. Richard Mines at the wheel. Shipbroker from Surrey and Hong Kong. Big Rover. That's Peter Mallet in there to start with. Sitting up there on qualified well by Tiffany Dale, row 3, just ahead of the David Clark and Max Neal Chevrolet Camaro. And of course, a lot of the owners will duck into the pits at around 20 minutes, as near as they can make it, to ensure that that's David Clark and his Olivier Panis crash helmet. They can maximise the stint of their pros. There's a Luigi Racing Chevrolet Camaro, run in Belgium originally. There's Chris Ward, very menacing looking Rover.
I'd be surprised if he isn't leading at some point during this stint.
Absolutely, they were second in last year's race in that car. Chris and Flash Gordon shared. Gary Michael and Chris Sanders finished fourth last year in the Escort that sits on pole. Paul Clayson and Nick Manassian. Paul Clayson driving first. Like a bit of acid green. Always looks good, particularly on a swooping coupe like the Alfa Romeo. I think the Vauxhall Magnum has only been newly restored towards the back of the grid. There's the Stuart Graham and Nigel Garrett Camaro, a replica of the Fabergé Brut car that Stuart Graham, the Nantwich Honda dealer, drove in period very, very successfully. Stuart Graham himself at the wheel, the only man to win tourist trophy races on 2 wheels and 4.
So you have to think, Marcus, looking at the front end of the grid, that the RS2000 Escort on pole position, the little Mini tucked in behind, are going to have real trouble on a dry circuit. Mark Blundell will not give up from trying, and nor will Nick Swift, but you have to put your money on the Camaro being better off the line and the Capri on the outside of the front row.
You don't really want it to be motorised bagatelle, but you can see how it could quite easily go it that way. They got the Golf going.
Oh, that's good, because that was towed in after it pulled off very early on the outlap.
John Morris drove in period. It's his lad Jim. Runs Lifeline Fire Extinguishers, who is at the wheel. Share with Tom Shepherd, long-time saloon car racer. In fact, had a space frame Skoda in special saloons, Tom Shepherd, at one point. It's a great pack of cars, and lights are brighter than they used to be, period. So the green flag is waved, the grid goes away, but late to get away is Stuart Graham. The white Mini is in the colours of John Mowat, who was in Essex. He was a top tuner and rolling roadman. Raced a Morgan at some point, also a BMW, a 1602 I think it was. So the grid then for the Joe Marshall Trophy race, the 1 hour enduro sprint race reverse grids tomorrow should line up as follows. Here's the graphic, and it is Mark Blundell in the number 10 Escort RS2000 on the front. Alongside him is 21, which is Graham Bryant, the Simon I Chevrolet Camaro. Then number 8, which is Mike Whitaker in his Capri. Row 2 is Nick Swift in the blue Mini. Number 60 and 17, which is Richard Mines in his Capri. The third row is 9, which is Peter Mallet. 14, which is David Clark in the Camaro. And 6 is Chris Ward in the Patrick Motorsport Rover. Row 4 is 44, starting from the pit lane. In fact, in that car it's Jim Morris. And then 4, which is Paul Clayson in the Alfa Romeo. Row 5 is Stuart Graham in number 11, the black and green Camaro. 12 is Adam Brindle in his Rover. And then we've got the 27 car, which is David Brabham in Lucky Christopherou's Escort. Row 6 is 77, which is the Prio and Watts Capri, and then 16, which is the Soper and Wood car. Soper starts that one, Prio starts his. 63 is the Cravat Metcalf Mini. 7 Berger de Bormann in their Capri. Then it's 1 Revalia Vickers in their Capri. Row 8 is 123 Wood and Morgan in their Capri, the Gitan car. 74 Tim Harvey, Andrew Bruce with the Marlborough Rover. And it's 5 the Puro Fowler Capri. 15 Skid Scarborough in a Capri, and number 2, which is the Wilds and Cowley Mazda. Then we go back to 19, Reed and Morley Dolomite Sprint, number 19, 18 Christensen Hall with their Rover, another Patrick Motorsport entry. 56 is the Alexander Wilmot Magnum, Vauxhall Magnum. 34 Turkington and Clark, Colin Turkington now in with Ken Clark in that Triumph Dolly, and Mass and Jarvis number 3 the Rover. And then 33 Clark and Jackson with the Triumph Dolomite. 25 Turner and Padden more with the UFO Jeans BMW 530i. On row 12, give you some of the start drivers for the lower order. 16 is Soper, 63 is Metcalf, 7 is de Bormann, 1 is Revalia, 123 is Rick Wood, 74 is Andrew Bruce, 5 is Emanuele Piro, 15 is Skid Scarborough, 2 is Ian Cowley, 19 is Morley, 18 is Rob Hall, then it is 56, which is Alexander, 34 Clark, 3 Jarvis, and 33 Clark.
Just wondering why the BMW is at the back, because it qualified 9th, but it's been sent to the back, so I don't know whether it's been a scrutineering issue or something there.
And also we must look forward to the number 18 coming up the order. Tom Christensen explained earlier that they had problems from the outset mechanically, so look out for the Rover SD1 from Patrick Motorsport, car number 18. 2 very handy drivers, Stuart Hall and the great Thomas Christensen, starting way down the grid order.
Riding one of the Rovers, that's the 8 Rover, isn't it? Or 18 Rover, it's the 18 Rover. Christensen and Hall. Skid Scarborough in front in the yellow track Marshall Capri. That's a fantastic view from Nick Swift's Mini. And we're pretty much ready to go. Engine revs start to rise. Union Jack goes and
Blundell jumped the start massively.
Graham Bryant's made a dreadful start in the Camaro. In fact, it may well have broken. Their car's moving either side of it, and Bryant is left on the line. Well, we said front row, they've missed him.
Well, we said before, Marcus, the little RS2000, the Mini would be swallowed up at the start. How wrong we were. Mark Blundell made absolutely sure he wasn't. Well, we'll see what the officials say. But Nick Swift up into 2nd place. The Rover SD1 into 3rd place. Mike Whittaker's lost that ground as well, but not as much as poor Graham Bryant. Middle of the front row, gone nowhere.
That's got going, I think, finally, hasn't he, right at the very back, so I'm not quite sure what happened there.
Ward already up to 2nd, I think, with you, Bruce, so I think he'll probably be in the lead by the end of the lap.
Yeah, just trying to see if Blundell hangs on around. Oh, goes right to the edge, but Nick Swift attacking back at the Camaros in a big battle for about 6th place.
Andy Prio in the Frank and Jeans Capri is in the thick of the action there with some Camaros and Rovers.
And just to let you know, Graham Bryant is about 4 cars behind him. He's right down at the tail of the field, started in the middle of the front row, still not coming to your shot now. Look how Chris Ward is attacking Mark Blundell. Then quite a gap from 3rd place back to 4th. The Bastos Capri just ahead of the car that started on the outside of the front row. The other Capri, the red one of Mike Whittaker.
I think I have to change the lead at the top corner of the screen there.
Yeah, Phil's coming.
Here he comes, Chris Ward. Bludgeons through in the Rover. Mark Blundell tries to counter up into the chicane, but it's not going to happen.
So just worth pointing out that Chris Ward started from the outside of row 3 in 8th position. He's now leading this race. Great side as the cars come through the chicane, Marcus.
Yeah, absolutely. They all thread their way through. There's Luigi BMW with young Nicholas Padmore, FIA Masters historic Formula 1 champion at the wheel. The leader then. And look, up into second place has come Swift, and he's waving at Mark Blundell from the cockpit of his Mini.
I'm convinced that Nick Swift has never knowingly driven with two hands on the steering wheel.
He's never troubled a brake pedal, has he? I don't think he has. Doesn't seem to bother to brake. He just throws the Mini in, but the Rover is making its escape.
But the gap from the battling Mini and Mark Blundell Escort back to the Bastos Capri, which now has the Fabergé, the Brute sponsor Camaro on its tail, because Mike Whittaker's lost ground to the two Camaros there. And the Bastos Capri is also dispatched, so the sheer grunt. And don't forget, the Camaros this year carrying another person on board. Well, not literally, 100 kilos of ballast. So up into fourth place goes the number 11 Camaro.
Yeah, we're seeing the power tell already, haven't we? We've got the 3.5 litre Rover disappearing at the front, and the Camaros, apart from Graham Bryan after his appalling start, the other two Camaros moving through very quickly.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. But we've got the leader is breaking away and will disappear, I think, at this rate, because the rest are a long, long way back.
Yeah, but the important thing is we're riding with Nick Swift looking forward to the battle for second place. Goes around, well, alongside at least the Escort on the start-finish straight, but Mark Blundell will have the right position for the corner, but Mark has to brake, whereas Nick Swift doesn't appear to do so. There are the brake lights on as Mark runs suitably wide enough to keep Nick on the outside.
Swift's not braking, is he?
No. Swift by name.
He's going to throw the back rope out of the window, I think, in a minute. Latch it onto the back bumper.
10-second penalty for Mark Blundell.
Quelle surprise, but did you see there Nick Swift looking in his rearview mirror, because what's getting larger is that big black and green Camaro coming into the back of the shot. Stuart Graham has left everybody else way behind, so he's showing impressive pace, but I can't believe how this field is stringing out at the front.
Yeah, 10-second penalty then has been meted out to Mark Blundell for jumping the start.
And Steve Soper for being out of position.
Okay, well, Soper is unlikely in the number 16 Dolomite Sprint to be challenging for victory, because he's in a Dolomite Sprint. Great cars, but against this competition at the front. But actually, though he's got the penalty, you can be sure that Mark Blundell was laughing his head off as he went down towards Madgwick. Yeah, that was his chance, but he had no answer at all to the pace of Chris Ward in the Rover SD1.
They're showing us in 10th place for Blundell with the penalty applied.
Well, actually, if the field continues to string out at the rate it has, that position will be improving over the next two laps. Looks as though these two have not got much more time ahead of the number 11 Camaro, because the way they've been reeled in by Stuart Graham. Look, a little look in the mirror, almost talking himself there, Nick Swift. Oh, look at the pace with which the Camaro came past. No answers at all.
And into second place. And a new fastest lap as well, 1:27.6. So it may be that Stuart Graham can actually have a go at going after Gordon Shed, because he was over a second quicker, Chris Ward, sorry. He's over a second quicker on that last lap, and that involved having traffic.
Well, I tell you, Kevin, just the way that he dropped the other Camaro that was tucked in behind all of 2 laps ago, and now coming through Ford Water. I'm looking for the next, the Camaros, yes, just coming through Ford Water and through the second part of St Mary's. Oh dear, smoking Bastos Capri, number 17. Richard Mines was going to hand over to Rob Huff. He may not get the chance to do so. He may also lead to some other people spinning off. He's approaching St Mary's now as, I think, finally the Graham Bryant's Camaro's picked its way past him, picking its way up the order. Don't forget that number 21 car started right on the middle of the front row, didn't get off the mark. Now again riding with Nick Swift, trying to see what he can do about Mark Blundell. He may or may not know about the penalty. It matters not. He's out there for a race.
He's flashing his lights at him as they come down the back straight.
Graham Bryant now 13th in car 21, the Simonized Chevy Camaro.
Mark Blundell was saying before the race to Henry Frost down on the grid how well this Escort handles, but it really is twitchy, but it just seems balanced. But how bad was Mark Blundell's jump start? I don't think it was suitably impressive. I mean, he's obviously going to get a penalty, but he should have really nailed it. But he maybe just thought, I've got to get the perfect start, and realised he'd overcooked it and just went anyhow.
We're about to see the replay
fantastic. Good
of
news.
the start. Here it is.
Get ready.
He went as the flag was raised.
And to its highest point, yes. Got it at the zenith. Not in the downward motion. But anyhow, he knew he was going to have to do all sorts of tricks. The car was handy in the wet, but in the dry, he knows he lacks power. Doesn't look short of power there, though, relative to Nick Swift's Mini. But such is their advantage in the battle over third place. They're coming through the middle of St Mary's. The next car, the Camaro, the Dave Clark car, is just reaching St Mary's now, about 5 seconds behind. Incredible.
Blundell back into third place in number 10, ahead of Swift. David Clark is in fifth in the 14 Bastos Camaro. And then we've got Mike Whitaker in the Autocar Capri number 8. 12 is Brindle next up. Behind Brindle is Rick Wood in the Gitain Capri. Then it's Brabs in his Escort. And behind him, Prio's come in there as well. Prio must have a transponder problem, mustn't he? Because that car's let back in behind Wood.
Such entertaining footage from Nick Swift.
Charging up to the back of Chris Ward in the lead. It's gone from 6.4 seconds to just over 2 in 2 laps, and their fastest lap from the Camaro. So it's 2.1 seconds now across the line. So I suspect that'll be less than that by the time they get to you, Bruce.
Well, seriously, the pace of the number 11 Camaro has been astonishing in this race. Down in about 7th position on the opening one on the second lap, but now the Simonis Camaro's on the charge as well, picking its way through the pack. Don't forget
60's got a second penalty as well. That's Swift for an out of position start.
I think what we'll do is talk about their track position. Easier to understand than weird.
I think he was probably trying to negotiate his way around the big American sort of battleship that was stationary in the middle of the front row.
Well, he probably saw Blundell go and thought, I'm going as well.
Yeah, he heard us say that they were really going to struggle on that run to the first corner, so they both went for it. Already the lights starting to dim. A few of the cars running with their lights ablaze. Not everybody's got theirs switched on as yet, or have they? How the drivers laughed about the Belga Capri has pulled off at the side of the circuit. Sorry, the Bastos Capri number 17, out of my sight round the corner. I've got to look for Tim Harvey's cars to see what he has in the way of lights. Any extra lights? I don't think so.
Bryant continues to make very strong progress, lapping in the 31s. He's up into 10th place. Fastest lap of the race at this point looks to be the 27 of Stuart Graham.
1.6 seconds now, the gap at the front. They're well clear of the battle of third.
Yeah, the speed with which Stuart Graham caught that little tussle between the Escort RS2000 and the Mini was remarkable, but the speed with which he then left it was even more so.
Ward has an ace up his sleeve in BTCC champion Gordon Shedden now, of course. And the Camaro is absolutely ready to pounce. It's closing in. There's Capri off at the side.
Well, and the road rescue on the Sanyo car number 3 off at the side of the circuit. That was Jochen Mass, Nick Jarvis, but not far ahead of them. They're going to hit traffic at about the time with Stuart Graham. Look at that slide, adjusting it, turning left on a right-hander through Lavant, and he's getting closer and closer to race leader Chris Ward. Certainly has more grunt in a straight line, but he can make it handle too. But what is going to be the traffic situation in their path? They're going to catch it very soon indeed. Talking of traffic, look at this flurry of cars coming through St Mary. 10 cars almost nose to tail.
Rick Wood at the head of that group, isn't it now?
Yes, indeed it is, but will he stay there for long? Because the SO Capri dives up the inside, not long at all.
That's the Pirro Fowler car, isn't it? Number 5, Manuele Pirro, going through.
And I think they've got the recovering Graham Bryant right there as well, haven't they? And I suspect he'll have a look going down the back straight, because the power of that V8 is really lets it get up among those cars.
Well, we've got another smoky car just in front of our race leader. You can riding forward, looking through the windscreen of Chris Ward's Rover, and that Dolomite Sprint, unfortunately, the Mayfair car putting out a bit of smoke. It might just be overfill around the corners, but what Ward does know, he's got to really be on his best act as they go past the Dolomite Sprint, because he's got the Camaro Stuart Graham right behind him. That's way less than a second.
Adam Brindle's lost a few places in the number 12 Rover down into 9th, and Whitaker also had gone backwards in recent laps. Blundell still 3rd in the number 10 RS2000. 60 is Swift, he's still in 4th. Still good battle at the front. They're down towards you, Bruce.
Yeah, into the first part of Laventon. Stuart Graham really had a look up the inside. I think Chris Ward thought he was slightly joking, and then Stuart still kept putting the car up the inside. The last moment eased off a little bit, but he's really trying to unsettle Chris Ward. And maybe the acceleration down the straight. He's on the outside line as they come up to Woodcote, but he's got his car fully in front. Job done. Can they get past the Eppolite coloured car? Yes, they can indeed. So new race leader, Stuart Graham. There we go. Made it look very easy. It clips the barrier there at the chicane. A puff of white paint, and now they've got, looks like the Alpilate Alfa Romeo in front of them. They should get that before they get to Madgwick. Well, certainly Stuart Graham will, but the Alfa's got to go somewhere. Chris Ward's hoping he'll stay on the left-hand side of the circuit, but there's an apex, and the Alfa wants to go there. Ward has done just enough to keep his nose in. That could have cost him a few seconds, but the speed with which Stuart Graham caught the race-leading Rover was remarkable, and now he looks like he's going to pull right on away.
7.5 minutes till the pit window opens. Manuel Pirro's come through really well, started on row 9 of the grid, up into 7th place.
Well, may I just say, Capri's on the grass, Rover keeping out of the way on the outside of the Triple X car. That's Patrick Watts.
Prio in the 77 car.
Did Prio start that one? Okay. Not sure if it was Patrick Watts who was going to take the opening stint.
And Nick Padmore is trying to join the back of that gaggle with the BMW that he's brought up from the back. Meanwhile, Graham Bryant has got up to 6th in the other Camaro, so the power of the Camaros is really telling in these conditions, but he is over half a minute behind the leader, so Ollie Bryant's going to have a lot of work to do to get onto the podium, unless of course we get a safety car.
Yeah, well, David Clark is not far ahead in the second of the Camaros, and Graham Bryant, as you said, dropped way back down, and he's worked his way right onto his tail, and there he is, Bryant chasing David Clark very hard indeed.
UFO BMW Nick Padmore up into 14th place from the back. Here are the Camaros, David Clark and Graham Bryant, two of the senior drivers in this race.
And up at the front, Chris Ward has responded to Stuart Graham going past with his own personal best and try and hang on to that Camaro to give Gordon Shen, his co-driver, a chance after the changes.
Well, you're absolutely spot on there, Kevin, and through St Mary's you see Stuart Graham just about half a second clear, taking a racing line, and to keep up, Ward is cutting across the grass on the apex and doing everything he can to shorten the lap, bouncing that Rover around. Stuart Graham looks much calmer, but I had expected him to pull away more, I must say.
We caught him so quickly, didn't he?
Oh, unbelievable.
And
there's Bryant
through into 5th now.
That's at Ford Water.
But there's nothing ahead of them, so Bryant can now, after having been in thick traffic for, well, he's on his 10th lap ever since the start of the race, went so terribly wrong. The driver of that number 21 Camaro, middle of the front row, now at last he has clear traffic. A clear track ahead of him, no traffic to contend with, and he can really get on with
Bryant,
it.
1:30.338. He lapped about 3 seconds further than Stuart Graham last time round. That is Prio, isn't it?
Prio, yes, he's just taking 8th.
Round the outside of Rick Wood, the cylinder head specialist from Manchester.
Pirro's really torn away from those, hasn't he? He's really flying in his Capri.
The Rick Wood Capri's got more grunt in a straight line,
as you might expect.
Engine man, but lots of top end. Down the inside comes Prio, lurches over the grass, they're side by side onto the apex, and Prio's pulled off a great overtaking manoeuvre. This befits a 3-time World Touring Car champion.
Well, Graham Bryant might be up to 5th, but he's now 42 seconds behind the leader, so the job is looking pretty big for his son Ollie when he climbs aboard.
So as the light continues to drop, 74, we haven't seen much of him in the race. That's Tim Harvey, Andrew Bruce, Rover ST1, the Marlborough livery.
Padmore 13th and closing in on a whole bunch of cars. In fact, Padmore only Graham needs to find a second or so to go about 5 places. 1.6 seconds now, first to second. Another personal best for Ward in second place, but Graham has that 1.6 second advantage.
So not long to the pit window. Which of these drivers is going to come in and hand over to a hot shoe? One wonders, and which are going to stay out. The order will change accordingly. They can come in between the 20-minute mark in the race, which is 3 minutes away, and have to have made that pit stop, the obligatory driver change, before we get to the 40th minute of this 1-hour race into the twilight. Matt Neal sitting
Soper's
and
flying
waiting.
in that Dolomite Sprint, isn't he? Right on the back bumper of Nick Padmore in the UFO BMW. There's Ollie Bryant. He wants to be in that Camaro as quickly as possible. Toot sweet, certainly.
Yeah, the gap is 45.8 seconds now down, so it's going to be the wrong side of 50 seconds, I think, from Ollie's point of view by the time he gets in the car.
Yeah, but with the Bryant's car being about a dozen seconds behind Mark Blundell, of course, Blundell in that Escort has a 10-second penalty. That's dropped him down the order.
Yeah,
and Nick Swift likewise.
That's been applied, though. That's been applied.
No, exactly so, but it just brings them back towards his nose overall.
And knowing Ollie, he won't be thinking about that. He'll be thinking about where the 11 Camaro and the 6 Rover are. That's where he'll have his sights, won't he?
Yeah, but effectively that means third place is that much closer already.
Absolutely.
James Wood take over another of the dollies.
So the gap between first and second place is just under 3 seconds. So certainly Chris Ward has done a great job to hold on to Stuart Graham, because Stuart just absolutely reeled him in, got past, and then for the next few laps in particular, Chris Ward being very, very aggressive in trying to cut the corners as much as he could to stay in touch. There's Rob Gravett climbing over the counter, Sarah Green alongside.
David Clark has fallen back to a chunk 6 seconds behind Graham Bryant. Oh, fabulous that is.
Spitting flame and cutting across the grass to get past the back marker. Stuart Graham really on it.
Gun, isn't it? There's Adam Morgan, Sicily Motorsport driver.
Now what Stuart Graham doesn't want to do is what he did a couple of years ago and miss the pit window.
A couple of years ago and 3 years ago.
running. Yes.
Yeah, let's not have a hat-trick. It's always a rubbish way to lose a race, I think, missing a pit window. But he has broken the toe back to Ward now. It's over 3 seconds. Still pressing on in the Rover.
Mark Blundell still trying, doesn't care if someone's in a Rover SD1, he's going to go past it. The RS2000, he thought they had the grunt, he had the handling, but he seems to have the grunt as well. So Mark Blundell, well, such a shame he jumped the start, but it did give him a moment of glory. Nick Swift, no doubt, enjoying himself well, three-wheeling and absolutely skittering sideways through the first parts of Madgwick, but a much more planted car. Clearly the heavier but more powerful Bryant Camaro down to Madgwick.
And I suspect that will probably be his last lap.
Yeah, it's open. The Magnum's gone in the back of the field.
Don't forget it's a very narrow, small pit lane here, so if you're the first car in and not too many people come in, you might get out unhindered as well.
That's Alexander to Wilmot, isn't it?
Yes, of course, far more used to seeing them racing the DB4 GT and other Aston Martins that comes from Alexander's incredible stable of Astons. But a bit of variety for the two.
.28.8 that time for and 2.5. It's come in a bit. That's traffic, I would think. Piro now splitting the Camaros.
Near moment down at St Mary's because David Clark got his Camaro onto the grass, but kept it together and brought it back on. But he was in the middle of a gaggle of cars when he did that. That certainly could have upped the ante somewhat. The Daily Express rover, one of the early pit visitors, which was Peter Mallet handing over to Tiffany Dell.
Yeah, Tiff always goes well in that car, doesn't he? He's got his over a lap behind, but I'm sure he'll be spectacular and sideways and quick once he gets in. And now Graham Bryant does indeed come in to hand over.
Set fastest time in 2015, Tiffany Dell. Fastest lap.
Yes. So the gap that Ollie Bryant is going to have to make up is going to be something around a minute, I would think, depending on how the pit stop goes. Get out, Dad, I want to have a go.
David Clark came in on that lap as well, and
Mike Whitaker is going to hand over to Mike Jordan. That came in too. Don't forget that started on the outside the front row. We haven't talked about it much during the race. Lost out in the early laps.
Ollie Bryant smoked the rear tyres on the way out, so he told me he was a bit concerned about brake and tyre life. I don't think he's too worried about tyre life, possibly the brakes.
I think he forgot. So number 14 back underway. Matt Neal now aboard that Camaro.
That's lost a lot of ground, doesn't it? In the last 2 or 3 laps.
It did indeed. The Bastos Camaro. Well, that was the one that had a little run off the circuit here last time around. But the good thing is, so far, people have fitted in and out of the pits without too much trouble. That's very good. Now you can see Chris Ward in the background, not so far behind Stuart Graham. So the last 2 laps, the traffic has certainly favoured, if you will, the driver of the car. We're looking through his windscreen, Chris Ward.
No, that's the other one.
That's the other one.
2 Patrick Motorsport rovers running together.
How confusing. Yes, that's not 2 and a bit seconds, is it?
But the other one's Ward's on over his right shoulder.
Yeah, I think Ward's probably more willing to take a risk in traffic than Stuart Graham is, I would imagine. So in the traffic, he's able to stay with him.
So it's the one with the yellow front bumper that is the
Hero
flyer.
from row 9 up to 5th now in the number 5 Capri. Then it's Rick Wood in the Gitan car. And it's Creo in 7th, Brabham in 8th. Some great names in this race. Padmore up into 9th. And 10th is Steve Soper.
And Ward again got through the traffic quicker than Stuart Graham, so the gap's 2 seconds again. So he's doing everything he can to give Gordon Shedden a chance against Nigel Garrett when those 2 cars come in for their stops. They're well clear of everybody else. It will be interesting to see when Ollie Bryant does a clear lap.
They can run another 15 minutes, Kev, before they have to hand over.
Yes.
Fastest lap so far, Stuart Graham on lap 5 of this race.
So still a few cars, including the Mini. Nick Swift on board, travelling without their headlights ablaze. In fact, as Graham Bryant handed over to Ollie Bryant, Ollie came onto the circuit and there was a black Golf with no headlights coming along. That's the Jim Morris car. And you sort of hoped he picked it out as he accelerated well. With some gusto, as we saw,
coming in.
The pit lane.
That's Mike Jordan back in, isn't
it?
he?
Yeah, we saw him in last time. Let's just double check.
Prito has now got to within 2.1 seconds of Pirro in the battle of the Capris. And Ward now only 1.8 seconds behind Graham. So he really has hung on to him very, very well after being caught very quickly.
So what's the problem for Mike Jordan? Doesn't want to start. Mike Wild's looking on, waiting for his turn to take over. In his car, but certainly in traffic as Adam Morgan gets strapped into the 1-2-3 Capri, Chris Ward has been really positive in traffic.
Mike Jordan back out in number 8, Motorcraft car. 33, that's the Hermitite Dolomite Sprint. Starts at the back, that's Ken Clark getting into it.
Well, Chris Ward is down to, you have to say, a fraction over just 1 second behind the race leader, Stuart Graham. Stuart was so quick in the early laps of the race, but as you pointed out, Marcus, his fastest lap was on lap 5. He's had plenty of clear laps. The last lots have had traffic, but looks like he took the very sweet spot out of those tyres early on.
There's a Mazda coming in, blowing its nose by the sounds of things, the Mazda Rotary.
Stuart Graham got that very wrong at the end of the Le Mans straight there, and he's lost a load of time.
But he's put the Alpha between himself and the chaser.
Yes, what he would have lost, he didn't for that simple expedient.
And Ward is in. Ward is in just before the half-hour mark.
Being careful. Stuart Graham, though, who likes to clearly go towards the edge, is staying out. Oh, dearie me. It's been wrong before for Stuart Graham. Let's hope this time he knows. In fact, maybe the fact he doesn't have Chris Ward on his tail anymore will indicate that maybe it's getting towards the end of the pit window. They've got another, less than 3 minutes now. Mark Blundell's still out there in that super fast starting.
20 to 40 minutes, the window, isn't it?
Oh, sorry, yes, counting the wrong way.
7 and a bit minutes to go.
Brian now down into 28, so at the moment he's the fastest man on the track, which is perhaps not a surprise, but he's got a long way to go.
Blundell's had enough as well.
Kerry Michael waiting to leap in. Does he still own Western Supermare Pier? I think he does.
Piero's got down to a 130.8 and he's right behind Piero now. He's really enjoying that drive, I think.
Doing a good job, isn't he?
It's actually quite a hard combination at the end of a long day. Prio.
Yes.
I feel there's a stumble coming.
And in fact, he's got ahead of him. So Piero's up to 4th overall at the moment.
Well, he said he wanted to enjoy his racing, and clearly really is. Did you notice that one of the cars was going around with just one headlight working there? That's not so handy. Or certainly later on it won't be. So is it a story of what might have been for the Bryans? Because with Graham Bryant not getting away from the middle of the front row as the Alpha pulls into the pits, he had to fight so hard. He handed over as early as he could to son Ollie, and Ollie is going to have to work his way forward. At the moment, sitting down in 11th position, but still quite a few of those ahead of him have not made their pit stop. Stuart Graham, however, continues in the lead of the race, but Chris Ward had got oh so close. But of course, Chris can afford to make an early pit stop because he's got a very strong co-driver. Of course, what we jokingly say is a pro pairing. And so in he came very early on and handed over to Gordon Shedden, pretty much giving them an equal chunk of the race. And driver getting on board. Nick Swift's had enough, and maybe the headlights will now go on the Mini, number 60, because Andrew Jordan has taken over.
They split almost exactly in half for those two, which makes sense. They're a very evenly matched pairing as well. I think you're right, Bruce. I think what you're saying earlier, I think Brian will get up to 3rd fairly easily once all the stops pan out, but I think the top 2 are going to be quite a distance ahead.
I'm sure he'll give gallant chase, but you do think it's a bit too much of a climb to be had.
Padmore up into 6th in the BMW, number 25. Steve Soper still right behind him, clinging to his bumper.
Ollie Bryant now down to the 27s, not quite the fastest lap of the race, but he's the only person in the 27s. In fact, nobody was in the 28, so he is the quickest man on the track at the moment.
Very few people are below 1 minute 30, so you can understand why he's moving his way ever further clear of those behind and trying to get closer lap by lap with half an hour remaining in this 1 hour race to see what he can do. 3rd place ought to be his, barring problems, but can he get up to 2nd even first? It's a big ask, but Ollie likes a bit of a challenge.
And he's just gone past Andrew Jordan.
Fantastic, isn't it? Little Mini's just as quick as the Camaro over here. Fractionally quicker in places, certainly under braking, because there is no braking in the Mini. Don't bother. Hurl it at the apex, there's a Golf up ahead.
And this is where the Mini will lose rather a lot of ground, I fear.
Oh, we've got 2 flat-fronted Escorts and a Capri there. 2 litre and 2 litre playing 3.
Still David Brabham in the Marlboro sponsored one, I believe it is. Certainly being driven with gusto. This is a car owned by
Lucky Christoforou, isn't it?
Yeah. Pandelis Christoforou along.
Pantelis Christoforou, otherwise known as Lucky.
So Stuart Graham is in the pits.
So they're in the pit window, so that's good.
Yes, they're in fact, me having panicked on the clock earlier and got it wrong, they've got it very much right. So the number 11 Camaro going to be handed over to Nigel Garrett with just under half the race to go. The seat padding thrown away.
Oh, and here's the number 6. And
well, that's Gordon Shedden dialing himself in, isn't it? Yeah, flash past. They're now in the lead of the race. The Rover's gone through, and still the Camaro sitting in the pit lane. So that also shows how hard Gordon Shedden got on, how quickly he got onto the pace. Number 44, Golf, huge moment on the exit of St Mary's. Out of my sight, will be crossing the track. Is there a waved yellow? He must have got it back together again. Whoa, that was a mighty moment. Looks like a very slow pit stop, does it not, for the number 11 Camaro? It's the Escort RS 2000s.
These two,
on track.
The two Escorts are having a whale of a time.
Look, Stuart Graham's got his hand on the back trying to get it started. A little push, off it goes.
Yeah, slightly frustrated, I think, Stuart Graham, after all that fine effort to get into the lead. All lost in the pit stop there.
Prio just has nipped through into second on the road, just to get to stop, of course.
Yes, we're in that sort of time in the race where the order is very jumbled. For those who pitted, have tumbled down the order, they will be coming back up, though.
Garrett's come out essentially in third place, hasn't he?
So Ollie Bryant is now 1 minute, almost exactly a minute behind Gordon Shedden, and I think even with the pace of the Camaro, that's a big ask. I would expect Shedden to be able to hold that together if all is well with the Rover.
Yes, you would.
Good battle between Emanuele Pirro in the Esso Capri with Padmore up behind him in the BMW, and those two Escorts still holding them off.
Yeah, Kerry Michael will be having great fun in that little battle. Prio Watts Capri looking very handy indeed. That could be heading up towards probably not a podium, but certainly a very good showing. They started some distance down the grid. Number 77 Capri. Frank and Jean.
That Graham Garrett stop really was very slow. They've lost a lot of time in that. Maybe under threat, I think, from Ollie Bryant if he's continued his pace on his last laps. 27s again.
Prio in second place.
Obviously an artificial second place because quite a few of the front runners had made their pit stops, but there it is, Patrick Watts coming from the left of screen, about to take over, but and he had good fun in there. Patrick shoves him out of the way. No time for niceties.
Superb drive from Prio.
Yeah, very impressive indeed. And Emanuele Pirro is in. You can see the Esso livery Capri pulling in further down the pit lane as well. That's my eyes deceive me.
Garrett's now nearly 50. He's 53 seconds behind. Padmore is third.
It's a decent pit stop. The Prio Watts interchange.
And he's only 6 seconds behind Garrett. So I think Brian will be up into second place in the not too distant future.
Kerry Michael is next up, and then Andrew Jordan in the Mini.
Well, the door is open and through it comes the mighty Camaro, but Kerry Michael hasn't backed off. He goes around the outs, stays on the outside line. But once they get to the straight, just wait for the grunt of the Camaro to tell. And let's see if Padmore in the UFO Gene's BMW will go through as well. Kerry Michael stays on right of screen around the outside, no problem at all for the 21 Camaro.
Yeah, the benefit for the Ford, the Escort, is it's so light in comparison to the BMW, isn't it? Hasn't got as much grunt, but you wouldn't know it because the BMW is that much heavier. It doesn't accelerate as well.
No, exactly so, but Ward handed over pretty much, well, actually just before the halfway point in the race, Chris Ward handed over to Gordon Shedden. Shedden was on it from the absolute moment he left the pit lane, and the gap is going out and out. But even if they just back off by a second or so a lap, they're still sitting on a very, very sizable lead.
Yes, well, Shedden was actually 3/10 quicker than Ollie Bryant on that lap, as we saw Ollie getting held up in traffic. So that gives you an idea of the task he's got ahead of him. So but he is only 5.1 seconds now behind Nigel Garrett in the Camaro started by Stuart Graham.
ought to keep an eye on what sort of lap times Garrett can do in that number 11 Camaro. 30.3 last time around on his dialing in lap. Now he's on his second flying lap since coming out of the pits. In behind the Alexander Wilmot Magnum, which runs suitably wide to keep out of the way.
And in the background of that shot there is Ollie Bryant, so that's the gap between the second and third place cars.
Matt Neal of 29.1, that's moving in the right direction. He's just a tad behind Nigel Greensall in Adam Brindle's Rover, but they are still 20 seconds, 19 and a half seconds behind the Patrick Watts driven number 77 Capri now, which holds 6th.
Well, for Ollie Bryant now, he's got a very clear visual, if you will. He's got the sighting of the black Camaro up ahead. Well, he can sniff it now. He was 5.1 seconds down at the start-finish line last time. This time, 1.0 seconds. There we are, 4.4 seconds ripped off him on that single tour. Hasn't been too much traffic ahead of them either, so that's just pure pace at the moment.
Yes, Ollie can do 1:27s, which I don't think Nigel can do. But Gordon Shedden is in the 28, so he is safe.
Kerry Michael's driving a blinder, isn't he, in that Escort, started by Mark Blundell from pole number 10.
Yeah, he has. I really expected him to drop back, and he's been in thick traffic. He's been challenged from behind the whole time, but he's really put up a great showing. And we're about to have a change of position for second place, because through St Mary's it's still Nigel Garrett, but right behind he is being pushed oh so hard by Ollie Bryant. Ollie's just going to wait to get a better exit from Lavant, and he may be able to sweep past. But don't forget, they've got the same amount of grunt, and in the early laps of the race, looking at the pace that Stuart Graham could achieve, you know, Nigel Garrett is not short of power, that's for sure.
No, and look at this, we've got Matt Neal up into 6th place at the expense of Patrick Watts, who's been bumped down to 7th. Christoforou is in 8th place in the 27 Marlborough Escort. The Berger de Boorman number 7 is next up, and that's got Gerhard Berger in it now.
Ollie Bryant goes down the inside, Nigel Garrett into Madgwick to take second place. So he's got 21 minutes to go, but the gap is 59 seconds to the lead. So that hasn't really changed an awful lot since they came out the pits. But he is now up into second place in the car that Graham had that terrible start with off the front row.
Maybe Graham Bryant, it was just a moment of disbelief as Mark Blundell put the power down at with the starting flag at its highest point. But anyhow, up into second place. It started second, it's back to second now. Race has totally got away from it, sadly because of that, but Ollie Bryant really starting to fly. Patrick Watts now out in the Frankenjean Capri. We've pretty much had all the runners in, still a couple waiting to get the signal on the screen, but they've had to make it in the pits in the next 18 seconds.
Yes, everyone on the run now has stopped, so it's not an issue.
Well, Chris Ward can be pleased with his afternoon activity. Yeah, he can actually relax. It's a rare experience in a two-driver race to be there. I know there's still 20 minutes remaining in this race, but with teammate Gordon Shedden, a very handy second driver, to put it mildly, locking up there, but keeping the Rover on the circuit. The number 6 Rover, what was the advantage at the end of the last lap? 57.4 seconds. That should do nicely, thank you.
Yeah, personal best for Ollie Bryant, that time around 27.5. So if he finds just over another tenth, he can at least have the accolade of taking the fastest lap of Stuart Graham.
And Andy Jordan is nibbling away, closing in on Kerry Michael now at quite a decent rate of knots. So he would like and is capable of getting another place. Mike Wilds has gone off in the Mazda.
Yeah, that's on the run down just before St Mary's, and has made a real mess of the tyre wall. Now, hold on a second. Will they bunch up the field? Let us see, because that car needs to be moved. A very fast part of the circuit. Good to see The driver from Mir, just around the corner from me, down on the Wiltshire border, is okay, but the Mazda definitely is not okay.
The Mazda's taken a wallop. Now, I think this is going to signal a safety car, Kevin.
I agree. Either a safety car or a red flag, depending on how. Safety car board.
Okay, just bear in mind the start of that lap. There was a 57-second advantage. It's come down to 54.9, 55 seconds. Let's call it. But of course, the cars will be picked up by the safety car in their position on the circuit, not their positions overall. So it's a question of how many cars are between them. But for Graham Bryant and Ollie, who started the race, and Ollie Bryant, who's on board the 21 Camaro giving chase, this is an opportunity.
It is. It's wiped out enormously. It depends, of course, where the cars are sitting in the queue.
Exactly so.
Relative to each other. There's Ollie Bryant just going past you.
This will also help, of course, Matt Neal in his efforts to catch the Mini and the Escort ahead.
It will.
So we could end up then with 3 Camaros in the top 4.
So there's the same driver we looked at not long ago with not a care in the world, and now a little rueful grimace from Chris Ward, because what was an enormous advantage is slightly less. There's Mike Wilds up on the banking. Didn't see the lead up to that incident at all. We just saw he was caught after the Mazda had clattered into the tyre wall on the outside. But you can see the wheel marks across the grass, just went straight on as the track starts turning right. And we're just trying to see how many cars are between first and second. It might not be very many at all. So there is the Rover with the Alpinati Alfa Romeo behind. Gordon Shedden leading. We're just trying to pick up how far back.
I think the next car is Matt Neal's Camaro.
Yes, the Alfa Romeo is there. Then it is Matt Neal.
Yes.
Then it looks like, is that the Mike Jordan?
2 Capris.
I think it is.
It's the number 8. Yes, it's the Mike Jordan. Then behind Skid Scarborough. Then we've got the Hermitite Dolly. Then we've got the Capri of Patrick Watts and the Belga Capri. Looking back. Actually, there are quite a lot of cars. It'll be about 10 cars. Still haven't seen Ollie Bryant. Looking for the next gaggle of cars. About 12 cars between them. At St Mary's right now is Ollie Bryant. There you have him in the back of that grouping.
Yeah, it's quite a lot of metal between them, isn't it?
Yeah, and Nigel Garrett in behind him.
Well, Ollie Bryant had caught and passed happiness down in the pits between 2 ex-F1 men, of course, Mark Blundell and David Brabham, loving their racing. But for them, they're out, and they both handed over cars to their teammates. And for Mark, well, Mark, talk us through that jump start, please. So the safety car leading Gordon Shedden around.
Shedden, the Alpha, Neal, Mike Jordan is in the number 8. Then it's the Skid Scarborough and Company Yellow Capri. Hermitite Dolly.
So actually
Watts is next up.
It's about 14 cars, I think.
But as I think it does scupper Matt Neal, because he'd just been put a lap down. He's now behind that, whereas the Escort and the Mini can go around to the back of that queue. So that actually secures them top 5 finishes, I would say.
Henry's down in the pits with Mark Blundell.
Yeah, amazing first effort, but a bit of an issue over the start.
There is an issue for me because basically it said when the flag drops, and actually when we're on the grid, we're not looking at a 1-inch piece of batten, we're looking at the flag. And the flag moves considerably because it's not held in a corner under tension in the wind. And normally you get a flag, you hold it in the corner like that, and you drop it. Yeah. And it wasn't done that way. And it moved. So I went on the start, and so did Nick Swift in the Mini as well. I had a good clean start on the practice start. Reactions are good. So I'm a little bit unhappy that that's the case, because I think they should do it in a different way.
Yeah, it's a fair point. You've done a lot of racing on an international level. You know how these things work. But, I mean, you were driving up your skin in that thing.
I was trying. If we've got 10 seconds and we can't do much about that, and that's unfortunate. I just feel sorry for the guys. They've done a great job all weekend.
Yeah, OK. Hard luck, Mark.
Thank you.
Well done, Henry, there. That was a cracking interview. And in fact, when you had the replay, we couldn't see all the flag in the image. We see the bottom of the pole. Well, that still doesn't explain why Graham Bryant got away so poorly from the middle of the front row.
13 and a quarter minutes to go. There's Stuart Graham.
Well, he did his bit. Unfortunately, a slow pit stop has certainly hampered them, but they're looking quite good in third position behind the safety car there.
Yeah, they're looking set for a podium, which, if we look back over the years, that will equal where they finished in 2014.
So the Golf is creeping in rather slowly, just one headlight on at the moment. So for Gordon Shredden, he knows he's sitting on a good lead. He knows he's got a lot of cars between he and the next to the rest. But I tell you what, I bet he'd rather he was out there at full racing speed.
Well, he probably doesn't now. He's probably happy now that the safety car stays out as long as possible, so that it gives Ollie Bryant the least amount of time to go after him.
Yes, if you go through the whole thing, but just in terms of keeping your concentration and doing what racing drivers do, it's a bit like trying to play rugby and only half tackling someone. It's better just to
get on with
absolutely cream them.
Henry's down there with Graham Bryant. We're going to find out the answer to why the Camaro was so slow away. Henry.
Graham, a nervous few seconds at the start.
It certainly was. I started the way I normally start with it. Guys put another clutch in it about a week ago and hadn't tried it. But, you know, it's my fault. I revved it to where I normally would, dropped the clutch, stalled it. Took a while to start. Revved it up again, dropped the clutch, stalled it twice. Thought this is not working so well and got away a third time. Anyway, gave me a lot to catch.
Yeah, and but nobody hit you, which is a miracle.
They didn't. Incredible, actually. I mean, while I was starting, I was staring in the mirror, waiting for it. But you know, everyone behaved themselves, and so it was fantastic.
And Ollie's lapping. He's one of the quickest out there, and the safety car, I suppose, gives him an extra chance.
Well, it does. I mean, I think he's 12. I think there's 12 cars between them. If they bunch up a bit, then he might be within the shout. But the Rover's going very well. I think the Camaro's a little bit quicker, but you know, if they ended up 10 or 15 seconds apart, there might be a race in it.
Yeah, and you've got it all to do again tomorrow, of course.
Certainly have. Yeah. When I do start from the back.
Thanks, Graham.
Thank you.
Let's take a wander up the pit lane. We have a short delay in the proceedings, of course, while the Mazda RX-7 is retrieved. Let me have a quick word with Nick Padmore, who started the BMW first. Started from the back. Nick got up to, I don't know, 15th, 16th. Quite a good effort.
Yeah, something like that. It was quite a mad start, actually. I made a really good start, and then there's a few cars that stopped on the grid. So, yeah, it was head down and get on with it from there, really. I really enjoyed it. Really good.
Now, you were saying it was waving its wheels in the air?
Yeah, actually through Ford Walter and a couple of the high-speed corners, actually picking up a front wheel, and it's hopping towards the exit. So, it was a lot of fun, that. Brilliant.
And now Darren's in it, of course, and bunched up. He can make up a few places?
Yeah, hopefully. I don't know how long this safety car is going to be out for, but he's a mega star, isn't he? So, no pressure, Darren. Get on with it.
Cool. Thanks, mate.
Cheers.
Should we carry on up pit lane and see who else we can find? We've got a safety car period, of course, while the Mazda is retrieved from the wall. The cars are under safety car conditions with 10 or so minutes still to go. See if we can find anybody else to grab a word with. They probably see me coming and go and hide. I'm going to get all the way to the top of pit lane and not find anybody. Let's have a word with Jim Morris. He's a friendly chap. All right, James?
Yeah, I think so, Henry. Yeah.
Why did you start in pit lane?
20p fuse went on the warming up lap.
As much as that?
Yeah, off to Halford to get another one for tomorrow.
Awful.
Yeah, not good. Not a good start.
But gave you something to do, I suppose?
Yeah, it was good fun getting past some of the faster cars and making some time up, but just not where we wanted to be this weekend. We've worked really hard to make the car faster, and we've worked really hard, Tom and I have, and the whole team have. And we qualified 10th overall this morning in the damp, and we thought that's what our pace was. So see what happens tomorrow.
Quite cool to have Tom Shepherd in the car, who raced it with your old man in period.
Yeah, many people don't know. Tom actually drove the car in 1981 with my father, John Morris, in the Tourist Trophy at Silverstone and won their class then when it was around of the European Touring Car Championship.
Awesome. See you out there tomorrow, I hope.
You will, Henry. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Let me grab a quick word with Stuart Graham, who relentlessly hounded down the leading Rover and took the lead. Stonking, Stuart.
Oh, thank you, Henry. I didn't know where I was. I just thought every car I come across, I must pass it, regardless.
And Nigel's doing an OK job out there now?
I think so, yeah. So we had rather a slow pit stop for some reason. I'm not sure, but yeah, it was fine. But I really wasn't sure where I was, so I thought I'd better just press on, you know. But
the safety car bunches them up, of course, doesn't it? So it'll be good now.
Sorry, I didn't get that. What was that?
I'm going to go because we're back racing again.
Yeah, we're back underway with 8 minutes to go, so let's have a look. The gap at the line was 10 seconds between Gordon Shedden and Ollie Bryant, but quite a few cars in that 10 seconds, but I'm sure we'll start blowing past them pretty quickly, and then we'll get a fair reflection of really what the gap is and what it's still quite a big ask.
And Kevin, what the drivers will see is they haven't moved the Mazda, they've pushed it against the tyre wall on the outside, but they've all been past it many times, they've seen where it is. And Gordon Shedden really doing his best to escape at the front in the thick of the action. On the big screen there is AJ, as they call it before the race, Andrew Jordan doing his best in the Mini. And again, tied as if he would. He's gone past Kerry Michael. The 10 Escort and the 60 Mini have been fighting from start all the way through to now. Great entertainment. They're going to go round either side of that Belga liveried Capri just for good measure. And Jim Morris will be smiling because his Golf is just tucked in behind them.
Yes, running in 17th place, Tom Shepherd in the Morris family Golf with the Lifeline extinguishers badging on it.
So AJ's used that safety car start to perfection, hasn't he, to grab the full spot with the Mini and the Escort been battling over pretty much the whole race.
Oh, big moment. Was that one of the Escorts going? No, it was it's the Belga Capri, been monstered by a couple of cars and then nearly monstered himself. That's the number 7, the Gerhard Berger
Alfa Romeo coming into the pits.
And it's funny, it was getting darker before the safety car period, but now it's over. It suddenly feels a whole lot darker in the space of the 10 minutes or so that we lost. So problems for the Alfa Romeo there. No problems at all, though, for Gordon Shedden, leading very comfortably. Had those 12 cars between he and the best of the chasing cars, the Ollie Bryant Camaro, using them to good effect.
Yeah, and Kerry Michael's got back ahead of Andrew Jordan at some point, probably down the 11th straight, I imagine.
Matt Neal's just banged in a 28.7, which is very impressive, within 1.3 or 4 of the quickest lap of the race by Stuart Graham on lap 5. Track much slipperier now, plenty of bunch traffic as well to be dealt with.
Not if your name's Gordon Shedden, you've got to take the restarts, or when the car's released from the lead of the pack. He had the pace. Certainly we feel that the 21 Camaro could get close in terms of outright speed, has a bit more grunt, but with those 12 cars in between and only 8 minutes in which to try and haul them back, or a little bit more than 8 minutes. About 10 minutes.
He's right behind Adam Morgan now, and I think that's Patrick Watts ahead of Adam Morgan.
I think they've added some time on.
They did, because I've already seen the clock with 8:21, and 2 minutes later it's got to the same point.
Done, yeah.
They've thrown a lap back at them, haven't they, time-wise? So there goes 21 past. Well, he's one of the Capris now. He's trying to tuck in behind the. It's Patrick Watts sitting in front, the Frank and Jean Capri. So Ollie Bryant making great progress, but then again, he has to make great progress. He's in second place if he's going to do anything at all about Gordon Shedden in the number 6 Rover, leading by 13 seconds last time around. It'd probably go out this lap because Bryant was so caught in overtaking the not back markers, just people ahead of him on the circuit. Now he's got clear, now he's going to be able to give chase.
But if Gordon can continue lapping in the 28s, then that would be enough, because even if Ollie Bryant gets down to the fastest laps, that's still only a second a lap, and he'll run out of laps.
Yeah, good maths there, Kevin, thank you. The light is fading, and some of the drivers we know don't have as good lights as some of their rivals.
Tim Harvey, who's running ahead of Gerhard Berger.
So they've shown a checkered flag.
And Gordon Shedden had slowed right down, like he knew that there was something about to happen.
Yes. So they've thrown the flag out with the fading light.
Fading light, because the race was supposed to go through to half past. But
nobody told Ollie Bryan there was fading light. He's just done a 27.6, which was within 2/10 of the fastest lap.
So, with that checkered flag flying, the Ward Shedden Rover takes victory. The number 6 Rover, they drove a great race, but there's a question of what could have been if Graham Bryant had got off the middle of the front row rather better. Certainly gave himself a lot to do, gave Ollie a huge challenge.
It's repeating their victory of 2014, Bruce. Chris Ward and Andrew Smith sharing the car then. They were second, or that car was second, Chris Ward and Chris Harris in 15. Second with Gordon Shedden in 16, and back to victory lane this year. So never finished lower than second, that car in the race. The Bryants are very, very good second. In third, Stuart Graham and Nigel Garrett repeating their 2014 result in the car, so repeating their best. Fourth, Mark Blundell and Kerry Michael. Good run in the Escort RS2000. Kerry Michael finished in that place last year as well with Chris Sanders. And then in fifth place, the Nick Swift Andrew Jordan Mini, which had been ahead of the RS2000 a couple of times in the latter stages. And in sixth place, David Clark and Matt Neal in the car that won, the Chevrolet Camaro, the Bastos car that won in 2015. Seventh past the flag, ahead of Tim Harvey, who got ahead of Patrick Watts and Gerhard Berger in 10th place. So Tim Harvey, a very good drive from him up to 8th place at the end in the lightless Rover.
And Wood and Morgan then therefore top Capri, which is, given the driver lineups in some of those cars, is no mean feat.
Exactly, very, very good effort. Let's look at the provisional results then. First, Chris Ward and Gordon Shedden in the Rover number 6. In second place, Graham and Oliver Bryant in the number 21 Chevrolet Camaro. In third, the Chevy Camaro number 11, Stuart Graham and Nigel Garrett. Fourth was Mark Blundell and Kerry Michael in the number 10 Ford Escort RS2000. In fifth place was Nick Swift and Andrew Jordan in the Mini 1275 GT number 60. And in sixth, a lap down, was the Chevrolet Camaro of David Clark and Matt Neal. Seventh, as Kevin said, the top Capri, that of Rick Wood and Adam Morgan, number 23. Eighth was the Tim Harvey, driven at the end, and Andrew Bruce Rover, 74. Ninth was the Andy Prio, Patrick Watts, number 77, Frank and Jean's Capri. 10th, the Berger de Boorman, number 7 Capri. 11th, the best of the Dolomite Sprints, Soper and Wood, Steve Soper and James Wood in 16. And in 12th place, Peter Mallett and Tiffany Dell, Peter Mallett's Rover, number 9. 13th was the number 18 Christensen Hall Rover. 14th, 27, Brabham and Christoforou with their Ford Escort. In 15th, the 25 BMW of Nick Padmore and Darren Turner. And then number 5, the Ford Capri of Emanuele Puro, Mark Fowler. 17th was the Morrison Shepherd Golf. And 18th, Scarborough's Capri number 15 with Ratcliffe. That's dropped to 19th. And let's go down to Henry Hope Frost, who's down with the winners in Parc Fermé.
I am indeed, Marcus. Thank you very much indeed. So a first heat win for Chris Ward and Gordon Shedden. Chris, well done.
Thank you very much. A lot of effort from the boys to put in, so thank you very much to all the lads at JD Classics for giving us a great car again.
Presumably you saw Stuart Graham coming.
I did, but it was a real surprise when I saw him, because I thought it would be one of the other Camaros, to be fair. But what a drive he put in. But once he did come past me on the straight, I just sort of managed to maintain that gap through until we came in the pits and handed over to Gordon, who did another fantastic job.
Good stuff. Well done, Chris. Flash, did the safety car make any difference? You had a few people on your tail, didn't you?
I did, and I was trying to kind of figure it out because obviously Matt's in the Camaro behind me, and I thought, but my board was saying plus 13 seconds, so I guess he was a lap down. But we've worked on the car today. It was a lot better in the dry. It was a lot more fun to drive in the dry compared to the wet, and yeah, fantastic to get the win for for this SD1 and JD Classics.
What were the lights like?
Average.
Well, let's leave that there, shall we? Well done, Chris and Gordon. Get yourselves a garland, and I will move round and have a word with our second place finishers in the Camaro, Graham and Ollie Bryant.
That's good, really.
Well, if it had been a little bit longer, perhaps.
Well, perhaps, yeah, but no, it was good fun. I mean, didn't really know where I was out there, but it's pretty dark and those lights don't do much. But yeah, the old man I think he stalled it twice off the line, so I'll remind him about that later.
Were you watching through your fingers at the start?
Yeah, I was on the top of the pits, but it certainly was. I thought this would be interesting, but then he did a great job charging back up, and I think he got up to sort of 6th, but I was sort of 35 seconds down, so that safety car was quite helpful, but needed a few more laps, really.
Yeah. Have another quick word with Graham. The boy did good again.
He did. So if we're lucky enough to do it again, I think we'll put the automatic box in. Yeah.
was that homologated?
Well, we'll work on it.
Well done, Graham. Graham and Ollie Bryant, second place.
Yeah, it was good, wasn't it?
Third place, the legend Stuart Graham and Nigel Garrett. You were flying at the start, Stuart.
Yeah, well, it was quite interesting, really. And I knew we'd got to get on with the programme a little bit, because after the practice. But yeah, it was good fun. I thoroughly enjoyed it, and I thought I've got to put one in for the old people,
Chris Ward said he could see you coming. He thought, oh no.
Well, the trouble is, I wasn't quite sure who was who, at the end of the day. But I thought it might be Chris. But yeah, it was good fun. I thoroughly enjoyed it.
Great. Nigel, you took over. Any dramas out there?
Yeah, just a bit of overdriving really. It's a bit tricky in the dark actually. You can't see the corners so well, can you? When these young pros come up the back of you, they put the pressure on, so occasional mistakes. And anyway, look, third podium. We're pleased with that, I think.
Yeah, good. Yeah.
Are the lights all right on the old girl?
Yeah, the lights are superb. We got these halogen things on there, but when you're going at 130 mile an hour, whatever it is, down 11th straight, you can't really pick out the corner with your headlight. It's just trying to remember where it was actually, I think.
Well done, Nigel and Stuart. Third place in the first heat. Let's go back to Bruce Jones and pick out some of the highlights from the first round of the Jerry Marshall Trophy.
Well, we knew it was going to be dramatic, and it was. From the start of the Jerry Marshall Trophy, well, just before the start, Mark Blundell got a flyer from pole position. In fact, he's going to be penalised for that. The Mini came through from the second row. That was also penalised, and poor Graham Bryant stalled not once but twice in the middle of the front row, and his big Camaro dropped right down towards the tail of the field. And Mark Blundell trying his utmost to stay in the lead of the race, but there was nothing he could do about Chris Ward, who came through. That was him making a passing manoeuvre in his Rover SD1 number 6. The middle order, but it was packed with Capris and Dolomites and everybody's favourite cars, and the racing was absolute dynamite down the order. Vaulting over the curb on the inside, that was Andy Prio, but making the charge up the order, Stuart Graham, he was down in about 8th position on the opening lap, worked his way right the way up to second place overall. Ollie Bryant took over from his father, Graham, very early in the pit stop window, always looking good. We got to about the halfway point in the race though, and Chris Ward knew he was going to be handing over soon to his teammate, and his teammate was none other than Gordon Shedden. Now we've got Adam Morgan, the British touring car racer, taking over the Gitin liveried Capri, but looking great out on the circuit. The Fabergé livery Camaro, but probably more spectacular on the inside of the cab than sometimes outside. The Capri were really interesting out onto the circuit, but then Ollie Bryant worked his way up through the order, got past the Nigel Garrett Camaro, but then the safety car came out because we had a tumble, unfortunately, for the Mike Wilds driven Mazda. You'll see it shortly on the outside of the circuit. It clipped the wall, brought out the safety car, but then with about 10 minutes remaining in the race, the cars were released to go racing, and Graham Bryant had handed over to son Ollie, but Ollie had 12 cars between himself and the race leader. That race leader was Gordon Shedden, and out came the checkered flag, and certainly Ollie had dispatched some of the cars in between, but he ended up second overall. Victory went to Ward and Shedden.
We're back live, ladies and gentlemen, and look at that, the funfair has been in operation, and there's still plenty to do here on the campus until the lights go out. It's been a fantastic day on the circuit. Conditions extremely tricky in qualifying, much better for racing. We had Yeah, I thought there was an exceptional Formula 3 race in the chase. Andrew Hibbard had things all his own way. That's, in practice this morning, it was all very grotty, but it's the same for everybody. And again, for the touring cars, they really they struggled. But it put on an exceptional race at the end of the day. We saw some superb car control in qualifying when conditions were pretty grisly. But we had good conditions by and large for the racing. So strong Formula 3 race, a very, very good touring car race. We saw some world-class sports prototypes and some Group A cars as well out there. Motorcycles were fast and furious. Leather-clad loonies doing their stuff as ever. We saw David Coulthard with the IWC Schaffhausen Mercedes-Benz Gullwing. Fabulous action among the Scott Brown Trophy listers, which you're seeing on screen now. And the Beast of Turin on a race circuit, that really is quite unreal.
One of my highlights of the weekend already, Marcus.
Yeah, it's amazing. Mighty GT cars.
Probably worth saying that the changes to the chicane appear to have worked, not wanting to tempt fate.
Most people have avoided them. Poor Jim Blockley,
disagree,
but he didn't hit the heavy bit. There's Mary Berry in the AC Sports car. Beautiful old Delahaye BM taken by Bugatti. And here's the that first race, the Derek Bell Cup. Derek Bell, twice a winner here in members' meetings in Formula 3. His first victory here at a members' meeting in Leisure 7 as well. Mike Skinner entertained with the Toyota Tundra from Andrew Franzone's stable. And here's the start of the Jerry Marshall Trophy. I think Jerry would have approved, don't you, Kevin?
I think so. He'd have probably approved of Mark Blundell's start as well, I imagine.
Enthusiastic.
Yes.
Exactly. Saw the young lady brandishing the IWC Schaffhausen, our timing partner's flag. And at the end of the touring car race, all our happy winners. Funfair in operation. And let's look at the house points at the end of the day. How's it looking? Oh, Methven's ahead. Winners for the last 3 years. 11:42. And Aubigny has come up really well on the rails in second place. Third place is Tor Bolton, long-time leaders today, and Darnley closing in on Tor Bolton. So it's closer than it's been for a long while. And at the end of the super day, on behalf of Henry Hope Frost down in the paddock and the pits, Bruce Jones out of the back at St Mary's, Kevin Turner and myself, and some help also from Chris Druitt. It's a big good night from us from the live commentary. We'll be rejoining you bright and breezy in the morning, but while away the rest of the evening as you make your way home with our radio show from the Goodwood Motor Circuit here and the 75th members meeting. So good night from us, and listen in to the radio show, which is on imminently. Good night.